This audio story was created by WebNovel Chapter 1400 Footprints in the Sand. As Sonny's shadows climbed the cliffs, he and his companions cautiously advanced up the beach. Even the crow, who had been anxious and impatient to find its master all this time, seemed wary and subdued. The blackbird was sitting on Sonny's shoulder, its feathers raised and kept silent. The mist swirled silently around them. Saint and Fiend were in the rear, both ready to defend against an unexpected attack at any moment. Sonny and Nephis were in the middle. Cassie rode Nightmare at the front of the group, her back straight. The radiance of the guiding light that she held up illuminated the way. At some point, the shadow steed suddenly stopped. Sonny gripped the hilt of the Sin of Solace tighter and said in a low voice, "What is it?" Cassie remained motionless for a moment, then pointed the sacred staff down at the ground. When Sonny and Nephis approached, they immediately understood why. Out there in the white sand, hidden in the mist, was a line of lonesome footprints. Sonny kneeled to study them, a frown appearing on his face. Those were left by a human. Neph's voice echoed in the fog. He nodded slightly. Indeed, the shallow prints left in the sand belonged to a human. From the look of it, someone had walked across the beach. Barefoot, it was hard to tell the gender of the person just from these traces, but they could not have been of a very large stature. Both the size and the depths of the footprints proved otherwise. The traces also looked fresh. They could not have been left more than a few hours ago. Sonny felt a cold chill creeping up his spine. Who was taking barefoot walks in this harrowing place? There was another strange detail about the footprints. Contrary to what Sonny would have expected, the line of them came from the direction of the cliffs and disappeared in the mist, heading toward the edge of the island. And yet they had not met or heard anyone on their way here. He hesitated for a few moments, then looked at Nephis and said, "Wait here." Leaving one shadow behind to step out of it should the need arise, Sonny stood up and followed the footprints into the fog. Soon, his companions disappeared from view and he was left alone in the swirling mist. I don't like it." If not for the fact that he could still see them through the shadow, Sonny would have been tempted to turn back. A few minutes later, he reached the end of the beach. The edge of the island opened into an abyssal chasm, the view of the colossal whirlpool and the darkness hiding below obscured by the fog. Sonny felt something he had not felt for a long time, a sense of vertigo. Come now, really I can turn into a bird. Is it really necessary to be afraid of heights? He sighed and shook his head. The footprints led to the very end of the island. There, the lonesome line of them disappeared, as if the person who had left it behind leaped off the edge into the misty abyss. Sonny was suddenly overcome by a strange melancholy. "Why don't you try jumping, too?" He slowly looked at the Sin of Solace, who was standing at the very edge, looking into the fog with a distant expression. "No, thanks." The sword wraith smiled. "Why not? You said it yourself, you can turn into a bird. Hey, maybe this person knew how to fly, too." Sonny sighed and nodded. "Right, I should watch the sky well, watch the fog above. Aerial attacks are some of the most nasty." As he was walking back to Nephis and Cassie, Sonny was thinking about the footprints in the sand. Who had left them behind? Had that person really jumped off the edge? If so, why were they swallowed by the dark abyss? It seemed like such a shame. If the chain breaker arrived at Windflower a few hours earlier, they could have met this person. How bitter would it be to arrive at an island from where no one could return on the same day that its inhabitant had decided to take their own life? Maybe they had not, though. Maybe they really had soared into the sky and escaped this forlorn place. He could not be sure. One thing he was sure about, though, was that the footprints did not belong to Effie or Jet. Effie was too tall to have left them behind, while Jet would have never chosen to end her life, after everything she had done to preserve it. She had literally climbed out of a grave and endured being dead, all to continue living. Would a person like that ever give up? Sonny had no doubt that she would not. By the time he reunited with Nephis and Cassie, his shadows had already scaled the cliffs. In front of them was a dark forest of tall pine trees, mist swirling between the ancient trunks. One shadow cautiously glided to the left, another to the right, while the last one continued to advance forward in the direction of the distant tower. The island was large, much larger than the islands of the Chained Isles were, so exploring it was going to take a lot of time. especially because Sonny wanted to be careful and not expose his shadows to any danger. It's going. Gee, to take days, weeks maybe, damn it. There was no sign of Effie and Jet. The footprints lead to the edge of the island. I didn't find anything else, so let's trace them in the other direction. Cassie raised the guiding light again, and they moved along the line of footprints toward the cliffs. They advanced slowly and cautiously, never letting their guard down. Although nothing had attacked them yet, the quiet feeling of danger was growing more dire and terrifying with each step. Eventually, they arrived in front of a vertical wall of black rock. The footprints disappeared once again, this time in front of narrow stairs cut into the cliffside. The steps led all the way to the forest, by the looks of it. Sonny and Nephis glanced at each other. The stone stairs were too narrow to maintain their formation if something attacked them while they were ascending the steps. They would have to fight in a very awkward position. Fiend, take the lead. The steel ogre was the most resilient out of them, so he was going to serve as the shield of the cohort. The shadow did not seem too concerned with his task, either with dark flames burning in his eyes. He moved to the front of the formation and stepped onto the first step. As they climbed the stairs, Sonny walked behind Nephis. At some point, he noticed that she was paying a lot of attention to the stone steps disappearing beneath their feet. "What are you thinking about?" She hesitated for a few moments, then said evenly, "These are man-made." Sonny nodded. After a short pause, Neph added, "Which means that they must have been cut from stone by the seeker who lived on this island." It was a logical conclusion. Sonny glanced at the stone steps, thinking about how ancient they were. Then he scowled. "You noticed it too." Sonny lingered for a moment, then answered Neph's question with another nod. These stairs were strange. They were supposed to be ancient, and yet there was no sign of corrosion on them. The steps were not weathered and ground down by the endless assault of the elements. Instead, they were perfectly preserved and sharp, as if someone had cut them just yesterday. Is this rock indestructible, or are there strange things happening to time on this island? Sonny wanted to examine this question further, but at that moment, he froze. Out there, far ahead, the shadow he had sent toward the tower heard a sound. Although it was muffled by the mist, Sonny would never fail to recognize it. It was the sound of steel clashing against steel, followed by a scream of pain. At the same moment, the crow that had been sitting silently on his shoulder suddenly jumped into the air and shot forward, instantly disappearing into the fog. Sonny's eyes widened. Jet. Chapter 14:01 One of those situations. Sonny had recognized the voice. There was no doubt that the person screaming in pain in the depths of the forest was Jet. She was so close, and in danger. He hesitated for a moment. Bad. His intuition was telling him that something absolutely deadly waited for him in the mist. Blindly rushing forward could very well invite disaster. And more than that, the scream itself was suspicious. Was Soul Reaper Jet someone to scream from pain? No, she wasn't. Sonny had seen her maintain composure while impaled on a jagged piece of alloy. Something could have been mimicking her voice to lure them into a trap. He had met creatures that lived in the mist and mimicked human voices before, after all. The memory alone was enough to make him shudder. And yet what if it really was her? If there was something on the island that had made Jet shriek in agony, then the danger she faced was truly dire. There was no time to hesitate at all. Sonny. He flinched, then looked at Nephis severely. Despite Sonny's shaken state, he knew that he had already made the decision. His voice was steady when he spoke. Someone is fighting in the forest, about 4 kilometers from the top of the stairs. It should be Jet. I'm going. She looked at him for a moment, then nodded calmly and unsheathed her sword. We'll be right behind you then. As Cassie commanded the guiding light to point its radiance to where Sonny was instead of Effie, he dove into the shadows. I'm doing something very dangerous. Throughout the years, Sonny had often been forced to take unacceptable risks. But that was only because his back had been against the wall, and the circumstances had not allowed him to make a different choice. If possible, he preferred to win every battle before it even started, or at least get as close to ensuring the favorable result as possible. Observing his enemy, making careful preparations, dictating the ebb and flow of the battle, that was where he felt the most comfortable, and where his aspect truly shined. Right now, Sonny had no idea what enemy he was going to face, was rushing into battle without having made any preparations, and did not hold any initiative at all. Much worse, he was doing all these things here in the depths of the third nightmare. Surrounded by the mists of wind flower, it was hard to imagine a place more perilous than that. It's just one of those situations where I only have bad choices. It's going to be all right, though I've survived all the previous gambles, so I'll pull through this time as well. Stepping out of the shadow that had heard Jet's voice, Sonny gave it an order to wrap itself around him and dashed into the mist with as much speed as he could muster. At the same time, he called the other two scouting shadows back. It was going to take a bit of time for them to return, but still he preferred to plan ahead. Tearing through the fog, Sonny swiftly traversed the remaining distance to the place where the scream had come from. Soon, he broke free of the pine trees and entered a wide clearing. The ever-present fog was a bit thinner here, allowing him to see a dozen meters or so in all directions. Sonny dug his heels into the soft moss and slid for a few meters before coming to a halt. The sin of solace was already raised, ready to strike. But there was no movement around him. Sonny froze for a split second, scanning the misty clearing. He didn't see or sense any enemies, at least not in the small area he could perceive. What he did sense, however, was the familiar smell of blood. Out there in front of him, hidden by fog, a figure was slumped on the ground. Dashing forward, Sonny approached the figure and staggered. "See, cursed." It was indeed Jet, however she was. Her black leather armor seemed unbroken, and yet Soul Reaper's beautiful face was contorted in a grimace of pure agony. A moment later, Sonny noticed a strange incongruity about her. Looking closer, he understood that Jet's right arm was laying a bit too far from her body. It had been viciously severed near the shoulder. The hand was still clutched into a fist, but the glaive gripped in it was broken, already dissipating into a stream of white sparks. The moss was greedily absorbing dark, steaming blood. His chest suddenly felt constricted. Nephis has not recovered her essence yet. As he thought that, Jet suddenly opened her eyes. They had always been icy and blue, but now the blue color had become so intense that it almost seemed as if it was glowing in the dim twilight of the misty island. There was a hint of recognition in her dazed gaze. Her lips moved, but Sonny failed to discern the barely audible whisper. "Hold on, Jet, hold on." Kneeling in front of her, he lowered his head and listened. Jet's voice was weak and hoarse. "Sonny, be behind you, fog." His eyes widened. A split second later, he was already moving. Jumping to his feet, Sonny spun and brandished the sin of solace. He only had enough time to notice a vague shape in the swirling mist, elusive and ethereal, as if made out of the fog itself. The world around him was suddenly terribly cold, the breath escaping from his mouth as steam. "Got you!" The jade blade of the cursed giant sliced through the ethereal figure without meeting any resistance. Sonny was used to the feeling of the flesh of his enemies parting before the white jade like water, so he wasn't too surprised. However, something was wrong. Cursing, he jumped back, narrowly avoiding being grasped by the misty apparition. Cold sweat appeared on his face. Sonny had no reason to believe so, but he felt as if he had just avoided certain death. "What the—" His thoughts were moving quickly. The sin of solace had passed through the enemy, but the enemy easily shrugged off the attack. How could it be? Elusive, ethereal, seemingly woven out of fog, an incorporeal enemy. This was not the first time he had faced murderous wraiths and ghost-like abominations. Grimacing, Sonny let go of the hilt of his cursed sword and allowed it to fall to the ground. Luckily, he had a weapon perfectly capable of destroying intangible foes. The ghost blade enchantment of the cruel sight allowed it to do just that. Now, he just had to survive a few seconds until the somber spear manifested itself. The problem was that he could not see the mist wraith anymore. After attacking once, it dissolved into the swirling fog, becoming utterly invisible. The next strike could come at any moment from any direction. The gloomy and happy shadows were already approaching from two different directions. Very soon, they would reach the clearing and augment his speed even more. This battle was not going to be as hard then. "Now I just need to—" "Sonny." Jet's hoarse voice resounded from below, but he didn't allow himself to look down. All his focus was concentrated on the swirling mist, watching for the signs of the next attack. "Be careful, she's—" Finally, the cruel sight appeared in his hand. instantly igniting with the radiance of divine flame. The fog around the silver blade seethed, evaporating. At almost the same time, the happy shadow reached the clearing and burst from the line of trees, flying toward him with incredible speed. The gloomy shadow was not far behind. The mist moved. Huh. Strangely enough, the wraith was not lunging at him. Instead, it was at the edge of the clearing, moving to intercept. No. Suddenly, harrowing pain tore through Sonny's mind and body. Letting out a bestial wail, he fell to one knee, clutching at his chest. Argzaya. It was an agony unlike anything he had ever experienced. As Sonny watched with disbelieving eyes, his vision blurry, the happy shadow was out there, in front of him impaled on a ghostly blade. Once lively and joyful, it was now empty and hollow. Dead. The spell whispered solemnly into his ear. Your shadow has been destroyed. Your shadow core has been destroyed. Jiglumi. Sonny was paralyzed by pain, but he tried to move nevertheless. However, it was too late. The mist wraith was suddenly on the opposite side of the clearing, and he was brought to the ground by another wave of unimaginable, killing torment. Your shadow has. Your core destroyed. His soul was severely damaged. 2 of his shadow cores had shattered, and his soul was falling apart. No, no, no. Letting out a tortured howl, Sonny struggled to stand up, but all he managed was to rise to one knee. It was then that he felt a cold presence looming above him. Looking up, he saw it. 2 icy blue eyes, looking down at him with inhuman coldness. Laying on the ground, Jet whispered in a voice that was like a dying flame. Me. Then a ghostly blade pierced Sonny's chest. It passed through the dark fabric of Anank's mantle and the black silk of the Shroud of Dusk as if they were no obstacles at all. Neither marble shell nor bone weave offered it any resistance either. The blade did not cut Sonny's skin, nor did it sever his flesh. Instead, it struck directly at his lightless soul. Already damaged, it crumbled from that single strike. That was how Sonny had been slain by undying slaughter of the 6 plagues, for the first time. Chapter 1402, Sonny waited for a moment. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chain breaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. It had shattered the side of a black cliff and was now leaning on it, preventing the ship from turning over. They had gotten lucky despite the blind landing. The fog was still there, obscuring the world, but it had become less thick. Sonny could make out the figure of Saint standing still on the bow of the grounded vessel, as well as more cliffs rising high above them. It seemed that Nephis had guided the chain breaker to a small sand beach at the very edge of the island. Neph herself was leaning heavily on the steering oars, drained of essence. Sonny grimaced. It was inevitable, but we should be careful not to receive any serious wounds. She won't be able to heal us any time soon. Nephis, meanwhile, had already regained her composure. I'm fine, I can still put up a fight. Well, of course you can, I have no doubt about that. After exchanging a few words with them, Cassie used the guiding light to make it point in the direction where Effie supposedly was. Or her lifeless body, or something else entirely. Sonny couldn't suppress his anxiety anymore. He scowled and took a step forward, ready to leap down to the beach. That gluttonous woman, she'd better be alive, or else I'll be very cross with her. Jumping over the railing, he plummeted down and landed on the sand. A moment later, Nephis was by his side. Saint and Fiend landed with a bit more noise than the 2 of them, and lastly, Nightmare leaped from the deck of the ship, carrying Cassie on his back. The 6 of them remained motionless for a few moments, listening to the silence of wind flower. There were no sounds around them, no movement. Only the soft white sand and the black cliffs faintly visible in the fog. A piece of rock fell from the shattered crag and rolled down, the noise both dampened and made louder by the mist. It echoed, making them tense. Feeling very uncomfortable because of how suppressed both his vision and shadow sense were, Sonny took a step forward. As he did, a human figure suddenly revealed itself from the murky veil of the fog. He flinched and tensed, ready to attack, but then froze. Black eyes, porcelain skin, the Sin of Solace looked at him contemptuously and spat. Gods, this again, I'm so sick of it. Sonny gritted his teeth and walked past the damned sword wraith. But then he lingered for a moment. Suddenly a strange sense of déjà vu overcame him. Huh? Why did he feel as if the sin of solace was supposed to say something else? Shaking his head, Sonny ignored the loathsome apparition and headed straight for the cliffs. Less than an hour later, he was writhing on the ground, overwhelmed by unbearable agony. His lightless soul was mutilated and slowly falling apart. As Sonny arduously rose to one knee, a cold gaze pierced him from above. No, no, no. Then a ghostly blade pierced his chest. Sonny died. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chain breaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. Nephis was leaning heavily on the steering oars, utterly drained of essence. We should be careful not to get wounded until she recovers some essence. She straightened slowly and said in a tired voice, I'm fine, I can still put up a fight. Well, of course you can. You're changing star of the immortal Flame clan. They exchanged a few words with Cassie, who then used the guiding light to point them in the direction where Effie was supposed to be. Soon, Sonny jumped down to the beach, followed by the rest of his companions. That gluttonous woman, she'd better be alive, or else I'll be very cross with her. Feeling vulnerable in the swirling mist, he scowled and took a step forward. As he did, a human figure suddenly revealed itself from the murky veil of the fog. Sonny flinched and tensed, ready to attack, but then froze. Black eyes, porcelain skin, the sin of solace was glaring at him without even trying to conceal his hatred. You are such a pathetic, odious, revolting coward. Just die already, die gods, this is unbearable. Sonny gritted his teeth and walked past the damned sword wraith, heading for the cliffs. He was suddenly overcome by a strange sense of dage. Vu. Weird, what did that bastard say? Banishing the thought of the damnable sword wraith from his head, he continued forward. Soon after, a ghostly blade pierced his chest. Sonny died in agony. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chain breaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. Nephis was leaning on the steering oars, utterly drained of essence. A minute or two later, he jumped down to the beach and headed to the cliffs. As he did, a pale apparition suddenly appeared from the mist, scaring him. The sin of solace laughed. Damn, it was fun at the start, but now I've already lost count. Ignoring the odious wraith, Sonny continued walking. He was suddenly overwhelmed by a strange sense of dage. Vu but dismissed it. Not long after that, his soul was destroyed by the ruthless blade of undying slaughter. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. He died in agony. He died in agony. He died in agony. He died. The chain breaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. Nephis was leaning on the steering oars, utterly drained of essence. After Cassie used the guiding light to point them in the direction where Effie was supposed to be, Sonny jumped down to the beach and headed toward the cliffs. As he did, a pale apparition appeared from the mist and scared him. The sin of solace glared at him silently, not saying anything. What is up with that bastard? Ignoring the loathsome wraith, Sonny walked past and advanced cautiously through the fog. A strange sense of dage. Vu suddenly overwhelmed him, but he dismissed it. Slow and steady, slow and steady. However, something was still gnawing on his mind. Scowling, Sonny stopped, lingered for a few moments and turned around. Hey, you, weren't you going to say something? Nephis looked at him with a hint of surprise. Are you talking to your sword? Sonny nodded and continued staring at the sin of solace, who silently glared at him back. Why do I feel so strange? He remained motionless for a while, his expression growing darker. Eventually, Sonny uttered a curse and shook his head. Hold on, I think something is not right. Urdiel's notes us. Chapter 1403, Deja Vu. Because of Sonny, they spent more time near the chain breaker than they had planned. However, he simply couldn't tell what it was that had made him feel so uncomfortable. After a while, there was no choice but to head for the cliffs. Cassie rode Nightmare at the front of the group, Sonny and Nephis followed, while Saint and Fiend were defending the rear. As they walked, Sonny remained silent, a deep frown on his face. I feel strange. It was as if he had taken these steps before. The white sand, the swirling mist, the black edifices of the tall cliffs, it all felt eerily familiar. What is going on? Eventually, they discovered a line of footprints in the sand. Sonny should have felt surprised and curious, but he barely paid the mysterious discovery any attention, as if it was only natural for the footprints to be there. Those were left by a human. He shivered slightly and looked at Nephis. How had he known that she would say these exact words? Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then said quietly, "Wait here." Why did he feel almost obligated to respond that way? Deeply disturbed, Sonny left one of his shadows behind and followed the line of footprints to the edge of the island. There were so many questions he should have been asking himself, like who had left these traces. Had that person really jumped into the abyssal chasm, or had they survived and escaped? The suffocating mist. But instead, Sonny was mostly thinking about why it felt as if he had already visited the edge of the island before. The sin of solace was there, as well, glaring at him silently. Why is he not saying anything? I feel like he should have said something already, like encourage me to jump too. Scowling, Sonny returned to Nephis and Cassie. The footprints lead to the edge of the island. I didn't find anything else, so let's trace them in the other direction. When they nodded and prepared to set out, he suddenly added, "Wait, don't you feel that something is strange?" Nephis looked at him with her usual impassive expression. "Everything here is strange." Sonny had no choice but to agree. It was a stupid question. To begin with, of course, everything felt strange on a mystical island hidden behind a barrier of a colossal whirlpool. They continued forward and eventually reached stone steps leading up the hills. Fiend took the lead, and the group cautiously started the ascent. As they walked, Sonny couldn't shake off the feeling that these steps looked eerily familiar. Just what the hell is going on with me? Am I under some kind of mind hex again? By now, Sonny's resistance to mental attack was rather high. Even the sin of solace, a transcendent memory of the fifth tier, was having trouble driving him truly and utterly insane. He did not doubt that there were beings in the tomb of Ariel that could shatter his defenses, but he did doubt that there was something here that could do so without him noticing. Then what is it? Looking up, he noticed that Nephis was staring intently at the stone steps. She must have noticed that they are not weathered at all, as if the seeker who had lived on the island created them just yesterday. Wait, when had he come to these conclusions himself? It just seemed so obvious. As Sonny froze, feeling very confused, one of the scouting shadows suddenly heard the sound of steel clashing against steel, followed by a pained scream. He didn't feel surprised at all, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. The black crow that had been sitting on his shoulder suddenly dashed into the fog. Was that Jet's voice? Why did thinking about Jet fill him with a cold sense of dread? Sonny. Cassie and Nephis had noticed his dazed state. He lingered for a moment. Someone is fighting in the forest, about 4 kilometers from the top of the stairs. It should be Jet. I'm going. The words left his mouth as if he had rehearsed them. Nephis nodded. We'll be right. Without listening to her response, Sonny dove into the shadows. Something is wrong, something is wrong. He knew that he was taking a dire risk by rushing blindly into the forest. Windflower was too dangerous of a place to behave rashly. Sonny had no idea what enemy he was going to face, was diving into battle without having made any preparations, and did not hold any initiative at all. But Jet was going to die if he delayed even for a moment. Somehow, he was sure of it. Stepping out of the shadow deep within the forest, Sonny gritted his teeth and dashed forward. It's just one of those situations where I only have bad choices. It's going to be all right, though I've survived all the previous gambles, so I'll pull through this time as well. But then he felt a chilling terror grasp his heart. Would he really pull through? Or would he die miserable after finally losing a gamble? Bursting onto a wide clearing, Sonny slid on the moss and came to halt close to its middle. The smell of blood permeated the air here, both frightening and familiar. Where is she? Where is she? Looking around, he noticed someone laying on the ground, their motionless figure buried in the mist. Dashing there, Sonny fell to his knees and stared down with wide eyes. Jet, it was Jet. Her black leather armor seemed unbroken, but her beautiful face was contorted in a grimace of terrible agony. The moss was greedily drinking blood that flowed from the terrible wound where her arm had been viciously severed. Curse it all! Sensing his presence, Jet slowly opened her eyes. Her lips moved weakly. Sonny B. Behind me in the fog. Before Jet finished her warning, he was already jumping to his feet and spinning around. There was a vague shape moving in the mist. Because of how quickly Sonny had reacted, he had no trouble dodging its strike. The sin of solace hissed, slicing the figure apart. That won't do anything. Why did he think that? Right, seemingly woven out of mist, ethereal, elusive. It had to be a wraith of some kind, meaning that physical attacks would be ineffective against it. It seemed that Sonny's subconscious had discerned the insidious nature of the enemy faster than his conscious mind did. For this battle, he had to discard the Jade Giant and summon the cruel sight instead. A split second later, the mist wraith seemed to dissipate into the swirling fog. Sonny could not sense its presence at all, which meant that the abomination could LD attack at any moment, from any direction. Letting go of the sin of solace, he called upon the somber spear. Now he just had to survive until it was summoned. No, I'm missing something. Sonny froze in place, torn between the dire need to be absolutely focused and the gnawing feeling that he was forgetting something terribly, terribly important. What is it? He couldn't allow himself to get distracted. A moment of inattention could mean death. Focus! His other two scouting shadows, gloomy and happy, were going to reach the clearing in a few seconds. Only when his body was augmented by all 5 shadows would he have the luxury of sparing some thought to the gnawing feeling. Jet's hoarse voice resounded from below, faltering and weak. Sonny, careful, she's... He looked down and then... Sonny was suddenly inexplicably calm. His lips moved. She's you. The cruel sight finally manifested itself into existence. The happy shadow flew into the clearing. The mist wraith undying slaughter was already there, waiting for it. A terrible agony tore Sonny's soul apart. Falling to his knees, he heard the spell whispers and thought. Your shadow has been destroyed. Your shadow has been destroyed. Your shadow core has been destroyed. Your shadow core has been destroyed. Now gloomy. Another flash of indescribable torment pierced his existence, throwing Sonny to the ground. Writhing in pain, he struggled to stand up. I knew this would happen. How did I know? Finally, he managed to rise to one knee. The mist was suddenly unbearably cold, casing his body to shiver. Sonny raised his head and saw 2 icy blue eyes looking down at him. I am going to die now. The ghostly blade pierced his chest. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chain breaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. The forest clearing was gone. The bleeding, broken figure of Jet was gone. The corpses of his shadows were gone, too. But he remembered it all clearly. The misty shore, the black cliffs, the cold twilight of the pine forest, the dread of dying on his knees. I died. But he had not. Otherwise, how would he be standing here on the deck of the chain breaker? Neph and Cassie must have saved me somehow and retreated back to the ship. It was at that moment that he heard Neph's voice. I'm fine, I can still put up a fight. Sonny flinched and stared at her with a deadpan expression. What did you just say? She raised an eyebrow. I said I can still fight. Sonny continued to stare at her silently. His mind was utterly empty. These are the exact words she said when we first landed on the island. No, not just her words. Everything is exactly the same. He looked around again, noting every small detail of their surroundings. He was right, it was as if the last hour had never happened. As if Sonny had returned to the past. He slowly raised a hand and ran it across his face. What the hell is going on? Chapter 1404, another round. It's exactly the same. The chain breaker was leaning on a broken cliff, the mist swirling around it. Saint was standing motionlessly at the bow of the ship. Nephis had just stated that she would still be able to fight despite exhausting all her essence. Sonny looked at her, then shifted slightly and threw a glance at Cassie. The last time I noticed her troubled expression and asked if there was something wrong. She explained how her instincts were screaming of danger. He hesitated for a few moments and kept silent. Nephis, however, did not. Noting that Cassie seemed concerned about something, she asked evenly, "Have you sensed something?" The blind girl shook her head with a frown. "Nothing specific. I just have a very ominous feeling. This place, wind, flower, every part of me is screaming that we are in danger." Sunny's eyes widened slightly. The wording had changed a little, but it was almost exactly the same response. "How?" While Nephis and Cassie went about locating the direction where Effie supposedly was with the help of the guiding light, he observed them without saying anything. His mind was strangely split between two extremes. One part of it had turned cold and analytical, driven into a heightened state of utmost vigilance. The other was shaken and distraught, still reeling from the agony of dying to the ghostly blade. The shock of remembering his harrowing demise was so visceral that Sunny wanted nothing more than to topple to the deck and curl into a shivering ball. Perhaps he had only managed to remain standing because he was frozen stiff. "Sunny, let's go if you don't mind." He flinched and glanced at Nephis. She was already leaping over the railing. Still slow to react, Sunny watched as Cassie awkwardly climbed on top of Nightmare and settled in the saddle. With her small stature, it was not that easy to accomplish. "I should adjust the stirrups." That ordinary thought finally broke his dazed state. Commanding his shadows to disembark, he walked over to the DGE of the deck and jumped down. He was the last one to set foot on the white sand of the misty beach. I really seem to have traveled to the past. Or is it an illusion? Then again, that vision of death might have been an illusion instead. A vision? Did I receive a prophetic vision meant for Cassie somehow? His mind was in turmoil, which was why Sunny flinched and took a step back when a human figure suddenly revealed itself from the fog. He had completely forgotten about the sin of solace. "Right, that bastard scared me the last time, too. Now he's going to glare at me silently." The sin of solace did, indeed, glared at him silently for a moment. But then the apparition smirked and said in a contemptuous tone, "You know, I am actually starting to enjoy this. Let's go for another round, shall we?" Sunny looked at him in surprise. Apart from minute changes that had happened because of his inaction, this was the first thing that went differently than how it had in the previous round. A slight frown appeared on Sunny's face. Why is the bastard the only exception to the rule? Walking past the apparition, he said quietly, "Sure, let's go for another round." The wraith stared at him in surprise. As they advanced through the mist, discovered the line of footsteps in the sand, and continued toward the cliffs, Sunny was thinking feverishly. Is it an illusion, or have I really traveled in time? If it's the latter, then why? And what do I do now that I have? There was too much to think about and not enough time. His mental state was in shambles as well. Sunny vaguely realized that he was still in shock, but didn't know what to do about it. He was probably missing a lot of vital things in this rattled condition. For example, suddenly Sunny felt incredibly cold. How have I not thought about that? They were already ascending the stone steps, which meant that Jet was going to be attacked by undying slaughter in a matter of minutes. Seconds. Curse it! His mind ignited. Thinking as fast and best as he could, Sunny cursed himself for being such a fool. He wasted almost an entire hour trying to understand why he had been sent into the past instead of considering how to deal with the future. Even if he was in shock after having his soul torn apart and dying in agony, there was no excuse. What do I do now? He remembered his naive thoughts bitterly. He would pull through again somehow. It was just another gamble. It seems I have finally become arrogant, and paid a heavy price for it, the heaviest price there could be. Doesn't matter. There's no time to feel regret. I need to decide what to do now. A small, cowardly part of him instantly had an answer. The safest thing to do was to abandon Jet and save himself from having to face undying slaughter. He knew that he would die in that clearing, so why go there at all? But even knowing the danger, he couldn't let Jet die. Go there and fight then. It was not such a foolish thought. The reason why Sunny had lost the last time around was because he had dove into the battle blind and without making any preparations. Now, however, he knew exactly what enemy he would be facing, and although there was very little time left before the clash, he could at least prepare a few things. I still don't know enough about undying slaughter. Fighting her now would be unwise, but he did not really need to. All he had to do was grab Jet and run. At that point, the shadow he had sent to scout ahead finally heard it. The sound of clashing steel, followed by Soul Reaper's pained scream. Sunny gritted his teeth. Let's do this. Chapter 1405 Undone. Dismissing the sin of solace, Sunny called upon the cruel sight and looked at Nephis. There was no time to explain everything, but he still had to warn them in advance. What to say? How would he even explain a situation like that? Not finding any good words, Sunny just said what came to mind. I found Jet. She is being attacked by a powerful enemy, a wraith-like creature capable of dealing damage directly to our souls. I'll try to get Jet and prepare for battle. Before she had time to respond, Sunny already dove into the shadows. The reason I died was because I lost the initiative by not knowing the nature of the enemy and not having the correct weapon to deal with a wraith immediately at hand. Most importantly, I failed to realize that my shadows would be vulnerable to Undying Slaughter's attacks as well. He had dodged the first attack of the Defiled without too much trouble. It was unknown which one of them would have lost in the end after the cruel sight had manifested itself in a normal fight. However, Undying Slaughter had moved to destroy his shadows first. It was no surprise that she had known just how to kill him in one fell swoop after all. The Mist Wraith was most likely a defiled version of Soul Reaper Jet using her future transformation ability. Jet knew a lot about his aspect, and the future Jet would have known. Then more. That had been Sunny's undoing. After a vast part of his soul had been destroyed, he was in no condition to put up any further resistance. So, he died miserably on his knees. This time was going to be different. First, he had already summoned the cruel sight. Second, he would protect his shadows. And lastly, he knew a lot about Jet's aspect as well. Stepping out of the shadow, he wrapped it around his body and dashed toward the clearing. The dormant ability allows her to absorb the essence of living beings she kills. The awakened ability allows her to strike directly at the souls of her enemies, bypassing all forms of physical defense. The ascended ability allows her to increase the size and capacity of her shattered soul core, as well as removing the limit on how much essence she can use to enhance her body. Sunny did not know how ancient Undying Slaughter really was, how distant was the future she had come from. However, her Frankenstein's monster of a soul core would have already reached an enormous size, considering how many people the 6 plagues had slaughtered. She was powerful. He also did not know much about her transcendent ability. It was most likely how Undying Slaughter had attacked him in the form of a wraith, but the details of her transformation were unclear. I should be able to get through this, as long as I'm careful. Or not. Bursting from the line of trees, Sunny ignited the silver blade of the cruel sight with divine flames and dashed toward where Jet was laying on the ground, her blood pouring into the moss. As he kneeled in front of her, tense and ready to fight, she opened her icy blue eyes and looked at him weakly. Her lips moved. Don't speak, I know. No. Sunny did not have to kneel and show his back to the enemy. However, if he had the opportunity to fool Undying Slaughter into thinking that she had the upper hand, it would be criminal not to use it. Sensing an almost imperceptible disturbance in the mist, he shot to his feet and lashed out with the radiant blade of the cruel sight. There was a vague figure hidden in the fog, already moving to attack him, caught by surprise. It had no chance to avoid the sudden strike. And yet it did. Vast. Sunny pulled back his spear and froze, tensely observing the mist. Despite the fact that their roles had reversed, and he was the one to deliver an unexpected attack, the end result was the same. Undying Slaughter had dissipated into the fog, and he was left not knowing where the next blow would come from. Or he would have, if not for the fact that he knew the future. Wronged. Sunny knew what would have happened, not what would happen. Him changing the opening exchange of the battle could have changed what Undying Slaughter would do as well. He still had to be careful. However, the next few seconds went just as they had before. The Mist Wraith did not attack him again, hiding and waiting until the happy shadow flew from behind the trees and rushed toward its master. Sunny remembered the harrowing agony of having his soul torn apart and felt his hair stand on end. The mist swirled, and the wraith hiding within it moved to intercept the swift shadow. Damn it. Even knowing what was about to come, he couldn't suppress his fear. Undying Slaughter brought its ghostly blade down, but before it could plunge into the shadow, it was met by another blade. This one made of pure darkness. As two ruby flames ignited in the depths of his shadow, Saint deflected the wraith's blow and stepped into the clearing. Blade of Darkness ability description: the true darkness dwelling in this shadow's heart can be summoned in the form of a fearsome weapon, as long as the shadow has mastered the use of that weapon. The Blade of Darkness can slay those of flesh and those of spirit. It never dulls, never falters, and never breaks. Alternatively, the darkness can be summoned to augment a mundane weapon. Saint's dark sword could cut both tangible and intangible enemies, just like the cruel sight could. More than that, she was immune to soul damage, which made his taciturn shadow an almost perfect adversary for the hateful Mist Wraith. Even if Undying Slaughter was a defiled transcendent like the Mad Prince was, Saint was a transcendent devil. Their power, at least theoretically, was on par. Or so Sunny hoped. Faced with the dark blade, the Mist Wraith glided back. The next moment, a second shadow appeared in the clearing. Fiend jumped out of it, infernal flames burning in his eyes. The happy shadow wrapped itself around the graceful stone knight, while the gloomy one wrapped itself around the steel ogre. Sunny himself was augmented by the other three. Undying Slaughter was caught in the middle of a triangle formed by Saint, Fiend, and Sunny. Let's see who will die now. Forcing himself to grin, Sunny gripped the cruel sight tighter and dashed forward. Chapter 1406 Undying. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chain breaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. Damnation! His trembling fist collided with the railing and splintered the enchanted wood. He didn't feel the pain. Curse it all. Sunny, are you all right? Sunny lingered for a moment, took a labored breath, then looked himself over and slowly turned to Nephis. His voice sounded hoarse. Yes, it seems that I am. In the end, he still lost to Undying Slaughter. The odds seemed to be in his favor. He successfully avoided having his shadows destroyed, summoned Saint and Fiend, and managed to wrestle the initiative from the ghostly claws of the Mist Wraith. However, the battle did not go how he had hoped it would. It ended in disaster, just like the previous time. Sunny had been almost certain that Saint would be immune to Undying Slaughter's soul attacks, and it turned out to be true somewhat. It seemed that she could withstand much more damage than the rest of them, but even then, the ghostly blade was just as lethal to the taciturn knight as it was to Sunny and Fiend. The reason, as he belatedly realized, was the unique nature of Jet's aspect. Her attacks bypassed physical defenses and struck the soul, and yet, they were not true soul attacks. Instead, they were physical attacks that inexplicably dealt damage to the soul. How was one supposed to defend against that? The mightier one's soul was, the more it took to destroy it. Other than enduring the damage or avoiding being hit entirely, there was no other way, at least none that he knew of. Sadly, it was easier said than done. Saint's sword and the cruel sight were capable of blocking the ghostly blade of Undying Slaughter, but actually withstanding her dreadful assault was almost impossible. The Mist Wraith was astonishingly swift, devastatingly strong, and insidiously cunning on top of that. She was a truly abominable creature, and an inexplicable one, too. Sunny had just enough time to catch a glimpse of what hid in the darkness of her defiled soul, and what he saw left him reeling. Undying Slaughter could be called a corrupted beast, since there was only one node of vile darkness infesting her soul. But that node was truly colossal in size, dwarfing any other corruption core he had even seen before. So her actual power could very well be equal to a terror or a titan. Still faced with Saint's resilient soul and two weapons that could both block and damage intangible beings, Undying Slaughter was at least forced to change tactics. After clashing with them a few times, the Mist Wraith silently discarded her ghostly form, turning back into a corporeal creature. If Sunny had ever had any doubt that the 6 plagues were the future version of the members of the cohort, they were instantly dispelled at that moment. Undying Slaughter looked more like a revenant, both dreadful and dreadfully beautiful, than a human being, but there was no way he could fail to recognize those icy blue eyes, that chilling presence, and the ruthless way in which she fought. She was truly Soul Reaper Jet, or rather, had been once. Undying Slaughter might have been Jet once, but there was nothing human left in her merciless, mad eyes anymore. Once she assumed a corporeal form, Sunny was thrown into despair. His plan to stall the abomination while Fiend retreated with the real jet was shattered almost instantly. Undying Slaughter read his intentions like an open book, and not only made following the plan impossible, but also cruelly turned it against Sunny. The initiative he had so arduously won was immediately lost when the Revenant aimed all her attacks at Jet instead of him, Saint, or Fiend. Forced to protect the gravely wounded companion, they had no choice but to follow her cadence and fall under her control. It was a simple but viciously effective strategy. Considering how skilled, explosively fast, and terrifyingly strong Undying Slaughter was, the rest of the battle did not take long. Fiend's carapace of black silver, which Sunny considered nearly indestructible, was eventually pierced and violently split open, the infernal flames spilling out of horrid wounds like blood. The ravenous ogre collapsed with a frightened, confused howl and grew still. Saint's stone armor was shattered, her limbs were broken. Ruby dust flowed like a river, and although the taciturn knight tried to stand her ground, the ghostly blade eventually found its way into the narrow crack of her visor. The crimson glow of her ruby eyes was extinguished, and Saint crumbled to the ground, lifeless. The spell announced her death mournfully. Sunny thought that he would be next, but Undying Slaughter was not that kind. She made him watch Jet die before delivering the fatal blow. Back on the deck of the chain breaker, he closed his eyes. How can anyone fight that thing? I'm fine, I can still put up a fight. Sunny flinched and looked up. Nephis must have mistaken the reason for his grim expression, and repeated her usual words, it was just a coincidence. Suddenly he felt a strange sense of incongruity. Mere seconds ago, Sunny had been fighting for his life, watching his shadows die in fear and sorrow. He had watched Jet die as well. He had even died himself again. And yet, Nephis and Cassie were behaving as if nothing had happened. Well, it had not for them. Sunny understood that, but he still couldn't help but feel ashamed, angry, and resentful. He lingered for a few moments, and then forced out a smile. Yeah, I can still put up a fight, too. He smiled widened slightly, growing both darker and more sincere. It was true. Sunny might have lost to Undying Slaughter again, but he acquired something extremely valuable from that loss. Looking around, he took in the sight of the swirling mist, white sand, and the black cliffs. So I'm back again. What he received was truly precious. It was the knowledge that his strange return to the past was not a one-time thing, which meant that he was not done fighting. Chapter 1407, Moving in a Circle. Giving him a nod, Nephis went about asking Cassie to use the guiding light to locate Effie. Sunny, meanwhile, remained motionless. He was somewhat lost in thought. First of all, stay calm. His behavior up until now had been nothing short of embarrassing. Of course, there were extenuating circumstances. During his first round, Sunny had been barely conscious of the fact that time was repeating itself. During the second try, he was still reeling and in shock from dying gruesomely at the hands of Undying Slaughter. But this was his third attempt this time. He had to maintain his composure and not lose control. No, not quite right. Who was to say that this attempt was his third? It was only the third attempt since he had become aware of the fact that everything was repeating itself. There was no telling how many times he had died before that. Still deep in thought, Sunny glanced at Nephis and Cassie. He remained motionless for a few moments, then silently walked over to Nightmare and adjusted the stirrups of the overpriced saddle to make it easier for the blind girl to mount. Soon, they abandoned the ship and stepped on the white sand of the misty beach. Sunny walked in the back, looking down with a somber expression on his face. He did not react in any way when the Sin of Solace suddenly appeared from the fog. The sword wraith stared at him mockingly. Calling the shadows, shame the only thing you achieved was getting them killed like you get everyone else who follows you killed. Hey, here's an idea. How about you ask Nephis and Cassia for help next? Sunny spared him a grim look, causing the Sin of Solace to cover his mouth with a hand theatrically. I've said a bit too much, haven't I? Sunny looked away. It is as I thought. It seemed that the sword wraith had become aware of the fact that time was repeating itself long before Sunny. What was it that the sin of solace had said the last time? I am actually starting to enjoy this. Let's go for another round, shall we? Back then, Sunny had only paid attention to the fact that the Wraith was behaving differently from the past, unlike everyone else. But now, it was clear that the apparition had already known about the twisted nature of time on Windflower. Come to think of it, had it not been the inconsistency of how the sin of solace behaved that first alerted Sunny to the anomaly. The Wraith had stared at Sunny silently, and he turned to ask if the bastard was not going to say anything. The odd feeling that eventually allowed him to realize the truth started gnawing at him after that. The time is repeating itself. Sunny looked into the fog. A few moments later, he sighed deeply. I'm such a fool. The great river was a river of time. Windflower was surrounded by a mystical whirlpool, and what did whirlpools do? They spun. The water caught in them revolved in a circle. So the time here must have revolved in a circle too, forming a loop. It was an outlandish theory, but not an entirely baseless one. In fact, it could explain a few things. Why the ancient stone steps did not look weathered at all, for example. How Effie and Jet could have survived an entire year on this island despite their flaws. Wait. If Effie and Jet were caught in a loop of repeating time here on Windflower, then was Undying Slaughter caught in it, too? She had not shown any signs of knowing what Sunny would do in advance, which meant that she did not know about the loop and therefore had no means of escaping it. How had one of the dreaded 6 plagues ended up being trapped here? More importantly, why was Sunny the only one who seemed to be aware of the loop? His frowned. After a few moments, his eyes widened slightly. It's not me, it's the sin of solace. The sword wraith seemed to have been aware of the loop from the very beginning. He was somehow immune to forgetting the events of every previous revolution, was it, because the cursed sword was innately tied to truth and revelations, which it was supposed to. Grant its mad wielder. Sunny was not particularly mad, but the sin of solace was a part of his mind, a splintered and twisted one, but a part nevertheless. Was it possible that he had slowly become contaminated by the knowledge the sword wraith possessed, somehow, or that the awareness of the loop was one of the revelations of madness granted to him by the cursed sword? Sunny did not know the exact reason, but he was certain that it was because of the sin of solace that he had become aware of the circular nature of time on Windflower. His thoughts turned somber. The how and why are clear, now what? Undying Slaughter was far more fearsome than Sunny had expected. He had lost to her bitterly. Which was not to say that he could not win. If Sunny entered the battle with Nephis, Nightmare, Cassie, and her echoes if he prepared better, he would still probably lose and watch everyone die. For the first few times, at least few dozen times, few hundred times. If the loop was infinite, it did not matter. Sooner or later, he would learn enough and find a way to kill Undying Slaughter. But was the loop really infinite? And even if it was, what would killing Undying Slaughter even achieve? She would come back to life as soon as the next revolution started, just like Sunny had been coming back to life. His face suddenly paled. Is it all meaningless? Fighting Undying Slaughter, saving Jet, searching for Effie, it was indeed meaningless if he did not know a way to escape the loop. But was it even possible to escape it? It has to be. The Serpent King had come to Windflower and returned, after all. There was a way, so Sunny just had to find it. First and foremost, he needed information. How did the loop function? What were its boundaries? When did time terminate and turn back? And much, much more. I need to learn all kinds of stuff. The future promised to be rather interesting. And incredibly tiring. Sunny shuddered, imagining how many more times he was going to die. Chapter 14:08 Closest Path. By the time the 3 of them reached the line of footsteps in the sand, Sunny had formulated a rough plan of what he had to do during this particular revolution. Well, it wasn't much of a plan. There were too many paths he could take, so he simply chose one that was the closest. Jet was not that far and had to know more about what was happening on the island than he did. So, Sunny was determined to find her before Undying Slaughter did. He was not enthused about the idea of fighting the dreadful wraith again so soon. Luckily, there was a high possibility that he could snatch Jet and escape without exchanging a single blow with the defiled. What I need right now is not strength but speed. Sonny glanced at Nephis and Cassie. He would have to share his knowledge with his companions sooner or later, without a doubt. Just imagining that conversation made him uncomfortable, though. It was a rather bizarre thing to say to someone, that they had been living the same hour over and over again without ever realizing it. I'll tell them the next time, hopefully, there will be a next time. Sonny suspected that the loop was endless. It should have existed for as long as the colossal whirlpool existed, which had already been hundreds of years, but he couldn't be sure. So, for now, he had to treat each revolution as if it was the last one. I'll tell them after I'm back then. Sadly, he had already wasted a lot of time coming to this realization, so there was none of it left for lengthy explanations. Noticing his intense gaze, Nephis looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, considering his words carefully, then opened his mouth and said just 3 of them. Aster Song Vale. Her expression changed slightly, becoming darker and more intense. It was not exactly the same murderous reaction as she had showed on the Ashen Barrow, but Sonny still felt a little uncomfortable. Nephis frowned. Why? She paused for a moment, then took a deep breath. Are we under a mind hex again? Sonny shook his head. No, but something similar. Right now I need you two to not ask questions and do what I tell you. Can you do that? Cassie had turned around in the saddle, a troubled expression appearing on her face. She remained silent, though, waiting for Nephis to speak. Neph stared at him for a few long moments, then nodded slowly. All right. Sonny sighed with relief. He knew that she trusted him, but blindly trusting someone was not easy. It was even harder to suppress one's curiosity. Personally, he would have had a lot of trouble both with the former and the latter. He forced out a smile. Good, then return to the ship and hide. Stay safe until I return. Sonny had no idea if returning to the chain breaker was indeed safe, but it was the best temporary solution he could come up with. Turning to Cassie, he added, I'll need Nightmare. The blind girl swiftly dismounted, allowing him to hop into the saddle. Looking down, Sonny lingered for a moment. NT then commanded Saint and Fiend to protect his companions. A moment later, he was galloping through the fog. He wanted to avoid fighting Undying Slaughter, which meant that he would not need his combat shadows. If he still ended up facing the Mist Wraith, summoning them to him would take only a couple of moments. Faster. Nightmare, however, was the fastest of his followers. His speed was far superior to even Sonny's own, as well as that of his shadows. To find Jet and bring her away from the misty forest unscathed, Sonny would need his steed the most. He sent all 5 shadows to augment the dark destrier. The 2 of them flew along the line of lonesome footprints, swiftly approaching the wall of black cliffs. The black stallion scaled the stone steps without ever slowing down, his adamantine hooves sending sparks flying from the black rock, the melodious staccato traveling through the mist like the rumble of war drums. Soon they entered the forest. Sonny was way ahead of the previous revolution. Jet should not have entered the clearing yet, so she could be anywhere. That was a problem, considering that he did not dare send his shadows to scout anymore. Quite a predicament. He could use the silver bell to point Jet in his direction. The problem was that Undying Slaughter would recognize its ringing as well. Not to mention that there were most likely other deadly creatures on the island. It was a shame that the guiding light pointed to Effie, but not Jet. Otherwise, Sonny would have taken it with him. Nightmare reached the clearing where Sonny had died the last 2 times, or however many times it really was, and crossed it in the blink of an eye. She shouldn't have come from the direction of the beach, so the most logical choice is to continue toward the tower. The fog veiled everything, making the world appear only a couple dozen meters wide. Damn it! He could stumble on Jet at any moment, however. He could also stumble on Undying Slaughter at any moment. Sonny was hesitating to send his shadow in all directions, after all, when he suddenly smelled it. The stench of blood. Following his mental command, Nightmare slowed down and then came to a halt. Sonny looked around, inhaling the wisps of mist, then sent his steed toward a particular tree. The ancient pine reached further than he could see, but there on its bark was a spot much darker than the rest of it. A bloody handprint, as if someone wounded had leaned on the tree trunk. He spun in the saddle, and finally noticed another bloody print. That gave him a direction to follow. Coincidentally, that direction led back toward the Nodistant clearing. Sending Nightmare into a gallop, Sonny feverishly took in his surroundings. Despite the fact that the trunks of the tall pines were flying past him with terrible speed, he still managed to notice the marks. Sometimes there were bloody handprints on the trees. Sometimes there were drops of blood on the ground. Sonny guided his steed to follow the bloody trail. And then finally, a human figure appeared from the fog, leaning heavily on a tree. She was hunched and pale as a ghost, but her glaive was raised, ready to attack. He heard a hoarse whisper, "Come get me, wench." It was Jet. A moment later, the image of an infernal black stallion appearing from the mist reflected in the icy depths of her piercing blue eyes, with a rider in a flying black mantle leaning low in the saddle. Her pupils widened in astonishment. Sonny." Extending a hand in Jet's direction, he shouted. No time to explain. Her hesitation lasted only for a split second. Dropping the glaive to the ground, Jet reached out with her own bloodied hand. Grabbing it, Sonny pulled. A moment later, Soul Reaper was sitting right behind him, clutching onto the folds of Anank's mantle. The glaive disappeared into a rain of sparks. Sonny commanded Nightmare to get the hell out of the misty forest as soon as possible. As the shadow carried the two masters away, Jet leaned forward and asked in a pained voice, "I'm not complaining, but how the hell are you here?" He grinned. What a complicated question. How else I came on a ship? Chapter 1409, covering the tracks. Sonny did not guide Nightmare directly back to the chain breaker. He had managed to follow Jet's bloody trail, after all, so Undying Slaughter would most likely be able to as well. Since Sonny did not want to lead her to Nephis and Cassie, he had to cover their tracks first. The problem was, he didn't really know how to do it. Tracking was one of the basic skills taught during the wilderness survival course, which obviously covered covering the tracks as well. But he needed to know the capabilities of the enemy to know how to hide from them, and Undying Slaughter was still largely a mystery. Remembering the line of footprints leading to the edge of the island, Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then turned his steed to the left. They were still moving in the general direction of the cliffs, but to a point far removed from the stone steps. With winds whistling in his ears, Sonny raised his voice slightly. "Where's Effie?" There was a lot he had to ask and tell Jet, but this question was the most important. He both dreaded and couldn't wait to hear the answer. She remained silent for a moment, probably wondering how he knew that the two of them had been together, then said in a stifled tone, "I'm not sure. We were separated in the vortex." Sonny's expression fell. He gritted his teeth, then forced himself to calm down. "It's all right." It was better than all right, really. Judging from Jet's words, Effie was most likely still alive. The loop had even conveniently solved the dire problem of her flaw. Here on Windflower, he would never starve to death. Sonny hesitated for a moment. Can this be why Undying Slaughter is here too? The Mist Wraith possessed the same flaw as Jet, which meant that she had to kill in order to survive. That might have been fine back when the forces of the Defilement were besieging the cities of the Sibyls. But now that these cities were gone, what was there for Undying Slaughter to slaughter? "Sonny, I need to warn you, I'm being pursued by..." Jet's voice was pained and hoarse. The corner of his mouth twitched. "I know, let's talk later for now, hold on tight." Just then, Nightmare reached the border of the forest. Escaping the line of tall trees, the black stallion rushed across the narrow strip of empty land between the forest and the edge of the cliffs. His hooves left a line of prints in the soft moss. Reaching the very edge, the dark destrier did not slow down at all. Instead, he accelerated even more and leapt forward, soaring high into the air above the hidden chasm of the dark abyss. Jet let out a stunned yelp. Dismissing the shadow, Sonny spun, grabbed onto her, and summoned the dark wing. Before the momentum of Nightmare's leap fully dissipated, the translucent cloak manifested on his back and turned into a blur. The two of them glided down slowly, moving along the surface of the weathered black rock. Sonny felt his arm, which supported Jet's back, become soaked in blood. His expression darkened. He had not noticed before, but there were more wounds on her body than he thought. Soul Reaper grimaced, enduring the pain, and then said with a bit of dark amusement, You really know how to make a girl squeal, don't you, Sonny? He froze for a moment, mortified. A terrible despair grasped his heart with icy claws. No, it can't be. He knew this feeling. Had Jet spent too much time with Effie? Had she been corrupted by that vulgar, foul-mouthed lecher? Damn it all! Uttering a quiet curse, he adjusted the direction of their flight and answered through gritted teeth. I guess. Despite her pained expression, Soul Reaper let out a laugh. They were rather far away from the misty beach, so it took a while to glide back to it. Sonny had to approach the cliffs and push them up a few times, afraid that they'll fall beneath the island. However, the wall of black rock gave away eventually, and they entered the familiar bay. Landing on the white sand, Sonny put Jet down and supported her. His gaze was a bit worried. Can you walk? She nodded. It's all right, that thing didn't get me too bad, so I'll live. Jet grinned. She was not going to bleed to death. Anyway, in the worst case, she would just revert to a more corpse-like state. Sonny studied her for a few moments, then nodded. Let's go then. Our ship is not far from here. They walked into the fog. Soon after, they were in the main cargo hold of the chain breaker. The air here smelled of blood, but Jet looked much better even though Nephis had not recovered enough essence to use her healing powers yet. Both she and Cassie possessed memories capable of treating small wounds. It was one of the benefits of belonging to a great clan. Jet had dismissed the upper part of her armor and was sitting on a crate, her torso wrapped in bandages. There was a generous amount of food on another crate in front of her, as well as fruit juice and freshly brewed tea. She was devouring the improvised meal voraciously. Crow was sitting on her shoulder, seemingly enraptured and glued to his master. From time to time, Jet absent-mindedly fed it a piece of fruit. Nothing had found and attacked the beached ship yet, but Sonny was still tense. At the same time, he felt incredibly relieved. It was so reassuring to have Jet here with him, alive and relatively unscathed. Nephis and Cassie seemed elated too, even if they weren't as close with the infamous government master. Their group of 3 had become a group of 4. Good. Another great thing about bringing Jet back was that Sonny was going to have an easier time explaining things to everyone. When she seemed to have satiated her hunger somewhat, he leaned forward and said, All right, now I'll try to explain a few things. Chapter 14:10 River Nomads. The 3 women looked at him expectantly. Sonny hesitated for a few moments. You know where we are, right, Jet? In general, I mean. Taking the cup of tea and cradling it in her hands, she nodded. Yeah, we are inside that weird pyramid. Somehow. This place is the Great River, which is supposed to flow endlessly from the future into the past. He sighed in relief. It seemed that Effie and Jet had learned a few things about the nature of the third nightmare as well. Indeed, because of the nature of the Great River, there are all kinds of strange things happening to time in this nightmare. For example, Nephis and I have been here for about 4 months now, but Cassie has been here for more than a year. Nephis and Cassie nodded calmly, since they had already known that fact. Jet, however, seemed perplexed. What? Sonny looked at her, lingered for a moment, and said, Yeah, what about you? Soul Reaper suddenly seemed uncertain. He touched her hair briefly, then blinked a couple times. About 2 months, Effie and I were sent to the same place 2 months ago. This time it was Neph's and Cassie's turn to look stunned. How can that be? Sonny smiled faintly. I'll explain in a bit. But first, Jet, can you tell us what has happened to you too? She took a sip of tea, then smiled back at him. Sure, why not? Jet's icy blue eye grew a little distant. The 3 of you must know more about this place than we do. Look, you even have a ship. Effie and I, we weren't that lucky. The people whose roles we've taken belong to a tribe of river nomads. Their ancestors were the survivors of one of the destroyed cities, I think, but these guys, they had already regressed into abject savagery. Which is not that surprising, really, considering how they lived. She sighed. The river nomads did not have a place to live, constantly migrating instead. They rode sea creatures as steeds and hunted weaker abominations for sustenance. When defiled or powerful nightmare creatures appeared, they ran. Actually, their way of life was really ingenious and tenacious. I have never even thought that it was possible for humans to live entirely in the water without ever stepping foot on land. Cassie tilted her head a little, confused. These nomads, they were riverborn. Sunny was confused, too. How could riverborn lead nomadic lives? Weren't they bound to a span of the great river they were born on? Jet nodded somberly. Yeah, that was why they regressed that much, that quickly. The nomads lived very short lives, you see. No generation lasted more than a couple of decades. They rarely remained as children for more than a year or two and were expected to join the hunts immediately after. If there was danger, the older generation was sacrificed to let the younger one escape. Even if there was no danger, they had to follow the abominations they could hunt. So, she shook her head. They might have looked like adults, but in reality, it was a tribe where no one ever reached adulthood. They were all ignorant, savage kids. Soul Reaper leaned back, fed her crow echo a grape, and grimaced. Well, by the time Effie and I came around, it could barely be called a tribe. There were maybe a dozen people left. All the other nomad tribes seemed to have gone extinct already as well. We were most likely the last. Her expression darkened slightly. So we tried to keep them alive and find out where we were, what was happening, and how to conquer the nightmare. It took us some time to learn how to live the lives of the Great River nomads. In the process, we also learned from the surviving tribesmen about the tomb of Ariel, the Great River, the defilement, and the fall of the river cities. Oh, and we fought plenty of nightmare creatures. Well, I did at least. Jet stretched and then winced, briefly touching one of her bandages. Everything went, if not well, then at least all right, until we stumbled on an especially powerful swarm of the drowned. Our tribe at that point, there were no children among the nomads anymore, so there was not even a point in trying to run. In the battle, everyone was killed. Only Effie and I managed to escape. Sunny noted that Jet and Effie remained outsiders despite having taken the roles of two riverborn people. It was an interesting fact. Meanwhile, she shrugged and continued. Usually our mounts would have been fast enough to give a slip to most enemies, but the drowned pursued us relentlessly, as if it was their life's mission to obliterate all nomads. The sea creatures we rode had also been wounded in the battle, so they were gradually slowing down. After about a week of running away and fighting pitched battles with those bastards, we got lost in the mist and then sucked into this whirlpool. I only managed to send my echo out, hoping against all hope that Crow would manage to find one of you. Soul Reaper looked at the black bird and smiled. Then her smile faded slowly. Effie and I were separated while trying to reach the island, and here we are, I guess. Nephis glanced at Cassie, then frowned a little. What do you mean, how long have you been here? Jet looked at her with surprise. There, the moment of truth. She scratched her head. A couple hours, I landed, tried to search for Effie, and got lost in the mist. Then that thing attacked me. I managed to flee, but she would have probably finished me off soon if not for Sunny. Talk about a prince on a white horse who needs one when there's a pauper on a black horse, right? Soul Reaper grinned and down the rest of her tea in one gulp. A satisfied expression appeared on her face. Nephis and Cassie, meanwhile, seemed troubled. The blind girl frowned. But how is it possible? Your echo arrived at Fallen Grace many months ago. Jet stared at her, bewildered. What? Wait, I thought that you guys were already on the island. Wasn't that why Crow was able to find Sunny so fast? Cassie shook her head. No, we only ventured to find Windflower after learning that the two of you were here. Soul Reaper leaned back. That doesn't make any sense. Everyone grew quiet, failing to understand the strange discrepancy. In that silence, Sunny finally spoke. It's because time moves in a circle on this island. Chapter 14, 11 Monster Preserve. Nephis, Cassie, and Jet stared at him incredulously. Pierced by three intense gazes, each belonging to a beautiful woman, Sunny shifted uncomfortably and pulled on the collar of the Shroud of Dusk. I think I really need to start socializing with guys more. Why am I always surrounded by lethal beauties? Eventually, Nephis repeated his words evenly, moves in a circle. Sunny nodded. Yes, I only became aware of it a few hours ago, or a few revolutions ago, to be precise. Think about it, the waters of the Great River represent time, and we are surrounded by an enormous whirlpool. So, he pointed to Jet. You only remember being on Windflower for a couple of hours, but in fact, you've been here for almost a year. The time you spent in the nightmare is the same as Cassie. Looking at their tense expressions, Sunny sighed. Well, in fact, what I said earlier is not entirely accurate. It seems that Nephis and I entered the nightmare 4 months ago, while you and Cassie entered it more than a year ago. But there is no telling how many times the time repeated itself before I became aware of the loop. So although I don't think that it's the case, we might very well have been stuck on this island for 100 years. There's no way to tell unless we leave. Everyone remained silent for a while. When the pause grew too long, Cassie finally asked in a hesitant tone, "These previous revolutions, do you mean that we have already explored the island several times, but you are the only one who remembers it?" Sonny's face grew dark. He looked away, grimaced, and then said somberly, "Explored the island? Not really. We barely left the beach when undying slaughter attacked Jet in the forest each time. I went ahead to try and stop her, and each time I died miserably. Jet too." Soul Reaper threw a sharp glance at him and paled a little. It was not a pleasant thing to hear that you had been killed. The corners of her mouth twisted into a dark smile. "How regrettable." He sighed. "This is the first time I managed to live past an hour, so I don't really know much about the loop yet. I'm sure it doesn't terminate each time I die, which means that Nephis and Cassie must have lived longer. You might have even survived long enough to reach the termination point, but since your memories are erased between revolutions, it's impossible to tell." Nephis raised an eyebrow. "Why are you the only one who remembers?" Sonny pointed to the sin of Solace the sword, not the wraith which lay on a crate nearby. "I suspect it has something to do with this cursed sword of mine. Its spirit was actually the first one to show signs of knowing about the loop." She seemed to accept the explanation after thinking about it for a few moments. Jet sighed and leaned forward to pour herself more tea. Cassie gripped the guiding light tighter, lost in thought. After a minute passed in silence, Nephis looked at Sonny and asked, "What is undying slaughter like?" His expression froze. Struggling to suppress an involuntary shiver, Sonny lingered for a few moments and then said evenly, "She's a horror." He grimaced and then described his encounters with the defiled monstrosity in as much detail as he could. As he did, the faces of his companions grew more and more somber. Eventually, Nephis briefly glanced at Jet and then looked away. "Formidable, if we attack together, what do you think our chances will be?" Sonny slowly shook his head. "At least some of us will die, all of us, most likely, especially with how low on essence you are." She sighed. "Then we avoid battle for now." He blinked. "For now?" Nephis looked at him and shrugged calmly. "We'll have to face the 6 plagues eventually. Now, however, is not the right time." Sonny was a little bit aggrieved. Did she not hear how absolutely terrifying that thing is? But then again, it was Nephis he was Tal. King about. Actually, it was already incredible that she had not suggested attacking Undying Slaughter right away, saying something like it's just a defiled version of one of the most deadly masters in the world, but long past reaching sainthood. That was personal growth right there. Cassie slowly shook her head. "We might avoid fighting Undying Slaughter, but I don't think we can avoid battle." Jet looked at her curiously. "What do you mean?" The blind girl hesitated for a moment. "If it's like Sonny said, then I finally understand why this place feels so dangerous. Think about it. Previously, we only knew that no one returns from Wind Flower. Human ships, the defiled, nightmare creatures, very few things that enter the whirlpool can ever escape. I assumed that all these beings had perished here somehow, but if some of them are trapped in this time loop just like us." Her face paled a little. "Then this island is teeming with all kinds of abominations that have been caught, but managed to reach the island instead of being swallowed by the vortex. How many of them must have accumulated here over the centuries? How many horrors are hiding in the mist?" Cassie shook her head. "If the time loop really exists, then Wind Flower, it's like a monster preserve." An uneasy silence settled in the cargo bay. Everyone's expressions grew ugly. "A monster preserve." Sonny looked resentfully into the distance. She was right, considering the pulling force of the vortex. All kinds of abominable creatures must have been caught by the whirlpool over the centuries. Most of them had perished in its depths, but plenty would have managed to reach the island. And since time here was stagnant, moving in a circle, all of them were still here, good as new. A chill crept up his spine. This place, just what kind of hell was it? Nephis, meanwhile, rose and put her hand on the hilt of her sword. Her usually impassive face was somber but determined. Be that as it may, our goal still remains the same. The rest of them looked at her silently. She frowned. Our goal was to find Effie and Soul Reaper Jet, then return to Fallen Grace. We are still missing Effie, so no matter if there is a time anomaly or not, nothing really changed. We have no choice but to venture out, find her, and escape. Sunny gave her a grim look. There is one problem, though. Who is going to fuel the chain breaker with essence? Yours is already consumed, and it won't be sufficiently replenished anytime soon. Nephis shrugged. You can do it as long as we time our escape and leave at dusk, or dawn. He sighed, then stood up and nodded. All right, then. I agree the longer we wait, the higher the chances are that Effie will meet fatal danger. Let's make a detour to avoid undying slaughter and follow the guiding light deeper inland. Jet winced but stood up too. Her bandages were painted red by blood. Count me in. Finally, only Cassie was left sitting. She glanced at the sacred staff in her hand, then rose and took a deep breath. No time to waste then. After spending a little time to discuss their strategy and prepare, the group left the chain breaker and stepped on the white sand once again. Chapter 14:12 Misty Forest. Sunny had managed to survive longer than an hour. He had avoided clashing with undying slaughter and even rescued Jet, and yet he was not very reassured. As the cohort left the chain breaker behind and ventured into the swirling mist once again, he was not confident that they would survive at all. In fact, he dreaded Windflower even more. How many times do you think you can die before sanity abandons you completely? The Sin of Solace, who was walking alongside him, was not helping at all. The Sword Wraith laughed. Considering how thick your skull is, I'd wager a few dozen times more. Yes, after that, you'll probably turn into a drooling fool. Gods, I wonder if I'll still be stuck with you after you've become a vegetable. Trying to ignore the infuriating apparition, Sunny kept his eyes on the fog. In your dreams. He only had to take one look at Nightmare to know that a few dozen deaths would not break him. The Sin of Solace was simply gloating. A few years of torturous deaths, though. We need to escape this horrible place as soon as possible. The cohort was advancing up the beach in a similar formation to the previous revolutions, but now Jet was walking behind Sunny and Nephis. Cassie had summoned her echoes as well, who were now moving in front of Nightmare. Together, they represented a formidable battle force, and yet, Sunny did not know if their power was enough to survive the suffocating fog of Windflower. I'm starting to understand why there are so few saints around. This time, they chose a direction opposite of where the stone steps and undying slaughter were. Instead of moving directly toward the cliffs, they followed along the edge of the island, eventually reaching the border of the bay. There they ascended the wall of black rock and reached the plateau above. Sunny used Shadow Step to arrive there first and guarded the landing until the other members of the cohort climbed up. By the time everyone did, the second hour since their arrival on Windflower should have been well over. Above the cliffs, it was the same landscape. A forest of tall pine trees stretched in front of them, white fog swirling between the ancient trunks. Being in the mist had felt suffocating from the very start, but now that Sunny knew that a dreadful wraith could be hiding in it, the feeling grew 10 times worse. The echo of the Sibyl glided forward, the hem of her red dress hovering just above the moss. The rest of them followed. They followed the soft radiance of the guiding light into the murky depths of the forest. The fog swallowed everything behind, muffling the sounds and flowing slowly between the ancient trees. A few minutes passed in tense silence, then a few more. It was hard to keep track of time in this misty limbo, but eventually, Sunny judged that another hour had passed. At that time, Nephis raised a hand and said, "Stop." She seemed to have recovered from essence exhaustion enough so, at least, to regain access to her dormant ability. Now that she had, Jet could finally be healed. Sunny and Cassie watched the fog as Nephis placed her hands on Soul Reaper's back. They shone with soft white light, and soon Jet's face cleared. She took a deep breath and smiled in satisfaction. At the same time, Neph's eyes grew a little cloudy. She sighed softly and took a step back. If Sunny did not know better, he would not have suspected that she was enduring harrowing pain. Let's continue. They were about to move again when Cassie suddenly turned her head. The blind girl remained motionless for a moment, then jumped down from Nightmare's back. Something is approaching. Get ready. Curses! Sunny snarled, holding the sin of solace in one hand and the cruel sight in its short sword form in another. Nephis swiftly drew her longsword and dismissed its scabbard. Jet raised her glaive into a high stance. Saint, Fiend, Nightmare, and the two echoes moved to surround the humans in a protective circle. The quiet dancer floated up and hovered above Cassie's shoulder, its tip pointing into the depths of the forest. Everything grew still for a moment. Sunny stared into the swirling mist, not knowing where the attack would come from. He couldn't see anything, couldn't hear anything. Even his shadow sense was suppressed. Above us. Damna. Before he could finish the thought, something massive fell on them from above. Tian. It was a huge, grotesque nightmare creature that resembled a carcass of an enormous black leopard, its bones protruding from the rotting flesh. Its tail was abnormally long, segmented, and ended in a revolting circular maw that brimmed with needle-like teeth. The creature's own yellow canines, though, were much more terrifying. Each was as long as a greatsword and covered in dried blood. The abomination was so large that its shadow covered the entire cohort. Much worse the moment Sunny saw it, he felt an invisible pressure wash over him, filling his heart with a sense of dread. It was a great beast. Before the monstrosity could plummet on the cohort, two towering shadow tentacles rose from the ground and entangled its front limbs, slowing the creature down. The beast's skeletal jaws snapped viciously, obliterating the manifested shadows in an instant, but it gave the members of the cohort enough time, at least, to dash in different directions. The abomination landed on the spot where they had been a split second ago. The ghastly tail of the creature was already shooting back with terrifying speed, its circular maw opened to bite into Cassie's flesh. The blind girl sidestepped, barely avoiding being torn apart by it, and brought her staff down on the segmented tail. A moment later, she was flung aside like an ant. On the other side, the beast swiped its rotting paw in the direction Sunny and Nephis. Augmented by the shadows and soul flame, both managed to dodge the lethal blow, even if it was just by a hair's breadth. But as soon as they did, the creature's jaws were already in front of them, ready to snap shut and turn the two humans into chunks of torn meat. Neither Sunny nor Nephis had regained their balance, yet there was no for them to evade. Luckily, at that moment, Saint crashed into the side of the abomination's head, using her shield as a siege ram. The power of the blow was terrible enough to bring a fortress wall down, but the skull of the great beast only swung to the side a little. It did not seem as if the creature had sustained any damage at all. And all of that from the moment the creature landed to now only took a split second to happen. Not good. The azure serpent had been a king among beasts, while this one was merely a beast, and yet it was a great nightmare creature. It was too powerful, too fast, and too resilient. Can we defeat it? Sunny knew that they could. With his shadows, Cassie's echoes, and especially the Crown of Dawn, they had a non-negligible chance of defeating this monstrosity. However, they could also all die here. I don't want to die. Even knowing that he would most likely return to the starting point of the loop, Sunny still shuddered at the thought of having his flesh torn apart and his bones ground to dust. He was even more reluctant to watch his companions be killed by the ghastly abomination. It's simple, don't die then. Gritting his teeth, he lunged forward. Chapter 14:13 Falling Trees. 14:13 Falling Trees. The quiet dancer zipped through the air and hit the base of the great beast's revolting tail. However, the sharp tip of the temperamental echo bounced off the tough hide of the creature without leaving even a scratch on it. At the same time, Fiend growled and put himself in the path of the creature's crushing paw. The towering ogre was barely able to grasp it. The decaying claws of the abomination struck him on the chest, leaving deep grooves in the black silver. The ground under the gluttonous shadow caved in, but he remained standing. For a moment, then the horrid beast pushed Fiend down and covered him with its massive paw. At the same time, Saint dodged the snapping jaws and lashed out with her sword, leaving a thin crack on the creature's skeletal snout. The dead Sibyl and the clockwork swordsman attacked the enemy from behind. Nightmare rammed into it, lowering his head to gore the abominations with his horns. Then all of them were flung aside. The steel mannequin dissolved into a rain of sparks, destroyed. The Sibyl collided with a trunk of an ancient pine, shattered it into splinters, and fell to the ground, unmoving. Nightmare barely managed to dissolve into the shadows in time, but still lost a large chunk of flesh. Saint blocked the blow with her shield and slid a dozen meters back. The shadows and the echoes only lasted a second against the great beast's fury. But that second gave Sunny time to call upon the shadows and manifest them into the shadow spawn shell. He wished he could assume the form of the onyx serpent, but it was poorly suited for battles on land. A tide of darkness flowed from the open gate of the shadow lantern, rising to form into countless chains. They bound the ghastly creature like ropes, but were torn apart a moment later. Sunny, Nephis, and Jet launched their attack. Neph's silvery longsword ignited with blinding radiance as she dove under the abomination's jaws and thrust her weapon into its neck. Sunny delivered a devastating blow to the monstrous leopard's snout. Empowered by the Crown of Dawn, the Sin of Solace sent a few small fragments of bone flying. Jet lunged at the great beast from the side, aiming to plunge her glaive into its very soul. But before she could, the long, flexible tail of the horrid creature whipped around. Jet barely managed to avoid it by dashing back, while Sunny was not so lucky. His movements were suppressed by the need to keep himself away from the harrowing jaws, and so, the circular maw at the end of the segmented tail greedily closed on the side of the shadow spawn. The right shoulder and side of his shell were entirely destroyed. Sunny instantly lost 2 of his 4 arms. One simply disappeared, the other fell apart, revealing shredded human flesh beneath. Neph's sword pierced the great beast's neck, but before she could deal significant damage, a lightning-fast strike of a mighty paw destroyed the radiant blade and sent her rolling away. Sunny stumbled back, desperately trying to prevent his shell from crumbling and using the shadows of the misty forest to try and hastily repair the damage. They had managed to make the great beast bleed, or rather, delivered it a wound. The decaying creature did not seem like something that had blood running through its veins. However, does it even mean anything? Just in a few seconds, one of Cassie's echoes had been destroyed, while the other one was heavily damaged. Nightmare was already wounded. Fiend had escaped from beneath the creature's paw, and Saint seemed unharmed as well, but Sunny himself was already injured. His arm was a mess of torn flesh, and although he would not suffer from blood loss, it was in a bad state. Would they be able to kill the ghastly abomination? For a split second, the violence subsided. Nephis had nimbly jumped to her feet and was already summoning a different weapon. Jet had regained her balance. Sunny switched to a one-hand grip and prepared both of his swords for an attack. Saint was already closing distance. Cassie was moving forward, the guiding light shimmering in the fog. The decaying leopard opened its skeletal maw and let out a chilling, gurgling growl. When Sunny heard it, his vision blurred slightly. A mental attack. His resistance to mind attacks was high enough to shrug it off, but he felt cold dread nevertheless. Handling the overwhelming physical might of the enormous great beast was ready close to impossible. If the abominations possessed more means of subjugating its enemies, this battle would swiftly turn from ugly to hopeless. It was then that another sound reached their ears. Echoing eerily in the fog, a loud crack resounded, as if a tree had snapped and was falling somewhere in the forest. The horrid leopard suddenly froze. Its skeletal snout turned, and it lowered its body low to the ground. The segmented tail rose like that of a scorpion, protecting the creature's back. What is this? Why did it look as if the great beast was afraid? Before Sunny could really react, the abomination suddenly moved and rushed away, disappearing into the mist. The wind risen by its departure threw Neph's hair into disarray. The members of the cohort remained motionless, confused and unnerved by what had just happened. Keeping their weapons in defensive stances, they covered each other's backs and stared tensely into the fog. What is going on? Jet's voice sounded grim and hoarse. The thick fog veiled everything around. All they could see were the nearest trees and the cold ground under their feet. The ghastly leopard had disappeared like a ghost. There was nothing left but silence. Then another loud crack resounded somewhere in the forest, followed by a muffled rustling. Sunny spun, trying to pinpoint where the noise was coming from. There was another echoing crack, and then another, louder one. Because of the mist, it was hard to tell where the trees were falling and why. However, the cracks were growing closer. Damn it! Slowly, the disparate cracks grew into a cacophony of noise, and Sonny felt the ground quaking beneath his feet. Then everything suddenly grew silent once again. Standing back to back with Nephis, Cassie, and Jet, he stared into the fog, feeling cold sweat rolling down his face. The blind girl suddenly shifted, sharply turning around. Following her motion, Sonny saw something dark flying at them from the mist. Cursing, he dodged and felt a large object hitting the ground behind him. Spinning around, Sonny raised the sin of solace and froze. His eyes widened. Out there in front of him, laying on the ground, was the ghastly leopard. Or rather, its head. The skeletal snout was shattered, and the gaping hollows where the abomination's eyes should have been were dark and empty. There was nothing below the creature's mangled neck, but it did not seem as if it had been severed. Instead, it seemed as if someone or something had violently ripped the abomination's head off with nothing but brutal strength. The great beast was dead. Sonny couldn't help but tremble. What the hell? What could have ripped a great beast apart? Flinching, he forced himself to look away from the revolting head and peered into the fog. Where is it? Where? He couldn't see anything. He couldn't hear anything. He couldn't sense anything. Sonny gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. Cassie. Even if he didn't know from which direction the attack would come from, Cassie would. She could see a few seconds into the future. After all, it was all but impossible to get her by surprise. Turning slightly, Sonny tensely studied the blind girl. She was holding the guiding light in front of her, ready to deflect a sudden attack. It seemed that she had not felt anything dangerous yet. Maybe it's go. But then Cassie's shoulders trembled slightly. Her aspect ability had shown her the future. She did not turn to face the unseen enemy, though. Instead, her hands dropped, and she lowered her head. Which meant that in the future Cassie saw, there was no escape. Sonny stared at her in disbelief. No. A moment later, he was swallowed by a heavy shadow. Looking up, Sonny saw a hand stretching toward them from the fog above. It seemed like a human hand, except that it was almost the same size as the great beast had been. He could see the lines on the giant palm and the blackened, broken, bloodied nails at the ends of the long, bruised fingers. The giant hand moved deceptively slow, but before Sonny could even blink, it was already upon them. Without ever slowing down, it smashed into the members of the cohort, squashing them like bugs. Sonny died. This time, his death was mercifully swift. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened. The deck of the chain breaker felt solid under his feet. This time, he simply peered into the fog instead of looking around, not that he could see anything. His gaze was dark and hollow. I failed again. His face was pale and unmoving. In front of him, the mists of windflower flowed slowly, swirling in indifference as they devoured the world. Everything was as it had been before. Chapter 14:14 Bone Garden. 14:14 Bone Garden. Nephis and Cassie were talking about the guiding light. With no one noticing his hollow eyes, Sonny lingered for a while, then walked over to Nightmare. He reached to adjust the stirrups and froze. After a moment of hesitancy, Sonny climbed into the saddle instead. His companions looked at him in confusion. Sonny, he stared into the mist. Stay here for a while, please. I'll be back soon. With that, Nightmare leaped off the deck of the chain breaker and carried him into the fog. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The ghastly leopard had already been bad enough, and yet, Sonny felt that the cohort would have been able to slay the dreadful creature if at a steep cost. But that bloodied hand. They had not even caught a glimpse of the nebulous being that wandered the mist, snapping the towering pine trees like matchsticks. It had torn a great beast apart and obliterated them so casually. How was Sonny supposed to contend with something that oppressive and ineffable? It felt as though something was pressing down heavily on his heart. Was it fear? Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Sonny guided Nightmare into the misty forest. He spent some time searching for Jet, found her, and brought her back to the chain breaker. He waited for her to explain how she had ended up on Windflower, then told everyone about the time loop. There were some deviations from the previous conversations, but mostly it went almost exactly the same. In the end, Nephis suggested going after Effie once again. Sunny stared at her in silence, remembering the brief but gruesome moment of all of them being crushed under the giant, bloodied palm. Then he shook his head somberly. "We tried already. As I said, it didn't end well." Nephis met his gaze, a subtle frown twisting the beautiful lines of her face. "We can do better this time. What's the alternative? Give up and run?" She shook her head. "No, we can't even run away until nightfall. Before then, you won't have enough essence to empower the chain breaker and carry us across the vortex." Sunny sighed and rose to his feet. Glancing at his companions, he said, "I agree we must continue trying, but we don't need to keep trying the same thing. Our combined strength is not enough to brave the mist, at least not when we don't know anything about the dangers it hides." Jet leaned back, then winced when her wounded back touched the bulkhead and returned to her previous position. "So what do you suggest?" Sunny shrugged. "Use speed instead of strength. The group of us was intercepted and killed, but a single swift scout can make it through. Basically, I'll go retrieve Effie the same way I retrieved Jet. You three stay here, recover, and treat her wounds." Nephis lingered for a while. It was hard to read her expression, but she seemed reluctant to let Sunny take all the risk. "I don't like it." He shrugged. "What does that have to do with anything? Like it or not, that seems to be the best option right now." They discussed the situation some more, but in the end, Sunny managed to convince the other members of the cohort to stay hidden aboard the chain breaker. It wasn't that unreasonable anyway. Nephis was suffering from essence exhaustion, Jet was heavily injured, and Cassie did not possess a lot of physical prowess. Despite her insidious aspect, she was at her weakest in battles against overwhelmingly powerful adversaries. Considering her lacking physicality, an enemy who was fast, strong, and inevitable enough would leave no opportunity for the blind girl to exploit. Sensing a few seconds into the future was useless if those seconds did not allow her to change anything. "I'm going." Saying those words, Sunny once again rode Nightmare and dove into the mist. "I can do it, can I do it?" This time, he was holding the guiding light in his hand. The softly shining crystal at the tip of the sacred staff was pointing deeper inland. However, Sunny couldn't follow its guidance directly. Somewhere out there in front of him, undying slaughter was hiding in the mist. To his left was the territory of the great beast, the decaying leopard. That was also where they had met the harrowing giant the last time. So this time, Sunny turned right. Reaching the end of the beach, he and Nightmare turned into shadows and scaled the black cliffs. Sunny had passed this way once already, the first time he had carried Jet back. However, that time they had been moving along the outer border of the island, so he did not know what was waiting for him on the surface. There was only the same forest and the same fog. Leaving the shadows, he sent Nightmare running across the narrow strip of land between the edge of the cliffs and trees. It was some time before the trees receded, and the forest suddenly came to an end. Sunny stopped his steed, looking forward tensely. In front of him, the pine trees gave way to an open field. Most of it was obscured by mist, but he could see vague shapes rising from it like tall pillars. They emanated a chilling, dire, and vaguely familiar feeling. Sunny hesitated for a while, then turned into a shadow and cautiously slithered forward. Soon, the tall shapes revealed themselves fully. He grew somber after recognizing them for what they were. The towering pillars were, in fact, giant bones. The entire shore in this part of Windflower was littered by them, as if it was a graveyard for all kinds of gargantuan beings. From the look of the ancient remains, the leviathans that had left them behind were all nightmare creatures, abominable, dreadful, and appalling dwellers of the depths. Sunny was both shocked and unnerved by witnessing the skeletal remains of so many depth dwellers. Had their bones been carried here by someone? Had the abominations come to this shore to die on their own over the ages? Or had there been a titanic battle here that led to all these monstrous creatures being slaughtered by an unknown assailant? He did not know. What he did now, however. Suppressing his panic, Sunny hid in the skull of an especially large creature and looked ahead. There, no more than 24 meters away from him, something dark and massive had just moved in the fog. Chapter 14:15 Empty Shells. 14:15 Empty Shells. Sunny would have held his breath if he wasn't a shadow at the moment. Out there in front of him, something massive was hiding in the fog. If not for the slight movement just now, he would have mistaken it for another pile of towering bones. That movement might have saved his life. Curse it! Because of the mist, he could only see a vague, dark shape. The details were obscured, and he could tell that the creature was enormous. It also instilled him with a deep, bestial feeling of dread. A strange, sweet smell permeated the air. Sonny froze, hiding in the skull of a dead leviathan. He did not know what to do. Moving forward was out of the question. But moving back could potentially inform the enemy of his presence as well. That only left Shadow's step. However, before he tried to slip away, Sonny lingered for a few moments. Something was gnawing at him. Why did this presence feel familiar? He had felt a strange familiarity ever since entering the monster graveyard. It was faint, but unmistakable. Why? Had he been to this part of the island already, in one of the revolutions that he did not remember? No, that did not make any sense. Before becoming aware of the loop, Sonny had to have repeated the same actions over and over, going forward alone to rescue Jet, and dying to Undying Slaughter's ghostly blade. So how could anything on Windflower feel familiar? At that moment, a strong gale blew from the direction of the vortex, and the mist receded. The giant creature hiding in the fog was revealed in all its eerie, grotesque beauty. Sonny shuddered. The massive shape he had noticed was a revolting butterfly. The butterfly's wings and back were black, but its body and underbelly were the color of white bone. It had 6 long, seemingly fragile legs that ended in sharp points, and 2 enormous, faceted eyes that were like orbs of pure darkness. Between them was a disturbingly long, oily-black beak, which was currently bent into a spiral like an elephant's trunk. 2 long antennae rose from its head. The eerie black butterfly was about 100 meters in size. It was the same great monster that had battled the Serpent King for an entire month for the right to devour the remains of the black turtle. The dark butterfly, what is it doing here? For a few moments, Sonny's mind was in turmoil. He had traveled so far into the past from the beginning of the nightmare, and yet this grotesque horror somehow ended catching up to him nevertheless. Had it been following him and Nephis from the start? But then Sonny felt a hint of relief. Although this abomination was almost exactly like the great monster he was familiar with, it was also subtly different. The pattern of bone-white scales on its belly was not the same. The jagged edges of its wings were not the same. The length of its antennae was not the same either. Sonny had been staring at the original dark butterfly for an entire month, so he remembered its ethereally alien appearance in perfect detail. This one might have belonged to the same tribe of nightmare creatures, but was a different abomination altogether. Which was not to say that it wasn't equally harrowing. Damn it! First a great beast, and now a great monster. Just how impossible was this third nightmare supposed to be? And here he was, hoping that things would go easier if he chose a different path this time. Sonny swallowed his resentment and stared at the gargantuan abomination. The thing was much, much larger than the chain breaker. If they tried to fly away from the island and were caught by it in the air, there was no doubt what fate awaited them. Things had just gotten much more complicated. I'll have to go around the monster graveyard for now. The mist was already flowing back to hide the eerie creature. Before it did, Sonny followed a whim and peered into the soul of the dark butterfly, wanting to make sure that it, too, was a great monster. Then he froze, dumbfounded. A few moments passed before a coherent thought could form in his mind. What? Beneath the surface of the aerial giant's carapace, where the tendrils of the revolting darkness were supposed to be, there was nothing. There were no nodes of spreading corruption, and neither were there radiant suns of shining soul cores. Instead, the creature's soul was empty. No, there was no soul inside that monstrous body at all. The dark butterfly was. It's hollow. Sonny knew of Awakened who had lost their souls in the dream realm and were left as empty shells, living, but truly dead. However, he had never heard of anything similar happening to nightmare creatures. How could it if abominations did not travel between the 2 worlds in their sleep? Their rotten souls were always safely anchored within their bodies. Of course, if an abomination's soul was somehow destroyed without damaging the body, there was a small chance that the body would continue to live on, empty and void of conscience. He hesitated for a few moments, and then cautiously left the skull of a dead leviathan. Sliding closer to the giant butterfly, Sonny extended his senses and studied its shadow. The shadow was empty, like the shadows of all inanimate objects were. The dark butterfly that had frightened him so much, was it no threat at all? Sonny remained in the form of the shadow for a while, observing the gargantuan creature. The great monster sat among the bones with its wings laying listlessly on the ground. It seemed to be breathing, but other than that, it remained absolutely still. Its giant, faceted eyes were dull and empty. After a while, Sonny returned to his tangible form and cautiously approached the creature. Even when he walked to stand under its terrifying beak, the dark butterfly did not react. It truly is hollow. He hesitated for a few moments, then looked down. There, in the shadow of the creature's wings, clusters of revolting eggs were embedded into slimy cocoons. Each egg was twice the size of Sonny and translucent. He could see the viscous, milky liquid and the shapes of giant worm-like larvae within. The shadows of the eggs were just as lifeless as the butterfly itself. Sonny stared at the eggs for a while, then threw a glance at the great monster. Then, holding his breath, he walked forward and sliced one open with the sin of solace. The revolting larva fell apart and convulsed, dead. However, the spell did not announce a kill. He did not receive shadow fragments either. There were no soul shards in the repulsive flesh of the dead, giant worm. Hollow. Sonny shivered. What is going on? Suddenly terrified, he backed away, then turned around and walked into the mist. It took him a lot of effort to not run. All of it, the torturous deaths, the suffocating mist, the orchard of ancient bones, the hollow monster, was too much to endure. Walking among the remains of dead horrors, enveloped in milky fog, Sonny couldn't help but feel that this hell was everything there was to the world. Everything else, all that existed in his memory, felt like a strange, distant dream. Climbing into the saddle of nightmare, he raised the guiding light and slumped, trembling. After a while, he said hoarsely, "Let's go." Soon, the towering bones disappeared into the mist. Chapter 14:16 Invisible Scars. 14:16 Invisible Scars. As nightmare carried him away from the graveyard of horrors, Sonny managed to regain some of his composure. By then, they were moving deeper inland, following the light of the sacred staff. Effie was supposed to be at the end of that light. As time passed, he couldn't help but think back to the hollow butterfly. The great monster must have landed on the hidden island a long time ago, but also only a few hours ago to lay eggs. Then it was caught in the time loop and somehow ended up with its soul destroyed. Sonny had never heard about a nightmare creature becoming hollow, but it was not impossible. The question was, how had it happened? The obvious answer was that the gargantuan creature had been attacked by someone who could destroy souls. When a soul was destroyed, the body usually died with it, but on rare occasions it survived. That was how hollow humans appeared, so the same thing could have happened to this great monster. There certainly could be a creature capable of shattering souls on this hellish island, and powerful enough to slay a great monster. In fact, Sonny did not even need to ponder long to think of one. Was an undying slaughter a perfect candidate? Killing a great monster was all but a hopeless endeavor for the members of the cohort. But to the Mist Wraith, it would be no different from what facing carapace centurions had been for the sleepers of the Forgotten Shore. Fatally dangerous, but not at all impossible. There could be more soul breakers on Windflower as well. That said, somehow Sonny did not think that that was what had happened. Not because he didn't think that undying slaughter was incapable of slaying the dark butterfly, but because he didn't think that she was capable of doing so without leaving any trace of the battle. The dark butterfly was a great monster, and as such, it possessed 2 corruption cores. That meant that the defiled wraith had to deliver at least 2 blows to its soul in order to destroy it. Would the aerial horror have remained idle while it was being killed? Not a chance. If it had been attacked, the whole place would have been turned upside down with one flip of its enormous wings. And yet there was no trace of destruction around the monstrous butterfly. The bones surrounding it were unharmed, and the ground was unbroken. All its eggs were whole. It was almost as if the great monster had simply ceased to be, peacefully, and without even noticing. The same went for the revolting larvae. How could it be? Sonny felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He had no reason to make this conclusion, but he felt that he had an idea. Was it because of the time loop? Riding through the mist, Sonny gripped the guiding light tighter. The sin of solace had asked him before how many deaths Sonny would be able to endure before turning into a drooling fool. The answer was quite a lot, but there was no question that he had a limit. After spending a few years on Windflower, his mental state would inevitably deteriorate. Although his flesh was miraculously restored every time he returned to the starting point of the loop, the mental scars remained. What about spiritual scars? Sonny did not know a lot about souls, but he knew that they could be damaged. They could also be healed and possessed the ability to slowly mend themselves, just like flesh did. And just like flesh, there was a limit to how much punishment souls could withstand. So what was going to happen to his soul after he spent a long time being killed and reborn in the loop? Would it be covered by scars and gaping wounds? Was it going to collapse eventually? Maybe it would take a year or a few years or a few hundred years, or a few months. When would his soul reach its limit? Sonny was unique because he had become aware of the loop and kept his memories after returning to the past. As far as he knew, no one except him bore the mental scars of the previous revolutions. Their minds were wiped clean. But maybe their souls weren't, at least not entirely. So if the dark butterfly had landed on Windflower countless years ago, maybe even the soul of a great monster could not withstand the terrible curse of the whirlpool of time. I have to be careful. If a great monster, a creature with a soul infinitely more vast and potent than his, had been made hollow by the time loop, then Sonny would be as well. He had never consciously relied on the nature of the repeating time, but deep down inside, Sonny was consoled by the thought that his failures would be erased, and he would get another chance. And then another and another and another. But all this time, he was most likely on a timer. Time was merciless, and even when it repeated itself, living beings were not meant to be eternal. I have to make each revolution count. Steeling himself, Sonny looked into the surrounding mist and forced himself to calm down. Right now, he needed to survive the trip into the depths of the island, find Effie, and return to the chain breaker. That was all he had to think about. There were many harrowing creatures hiding in the fog, without a doubt. But he was one of the most elusive awakened in the world. Even in the Antarctic center, when everyone had perished, Sonny managed to escape alive. He might not be able to slay Undying Slaughter, the dreadful giant wandering the mist, and the other abominations trapped on Windflower, but he would at least have a chance to run away from them. Not the most courageous statement, but who needs courage anyway? Being a coward is what keeps people alive. He vaguely remembered lecturing Master Roan on the topic. That past seemed so distant. Sonny wondered how the White Feather clan was doing. By now, Antarctica must have been completely decimated. Had St. Tyrus and her people been able to evacuate in time, or were they gone too? Shaking his head, he threw all unnecessary thoughts away and concentrated on his surroundings. Nightmare had carried him far inland by now. They were once again in the pine forest, but did it only seem that way, or was the mist less thick here? Somewhat surprised, Sonny realized that he could see much further in the fog than he had before. The ground was also inclined, as if they were climbing a hill. The higher they climbed, and the closer to the center of Windflower they traveled, the less oppressive the mist became. And then, when they finally crested the hill, Sonny stopped Nightmare and looked up, feeling a cold shadow fall upon him. In front of him, some distance away, a tall tower rose into the sky. Its windows were dark except for one. At the very top of the tower, a single window shone with a bright RM welcoming light. Chapter 14:17 War Beast. Sonny remained motionless for a while, looking at the landscape in front of him. The tower stood on a tall black cliff, perched on top of it like a gray obelisk. There were stone steps climbing down the cliff from its ornate gate, leading to a bridge that arched across the wide moat. Surrounded by the forest from all sides, the tower was like an island in the sea of swirling white mist. The light in one of its windows was not the only peculiar thing Sonny had noticed, too. The most striking detail was the moat itself. The water in it was churning and flowing, moving endlessly in a circle. The current was powerful enough to dissuade Sunny from trying to cross it, not he would consider doing such a thing on an island, surrounded by a mysterious whirlpool of time. That made the bridge the only feasible way of getting to the tower apart from flying. The bridge, however. Sunny's expression dimmed. The bridge was littered with inhuman bones. There were a few living nightmare creatures standing on it, as well all of them stiff and eerily motionless, as if petrified. Just one look at that scene made Sunny reluctant to go anywhere near the bridge. He did not need to anyway. The guiding light was pointing past the tower at the vast expanse of the misty forest behind it. Effie seemed to have landed on the opposite side of the island from Jet. Still, it was not going to hurt him to observe the tower some more. It was the former citadel of the powerful seeker who had once lived on Windflower. After all, even though investigating it was not the reason why Sunny and his companions had arrived at the island, he had a sneaking suspicion that they would end up having to, somehow. After staring at the tower for a while longer, Sunny noticed that there were runes carved into the base of the black cliff. They were hard to notice from a distance due to the color of the weathered rock, but he had no doubt that there was a massive enchantment of some sort surrounding the Seeker's citadel. Perhaps the bones littering the bridge ended up there because of the enchantment. Finally, Sunny looked up and focused on the single illuminated window at the top of the tower. I do wonder what is hidden there. But it was not his business, not in this revolution at least. Rather, Sunny was concerned that the nightmare creatures standing motionlessly on the bridge would regain their senses and catch his scent. Throwing a look at them, he grimaced. Corrupted tyrant, great beast of terror. The last one did not even look like something that should be able to exist on land. How had that thing reached so far inland? Sunny shook his head, reluctant to find out. He was ready to send Nightmare away when the ground quaked subtly under them. Instantly, Sunny paled. Then the familiar sound of snapping trees reached his ears, making the blood in his veins turn to ice. A split second later, both the rider and his steed disappeared, turning into shadows. Hiding in the darkness, Sunny suppressed his fear and looked in the direction from which the cracking sound had come. Frozen, he watched as a towering figure slowly appeared from the mist. Damnation! Some distance away, something giant was hunched among the trees. As Sunny watched, petrified, the terrifying giant slowly straightened and towered above the ancient pines, dwarfing them with its impossible height. The tips of the trees barely reached its waist. That thing is at least 100 meters tall. The giant was vaguely human-like in appearance. At first, Sunny had mistaken it for a beast, but then realized that the ragged fur covering its body was merely a crude cloak sewn from the vast hide of an unknown abomination. The giant seemed to be female. Her gaunt, gargantuan body was brimming with terrifying primal power. There were many bruises, deep cuts, and gaping lacerations marring her dirty skin, most seeping with rotten pus. Her long hair was matted and wild, hanging down messily to obscure her face. Rugged and wrapped in furs, the giantess seemed more bestial than human, and yet she was one, or had been once at least. Sunny felt unable to move. While he remained in place, the giantess raised one of her enormous, bruised, painfully familiar hands. In it, a grotesque creature that resembled a massive black octopus was struggling desperately, its long tentacles whipping around with enough force to turn the ancient pines into clouds of dust. A viscous, corrosive liquid streamed from them, dissolving everything it touched. However, the giantess did not seem bothered at all. The black acid rolled from her skin like water, not dealing any damage to it. A few moments later, she brought the struggling horror to her mouth and bit into it viciously, tearing away an enormous chunk of revolting flesh. The matted hair parted, revealing her bloodied, twisted face. The giantess was missing one eye, while the other burned with madness and indescribable hunger. Watching the enormous octopus being greedily devoured, Sunny finally realized how the decaying leopard had perished, and whom the hand that had killed the members of the cohort in the last revolution belonged to. Her thoughts turned cold. Devouring beast. Indeed, the nebulous being that wandered the mist was none other than the devouring beast, one of the 6 plagues of the Great River. Just like undying slaughter, she was also here, on Windflower. She was the future, defiled version of Effie. 2 of them. It made sense, really. Sunny had theorized that the mist wraith had been sent here to satiate her flaw, Why would the devouring beast be any different? Her hunger was just like Jet's need to kill living beings. Without the cities full of humans to devour, it could only lead to disaster. How could a creature that always needed to kill and a creature that always needed to consume remain in verge? If these two abominable slayers were not sent somewhere where their flaws could be contained, they would have brought the city of the defiled to extinction as well. Had they come here voluntarily? Or had the dread Lord lured and imprisoned them here once the Sibyls were defeated? In any case, the situation of the cohort did not change. Sonny stared at the harrowing giantess for a few more moments, then rushed away as fast as he could. He and Nightmare had to escape before she noticed them. I guess I did find Effie. However, that abomination was not the Effie he wanted to find. Chapter 14:18 Point of Return. Luckily, Sonny managed to slide down the hill and escape into the mist before devouring beast noticed him. Still, he didn't dare to leave the embrace of shadows for a while. Effie's aspect had always been uniquely powerful, which was no surprise, considering its transcendent rank. Even on the Forgotten Shore, there had been few people more capable than her. Some, like Castor of Han Lee Clan, had been superior to the solitary huntress in certain facets of physical combat, but none had been as well-rounded. That was one of the reasons why Effie had survived years of hunting the Dark City abominations alone. Her aspect was all about battle and physical prowess, so Sonny was not sure that devouring beast even had means of destroying his intangible form. Still, it was better to be safe than sorry. His heart was cold and heavy. How do I fight something like that? Effie's dormant ability granted her a powerful and, more importantly, comprehensive physical augmentation. She was inconceivably strong, fast, enduring, resilient now that Sonny was a tyrant. The gap between them was not vast, but she was still superior to him in certain aspects. The same went for her awakened ability. It basically made her skin as tough as steel. Sonny, on the other hand, had his marble shell. The two could be compared, but although the shell was more versatile, it was not as stalwart in terms of pure defensive potential. Of course, he had Shadow Step instead, making him much more mobile and elusive on and outside the battlefield. He had Shadow Manifestation as well, while Effie's ascended ability was meant to empower her allies. So there was no question about who would win in a duel. No matter how much Sonny admired his boisterous friend, he knew that she stood no chance in a fight against him. With Shadow Dance, it would not even be close, much more so if his shadows were involved. But that was Effie. Devouring Beast, on the other hand, was a defiled saint. Her transformation was to become a towering giant, and that giant inherited the benefits of her other aspect abilities, as well, all of them elevated to a higher rank. The strength of a dozen men, the skin of steel. Her gargantuan figure would also be much more visible on a battlefield, making it so that entire armies would be able to see her and benefit from her ascended ability. What a monster! Sonny was already terrified at the thought of having to face the Mist Wraith in a battle. The bestial giant was, in a sense, even more harrowing. Damn it, since when do I have to fight saints on a constant basis? And how did the plagues all transcend anyway? Facing Dire Fang was supposed to be an exception, not the rule. Eventually, he decided that there was enough distance between him and the tower to return to his human form. Diving out of the shadows, Sonny leaned on the trunk of a pine tree, breathed in deeply, and then looked at the guiding light. This escape through the shadows had consumed a lot of his essence, probably because he had brought the sacred staff with him. Usually, Sonny was able to pull a certain weight of inanimate objects into Shadow Step, but perhaps because of the staff's divine nature, it had taken a lot of effort to carry it with him. To his relief, the guiding light was still pointing forward, not back to the tower. For a few moments there, Sonny had been concerned that it would lead him to devouring beast instead of Effie. He hesitated for a bit, then thought about the bestial giant. The radiance of the soul crystal did not change. After a moment, Sonny remembered how Cassie had described getting the sacred staff to work, and coughed in embarrassment. Come on, really? Then he concentrated and thought. Miss Guiding Light, can you guide me to devouring beast, please? Despite how foolish Sonny felt, the staff did not react. Its workings were really mysterious. Shaking his head, Sonny thought about Nephis. The radiance of the soul crystal changed, pointing back to where the chain breaker was. When he thought about Effie, it returned to its previous state. Strain, pondering the mystery of how the guiding light worked, he commanded Nightmare to emerge from the shadows, climbed into the saddle, and continued traveling through the mist. Windflower turned out to be extremely dangerous, but not as dangerous as Sunny had imagined it to be. There were many harrowing abominations trapped in its fog, certainly, but not as many as he had feared. There were 3 reasons for it. The first one was pretty obvious by now. Cassie had suggested that all nightmare creatures that had been caught by the vortex and managed to reach the island over the centuries were still here, reliving the same period of time over and over again inside the loop. She was both right and wrong. The mist was indeed hiding countless terrifying abominations. Sunny shuddered at the thought of having to fight them all, no matter how powerful, cunning, and lucky the members of the cohort were. They would inevitably die under the onslaught of these ancient horrors over and over again, until the souls collapsed. But then again, not all of these creatures were still whole. Many were motionless and empty, just like the dark butterfly he had found in the bone orchard was. The circular passage of time had long turned them hollow. Of those that remained, many were already dead. While moving through the misty forest, Sunny found many areas where the trees had been broken, and bloodied remains of devoured nightmare creatures littered the ground. That was where devouring beast had passed through. In other places, Sunny found ghastly abominations laying on the ground, dead, not a single wound visible on their bodies. That was where undying slaughter had passed through. The 2 defiled had already eviscerated many of the prisoners of Windflower, making the island safer for the members of the cohort in an ironic twist of fate. Without their bloodthirst, Sunny would have never made it that far in a single revolution. He still had to flee and evade many terrible creatures, using nightmare speed to escape them. Luck was on his side. And yet Sunny still failed to find Effie this time. At some point, a wide chasm barred the way forward. Not knowing how long it was and not wanting to prolong the journey by riding around it, Sunny reluctantly dismounted and climbed down. His hope was to reach the bottom of the chasm, walk to the other side, and return to the surface. However, a boundless swarm of monstrous black millipedes was waiting for him in the moist darkness. Much worse, the revolting vermin were somehow able to hunt him even in his intangible form. Sunny was not devoured by the tide of worm-like creatures, but he was forced to move deeper into the chasm to escape them, eventually ending up in a system of caves below the surface of the island. There, he felt the approach of the night. Sunny knew that the suns were setting because the enchantment of the Crown of Twilight suddenly activated, replenishing his spent essence. I need to get back to the surface. It was easier said than done, though. The system of caves was not too vast, but he had to move with extreme caution. There was no need to thoroughly scout the caverns to know that there were indescribable horrors hiding in their darkness. Indeed, not long after, he met a creature that tested his ability to remain composed. Even then, Sunny managed to flee with his life, but not before losing several chunks of flesh and most of the skin on his left arm. He persisted. Covered in blood, tired, he and Nightmare continued searching for an exit from the caverns. Eventually, Sunny felt the approaching dawn. And before he knew it, I feel. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened. He was standing on the deck of the chain breaker, surrounded by mist. What? He was back to the start. Even though he had not died, the time still reversed and was now repeating itself. A stunned expression appeared on Sunny's face. Did I reach the end of the loop? He felt certain that he had. The loop only encompassed a single day. Chapter 14:19, Mother of Learning. Looking into the swirling mist, Sunny let out a long sigh. He suddenly felt tired. Or rather, not so suddenly. Time was repeating itself inside the loop, and while his body was restored to its initial condition at the start of each revolution, mental exhaustion remained. The chain breaker had just landed on the shore of Windflower, but Sunny himself, he had already spent an entire day on highest alert, in constant tension, playing a lethal game of cat and mouse with dreadful abominations. And that was after dying miserably several times in a row. Of course, he felt tired. Frowning, Sunny went about the usual routine of asking Cassie and Nephis to wait, then riding Nightmare into the mist to find Jet. Then he brought her back to the chain breaker and explained the nature of wind flower to the members of the cohort once again. Things were getting repetitive. If there was one constantly changing thing about the time loop, though, it was the sin of solace. The sword wraith had all kinds of hateful comments to whip him with, coming up with new ones in every revolution. Sunny was almost glad to have some variety, even if it was both infuriating and hurtful. After settling the matters on the beach ship, Sunny ventured to find Effie for the second time. However, he failed again. Sunny did not even make it to the dark chasm. He was killed by undying slaughter while searching for Jet. The next time, he fell prey to a horrid creature that resembled an unholy hybrid between a centipede, a scorpion, a human, and a praying mantis. That happened soon after leaving the Bone Garden. Then he managed to reach the chasm once again. Instead of climbing down into its perilous darkness, Sunny tried to fly to the other side by turning into a crow. Halfway across, he heard a quiet rustle, and something dove at him from above. The next moment, he was back on the deck of the chain breaker again. During the attempt after that, he was caught by the enormous abomination that devouring beast had consumed near the tower in one of the previous revolutions, dissolving in the viscous acid. Sunny only managed to growl a hoarse curse. Then, his words were replaced by agonized screams. Back on the chain breaker, Sunny grabbed the railing and lowered his head. His expression was dim. This island was starting to get on his nerves. While Nephis and Cassie were talking about the guiding light, he stood still, trying to throw the ghastly memories of his latest death out of his mind. Even though Sunny was not a stranger to pain, and even dying, it was not that easy to do. Suddenly, he was not sure that his previous boasts were substantiated. A few years of this, the sin of solace might have been closer to the truth. Shaking his head, Sunny sighed and looked at his companions. After hesitating for a while, he still convinced them to hide and wait for his return. He was confident in his ability to bring Jet to the chain breaker, at least. Sunny knew where exactly she would be at what time, by now. He also knew where approximately undying slaughter would be. It was not too hard to time his actions correctly. I only have one day. Timing was not an issue just yet, but he would need to find the fastest and most efficient way of going through the motions of escaping wind flower eventually. For now, Sunny still needed to observe, discover, and memorize more details. But he was getting tired. If we don't manage to flee this hell soon, I'll have to start seriously considering my mental wellness. It was funny to even think about mental wellness, considering where he was and what was happening to him, but it was a serious issue. Sunny had to care for his mind. Right now, he was enduring blow after blow without giving himself time to rest and recover. Eventually, he would have to slow down and give himself a chance to catch his breath, in order to last longer before going insane. Not yet, though. Sunny found Jet and whisked her away before undying slaughter had a chance to catch up to her past self. Returning to the chain breaker, he gave his usual speech and departed once again in search of Effie. He reached the Bone Garden and turned inland. He avoided the horrid mantis. He gave the slip to the giant octopus-like monstrosity and even escaped from devouring beast without being noticed. Riding past the lonesome tower, he dove back into the misty forest and successfully avoided being killed by the nightmare creatures waiting for him there. Eventually, Sunny reached the chasm again. Hiding beneath a tree, he looked somberly at the mist above. He still had no idea what kind of flying horror killed him. The last time he tried to cross the chasm, the creature had never attacked him in the forest. But since there was nothing to hide him while traversing the chasm by air, the risk was too great. Climbing down again was also a bad idea. The legion of black millipedes hiding at the bottom of the deep canyon was too dreadful of a foe. Knowing what to expect, Sunny might be able to escape from them. But then again, he might also be either eaten or chased into the caves. Well, they can all go to hell. Summoning Morgan's warbow, he wrapped one of his shadows around the arrow and sent it flying across the chasm. The arrow pierced the mist as fast as light, and sank into the trunk of a tall pine tree on the other side. Actually, it cut a few of those trees down, and only stopped after piercing the fourth or fifth one. The shadow glided down the trunk and reached the ground. Dismissing Nightmare, Sunny used Shadow Step and appeared on the other side of the chasm, unharmed. There, eat that, bastards. It was not the strongest creature that survived, but the most adaptable. And although Sonny was not that strong among the prisoners of Windflower, he was nothing if not resourceful. Grinning darkly, he summoned Nightmare and jumped into the saddle. Did it only seem that way, or had the radiance of the guiding light become a little brighter? Stay alive, Effie. Chapter 14:20, Unexpected Complications. On the far side of the island, the misty forest was less thick. The trees stood further apart from each other and were not as tall as in the other areas. The ground, however, was more rocky and uneven. It rose and fell, forming steep hills and deep ravines, not that it mattered. Usually, terrain like that would make it hard to see a potential enemy in advance, increasing the risk of walking into an ambush. But with the damned fog veiling everything around, why did it matter? Every kind of terrain was just as bad here. Sonny still commanded Nightmare to slow down, afraid to encounter another chasm and plummet down without ever having a chance to stop. Flying through a thick forest at breakneck speed was already thrilling enough, and he really didn't want to fall into a nest of monstrous millipedes due to the lack of caution. Riding the black steed through the mist, Sonny held the guiding light high and followed its shine. His breathing was heavy. Just a few minutes ago, he had fought a corrupted monster and killed it. The creature had almost sent him into the next revolution. It was not particularly strong, as far as corrupted abominations went, but rather insidious. Its camouflage was good enough to make Sonny unaware of the imminent attack right until the moment thick roots sprouted from beneath the ground, and a rotten tree that he had been riding past suddenly moved to envelop him with creaking branches. If not for Shadow Step, Sonny might have been caught, swallowed, and digested by the creature without being able to put up any resistance. Since he managed to escape its grasp, though, a short and violent clash followed. The abomination looked like a monstrous tree and was as resilient as a tree. It had no organs to destroy and no blood to spill. Even after cutting it down, Sonny had to summon the cruel sight and burn it with divine flame. Only when all the branches, the rotten trunk, and the roots of the monster had turned to ash did the spell announce a kill. Slaying that thing had been a lot of work, but Sonny was still satisfied with the result. At least he learned that there were normal nightmare creatures on Windflower. If he had to face another great abomination, his patience would have run thin. I feel like I'm not far from the edge of the island now. If so, Effie couldn't be too far away. Unless she was not on Windflower. Frowning, Sonny jumped to the ground, allowed Nightmare to turn into a shadow, and continued forward on foot. Now that he was so close, his heart was heavy. Dark thoughts creeped into his mind. What if he finds Effie only to discover that he was too late? What if what he finds is her mangled body? Sonny was not sure that he would be able to endure something like that, at least not without something inside him breaking. Cresting another hill, he spent some time searching for a way down and then slid down the wet moss. At the foot of the hill, he used a pile of rocks to stop himself, sending a few of them flying. Then Sonny looked up. It was then that he noticed a vague shape in the mist. And it seemed to notice him. Almost before Sonny could react, something shot in his direction with astonishing speed. Cursing, he barely dodged the flying object. It hit the slope of the hill behind him, pierced the thin layer of soil, and struck the bedrock beneath. The impact was so severe that it produced an explosive shockwave. A moment later, pieces of rock, dirt, and moss rained on him like hail. Sonny was already moving to attack, but then froze. The thing that had flown past him was now embedded deeply into stone, trembling. It was a strange-looking spear with a shaft of gray wood and a long spearhead of deep crimson color. Since its passage had torn the veil of mist, he looked forward and saw the vague figure clearly. In the next moment, his eyes widened. Effie, what the hell? You almost killed me. She stared at him in shock, too. Doofus, what the why on how are you here? Indeed, it was ascended raised by wolves, Huntress Athena. She looked a bit more tan and wild than usual, covered in dirt and scratches, but there was no mistake. The dewy olive skin, the perfectly sculpted, lean muscles, the tall and beautiful figure, the long brown hair. Effie was not clad in her transcendent armor, instead wearing a crude garment made out of something that looked like shark skin. And there was something different about her. Gradually lowering his gaze, Sonny answered. How else I came on a ship? He stuttered and grew silent. His mind was momentarily blank. There was indeed something different about Effie. Her entire build was different, or rather, certain parts of it. Her already generous figure had become even more outstanding, but much more glaringly than that her belly was round and protruding forward, so much so that she was supporting it with a hand. Just how much did she eat? Gods, that gluttonous woman. Sonny's mind was refusing to work properly. No, the reason for why Effie's belly looked so large had nothing to do with eating too much food. But it couldn't be. Suddenly, he remembered a small remark that Jet had made while describing their lives as river nomads. Oh, and we fought plenty of nightmare creatures. Well, I did at least. He had not paid it attention before, but now it seemed strange. Why would Jet say that she was the only one who had fought a lot of abominations? Staring at Effie's round belly, Sonny finally realized why. By then, his eyes were as wide as saucers. Effie, why are you pregnant? She stared at him in bewilderment, then glanced down and suddenly flinched. When did this happen? Effie's voice sounded frightened and shocked. Then she gave him a mischievous glance and suddenly burst with laughter. When her bright laughter died down, Effie coughed and looked at Sonny with a sheepish smile. Sorry, it was a joke. Why am I pregnant? Well, how do I explain, you see, Sonny, when a man and a woman love each other very much? Chapter 1421, Joy of Life. 1421, Joy of Life. Sonny was so dumbfounded that he found himself listening passively as Effie gave him the talk about the birds and the bees, her face absolutely straight. In the middle of it, he was suddenly shaken awake and pointed an accusing finger at her. No, that's not, I know how this stuff works, damn it. What I mean is how, since when, who's the father? Effie stopped talking and looked at him with a grin. Then, supporting her belly with one hand, she wobbled past him and pulled her spear out of the stone. Leaning on it, she sighed and shrugged. I think we already ascertained how. As for since when, should be since 5 months ago, somewhere around that. She patted him on the shoulder and added, Oh, and I'm glad to see you too. Sonny froze for a few moments. 5 months, 13 had already passed since the start of the nightmare, but for Effie it had been only 2. Which meant that she had already been pregnant during their journey through the White Desert, the Battle of the Black Skull, and most of her time in Antarctica. But not all of her time in Antarctica. Suddenly, he slapped himself on the forehead. I'm such an idiot. A flood of memories surfaced in his mind. All the signs had been there. He should have noticed it much sooner. Back when the cohort traveled across the chained island, Effie had been acting strange. Her appetite had been unstable, and her choice of snacks had been odd, which would have been normal for any other person, but not for the gluttonous huntress. He had even teased her for suffering from motion sickness aboard the chain breaker. In hindsight, that sickness had nothing to do with the motions of the flying vessel at all. There were other hints, as well, like Effie hesitating for a while before refusing Beastmaster's offer to take her back to the waking world and leave the rest of the cohort behind. If Sonny had been more attentive, he would have realized that the Effie he knew would not have needed any time to think. She had lingered with the answer because she had been considering not just her fate, but also that of her unborn child. Ah, a child, just thinking this word is weird. He covered his face with a hand for a moment, then forced out a few words. Yeah, I'm glad to see you as well, of course. His mind was still in turmoil. Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then added weakly, So I am going to be Uncle Sonny soon. Hearing him say that, Effie grinned. Her voice was warm. I think you mean Uncle Doofus. But her words were not. Sonny stared at her in outrage. What Uncle Doofus? Don't you dare corrupt my precious nephew or niece with your nonsense. There was so much they needed to discuss, like how Jet was already safe, and how to get back to the chain breaker, the dangers of Windflower, the time loop. But Sonny was still stuck on Effie, the famed huntress raised by wolves being with child. How had it even happened? I mean, I know how, and she's a perfectly healthy young woman, stupidly attractive too, but still. He stared at her, then suddenly frowned. Wait, which bastard knocked you up? Do I need to beat him up? His eyes widened again. Wait, do I need to beat Kai? Effie remained silent for a few moments, then laughed. God, Sonny, relax, Kai is not the father. Sonny did indeed relax a little. He felt a strange mix of relief and disappointment, both emotions glaringly irrational. What the hell did I want Kai to be the father? Shaking his head in bewilderment, Sonny lingered for a bit, then asked with an exhaustion. So who is? She smiled. If you must know, he's just someone I got to know in Antarctica. A very nice guy from the evacuation army. We met by accident, and well, one thing led to another. You know, war, adrenaline, the exhilaration of having survived another day, the fear of impending death, all these things make one want to feel alive as possible. Effie had always been a physical person, and one that rejoiced in her physicality, precisely because it had been denied to her prior to becoming a sleeper. Chained to a wheelchair, she had been a prisoner of her own body for most of her life. So, she exulted in being healthy and able ever since the spell had given her a chance. So, Sonny could see how Effie would have let passion take over in the middle of a disastrous war. Still, he shook his head. What's his name? She suddenly coughed. Sonny's frown deepened. What's with that reaction? Effie hesitated for a moment, then looked away. That I don't know. Sonny stared at her, scandalized. Effie. His voice was full of disbelief and astonishment. She raised her hand defensively, a rare look of embarrassment appearing on her face. Hey, it's not what you think. I know this guy very well. He is really a nice and upstanding guy. He's a local of Antarctica, but went through the campaign in the Antarctic Center with the 1st Evacuation Army. He was wounded in Falcon Scott and shipped east with the other injured soldiers during the last round of evacuations. That's how we met, actually. I was visiting one of my wounded subordinates in the hospital, and he was being discharged. Sonny felt a little relieved. At least she actually seemed to like the Basta, the guy. And he was from the 1st Evacuation Army. Sonny might have even met him. So how come you don't know his name, then? Effie coughed again. That's his flaw, actually. He was a sleeper back then. By now he must have already awakened. Her face suddenly fell, and after a short pause, she added quietly. Or died, I don't know. Sonny was suddenly speechless. A sleeper from the Antarctic Center, whose flaw is that his name can't be remembered. So the bastard who know. The father of Effie's child was the young soldier who had been infected with the nightmare spell in Sonny's refugee convoy. So he had delivered the scoundrel to her doorstep with his own 2 hands. Sonny was happy to hear that the nameless sleeper had been evacuated from Falcon Scott and survived, actually. But at the same time, I am definitely beating him up once I'm back. Sonny was preoccupied with his own emotions, but noticing Effie's forlorn expression, he pushed them down and took a deep breath. They had entered the nightmare not long before the winter solstice. So by now, the nameless sleeper was indeed either an awakened or dead. Much more likely dead, considering the state they had left Antarctica in. But that was not what she would want to hear. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then forced out a smile. Oh, that guy? Bah, I know him. Don't worry too much. He's not that easily killed. I'm willing to bet that he's perfectly fine, even. We traveled 3,000 kilometers together after all, and I personally gave him literally hundreds of soul shards to saturate his core. One could even say that I practically raised him. Will a sleeper I raised go and die without asking my permission? No, he would be too afraid. Effie looked at him for a while. Slowly, the sad expression disappeared from her face, and a faint smile appeared on it instead. Noticing that smile, Sonny frowned. What? I know that you're thinking about something inappropriate again. Cut it out. She shook her head and giggled. No, I was just thinking since you say that you raised him. It should be Grandpa Doofus then, not Uncle. Right. Sonny blinked. His expression froze. His heart skipped a beat. What Grandpa Doofus? Like hell, take it back. This evil woman. Chapter 1422, The Incredible Adventures and Astonishing Deeds of Heroic Dreamer Sunless, and his valiant companions in the evil pyramid of ancient dread. Abridged, Volume VI. After the initial shock of their meeting subsided, Sonny and Effie slowly headed deeper inland. Sonny was retracing his steps, while Effie had never been this far into the misty forest before. Most of her time on Windflower had been spent hiding from a ferocious nightmare creature that dwelled on the shore. She had ventured out in search of Jet eventually, but found Sonny instead. He was still reeling from the fact that the vivacious huntress was with child, and that the father was a sleeper who had once been under his command. That was a lot to digest and come to terms with. It also changed a lot. No wonder Jet said that she was the only one who killed plenty of enemies. Effie still possessed her strength and resilience, and Sunny was still benefiting from being augmented by her ascended ability, but the huntress was in no state to fight. Her condition not only made her slower and less agile, but was also too delicate for the kind of physical strain a battle entailed. What battle? She couldn't even ride Nightmare, so they had to walk at a painfully slow pace. That's a problem. Now that Effie was with him, Sunny could not cross the chasm in the same manner he had done it the first time, which meant that they would have to go around it. Added to their already lacking speed, the chance of making it to the other side of the island before the revolution ended was low. He could not run from the nightmare creatures inhabiting the forest. Either it had been possible when Sunny was free to use Shadow Step, but the only person who could accompany him into the embrace of shadows was Nephis. With Effie, he had to stay grounded in his tangible form. Suddenly, the misty expanse of the hellish island seemed infinitely vaster and more dreadful than before. However, Sunny kept these thoughts to himself. So we spent a nice, relaxing month drifting downstream on the corpse of a great monster while it was being slowly devoured by a swarm of horrid abominations. Sounds ghastly, I know, but it was actually sort of peaceful. Well, anyway, in the end, I had to turn into a colossal sea serpent and kill another, even more colossal sea serpent. He turned out to be the former king of Twilight. Effie stared at him silently. But that Dusk whom I had killed before turned out to be Cassie. That's right, she has been living the sweet life in a beautiful palace all that time. Talk about being lucky, huh? So we repaired the ship in fallen grace and sailed to kill a different Sybil. That one I had not killed before. She was a corrupted tyrant too, but Cassie went and finished her off in one strike. What the hell, I felt so embarrassed it would have probably taken me at least 1.5 strikes, you know. The huntress took a deep breath. So congratulations. Now you know that you have an evil twin from the future, and your transformation ability is to become really tall. As if you aren't tall enough already? Right, Jet's evil twin is also here, and she's even less pleasant. If it wasn't for the time loop, I would have been dead because of her. Sunny paused for a few moments, then nodded. Yeah, I think that covers right about everything. Looking at Effie, he noticed that her expression was blank. He raised an eyebrow. Did I not explain about the time loop well enough? I know it's weird. The huntress slowly shook her head. No, I get it, but Sunny, do you mean to say? Her eyes were suddenly flashed with annoyance. That I've been pregnant for more than a year. Huh. Now it was his turn to have a blank expression. The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. Everything I said, and that's your only question. Effie shook her head furiously. No, but you don't understand. Do you think being pregnant is fun? Do you think it feels great? 9 months is already bad enough, but it has already been more than a year, and I'm barely half done. She rubbed her back with an aggrieved expression and pierced him with an angry look. Sunny blinked. What are you getting angry at me for? It's not my fault. Plus, it has only technically been that long. From your perspective, those additional months do not even count. Effie opened her mouth, then closed it again. That's even worse. Then she stopped, leaned on her spear, and let out a long sigh. I'm hungry. Sunny was stunned, he was perplexed. Women. Shaking his head, he summoned the covetous coffer and produced some food from it. Effie's eyes glinted when she saw fruit, bread, and cheese. Grabbing a handful of grapes, she sent them into her mouth. Oh gods, this is it. You can't imagine how sick I was of seaweed and fish meat, well, abomination meat. Sunny watched her eat silently. It seemed that Effie's already impossible hunger had become twice as dire. Now, even though there was a lot of food stored in the coffer, it was disappearing with a frightening speed. He had summoned Saint and Fiend soon after realizing that escaping the abominations was not an option anymore. So they were standing guard around them, joined by Nightmare. After a while, Sunny offered Effie the endless spring and hesitated for a few moments. Eventually, he said, It must have been hard to survive the great river like that, unable to fight or even protect yourself well, really. Both yourself and the child. The huntress looked at him for a few moments, then shrugged with a smile. Yeah, sure, it wasn't easy, but Jet took good care of me. He lingered for a bit. So why did you do it? Effie raised an eyebrow. Did what? Sunny's voice as somber and serious. Why did you come to the nightmare with us instead of escaping with Beastmaster? Her expression froze. Oh. Effie did not answer for a while. Then she looked down and caressed her protruding belly with a distant smile. After a few moments of silence, she said in a subdued tone, Just you know the world is already falling apart at the seams. So I thought, in a place like that would this kid want to also be raised by a mother who abandons her friends? And the answer was no. Looking up, she put on a fake grin and shrugged. At least that's what I reckoned. Sunny studied her face for a few moments, then looked away and nodded. Then he smiled crookedly. I see, so you challenged the third nightmare to set an example for your child. Okay, all right, are you crazy? What kind of example is that? Effie laughed. When she answered, her voice was soft. A stupid one. In the end, they did not make it to the chain breaker in time. Sunny managed to keep Effie safe, but the revolution ended before they even reached the tower. Coming to his senses on the familiar deck, Sunny looked into the mist and exhaled slowly. A stupid example, huh? Professor Obel might have been right. Humanity needed a little stupidity to survive. Tiredly closing his eyes, he lowered his head and sighed. This is going to be a very, very long day. Erdiel's note pregnancy was kindrendom. Effie shippers on suicide watch RN. Chapter 14, 23 lines in the sand. Today I am not going to die. Sitting on the white sand, Sunny was staring at the crude map drawn in front of him. On it was Windflower, everything he had learned about the Misty Island, at least. The hidden bay where the chain breaker had crashed served as the southernmost point. To its east were the Bone Orchard and the Hollow Butterfly. To its west were the hunting grounds of the Rotting Leopard. Undying Slaughter was straight ahead, to the north, and behind her was the Seeker's Tower. There were many more marks in the sand, of course. Sunny had marked the location of every nightmare creature he knew of, and there were plenty, many of whom had killed him at least once, as well as all the landmarks he had discovered. The millipede chasm separating the far side of the island, the abandoned port where the harrowing vine terror dwelled, the overgrown shrine that was like a nightmare within a nightmare, the inescapable lake which had turned red because of the gargantuan carcass floating in it, the deathly ring of black obelisks. There were all kinds of ways to die on Windflower. He briefly wondered if there had ever been a map that cost its creator so much suffering. The worst part is that it's nearly useless. One map was not enough to help him navigate the island. The nightmare creatures populating the fog did not stay in place, making his attempts to mark their locations pointless. Devouring Beast especially had a way of appearing in the most unexpected places due to her speed. The indescribable being that hid in the mist above the island was unpredictable as well. So what he had to do was to not only map every powerful abomination imprisoned on Windflower, but also map their movements. The drawing in the sand was only the starting point. Sunny had to mentally construct dozens more, each slightly different. Only then would he get a clear picture of where the most terrible nightmare creatures were at each moment of the loop, and know how to avoid them. That, in turn, would allow Sunny to chart the fastest path to Effie and back. The problem was that tracking the abominations was not easy. If anything, it was absolutely lethal. And Sunny did not just have to find each of the horrors once, he had to find them repeatedly at different times, all the while evading the rest of the deadly creatures. He had just started on the task, but was already feeling utterly spent. The mental fatigue that had accumulated in the process of exploring the island was finally becoming unbearable. Sunny couldn't even think straight. Drawing multiple imaginary maps was out of the question. "Oh, I'm tired." He rubbed his face, feeling rather strange. His body was full of vigor and energy, but his feverish mind longed for sleep. Keep this up and you'll really become the Mad Prince. Well, mad, at least. Gods know no one in their right mind would call a hideous worm like you a prince. Sunny turned his head slightly and stared at the Sin of Solace. He was too exhausted to even get angry. Who are you calling hideous? We look exactly the same, idiot. Shaking his head, he turned back to the map. At that point, someone's shadow fell on him. Looking up, Sunny saw Nephis. He was startled a little. I guess I'm really out of it. Not only had Sunny missed the movements of shadows, he had not even noticed the quiet ringing of her silver anklets. This is a map of the island. Cassie and Jet were not far behind her. In the recent few revolutions, Sunny had worked a lot on shortening the time it took to rescue Soul Reaper and bring everyone up to speed. Now it barely took him 20 minutes. Well, his companions were still full of questions, but he could tackle them gradually. Sunny had also discarded the habit of moving alone, at least for now, and was currently trying to involve the members of the cohort in challenging the loop. He nodded. Yeah. Picking up a stick, Sunny pointed to the southernmost mark on the map. This is where we are. Then he pointed to a mark almost all the way north. This is where Effie is. Finally, he pointed to a mark near the chain breaker, and another one slightly above it. And this is where we need to go. Nephis studied the map for a few moments, deep in thought. Although she remained silent, Jet asked in a hesitant tone, "Why don't we just beeline it to that glutton?" Sunny shook his head. "I've tried many times, but it's too difficult. There are many great abominations between here and there. Even worse, undying slaughter and devouring beast are also wandering the forest. These two, they are the most dangerous creatures on this island, by far." Then he looked at the map. But there is a cave system running below most of Windflower. If we can move underground, we might get to Effie in time. So, we are going to the nearest entrance to the caverns. There are nightmare creatures below ground too, though, so we'll make a short stop first. Jet stared at the map for a few moments, then nodded. With nothing else to discuss, they left the chain breaker behind and set out east, heading for the Bone Orchard. Sunny walked just behind Nightmare, staring into the distance with an empty expression. He felt half asleep. Nephis studied his face with a hint of concern. She hesitated for a while, then asked, "Are you all right?" Sunny flinched and looked at her in confusion. After a few moments passed in silence, he smiled. "Sure, just tired." Her brow furrowed a little. "How many of these revolutions have you been through, exactly?" He scratched his head. "Oh, I don't quite remember at the moment. About 30, I think. Yeah, somewhere around that." Sunny inhaled deeply, then slowly exhaled. "I guess we've been inside this nightmare for 5 months now. Well, 14 months disregarding the time storm. Time flies." Neff's frown deepened. She stared at him for a while, then looked away. "Technically, it flows." While he was considering if that had been a joke, she lingered, and then added in her usual even tone, "Maybe it's time to take a break. Aren't you treating yourself too ruthlessly?" Sunny raised an eyebrow, surprised. Nephis was someone he would have never expected to say something like that. Wasn't she a person who treated herself most ruthlessly of all? A person who didn't mind burning alive endlessly if it meant reaching her goal. Looking ahead, he smiled. "All right, if you say so, I'll find an opportunity to rest soon." Sunny didn't add that if he was going to take a break, she would have no choice but to take a break with him. "What shall we do?" His smile widened, but then slowly grew dim. It didn't matter. She was not going to remember any of it anyway, as soon as the next revolution came. Sunny would be the only one who did. Chapter 14:24, Do-It-Yourself. Eventually, they arrived at the Bone Orchard. The skeletal remains of the dead horrors towered above them, and the subtle sweet smell emanated by the hollow butterfly permeated the flowing fog. The members of the cohort looked around tensely, unnerved by the eerie scene. Sunny, however, had been to this sprawling graveyard many times. He walked nonchalantly between the bones, his steps hurried. "Follow me, it's right ahead." Soon, the great monster revealed itself from the mist. Even though Sunny had explained that it was not dangerous, his companions still couldn't help but grip their weapons tighter. "What the hell is that?" Jet's voice sounded hoarse. Looking back, Sunny gave her a pale smile. "Nephis and I call these creatures dark butterflies. We've seen another one in action, much further upstream. Needless to say, it's a blessing that the one in front of us is hollow." The four of them stared up at the gargantuan form of the great monster in apprehension. After a few moments of silence, Nephis finally asked, "So why are we here exactly?" Sunny lingered for a few moments. "Since it's hollow, we won't earn anything by killing it. No soul shards, no memories. But its body is perfectly healthy. and it's a body of supreme quality, so we are here to butcher it. White sparks ignited in Neph's eyes. You want to craft weapons out of its chitin? He nodded with a tired smile. Yes, a few pikes, I hope. If we succeed, the pikes won't have any enchantments, but they'll still be akin to supreme weapons. That should be of some help on this damned island. Sunny stared at the motionless butterfly silently, then sighed. Let's get to work, shall we? The idea to repurpose the body parts of the helpless great monster was not that deranged, provided that one was capable of rending its impregnable pace. Sunny was by no means a master artisan, but knew more about blacksmithing and crafting than an average awakened, did mostly due to the brilliant emporium. He was almost certain that they would be able to achieve success, even though it was going to take some time. But wasting some time here was also part of his plan. Neph had yet to replenish enough essence to use her dormant ability, which meant that Jet's wounds were still unhealed. Sunny did not want to enter the caverns before both of those things had happened. So they camped in the middle of the bone orchard for a while. Luckily, this place was one of the safest on Windflower, perhaps, because the hollow butterfly's scent scared the other nightmare creatures away. Nephis and Jet simply rested and observed, while Sunny, Cassie, Saint, and Fiend were hard at work. Their target were the 6 legs of the great monster. Severing them was no easy task, but with the help of the 5 shadows and the augmentation of the Crown of Dawn, as well as a scattering of useful utility memories, the work progressed at a steady pace. Saint and Fiend, with their transcendent strength, were of great help as well. By the time Nephis had finally regained enough essence to heal Jet, the lower parts of the hollow butterfly's legs were laid out on the ground in front of them. They were still too large to be used as pikes, each at least 10 meters in length, so Sunny had to splinter and shave them down some more. Now that Neph could use her augmenting ability, everything went much faster. Eventually, there were 6 makeshift pikes in front of them, each crafted from chitin of supreme quality. There was also a bundle of crude javelins and a pile of long splinters to its side. Looking at the collections of weapons, Sunny couldn't help but remember the siege souvenir javelin he had crafted from the remains of a corrupted abomination, then enchanted, and used to kill a fallen titan. Sadly, there was no time for him to enchant the ones in a similar manner. One day was too short to create any kind of meaningful spellweave. Remembering the siege souvenir also reminded him of his battle with the ravenous fiend. The vengeful creature had used a crude sword fashioned from the tusk of an unknown nightmare creature back then. After thinking for a few moments, Sunny picked up a slightly curved splinter of the hollow butterfly's chitin. Its edge was sharp enough to serve as a sword, so he tossed it to Fiend. He also handed another piece of black chitin, this one flat and roughly circular, to Saint. Sunny had personally made it into a shield before. I think we are ready. As ready as they would be, at least in this revolution. Each member of the cohort, as well as Saint and Find, picked up one of the pikes. The javelins were divided between Sunny, Nephis, and Jet. Armed to the teeth, they threw one last glance at the motionless butterfly, which was now laying messily on the ground, serene despite being mutilated and deeply disturbing for that reason, and backed away. Sunny led the group through the labyrinth of bones, stopping from time to ascertain their location. Eventually, they had to climb over the spine of an especially large horror and found a small space hidden behind it. There, the ground had been broken by a titanic blow, and a black pit waited for them, full of darkness. That's our way down. It was one of the entrances to the system of underground caverns that Sunny had found. Using Neph's golden rope, the Evertwine witch had once been earned by Cassie in her first nightmare, they cautiously descended into the pit. Soon, the members of the cohort found themselves standing on the rough rock floor of a natural cave, surrounded by darkness. Almost no light reached this deep down, swallowed by the mist above. However, none of them felt too concerned about it. In fact, they even felt relieved for finally having escaped the ever-present fog. There was none of it underground. Sunny had not mapped all the caves yet, but he knew the general location of where they had to go. Carrying the long pike, he took a step into the darkness and sighed. I hope we won't die here today again. No, I know we won't. Chapter 1425, Cavern Terror. The caverns were a corrupted terror's territory. A corrupted terror. It had not been that long ago that Sonny would have shuddered from a mere thought of fighting a creature like that. He was still apprehensive, of course, but not nearly as much as a wise person would have been. An abomination of that rank and class was not something a lone master should have the ambition to kill, or a cohort of them, really. Sybil of the Fallen Grace, for example, had not only wiped out the entirety of Low 49 and the enormous battleship sent to rescue its personnel, but also almost ended the lives of Sonny, Neve, and Saint Bloodwave at Falcon Scott. A corrupted terror was a walking disaster of chilling proportions. Of course, just like all people were not the same, Team-air creatures weren't either. One terror could be much more dreadful than another, even within the boundaries of a same rank. How one's aspect countered the creature's powers, or was countered instead, also played a large role. Sybil of the Fallen Grace, for example, had been a harrowing being even among terrors. She had also possessed an especially insidious kind of power, the power to twist minds and subjugate living beings. The creature hiding in the caverns of Windflower was entirely different. This terror did not possess powers that allowed it to play with its prey's mind. Neither could it destroy the prey's soul. Instead, it was viciously strong and covered by nearly impervious armor. Or maybe it was not nearly, but absolutely impervious. At least Sonny had not been able to break it yet. As for powers, he wasn't sure, but it seemed like the incredible toughness of the creature's hide was a part of them. Sonny also suspected that the very existence of the underground caverns had something to do with the terror. If not for the fact that time on Windflower only encompassed a single day, who knew perhaps, in the near future, the whole forest would have been swallowed by the growing chasm beneath it. He could also imagine entire cities turning into ruin as they collapsed into the maw of devouring Earth continents, perhaps, given enough time. However, Sonny was not too tense about clashing with the cavern terror. There were two reasons why he felt hopeful about the upcoming battle. Firstly, the creature was clearly out of its element. Not only was it trapped on an island and surrounded by water, with no time to let its dreadful influence spread, but it was also without an army of minions. Things would have been much more dreary if the system of caves was flooded with hundreds, or even thousands, of lesser abominations with similarly tough bodies. The second reason was Jet. Her ability to ignore all forms of physical defense directly countered the most threatening trait of the powerful terror. As long as they lived long enough for her to deliver several strikes, they would win. The long pikes were meant to buy them that time. As the cohort moved deeper into the caverns, Sonny explained all these points to his companions. Nephis nodded, expressing her approval of the plan. It would be wise not to kill it too quickly, though. He looked at her in surprise. Why? She silently pointed to Cassie. Cassie needs a little time to gain knowledge of its attributes and powers. Even if we kill this terror now, we'll still have to face it again in the future revolutions. Her insights are much deeper than what any of us can learn from pure observation, so with her help, fighting this terror the next time will be easier. She paused for a moment, and then added evenly. In fact, in your place, I would have brought Cassie with me everywhere, to learn about every abomination on this island from her. Sonny stared at Nephis for a while, then turned to Cassie. Actually, she's right. He had been dying over and over again, slowly learning more about the dreadful prisoners of Windflower with each death. Bringing Cassie along would have sped up the process dramatically, and even allowed him to learn things he would have never learned otherwise, and yet he had not. Because it meant that Cassie would die over and over again, too. And while Sonny shuddered at the thought of being cruelly killed, watching his companions die was so much worse. Watching Cassie die was especially hard. Maybe because, despite the fact that the delicate blind girl had proven her strength over and over again, she was still the weakest of them. And deep down inside, he still saw her as someone who needed his protection. Cassie was quiet and unassuming, so it was not easy to keep her martial prowess in mind. Sonny sighed and lowered his head. I'll have to involve her regardless. My progress is too slow. At that moment, they entered another large cavern. The darkness here seemed especially deep and oppressive, barely retreating from the light of their luminous memories. He suddenly sensed the shadows, moving ominously behind the thick rock wall. Looking up sharply, Sonny lowered his pike and shouted, "Right side, prepare." In the next moment, the wall of the cavern to their right suddenly exploded, several tons of broken stone flying at them like an artillery shells. Sonny barely had time to dodge a slab of black rock when a massive shape revealed itself from the cloud of dust, already descending upon them. Curses! The terror resembled a giant, monstrous termite. Sonny could only see its massive head and an opened maw, with saw-like mandibles protruding repulsively from its edges. Its head alone was almost as wide as the entire cavern, and it was flying at them with dreadful speed. The dark chasm of the creature's maw was like a cave itself. Sonny had perished painfully inside its darkness once or twice, so he knew that there was no escape from it. His eyes glinted furiously. Not this time, damn it. But at the same time, another, exhausted part of his mind thought. So what if I die again? I'm so tired. Chapter 14:26 Pathfinder. Before the terror could swallow them all, Nephis appeared in its way. Her pike was already pressed against the uneven floor of the cavern, supported by her foot, the sharp tip pointed at the approaching monstrosity. Her eyes were calm and full of resolve. A moment later, Saint was by her side. Sonny, Cassie, and Fiend were not far behind. Will it work? Before Sonny could even finish the thought, the terror plunged into the row of pikes. There was a deafening sound, and he felt a terrible force wrenching his arms. If not for bone weave, his bones would have probably snapped and shattered into 1,000 fragments. Sonny had already increased his weight as much as he could, turning into an immovable monolith. Still, he was thrown back. Cassie had been flung back, as well the blind girl twisted in the air and nimbly landed on her feet. One of the pikes actually broke despite the supreme material it had been made of, forcing Fiend to stagger back with a dumbfounded expression. However, Nephis and Saint somehow withstood the terrible impact. More importantly, the charge of the terror had been stopped, at least temporarily. The creature had only partially emerged from behind the broke wall, most of its revolting body still hidden from view. Neph's pike had become stuck between two of its mandibles, while the one held by Saint was pushed against the black, glossy membrane of its eye. And yet, there was still not even a crack on the impregnable chitin. Damn it! Even weapons crafted from supreme material were not able to break through the terror's armor, it seemed. However, most of them had not shattered from the impact, and the cohort was momentarily a safe distance away from the trembling mandibles. The pikes were doing their job. Rushing forward, Sonny put his whole weight into his own, joining Nephis and Saint. At the same time, he called upon the shadows. Tenebrous chains rose from the floor of the cavern and fell from its ceiling, wrapping around the terror to immobilize it. The terror snapped its mandibles, trying to break the pikes. Its massive body moved, making the black chains groan. Jet! Right at that moment, a black steed leaped over their heads. Landing on the back of the giant creature, it rushed forward. Its rider had already slid out of the saddle, the long pike held in her hands disappearing into the depths of the terror's body. The abominations shuddered and let out a terrifying, ear-piercing shriek. The chains holding it down snapped, and the giant insect-like horror tried to throw Jet off its back. But at that time, Neph's eyes suddenly shone, and the soft radiance of her skin was extinguished. At the same time, her pike suddenly ignited with incandescent light. Noticing it, Sonny sent the shadow that had been augmenting her body onto the pike, as well. The crude weapon finally managed to break through the enemy's armor, cracking it slightly. The damage done to the terror was not too serious, but it momentarily pinned it in place. That moment gave Jet enough time to catch the pike that Cassie had tossed into the air before Nightmare even landed on the creature's back. Soul Reaper did not waste any time, dashing forward and delivering another vicious strike. The creature shuddered once again. Visibly weakened and tormented by harrowing pain, it continued trying to resist, but it was already pointless. Staring at the terror, Sonny remembered his first meeting with undying slaughter and smiled spitefully. He knew better than anyone what the bastard was feeling right now. Kill it! Before too long, the battle was over. They actually managed to slay a corrupted terror without losing a single member of the cohort. The dreadful creature was dead. What the hell, it's so much easier when I'm not alone. Sonny winced and shook his head, perplexed by his own thoughts. What am I thinking? Of course it is, you fool. He was sitting on the floor, catching his breath. Nephis was massaging her forearms with a small grimace. Cassie had retrieved the guiding light from the sling on her back and was now leaning heavily on it. Jet had just jumped down from the dead terror's massive carcass. There was an amused smile on her face. What would you know, I received a memory. Sunny smiled weakly. Congratulations. He had earned a few memories himself inside the loop, as well as a fair number of fragments. Sadly, none of them remained. At the start of each revolution, the fragments were erased, and the memories disappeared as if they had never existed. The world was returned to its previous state, with no exceptions. Apart from the sin of solace, and the wear and tear accumulating on both his mind and his soul. Jet stared at the giant corpse doubtfully, and then asked, "Should we dig out the soul shards?" Sunny shook his head. No point. The sea. Arcus was too large. Retrieving the shards would take too long, and their benefits would be gone at the start of the next revolution anyway. He let out a sigh and stood up. We should continue moving. There should be no more abominations until we leave the caves, at least on the route I chose. Once we reach the chasm, though, it's going to be a little rough. There are these millipedes, you see. Nephis, Cassie, and Jet listened to his description, their faces slowly turning a little green. Nevertheless, they followed him without voicing any objections. Getting out of the chasm had indeed turned out a little rough. Cassie had to sacrifice one of her echoes to buy them enough time, and even then, everyone ended up thoroughly wounded. The smell of blood attracted a few nightmare creatures in the forest, as well. Luckily, Sunny knew which paths to take, so the combined strength of the cohort was enough to fend them off. But they wasted too much time. It was already too late to try and return to the chain breaker by the time they reached the northern edges of the island. Walking through the mist, Sunny suddenly raised a hand, signaling the others to stop. Then he shouted, "Effie, it's me, Sunny. Don't throw your spee." In the next moment, he cursed and hurriedly dodged to the side. A gray spear flashed past him and hit Saint's shield with a loud crack. The graceful knight was pushed back several steps. Got him it every time, every damn time. Sunny raised himself from the ground and looked into the mist with a resentful expression. There, Effie stood, supporting her belly and looking at him with wide eyes. Doofus. She turned her head slightly, finally noticing the rest of her cohort. Bright joy flashed in her eyes. Jet secretly let out a sigh of profound relief. Damned glutton, I knew you'd be all right. Cassie lingered for a moment, then tilted her head slightly. Nephis, however, was frozen in place. Her eyes were strangely wide. Effie, why are you? The huntress looked at her in confusion, then glanced at her belly and grinned. Oh, I guess you wouldn't know. You see, princess, when a man and a woman love each other very much. As she continued talking with a sincere expression, Neph's bewildered face slowly turned pink. Looking at her, Sunny felt delightfully vindicated. Chapter 14:27, Unexplored Opportunities. There was no point in trying to get back to the chain breaker. The cohort had spent too much time traveling to the far side of the island, and there was not enough of it left. Which was not to say that this revolution was useless. Sunny had learned how to craft weapons from the hollow butterfly. Next time, he would be able to do it faster. He had also learned how to kill the cavern terror. Next time, he would be able to kill better. The same went for the several abominations they had fought in the misty forest. Especially due to the fact that Cassie had told him more about the nature and powers of those creatures. Some of the things he had already deduced, but others were a complete revelation. Every revolution brought Sunny closer to the goal, at least. At least he hoped so. Currently, the members of the cohort were resting not far from the spot where they had found Effie. The huntress was greedily devouring the provisions from the covetous coffer, while Jet was trying to explain the nature of the time loop to her. Nephis still seemed a little dazed after learning of Effie's condition, and Cassie had silently merged into the background, like she always did. It was easy to forget that she was even here. Sunny, meanwhile, sat a little distance away, staring into the mist. Actually, it's a bit awkward. His thoughts were somber. Despite how much he tried to not let the nature of time on Windflower affect his mindset, he was still growing more and more reliant on the time loop. For him, this revolution was as good as done. They were not going to make it back in time, so there was no point in trying. Mentally, Sonny was already considering what to do next time. However, the situation was entirely different for his companions. For them, there was no next time. Even if they knew that time would repeat itself, it was not the kind of thing one could really make peace with. So, they must be feeling both strange and desperate about this sudden inaction. There's time to do something, I guess. Sonny closed his eyes tiredly. The overgrown shrine was not too far from here. So was the Blood Lake. It was not impossible to reach the obelisk ring. Either he had not thoroughly explored any of these places yet, and they could make an attempt. Of course, the reason for why Sonny had not been able to study these areas was because they were too deadly. He would make some progress if he took the cohort there, but only at the cost of their lives. Sonny had started this revolution with a promise to stay alive, so he was in no mood for dying or watching his companions die. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Well, there's a coup. The safer things I've yet to try. Since Sonny was currently in the information-gathering phase of his vague plan to escape Windflower, there were plenty of options he had yet to explore. He summoned a memory. Soon an ominous mirror encased in dark silver appeared in his hand, its surface like a pool of mercury, the mirror of truth. He had received this ascended memory of the 7th tier after accidentally slaying the fallen Titan, defiled seeker of truth. The abomination had practically fallen on his head during the joint battle in East Antarctica and was killed by him out of pure luck. Its single enchantment allowed Sonny to gain one power of a being caught in the reflection of the mirror of truth for a period of time. The memory would be destroyed after that. It was not hard to realize that this one-use artifact was uniquely suited for Windflower. After all, it could be used repeatedly here, once during each revolution. It was strangely fitting, considering that the island had once belonged to one of the Seekers. Sonny had yet to use it, though. Except for undying slaughter and the devouring beast, he did not know enough about the prisoners of Windflower to do so. And catching a reflection of those two without being killed by them was no easy task. So currently, the reflection caught by the mirror of truth was that of Nephis. She had picked up the memory once, back on the Black Island, and her visage still remained caught on the mercurial surface. Blindly trying to reflect abominable powers has been a problem before, but if I indeed involve Cassie, it can become feasible. This was a whole layer of opportunities he had to think about and explore. The enchantment of the mirror of truth was not limited to nightmare creatures either. Sonny could temporarily gain the aspect abilities of the cohort members, as well Neph's flames, Cassie's premonition, Jet's ability to destroy souls, Effie's Herculean strength. His tired mind went into a stupor from the sheer amount of intertwined possibilities. After a while, Sonny dismissed the mirror of truth and took a deep breath. There was another tool at his disposal that he had not used yet. The fragment of Shadow God's domain that he had received as a reward for mastering the 4th step of Shadow Dance. He had not experimented with it before due to the fear of wasting this powerful legacy relic. But now that Sonny was inside of the loop, was there a better place to learn what the domain fragment could actually do? He had been considering unleashing it for a while now. What stopped Sonny before was the desire to learn more about Windflower first, but he had already explored most of it, at least tentatively. Was there a reason to wait? Only one. He was exhausted. Sonny stared bleakly into the mist. The mirror of truth and the fragment of Shadow's domain. I'll try them next. But first, he really needed a break. Assessing these two tools would go much better with a fresh mind. Glancing at the members of the cohort, Sonny hesitated for a few moments, and then asked, "Do you guys want me to do anything specific once the next revolution starts?" When was the last time he had a real day off, free to do anything he wanted or do nothing at all? Even in the periods of relative calm, Sonny had always been burdened by the need to accomplish so many things. This time, he wasn't going to bother. He was just going to rest. A hint of excitement suddenly bloomed in his ragged heart. Chapter 14:28, Searching Reflection. Sonny waited for a moment, then waited some more. He was back on the deck of the chain breaker, surrounded by flowing mist. A slight tremor ran through his body. "I'm tired." He straightened slowly and stared into the fog. It was time for him to take a break, but Sonny wasn't even sure what he was supposed to do. His companions were just as useless as far as resting was concerned. None of them had given him a single good idea. Well, except for Jet. She had looked at him for a few moments, chuckled, and told him to take a good nap. Which was not a bad piece of advice. As a government officer who had always looked overworked and suffering from sleep deprivation, she would know best. That said, even though this revolution was supposed to be his day off, Sonny still had to rescue Jet. Relaxing while she was being killed by undying slaughter did not sound restful at all. He couldn't bring himself to even think about skipping this step. Glancing at Nephis and Cassie, Sonny walked over to Nightmare and climbed into the saddle. Neph looked at him questioningly. "Sonny, what are you doing?" He couldn't be bothered to explain things properly. "Leaving, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Until then, just stay here." Leaving the two bewildered young women behind, Nightmare leaped into the mist. As the familiar scenes flew past him, Sonny summoned the Mirror of Truth and studied the reflection of Nephis on its mercurial surface. After hesitating for a few moments, he activated the searching reflection enchantment. At the same time, he imagined a pure white flame and thought, "Soul flame." A small crack appeared on the silver mirror. Suddenly, Sonny felt very strange. It was as if his soul, which had always been still and silent, was in motion, rolling, billowing, burning. It was not painful, just unfamiliar. Soul flame ability description: your soul burns with the purest of flames. That flame can both restore and destroy, and is both a blessing and a curse. How peculiar. Sonny had gained Nephis's dormant ability. It was then that he realized an important detail: possessing something and being in control of it were two different things. He should have expected that much, though. After all, it took him some time to learn how to use his own aspect. For the rest of the way, Sonny kept trying to manifest Soul Flame. As he did, more tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the Mirror of Truth. Judging by the rate at which the memory deteriorated, he could borrow a dormant ability for about half a day. He suspected that an awakened one would destroy the memory in a few hours, while an ascended one would not last for more than one. A transcendent ability might shatter the Mirror of Truth in mere minutes, while anything greater, perhaps just a few moments, would be enough. Still, it was sort of exhilarating. Eventually, a small black flame appeared on his palm. Sonny stared at it incredulously. "It's black." He had expected to see the pure white flame, just like what Nephis could summon. But it made sense. Soul Flame was just that flame produced from one soul. Nephis's soul was pure and incandescent, while his was lightless and dark. Sonny also felt that his black flame was much, much weaker than hers. It was reasonable, too, although the flame of divinity and the potency of his ascended soul fueled it. He lacked Nephis's lineage attribute, the fire. That attribute granted her unmatched affinity to flame, and among other things, empowered her soul. Also, Sonny lacked the innate resistance to fire it granted her. Ouch! He hurriedly dismissed the black flame when the skin on his palm started to blister. It hurt like hell. Sonny was no stranger to pain, but burning was up there with the absolute worst kinds of it. It was hard to imagine something more terrible. A deep frown contorted his face. As Nightmare dashed deeper into the misty forest, Sonny continued concentrating on his newfound ability. Eventually, he managed to summon Soul Flame again, this time channeling it into his body instead of manifesting it outside of himself. This time, it did not hurt. His skin was suddenly suffused with a strange, dark radiance. Concentrating it on his hands, he watched as the blisters on his palms slowly disappeared. Sonny had just healed himself. Wow! How nice would it be to be able to mend his own wounds? He shook his head. Where did Nephis get the audacity to call me a cockroach, even? If anything, she was the ultimate roach. He spent a bit more time experimenting with Soul Flame and eventually managed to get it to empower his body. Augmented both by both the dark flames and the shadows, Sonny felt dire strength coursing through his veins. It was not quite as daunting as when Nephis shared her flame with him, but almost comparable. One curious detail of this augmentation was that it did not divide itself into 5 distinct parts, akin to his 5 shadows. Instead, it was a single mass of flame which could be divided however he wished. Sonny imagined being augmented by his 5 shadows. All of the authentic soul flame, all of the mirrored soul flame, Effie's ascended ability, and the crown of dawn on top of that. Wouldn't that turn him into an absolute monster? Yes, it would. Sadly, Windflower was a place where even a monster like that was close to the bottom of the food chain. It's an option worth remembering, though. At this point, Sunny could already smell Jet's blood in the air. Galloping past the familiar trees, he noticed her hunched figure and reached down. "Grab my hand." Jet looked up, her face pale and pained. It took her a moment to recognize his voice and another one to shake off her shock. Not even understanding the situation completely, she reached forward. Sunny pulled her up. This time, however, he put Jet in front of him instead of behind him. They ended up in quite an awkward pose, his hand pressed against her back and soaked in her blood. She grimaced. "Sunny, you really know how to?" He interrupted her. "Make a girl squeal? Yeah, I know now, stay still." His bloodied hand was suddenly suffused with the dark radiance once again, and washed in that radiance, Jet's wounds slowly began to heal. It was nowhere near as fast and efficient as when Nephis healed people, but it still worked. And since Nephis was currently devoid of essence, that was more than enough. A dark smile appeared on his face. "That should save me a lot of time in the future." No matter how many times the future repeated itself. Chapter 1429, Bedtime. Soon, Nightmare landed on the deck of the chain breaker. Sunny had been a bit distracted, so he was surprised to see that Nephis was pointing her sword at him. After a short moment, she let out a sigh and sheathed it again. Right, they didn't see us approaching because of the mist, and then something fast jumped out of it and landed on the ship. After the lackluster explanation Sunny had given them, both Cassie and Nephis must have been tense and uneasy for the past half an hour. "You're back." Nephis started to talk, but then grew silent. She had finally noticed the bloodied figure sitting in front of Sunny. Jet used that moment to gingerly jump down and stretch. "Horse riding is just not for me. I miss my PTV." Cassie seemed taken aback. "Soul Reaper, Jet." Jet nodded and smiled. "One and only." Then her expression darkened. "Well, I suppose not anymore." For a few moments, everyone was silent. Nephis and Cassie were looking between Sunny and Jet, startled. He had already dismounted and was rubbing his face, a little spaced out. "Sunny, you have already found Jet." He stared at Nephis for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, I also found Effie. She's on the other side of the island, but we can't go there yet. Oh, Undying Slaughter and Devouring Beast are also here, as well as a number of great nightmare creatures. Basically, everywhere you go on this island, only death awaits." All of it was news for Cassie and Nephis, and most of it was news to Jet. He paused for a moment, ignoring their somber expressions, and nodded. "All right, I'm going to sleep. Don't leave the ship." Sunny headed for the hatch to the interior of the ship, but was stopped by Nephis. "Wait, if you don't mind. How do you know all this? What happened?" The corner of his eye twitched. Windflower exists inside a closed loop of repeating time, and I have already lived through this day a few dozen times. I can remember the previous revolutions because of my cursed sword. The last time around, you told me to rest, so that's what I'm doing. I'm going to take a nap. Now, if you'll excuse me." He walked between the three frozen women and disappeared into the hatch. Finding his way to his sleeping quarters, Sunny dismissed his mantle and toppled onto his bed. His pillow had never felt so soft. "I'll take a small nap, just a few hours, and then explain everything properly." Closing his eyes, he instantly fell into the comforting embrace of sleep. The next thing Sunny knew, he was crouching on the deck of the chain breaker, just as tired as he had been before. He waited for a moment, then straightened and looked around in confusion. "What is this?" Sunny was back to the start of the loop. His expression soured. "What the hell, did I sleep through the whole day? Or had something killed him in his sleep?" Turning around, Sunny frowned and looked at Nephis. She met his gaze and said, "I'm fine, I can still put up a fight." He stared at her for a moment, then cursed and jumped into the saddle. Before Nephis or Cassie could say anything, the dark destrier had already disappeared into the mist. "I just want to sleep in peace. How hard can it be?" Sunny used the mirror of truth again, found Jet, and healed her. Returning to the chain breaker, he dismounted first and looked at his tense and startled companions in exasperation. Before they could say anything, he raised a hand and stopped them. Yes, I found Jet. Time loops on this island, so I have already lived through these events a bunch of times. Leaving the ship is too dangerous, so please don't. I'm going to sleep. I might seem crazy and rude, but it was actually you who insisted that I take a break. I'll be off then. With that, he nodded and used Shadow Step to disappear from the deck. 3 confused women were left in his wake. Falling on his bed, Sonny closed his eyes and sighed. Sleep. Then he was standing on the deck of the chain breaker again. Sonny straightened, took a deep breath, and bellowed. Damnation! It took Sonny 5 more revolutions to finally feel refreshed. Each time, he rescued Jet and went directly to bed, only to find himself standing back on the misty deck not long after. At least it felt short. In truth, Sonny must have slept until the termination point of the loop each time. On the 8th revolution, finally, he came to his senses, feeling if not well, then at least not bone-tired. His mind was clear, and his thought flowed freely without being burdened by the weight of accumulated stress. I must have been more exhausted than I thought. His recovery speed was already supposed to be incredible thanks to the Shroud of Dusk. Considering that it took him a whole week of doing pretty much nothing, but sleeping to recover, Sonny promised himself not to underestimate the strain of reliving the horrors of Wind Flower over and over again anymore. Luckily, he had paused before his sanity collapsed. That said, his mental state was still delicate. Giving himself enough time to sleep was one T. But he also had to go through some kind of positive experiences to counter the destructive effect of dying repeatedly in all kinds of macabre ways. What is supposed to come after getting a good night's sleep? Staring into the mist, Sonny pondered for a while and then smiled. Actually, isn't it obvious? It was breakfast. Nodding to himself, he walked past Nephis and Cassie and climbed into the saddle. Both of them looked at him in surprise. Sonny, what are you doing? He looked down at his companions and lingered for a few moments. Then he said, I have an idea of where Jet is. I'll go fetch her really quick. Meanwhile, though, I have a strange request. Turning to Nephis, he put on his most pleasant smile. Neph, it might sound weird, but can you cook up something tasty while I'm gone? Go all out. Use any ingredient you need. It's rather important that you don't hold back. She simply stared at him, a hint of confusion hiding in her striking gray eyes. I guess I can. Sonny grinned. Great, oh, don't forget to make coffee. Wait, we don't have coffee tea then, the best tea we have. With that, he commanded Nightmare to leap into the mist. It was time for him to be pampered a little. Chapter 1430, The Last Meal. Some time later, Sonny was sitting on his opulent memory chair in front of a veritable feast of all kinds of delicious food. Better yet, it was all prepared by Nephis. He was drooling from just looking at it. They were currently at the mess deck of the chain breaker. Sonny was sick and tired of the mist, so being away from it was already doing wonders for his mood. Because of the dimness of the outside world, the mess deck was illuminated by the warm light of luminous memories. The fragrance of his luxurious breakfast permeated the air. Nephis was staring at him with a serious expression, her confusion hidden so well that no one except for him would have detected it. You said that it was important, so I did my best. Sonny marveled at how endearing her seriousness was, then nodded and immediately picked up his chopsticks. Where to start? For a moment, he was lost for choice. But only for a moment. Soon, he was happily stuffing his face with several dishes at the same time. His table manners would make Fiend look like a gentleman in comparison. Nephis, Cassie, and Jet stared at him incredulously. After a while, Jet let out a long sigh and asked, Sonny, sorry to interrupt your meal, but aren't you going to explain what is going on? He stopped chewing for a moment and glanced at her briefly. I might. Then he asked sweetly, Oh, can anyone pour me a cup of tea? The teapot was right there in front of him, but what was the point of being pampered if he had to do everything himself? Nephis blinked, confused. Can't you do it yourself? Sonny smiled. Considering that his cheeks had ballooned because of all the food in his mouth, his smile looked nothing short of ridiculous. I can. There were a few moments of awkward silence. Then Nephis sighed and poured tea into a beautiful porcelain cup. "Here you go." Sonny nodded in gratitude and chased down the food with a sip of the bitter tea. "Ah, shame there's no coffee anywhere in this tomb." He was enjoying his break quite a bit. The other three, however, seemed a little concerned. After a while, Nephis cleared her throat and asked evenly, "So, are you going to tell us what is going on or not?" Sonny swallowed, took another sip of tea, and gave her a contemplative look. "Well, you see, how do I put it? I just wanted you to make me breakfast." Neff's usually motionless face seemed to twitch a little. But he was not done talking. His voice turned grave. "Because I don't have a lot of time left. I only have a day to live." She was suddenly pale. Jet's eyes widened, Cassie flinched. All three of them knew that Sonny could not lie, which meant that he was really going to die. "What?" Sonny nodded solemnly. "Yes, sadly it's true, I am going to die soon. It's inevitable and none of you can stop it. So I just wanted to spend a pleasant day with you guys, gals. Anyway, this breakfast is a good start." There was dead silence in the mess deck. Jet was frozen still. Cassie seemed petrified. Nephis, however, slowly leaned over, raised a hand and poked his face with a finger. Her voice trembled a little. He's not wearing the mask." Something fell to the floor with a loud noise. Sonny rubbed his cheek, blushed a little, and looked at Neph with reproach. "Right, now that we're past that, let's get back to food. It's getting cold." Saying that, he nonchalantly continued to stuff his face. A satisfied sigh escaped from his lips. After a few moments, he looked up and saw three beautiful women staring at him in stunned silence. Their faces were pale. Sonny sighed. "What?" Cassie did not move. Furious white sparks ignited in the depths of Neff's eyes. But it was Jet who broke the silence first. "What do you mean, what? Do you expect to drop that bomb on us and continue eating as if nothing happened? What do you mean? And you are going to die? Why? Who's going to kill you? How do we prevent it?" It was probably the first time Sonny saw the infamous Soul Reaper, Jet, lose her composure. Well, disregarding the days, she was crawling around their raft trying to eat him. But she had been much calmer even then. Nephis opened her mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Eventually, she simply pointed to Jet. Cassie nodded. "What, Master?" Jet said. Sonny blinked a few times and put a confused expression on his face. "I mean, yes, do you expect me to let all this food go to waste? And I mean dying by going to die. A terrible nightmare creature is going to kill me. As for preventing it, there's no point, really. It is what it is." He reached for his tea and shook his head. "I don't get it. Why are you guys making a scene?" He basked in their comical expressions for a few moments, and then exploded with laughter. Oh, sorry, damn. I think I am starting to understand Effie better. This is really fun." Gulping down the tea, Sonny smiled and looked at his companions with mirth in his eyes. By now, they were thoroughly dumbfounded. He sighed. "Listen, I did not tell you before, but this whirlpool is actually a whirlpool of time. Time moves in a circle on this island, meaning this day repeats itself over and over." They stared at him silently. "What I mean to say is that all of us have been reliving the same day ever since arriving at Windflower. I'm just the only one who remembers the previous ones. I've died a few dozen times already trying to get us out, and I'll definitely die many more times before we finally escape this hellhole." His teeth gleamed in a cavalier grin. "What, did you think that dying would actually kill me?" Since his companions seemed to be having trouble with comprehending the nature of the time loop, Sonny explained it again, this time in detail. He wasn't hurried, and did not forget to thoroughly enjoy Neff's breakfast in the process. Luckily, Sonny already had rich experience of having this conversation, so he did it again with ease. His mood was quite good. When he was done, Nephis, Cassie, and Jet glanced at each other. After a few moments of silence, Nephis asked, "So although you are indeed going to die soon, you'll come back to life at the start of the next revolution? Every time?" Sonny nodded. "Exactly." She looked down and took a deep breath. When she spoke again, her voice sounded strange. "So what you mean to say is that we can kill you right now, and you'll be fine tomorrow?" Sonny scratched his head. "I guess so, although it's a weird way to put it." Nephis nodded, as if coming to a decision. Then she looked at Cassie and Jet. "So we're in agreement. He has to be killed, right?" Cassie and Jet nodded seriously. "Yes, of course. Let's not make it quick." Sunny blinked, this time out of sincere surprise. What do you mean, kill me?" Jet smiled leisurely as she slowly rose to her feet. "Why are you making a scene? We'll just kill you a little, for education purposes." Suddenly, a cold chill crept up his spine. Cassie and Nephis were standing up as well. Wait a minute. This has somehow gone terribly wrong. It was just a little joke. Today is supposed to be my day off, okay? Don't do anything rash." A small smile appeared on Neff's face, with dangerous sparks dancing in her eyes. "You don't have to worry, we won't rush." His 5 shadows observed the scene with a mix of disdain and pity. A few of them shook their heads dejectedly. Why are they so angry? After a moment, the shadows winced. Loud sounds of something heavy crashing into the floor resounded from the mess deck of the chain breaker for a while after that. Chapter 1431, Tea and Dessert. In the end, Sunny was not killed. However, he did receive a few bruises, considering that his skin was not easy to bruise due to the marble shell. It went to show just how much his little stunt had angered the 3 women. Luckily, they calmed down pretty fast. Even luckier, Sunny had wisely finished his breakfast before drawing their ire in the aftermath of his punishment. The mess deck was in complete disarray, and there was nothing edible left on the overturned table. The wrath of 3 infuriated masters was a frightening thing. I don't get it, it was just a little joke." Rubbing his sides resentfully, Sunny stared at Nephis, Cassie, and Jet. Of course, he was smart enough to keep these thoughts to himself. Otherwise, a few bruises would be the least of his problems. His companions, in turn, were staring at the surrounding mess. "We should probably tidy up." Cassie's voice sounded uncertain. Jet gave her a glance and shrugged. "Won't it tidy itself up at the end of the day? Everything will go back to how it was." The blind girl hesitated. "Still, let's clean what we can now." Sunny was not really keen on cleaning on his day off, but he could always make Fiend do it for him. Before he did, however, Cassie suddenly said that he and Nephis should leave it to her and Jet. Neph was still suffering from the symptoms of essence exhaustion, while Sunny was supposed to be resting. So the blind girl told them to go enjoy the dessert on the upper deck. Nephis seemed unconvinced, but Sunny was shaken. He remained silent for a while, then asked solemnly, "There's dessert." After that, the 2 of them were sent out of the devastated mess deck. Soon, Sunny found himself sitting in the shade of the sacred tree, having an improvised picnic with Neph. There was indeed dessert on a cloth in front of him, as well as another pot of freshly brewed tea. Drinking hot tea while surrounded by the chilly mist was a special kind of pleasure. They spent some time in comfortable silence. Sunny was tired of having the same conversations over and over again, and Nephis seemed to be keeping her questions back. He let out a satisfied sigh. "This is great, what is it?" He pointed to one of the bowls, causing Nephis to glance at him. She lingered for a moment. "Just a simple fruit salad. Sorry I didn't have time to make anything fancy. Plus, the supplies we received in Fallen Grace are not very varied." Sunny tilted his head a little. "Are desserts also included in the Legacy Nutrition course? How strange." She coughed, then looked away and remained silent for a while. Then, Nephis suddenly stood up and said, I'll go brew more tea." With that, she disappeared, leaving him alone. Sunny stared into the mist, then lowered his gaze and looked at his hand. Soon, a black flame appeared above it. A few seconds after it did, his skin started to blister. And a few moments after that, Sunny winced and dismissed the flame. His slightly burned skin shone with dark radiance and slowly healed itself. Then, he summoned the flame again. His hand was burned once more. Sunny repeated the process several times. Each time, he couldn't keep going for more than a dozen seconds before dismissing the fire. Even if he consciously willed himself to endure, his instincts took over. "I wonder if I can get used to this." His expression turned somber. "I'm back." Nephis sat down, carrying a new pot of tea. Noticing the black flame on his palm, she froze for a second. "What is that?" Sunny made the fire disappear and smiled faintly. I used the mirror of truth to copy your dormant ability. That is how I healed Jet on the way back. She contemplated for a few moments, then nodded. Good decision. Looking at her with a complicated expression, Sunny sighed. But I don't have your lineage attribute, so the fire burns me. It hurts like hell. I don't know how you do it. Sunny was almost constantly using his aspect. Even when there was no active threat, his shadows were always out and about, either serving as his eyes or augmenting his body. Many routine tasks were solved with shadow step and shadow manifestation. Nephis, on the contrary, used her aspect as rarely as possible. She did not even summon its powers in most battles, relying solely on her training and skill. It was only when the enemy was overwhelmingly dangerous that she resorted to using the soul flame. But even then, it seemed like too much. The pain of her flaw was unbearable. She shook her head. Says the man who has been killed terribly many times already, but has no intention of slowing down. Dying over and over again, reliving the same day, I don't know what I would have done in your situation. Sunny smiled. You say that, but come on. We both know that you would have seen it as a wonderful opportunity to fit more sword practice in your schedule. The corner of Neff's mouth curled upward. Maybe I would. She remained silent for a while, looking into the fog, then said with a hint of wonder in her voice. But then again, it would be strange and tempting to know that no matter what I do, there would be no consequences tomorrow. Maybe I would have done some things that I never dared to do before. Sunny stared at her in confusion, then frowned. Hey, if you are going to insinuate that I'm a pervert again, let me tell you that I'm absolutely innocent. I've not done anything inappropriate in any of these revolutions, nor am I planning to. He gave her an indignant glance, then suddenly grinned and added in a more subtle tone. Unless you want me to. Nephis chuckled and looked away. After a while, she said, I wasn't insinuating anything, but it is interesting where your mind immediately went revealing, even. Sunny laughed. His day off was going better than he had expected. He was enjoying it quite a bit. Chapter 1432, Admission. Sunny and Nephis shared the desserts and enjoyed the tea. Their conversation flowed easily. Time passed slowly, but eventually she rose and went to check on Jet and Cassie. Soon, the sound of her light steps faded away and Sunny was left alone. He leaned on the trunk of the sacred tree, looking into the fog. His heart felt warm and at peace. But at the same time, Sunny could not throw what Neph had said out of his head. Do something that I never dared to do before. There were a few things he could think of. He sighed and stared into the distance. Sunny had complicated relationships with his closest companions, to say the least. Nephis, Cassie, and he there was a mess of emotions trapped between the three of them. Most of the things they wanted to say to each other had been left unspoken for a long time. Especially between Sunny and Nephis. He hesitated. At this point, he would have to be a complete fool to remain blind to how he felt. Sunny shifted uncomfortably and lowered his gaze. His heart suddenly felt stifled. He grimaced, then brushed his hand across the wooden deck. Just say it, can't you even say it? If he couldn't even say it now, then when would he? Wasn't he supposed to be the most honest person in two worlds? So why couldn't he even be honest with himself? Sunny remained motionless for a while, then let out a heavy sigh. I care about Nephis. No, that was not it. That was just being coy. He grimaced and looked up at the swaying branches of the sacred tree. Sunny remained motionless for a while, then he took a deep breath. And thought, I love Nephis. His expression collapsed. It was true, it had been for a long time. Sunny was not the most emotionally intelligent person, or at least he had not been before. If anything, his emotional development had been stunted first by the rough life in the outskirts, then by the ruthless reality of the nightmare spell. Who had time to think about emotions when every day was a lethal battle for survival? So it had taken him a long time to recognize the truth of how he felt for Nephis ever since the Forgotten Shore. In truth, he had already been in love with her before they reached the Dark City, hopelessly so, perhaps. And those feelings had not grown any weaker despite their many bitter disagreements. In fact, they were the reason why Sunny was so often infuriated with Nephis. If he felt nothing for her, he would not have cared either way. His feelings had not faded or disappeared despite the long period of separation, either. If anything, they only grew more intense, almost becoming an obsession. To be stronger than her, to be equal to her. To be free of her. That was what he had claimed, but it was a lie. The indescribable relief, joy, and completeness he had felt when she returned to the waking world. The maddening fury he had felt when she unanimously decided to join Valor. The deathly terror he had felt when the skinwalker snapped her neck. By now, there was no denying it. Whether through fate or coincidence, for better or worse, Nephis was his person, the only one there was and would be for him. More than that, Sunny was not blind. Even though neither of them had ever dared to say it aloud, he knew that she felt the same way. It wasn't that hard to see. However, there was a reason why both of them kept quiet. Too many reasons, really. He lowered his head and closed his eyes for a moment. It was not because both of them did not really know how to handle their feelings and were shy about such things. Emotions were terribly messy, and that was just on their own. But when there were other obstacles involved. Sunny and Nephis had different goals, and most of those goals were directly opposed to each other. Her pursuit of revenge against the spell left no space for something as frivolous as affection, or at least, in her heart, affection would always have to take the backseat. As for him, he had his reasons to stay silent as well. But maybe here in the loop, he didn't have to. How sweet. Sunny flinched and opened his eyes. The hateful sword wraith was standing in the mist, staring at him coldly. Ah, young Lovewell, you aren't wrong. I've been forced to watch you two circling each other fearfully for so long that it makes me sick to simply remember. At least you idiot finally admitted it. My, oh my, all it took was dying dozens of times. Sunny looked away. Shut up. There was no energy in his voice. The Sin of Solace grinned. So what are you going to do now? Gather your courage and confess. Sunny threw a sharp gaze at him. So what if I do? The apparition laughed. Well, I wish you luck. Oh, there's just one problem, she's going to forget everything, isn't she? How cowardly of you, seems rather unfair to the poor girl. Sunny gritted his teeth. The bastard was right. As much as he hated to admit it, the wraith was telling the truth. He hesitated, then spat. Then I'll do it after we escape the loop. Why, you think I won't? The Sin of Solace stared at him for a while, then sighed. Shaking his head, the sword wraith crouched and looked him in the eyes. Aren't you forgetting something else, though? Sunny frowned, unwilling to answer. However, the apparition did it in his stead. You're her slave, Sunless. She owns you. What kind of relationship do you think is possible between the two of you as long as your bonds remain? Sunny's expression grew ugly. Angered, he looked away and uttered through gritted teeth. She would never use it. The Sin of... Solace smiled. Oh, won't she? How do you know? If there's one thing that this nightmare proves, it's that no one knows what the future holds. I mean, all your precious friends are right here, changed into corrupted monsters, going around slaughtering people. Even you are no different. Have you ever expected that Jet would brutally murder you one day? Or that Effie would satiate her hunger with your flesh? Funny that you are expecting Nephis to never abuse her power over you in the same way. The wraith leaned closer. After all, she already did. Sunny's mouth twitched. That was to save my life, and she swore to never do it again. The apparition laughed. But she already broke that oath. Sunny frowned, staring at him angrily. What are you talking about? That time when she begged me not to die, that hardly constitutes a command. The Sin of Solace was smiling. No, it was that time the drowned attacked the chain breaker. What did she say back then? Go, I'll handle things here, and then you instantly went into the water to fight the Leviathan. Sunny looked at him in confusion. What, I was going to anyway. But the apparition's smile only widened. Were you? The mist was swirling around them, cold and suffocating. Sunny tried to remember how their first battle with the drowned had gone, exactly, and scowled. Yes, I was. Even if I wasn't, it was just a slip of the tongue. The sword wraith looked at him disdainfully. A slip of the tongue? Certainly, if you say so. Yet, can you imagine having a relationship with someone who can rob you of your free will with a simple slip of the tongue? How do you imagine such a relationship working? What kind of perverse partnership would it be? Are you really willing to be at her mercy always and absolutely? The sin of solace laughed. Gods, you are so odious, so loathsome, so pathetic. Tell me, is there a more pathetic thing than a slave who begins to trust his slaver? Sonny stared at him silently, not knowing what to answer. Eventually, the apparition chuckled, shook his head, then stood up and walked away. His dark figure disappeared into the mist as if it had never been here. If you are, go and surrender. Sonny lowered his head. A dark storm was raging in his mind. Curse it, curse my flaw, and curse the shadow bond. I wish it had never existed. The cold mist swirled around his face, hiding it. The world was silent. Urdiel's note, my homie sin of solace, is the reverse wingman. Chapter 1433, Trying Something New. Sonny remained under the sacred tree for a while, staring silently into the mist. The cold wind blew from beyond the island, bringing with it an insidious chill. The silence was only broken by the muffled rustling of leaves. His thoughts were dark. He did not know how much time had passed exactly when something seemed to change about the world. Sonny let out a quiet sigh and rose to his feet, hugging himself to preserve what little warmth remained from escaping into the fog. Looking down, he lingered for a few moments, and then said somberly, "So you are finally here." At first, there was no response. Then the fog moved slightly, revealing a vague silhouette that had been hidden by its flowing veil. A wraith made of mist was standing on the deck of the chain breaker, mere meters away. Her inhumanly cold blue eyes were gazing at him with no emotion. Sonny smiled darkly. No wonder it took me a whole week to catch up on sleep. Every time Sonny slept, he would come to his senses at the start of the loop. There were two possible explanations for why he did. Either Sonny was sleeping for too long or something killed him while he slept. He had assumed that it was the former, but now he knew that it was the latter. His hands trembled and turned into fists. Of course, why else? For dozens of revolutions, Sonny had been telling his companions to hide inside the chain breaker and wait while he risked his life exploring the island. But who said that the ship was safe? Sonny had never seen Undying Slaughter find it, but today was also the first time he had remained on the chain breaker for more than a couple of hours, awake. Curse you! A deep darkness shrouded his eyes. It meant that every time Sonny had left, thinking that his companions would be safe, the mist wraith discovered them. And killed them. Cassie and Jet had been killed terribly, over and over again, while he was gallivanting around the island. Nephis had been killed too. Or had she been? Would he have felt if his master was no more? Would the spell have announced her passing? If Sonny had checked his runes, would he have seen her name grow dim and disappear? Staring at Undying Slaughter, Sonny gritted his teeth. I'll destroy you. As a bitter smile appeared on his lips, he took a step forward and added calmly, one day. The mist wraith moved. Not long after that, Sonny died. Sonny was crouching on the deck of the chain breaker once again. Straightening, he looked into the fog. His face remained oceanless. After a while, a sigh escaped from his lips. Well, I guess my break is over. He turned his head and silently watched as Nephis and Cassie discussed the guiding light. They had forgotten the events of the previous revolution, the conversations they had with him, the laughter they shared. Everything was now erased, and his companions did not even know that they had lost something. But he knew. On this damned island, only two beings remembered everything, Sonny and the sin of solace, the wraith conjured from his own mind by the echo of Ariel's whisper. Looking down, Sonny pressed down on the wooden railing hard enough to hear it crack, then took a step back. This time he did not mount Nightmare immediately. Instead, Sonny concentrated and summoned the runes. Something about his posture must have attracted the attention of his companions, because they both suddenly grew silent. A moment later, Nephis asked, Sonny, what is it? His gaze fell at the bottom of the field of runes. He remained silent for a bit, then answered calmly, I am going to try something. I'm not sure what will happen exactly, so stay calm. With that, Sonny took a deep breath and called upon the fragment of Shadow Realm. It was strange the fragment was not a memory, and neither was it an echo or a shadow. As such, he did not really know how to make it manifest. A mere ascended tyrant's essence was surely insufficient to summon a piece of a god's domain into existence. And yet somehow Sonny knew exactly what to do. That knowledge was buried deep in his soul, as if he had always known. In the next moment, the world around them suddenly grew dimmer. Then dimmer, dimmer, and dimmer still. A strong gale rose, making Sonny's black mantle flutter. It was as though his figure was devouring all light, replacing it with an endless shadow. His eyes widened. Behind Sonny, Cassie shuddered. What? It was as though a tide of darkness flooded the world, rolling outward from the chain breaker. The sacred tree instantly disappeared from view, drowned in it, as did the figure of Saint at the bow of the ship. The dark cliffs could not be seen a moment later. The darkness did not stop there. Even though Nephis and Cassie could not perceive it, Sonny could. Somehow he felt the entire island being swallowed by the shadow he had unleashed, with all light becoming extinguished in an instant. Soon it was as though they were standing in a lightless black void. Only Sonny could see that the world had not really disappeared, it was still there. The sacred tree still swayed subtly in the wind, and Saint was still standing at the bow. The dark cliffs were where they had been a few moments ago. The mist still swirled and flowed, only now it was like a liquid darkness. And he could feel. So that's what it is. The fragment of the shadow realm was, unsurprisingly, a shadow. A shadow so vast and ancient that his mind failed to comprehend its scale, so deep and unfathomable that his heart trembled in front of it. More than that, if Sonny wasn't mistaken, this inconceivable shadow was of the divine rank. It was lightless and black, but shone with the golden light of divinity in his vision at the same time. It was not alive, but it wasn't empty like the shadows of inanimate objects either. It did not belong to Sonny, and yet he was connected to it somehow. Even though Sonny had summoned it, he was, perhaps not qualified yet to be its master. Chapter 1434, World of Darkness. As Sonny stood frozen in the world of darkness, Nephis summoned a memory lantern and raised it, illuminating the deck of the chain breaker. A small island of warm light appeared around them, however. It was not nearly as wide as it should have been, as if the lantern was struggling to push back the unfathomable shadow. Its light trembled pitifully. "Sonny, what did you do?" He lingered with the answer, then said honestly, "I summoned a fragment of Shadow God's domain. You must have seen it in my runes. It's a legacy relic I received." The fragment had already swallowed all of Wind Flower. Sonny could feel it, which was strange. As an ascended tyrant, he could control his shadows from around 20 kilometers away. However, the range of his shadow sense was much more modest, less even than that of his vision. How was it that he could vaguely sense the far side of the island? Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then carefully extended his shadow sense. However, he did not extend it outward. Instead, he extended it into the fragment. In the next moment, Sonny yelped, staggered, and fell. "Ah, hell!" Before he landed on the hard wood, Nephis caught him. Suddenly, her concerned face was very close. "Are you all right?" He retracted his shadow sense and stared at her for a few strangely awkward moments. Then, Sonny coughed and nodded. There was a salty taste of blood on his tongue. "Yes, I just overdid it a little." Supported by her, he rose to his feet and grimaced. "This domain fragment, I'm not sure what else it can do, but it definitely enhances the range of my shadow sense, to a degree where I can perceive everywhere on the island at the same time, well, except for the tower. It seems to be shielded from view somehow. Needless to say, that's not something that a human brain, even that of a master, is wired to handle." The sensory overload he had been blasted with was not something he wanted to experience again. Even though it was only like a minuscule fraction of the indescribable horror of using "Where is my eye?" the strain was still too much for Sonny. And that was not even counting what he would perceive. There were all kinds of great and terrible creatures on Wind Flower, and witnessing some of them was dangerous in and of itself. Not to mention that more than one of these beings were capable of staring at him back. That said, Sonny was almost certain that he could be more precise with spreading his senses through the fragment. He reassured Nephis and Cassie everything was all right, and made another attempt. A moment later, his stifled scream traveled through the mist. In the end, it took Sonny some time, and a lot of cursing, to teach himself how to limit the scope of his shadow sense to a comparatively narrow area. The boon of this situation was that he could concentrate on any location on the island, meaning that he could observe all of it at will. He could also feel something else. As long as he remained in the unfathomable depths of the fragment, his aspect seemed to be enhanced. It was as if the ancient shadow was nourishing it. Sonny was not sure yet what this enhancement meant, but it had to be useful. As soon as he grew confident in not collapsing after extending his shadow sense into the dark distance, Sonny concentrated and searched for Jet. Soon, he felt her moving through the forest. Drops of blood fell into the moss, and a murderous wraith was pursuing her. How convenient! Jumping into the saddle, Sonny warned Nephis and Cassie to stay on the chain breaker and sent his steed into the mist. The next hour went somewhat differently from how it usually was. The descent of the Shadow Realm fragment affected his companions enough so that their familiar reactions and thoughts changed, but overall, it was all the same. Sonny rescued Jet, healed her with the help of the Mirror of Truth, and returned to the chain breaker. Then, he explained the nature of the loop to the members of the cohort. After that, however, Sonny had to make new decisions. Now that he knew that leaving his companions on the chain breaker was tantamount to leaving them for dead, there was no other choice but to venture into the mist together, which was a moot point, really, considering that he had already decided to rely on teamwork more before his break. His goal of compiling a time map of Windflower had become much easier, as well, due to how far his shadow sense could reach in the boundary of the fragment. Perhaps the best thing about the fragment of Shadow's domain was that it existed independently of Sonny. It was not manifested from his essence, and did not consume it to exist. On the flip side, it was also not under his control. Although Sonny could benefit from being within a piece of Shadow God's domain, he had not magically become akin to a sovereign. There was an unexpected but welcome side effect to his innate connection to the inconceivable shadow, though. It was that the rudimentary affinity to water that the Crown of Twilight granted him could spread through the fragment, as well. And since mist was made of water, Sonny found himself capable of influencing the fog. He could make it thicker, or push it away from a certain area. It was hard to say how beneficial, exactly, such an ability would be, but Sonny felt that he would find a way to use it to his advantage. Other than that, the most obvious advantage of the fragment was that Sonny could manifest it into tangible objects. Even though these objects were manifested with ascended essence, their origin was still a divine shadow. As such, they were much more powerful and robust than what he had been able to conjure up previously. Of course, using them burned a tremendously larger amount of essence in proportion. The last thing Sonny experimented with was dismissing the fragment of the Shadow Realm. Sadly, it seemed impossible. Just as he had expected, once unleashed, the fragment couldn't be taken back. Or at least he had no authority to do so. The only exception was the Shadow Lantern. Sonny discovered that he could hide the fragment inside the divine memory, but strangely enough, he couldn't summon it back from it. Once the inconceivable shadow entered the gate of the Black Lantern, it was as though it disappeared forever. He was somewhat disheartened, but at the same elated. Armed with the fragment and the Mirror of Truth, and supported by the members of the cohort, suddenly, Sonny felt that creating a moving map of Windflower was not as impossible of a task anymore. Without wasting any time, he got to work. He was going to find a way to escape this endless hell and take his companions with him. Chapter 1435 Time Map. Over the next few revolutions, Sonny repeated the same actions. He would summon the fragment of Shadow Realm, rescue Jet, enter the cave system below the island with the cohort, and slay the Cavern Terror. Then they would proceed to the far side of the island, find Effie, and hide from danger until the end of the loop. Each time, the time it took to reach the northern edge of Windflower grew shorter, but it was still not nearly short enough. So Sonny continued to study the island and perfect his time map. He kept the cohort safe, or at least tried to, and explored Windflower through Shadow Sense. He progressed swiftly due to how drastically the fragment extended its reach. Sonny already knew which places on the island were too dangerous to observe, so he managed to avoid drawing the attention of the beings who dwelled there. Apart from those horrors, the rest of the creatures imprisoned on Windflower were now like an open book to him. Or rather, somewhat like an open book. Although he could perceive the movement of their shadows, that unique sense of his was not a true replacement for sight. Nor could it replace the experience of actually facing the abominations. Luckily, Sonny had already done so in the previous revolutions. Combined with his already existing experience, shadow sense was enough to help him compile a map. He experimented with the mirror of truth as well, to a varying degree of success. The second aspect ability Sonny tried to copy was Cassie's premonition. He judged that sensing a few seconds into the future would make him nearly invincible. However, Sonny was left disappointed. He seemed to possess the right affinity to use her ability with a high level of efficiency, but it was simply too strange. He had long been accustomed to perceiving the world from different points of view simultaneously. That was how he was able to scout through his shadows, after all. His mental ability was further increased by the shroud of dusk. However, suddenly perceiving two distinct, but moving and overlapping threads of time was just too much. The first time Sonny activated the premonition ability, he instantly got disoriented and fell to the ground. Simply trying to take a step was enough to paralyze him. Dazed and lost, he stumbled around blindly for a while, then deactivated the enchantment of the Mirror of Truth and watched it crumble into pieces. His head was spinning. Perhaps Sonny could adapt to Cassie's strange way of perceiving the world, but it was not going to be a short process. His time was better spent exploring other opportunities. Neph's ability to control fire, on the other hand, was easy enough to master. Sadly, it was not very useful without her affinities and her soul flame. The same could be said about Cassie's ability to perceive the world through someone else. Then there was Jet. Sonny had high hopes for her ascended ability, not because it allowed her to absorb fragments of shattered soul cores and improve her own, but because it removed the limit of how much her body could be enhanced by essence. Outrageously, his first attempt ended in one of the most gruesome deaths he had experienced in the loop. As it turned out, the ability to oversaturate her flesh with essence worked for Jet only because of her unique constitution, not quite dead, but also not alive. When Sonny tried doing the same, he was quite literally torn apart from the inside. He did not make the second attempt. Her dormant ability could allow him to absorb the essence of the enemies he killed, a useful tool, but not useful enough to sacrifice the Mirror of Truth for, at least not in their current situation. Her awakened ability, though, was extremely powerful. Being able to strike the souls of his enemies directly, it was hard to describe how much more deadly of a creature it made Sonny. Effie's physical augmentation wasn't bad either. However, there was one ability that outshone them all. It was Cassie's dormant ability. That ability allowed her to learn a lot about the aspects and attributes of awakened, as well as the attributes and unholy powers of nightmare creatures. Cassie had to be close to receive that information, but Sonny could rely on his shadows to serve as his eyes. He could even gain some knowledge purely through shadow sense. That allowed him to study the prisoners of Wind Flower infinitely faster than he had ever expected. Slowly but surely, his knowledge of Wind Flower grew. Armed with that knowledge, the cohort managed to kill the rotting leopard. They clashed and triumphed over the giant octopus-like abomination as well. They even learned how to destroy the swarm of black millipedes. The time map he had been trying to create was becoming more and more complete. There were empty spaces on it. Of course, for example, Sonny had never managed to learn much. About the tower, there were a few places on the island that were too lethal for him to explore as well. But he did not need to study them anyway, because his goal was not the exploration of Wind Flower. His goal was simply to get to Effie and return to the chain breaker in time, then escape this hell and never look back. Nevertheless, the closer his time map came to completion, the colder Sonny felt. It was because he was growing more and more wary of the truths he learned. The purpose of creating the map was to track the movements of the dangerous nightmare creatures across the island throughout the loop. He needed to know about them to create the most efficient path to the far side of the island and back, to rescue both Jet and Effie and leave Wind Flower in the span of a single day. However, once Sonny had most of the information he needed, he felt nothing but dread, realizing that that goal was utterly unattainable. Even the most efficient of the remotely safe routes was not fast enough to get him to where he needed to be. Even if he made Effie ride Nightmare, there was not enough time. With their current strength, and with the tools available to them, making a round trip across the island before the loop terminated seemed simply impossible. Chapter 1436, Heavy Burden. Sonny was on the deck of the chain breaker once again. He straightened and looked into the mist, his eyes sunken. Doesn't work, that doesn't work. Should we abandon the cavern's route? His bleak voice was quiet enough to not be heard by Nephis and Cassie. Although Sonny had been careful not to overwork himself too much again, the strain of surviving and failing to survive on Windflower was slowly getting to him. It was hard to keep himself from succumbing to hopelessness and numbness. Sonny had known many bitter defeats, but being crushed over and over again still burdened him. More than that, his mindset was slowly deteriorating into not caring about whether he lived or died at all. Why would he care if all that waited after death was another revolution, and then another, and another, endlessly and without reprieve? If there was one thing that kept him grounded and served as an anchor for his sanity, it was the fact that watching his companions die was always an agony. Even knowing that they would be reborn in the loop did not ease the pain and desperation Sonny felt each time he miscalculated and led them to their deaths. If he was by himself, he probably would not have given up, but his focus and determination would have deteriorated much faster. He had to take the members of the cohort away from Windflower, though Jet, Cassie, Effie and her baby, Nephis. That thought kept him motivated. He was the only one who could. Due to a random twist of fate, Sonny possessed a cursed sword which made him able to remember the previous revolutions. That alone placed him ahead of everyone else on the island, in fact. Simply knowing that they had to escape was already half of the victory. It was just that the other half had turned out to be insurmountable. And it was hard to carry all that burden all by himself. No, the cavern route is the safest, which makes it the fastest. Sonny remained silent for a few moments. It's simple. Since nothing works, I have to explore more possibilities, the mirror of truth. That is the answer. I should make it reflect more nightmare creatures, but not beasts and monsters and demons. Only devils and those above them will do. Sonny was motionless, going over the collection of horrors stored in his mind. There were not that many beings on Windflowers that both fit the criteria and could be caught in the reflection of the mirror of truth without getting him killed. The cavern terror was one of them, the creature hidden in the port, as well, although escaping from it alive was not easy. Of course, there were undying slaughter and devouring beast as well, but they were even more deadly. Suddenly, a strange disharmony entered his thoughts. Sonny frowned and tried to discover its source. What was it? Why did he feel that something was wrong? It took him some time to realize that Cassie and Nephis, who were supposed to be discussing the guiding light behind him, were strangely silent. Looking back, he saw that the blind girl had already used the sacred staff to determine where Effie was located. Nephis was studying the vague shapes of the dark cliffs. His frown deepened. It changed. Why? Sonny was sure that they had not heard him muttering to himself. Had he done something else to affect the usual flow of events, or failed to do something to keep it stable? I don't think I did, though. Sonny rubbed his face. Perhaps his posture or presence influenced Cassie and Nephis without him noticing. Sonny. He shook off his confusion and looked at Nephis. Yeah, I'm fine. Actually, there's something I need to do. Stay calm. I'll summon the fragment of shadow domain in a moment. The world was devoured by the primordial shadow once again. Unni mounted nightmare and left the chain breaker once again. He found Jet and brought her back once again. This time, he did not use the mirror of truth to copy Soul Flame and heal her right away, though. Although it was a little cruel to Jet, Sonny could not allow himself to waste the miraculous memory that way. Her wounds would be healed by Nephis in a couple of hours, regardless. Everything went as usual, however. When he returned to the chain breaker, the strangeness continued. The conversations seemed to be the same, but something felt out of place. It was only when they reached the bone orchard and started rending the hollow butterfly that he finally figured out what was wrong. Jet and Nephis were resting, while he and Cassie were busy splitting the tough chitin on the great monster. And the blind girl seemed strangely distracted, moving slower than she was supposed to. Right, it all started when she failed to make her usual remarks about the guiding light. He had only noticed that Cassie was behaving strangely that late because she usually kept quiet while the others talked. Her subtle reactions, however, had been different from the familiar ones all along. "What is going on?" Sonny stopped what he was doing and stared at Cassie with a slight frown. Eventually, he asked, "Cassie, is everything all right with you?" She froze, then turned to face him and lingered for a few moments. "Yes, I think so. I just have this strange feeling." He raised his eyebrow. "What feeling?" It was an ominous sign that their oracle was having a strange feeling. Cassie's premonitions were never trivial and were usually the harbingers of terrifying events. But what could have triggered this premonition? Nothing was supposed to change on Windflower unless Sonny was the one to change it. He waited tensely to hear her response, all kinds of dreadful theories flashing in his mind. However, when Cassie finally answered, all those thoughts disappeared, replaced by stunned silence. She shrugged. "It's nothing serious. I just can't get rid of this feeling of deja vu." Sonny stared at her without saying anything. Deja vu. Wasn't that how he himself had first come to recognize the twisted nature of time on Windflower? He blinked. Was Cassie becoming aware of the loop, too? Chapter 1430, 7-1 Pebble. Throughout the rest of the loop, Cassie continued to be a little off. The changes were subtle, but Sonny could easily spot them. After all, he had been going through these tribulations for a long time now. Anything that was different from how things were supposed to go drew his attention. Cassie was clearly in a slightly dazed state, not unlike how he had been the first time around. Otherwise, she would have realized that having a persistent sense of deja vu on an island where time endlessly repeated itself had to mean something. Then again, she might have simply attributed it to the time loop and moved on. It was only Sonny who knew that the blind girl was acting differently from how she had in the previous revolutions. Why is this happening? Cassie was distracted because of her strange mental state, while Sonny was distracted because of Cassie. The cohort had slain the cavern terror, traversed the system of caves, and obliterated the swarm of black millipedes. Finally, they climbed out of the chasm and ventured into the misty forest. Now that it was submerged in darkness, Sonny found it much easier to move forward. He was in his element. He could also track the movements of the nightmare creatures populating this part of the island, not to mention the fact that he already knew what they were capable of. Some abominations had to be avoided at all costs, some could be challenged. It was easier to avoid the former and not as hard to slay the latter. Armed with knowledge and the element of surprise, the cohort made swift progress. Eventually, there came a moment when Sonny told everyone to slow down and took the lead. Banishing the mist from a small area in front of them, he called, "Effie, do not." As soon as he spoke, a gray spear flashed toward him with tremendous speed, as if shot from a devastating siege engine. Holding back a sigh, Sonny moved to the side and effortlessly caught the spear with his bare hand. The power of Effie's throw was scary enough to drag him back a few steps, but he easily kept his balance. "Throw that damned spear at me." Nephis and Jet had barely had any time to react. They both stared at the deadly weapon held in his hand with astonishment. Cassie, though, did not seem too surprised. Her soft lips moved, as if she was whispering something to herself. Effie's figure was already revealed, standing in the darkness. "D. Doofus." Sonny scoffed. "Who else would it be? Come, take your spear back, it's heavy." The rest of the revolution went without anything dire happening. Sonny was in no mood to try anything dangerous. Anyway, he was busy recalculating various possibilities, coming up with new solutions, and observing Cassie. From time to time, he also looked at Effie. The boisterous huntress had been put off a little at the start, noticing that he was not reacting to her teasing. But after Jet explained the nature of the loop to her, she understood why Sonny seemed different from his usual self. Tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, Effie looked at him bashfully. "Ah, so you've heard all these jokes already, dozens of times. Crap, I didn't think I was that predictable." Luckily, Nephis was there to be flustered in his place. Watching the huntress explain what had happened to her, Sonny couldn't help but think about Effie. It was an incredibly stupid thing, what she had done. Getting pregnant in the middle of a war was not exactly smart. Even if it had not been intentional, the result was the same. Still, he could understand somewhat. Passions were high on the battlefield, and even the smartest people were prone to making mistakes when they were not thinking straight. Gods knew he had made his own share of stupid decisions. Plus, modern medicine was often unreliable when it came to awakened, especially the more powerful. Sunny did not know if Effie had taken steps to prevent this exact situation from happening, but even if she had, they might have ended up failing her. Even if that was not the case, he could understand. But how the hell had she ended up being pregnant in a nightmare? Bad luck, really, an avalanche of misfortune that started with a single pebble. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Indeed, Effie had never had any intentions of challenging the third nightmare. She was only here because of a series of tragic events that no one could have foreseen. It had to have started not long after she found out about her condition. Back then, the government forces escorting Wake of Ruin were never meant to participate in a larger-scale battle. They were simply there as observers, and yet, when the great gates opened during the Battle of the Black Skull, Effie had no choice but to escape into the dream realm, just like the rest of the masters and saints there. In the Nightmare Desert, Beastmaster offered her a way out, but the members of the cohort had no plans of challenging a seed then. Their goal was to reach the Black Pyramid. Effie must have thought that they would either escape or die in a matter of days or weeks at most. Her pregnancy was not supposed to become an issue. Unlike the rest of them, Effie had already lost one cohort. Her original companions had all perished in the catacombs below the Dark City. The thought of becoming the lone survivor once again must have been unbearable. So she chose to remain with her friends. It was only after Beastmaster, Satian, Morgan, and Sir Gilead left that a decision to follow Mordred into a nightmare was made. At that point, the only choice Effie had was to challenge the seed with them or remain in the desert alone to not become a burden to her companions. But even if she had chosen the latter, the members of the cohort would have definitely not allowed her to commit suicide out of misguided consideration for their well-being. And here they were. Sunny looked away and sighed again. It must have been hard on her. Effie always put up a carefree front, but he knew that behind it, she had known just as much heartbreak and sorrow as the rest of them, if not more. Making the decisions she had made, no matter right or wrong, could not have been easy. In fact, it was the opposite. Every step of the way must have been frightening, heavy, and difficult. I have to get her out of this hellhole alive. They would deal with the rest later. Eventually, the revolution came to an end. And when the next one started, Sunny was startled by an unexpected noise. Looking back, he saw that Cassie had dropped the guiding light, which clattered and rolled across the deck. Her expression was frozen. Taking a step toward the blind girl, Sunny lingered for a moment and asked, "What's the matter?" Cassie slowly turned to face him and took a shallow breath. Her words were exactly what he expected to hear. "Sunny, I remember." Chapter 1438, Hiring an Assistant. Sunny did not know how many revolutions it had taken him to become aware of the loop. However, he knew that around 2 months had passed since he did that was how much longer it had taken for Cassie to join him in knowing the truth. Standing on the deck of the chain breaker, Sunny stared at the blind girl intensely. He was feeling a strange mix of emotions, relief and gratitude, to start with. He was incredibly elated at the thought of sharing the burden of escaping Windflower with someone, especially someone as resourceful and steady as Cassie. But at the same time, there was a note of unease in his heart. How exactly had she come to know about the loop, and why? For him, it was because of the sin of Solace. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly took a step forward and asked, his voice grim. "You see him too, don't you? Admit it, I know you do." The blind girl tilted her head a little, an expression of confusion appearing on her face. "See who? I don't understand." Sunny hesitated for a moment. Was she telling the truth, or was she only pretending to be oblivious to the sin of Solace? If it was the latter, he had to give Cassie and her acting skills credit. She would be a much better liar than he had ever suspected her to be, if that was the truth. But why would she hide it? To spare them both the embarrassment, perhaps gods knew, Sunny would not want anyone to hear the things his inner demon whispered into his ears every day. If so, it would make sense how Cassie had learned about the loop, and why it had taken her longer to become aware of it. She could only perceive the sin of Solace by using her ascended ability on Sunny, after all, and would thus be far less susceptible to the Wraith's influence. However, it was not necessarily the case that she could see and hear the hateful apparition. In fact, it was far more likely that Cassie was telling the truth. The sin of solace only existed in Sonny's mind, and was therefore unlikely to be seen by her while sharing his senses. She could have simply become aware of the loop because of her unrivaled affinity to fate and revelations. The blind girl had always been able to feel and perceive things that none of them could. It was not outside the realm of possibility that she would slowly learn to sense the twisted nature of time on Wind Flower by herself. Cassie could have been sincerely confused by his question. Sonny simply did not know. He frowned a little. The sin of solace, the sword wraith that follows me around. You can't see him. Cassie looked at him silently for a few moments, then smiled faintly. How can I see him? I'm blind. She pointed to her beautiful blue eyes, making Sonny cough in embarrassment. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was forget it. Did it really matter if Cassie could perceive the sin of solace or not? Sonny would prefer it if she couldn't, but if she could, and was willing to pretend otherwise, that was fine as well. It was not like Cassie had not been pretending to not know various things ever since becoming an awakened. Her aspect and abilities not only allowed her to learn secrets, but also gave her no choice but to learn them. To spare herself and the people to whom those secrets belonged a lot of embarrassment, she probably kept quiet about such things. At least that was what Sonny thought. He grimaced, remained silent for a while, and then smiled tentatively. Well, anyway, you really remember. That is great news. Indeed it was. At first, Sonny had only considered his mental state and how sharing the burden with another person would alleviate his fatigue and loneliness. But really, the benefit was so much greater than that. With 2 members of the cohort being able to carry the knowledge of the previous revolutions into the future ones, the range of things they could achieve would double. Everything that Sonny had been doing alone would be done faster, and solutions he had not dared to try would not be nearly as daunting anymore. More than that, Sonny and Cassie did not need to pursue all these goals together. They could split up and tackle different tasks simultaneously, thus accelerating the entire escape to a great degree. Of course, he needed to consider his plans carefully. There were things that Cassie could potentially achieve on her own, and things that she would never be able to do without his help. He would have to teach her everything he had come to know, as well. Even though the blind girl had become aware of the loop, the current revolution was only her second one. Sonny, however, had been accumulating knowledge of Wind Flower over more than 60 revolutions. She had to benefit from the groundwork he had laid before becoming a true ally to him in this timeless hell. Yes, I'll have to teach her about the island and the abominations populating it first. Cassie, meanwhile, turned to face the mist. The soft lines of her delicate face twisted slightly, expressing her doubts and anxiety. Yes, I do remember, but it seems so odd, like a strange dream. She lowered her head. That hollow butterfly, the caverns, the dark forest. And Effie, I can't believe that Effie is. It was at that moment that both Cassie and Sonny were suddenly interrupted. Looking at them in utter confusion, Nephis raised an eyebrow. What are you two talking about? She frowned. What does Cassie remember, and why is remembering something so important? Caverns, forests, and butterflies. What does it mean? And what is it about Effie? The two of them turned to her, surprised. Sonny was suddenly very guilty about forgetting Neph in all the commotion. So I'll have to explain everything again, I guess. But then he suddenly had a thought. The questions were addressed at both of them, so his flaw was not compelling him to answer. Looking down, Sonny patted Cassie on the shoulder and Mild. You take this one, Cass. I'll go rescue Jet. Before the blind girl could even answer, he already mounted Nightmare and disappeared into the mist. It was good to have an assistant. Chapter 1439, Desperate Times. By the time Sonny returned with Jet, Cassie had already explained the situation to Nephis as best as she could. That had already saved him some time, not that it mattered during this revolution. For now, his goal was to get Cassie up to speed. As they left the chain breaker and headed toward the Bone Orchard, Sonny started to describe the perils of Wind Flower to her in detail. Jet and Nephis listened, too, growing grimmer with each minute. The devouring beast is here as well. Hearing Jet's somber question, Sonny nodded. She lingered for a moment. Who is devouring beast, though? Oh. Soul Reaper only knew who Undying Slaughter was because they had met. She had no concept of who the 6 plagues were, and no explanation to how a defiled version of her could exist on the island. Sunny explained the things briefly, not that he knew much more than her. We don't know how they exist or why. These future versions of ourselves are known as the 6 heralds of the estuary of the 6 plagues, and 2 of them are here, on the island, the future version of you and the future version of Effie. He lingered for a moment before adding, we also don't know how the 2 of them ended up here. My theory is that they were exiled to Wind Flower to contain their flaws, but it's just conjecture. Jet's face remained impassive. She nodded silently and did not say anything about his indirect castigation of her flaw. Who would like hearing that her personal curse was so terrible that even the nightmare creatures had chosen to banish her corrupted future self into isolation? Sunny let out a quiet sigh and continued explaining things to Cassie. The blind girl was listening to him attentively, seemingly not having trouble with digesting the incredible amount of information. From time to time, she asked him small but poignant questions. By the time they reached the bone orchard and found the hollow butterfly, Sunny had already shared the most important pieces of knowledge. Before they went about creating the pikes and the javelins, he drew a crude map of the island on the ground. And Effie is here. For now, I have found no way to get to her and return to the chain breaker in time. Cassie, Nephis, and Jet studied the map. After a few moments of silence, the blind girl asked, have you considered leaving the island with Jet and returning to the loop from the northern side? Sunny hesitated for a while. Eventually, he shook his head and said in a grim tone, I can't say that I didn't, but it is simply too dangerous. Do remember that it's only called north because that's how I drew the map. In reality, I have no idea which side of the island faces which direction. Navigating to Effie's side won't be easy, and it is not even a given that we'll be able to navigate at all while being thrashed by the whirlpool. His expression turned even darker. I don't see us faring well in the vortex. Even if we fly above it, the winds would certainly throw us around. We might be able to get back to the island, but not to a landing zone of our choosing. We have gotten incredibly lucky the first time, actually. That beach where we landed is one of the few relatively safe places on Wind Flower. If we crashed almost anywhere else, we'd be dead in a matter of minutes, even if the abominations dwelling in those places wouldn't have killed us. The thing that hides in the mist above the island would. Sunny sighed. Most importantly, we simply don't know how entering the loop functions. Not only where, but also when we land is a question. We can only leave at the end of the day when the Crown of Twilight provides me with essence, but if we return to the same point in time, Effie will already be lost. In short, there are too many risks. Cassie contemplated for a short while, then nodded. I see, remaining on the island seems like the most promising choice then, but you have already explored all the routes and even learned a lot about most nightmare creatures here. Some of them, unbelievably, we have even defeated. So why do you say that there is no way to get Effie to the chain breaker in time? Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then winced. The problem is that this damned place is simply impossible to traverse for a bunch of Ascended like us. Sure, we have killed a few of the local residents, but only the weakest and most vulnerable of them, or those that our powers directly counter. The rest are too dreadful for us to fight, so we can only advance by hiding and timing our movements perfectly. And that is too slow to get to the other side and come back in the span of a single day. The blind girl was studying the map. For a moment, Sunny was reminded of how strange the situation was. Cassie could not see, so she was simply pretending to look at the map. E seemed to have developed a habit of imitating the actions of those who had sight, in order to not make the people around her feel uncomfortable. While in reality, she was actually seeing the map through the eyes of her companions. He hesitated, then added with a bit of hope in his voice. But that was back when I was the only one with the detailed knowledge of the loop. Now that there are 2 of us, the situation might change. Cassie did not answer for a while. Then she slowly shook her head. No, it won't change. Sunny was taken aback. He stared at her tensely, then asked, his voice, and why is that? The blind girl sighed. It's because I am not strong enough to make a decisive difference. Sure, with my help, you can save an hour or 2, but that is not enough. Even if we separate, the scope of the things I can accomplish is limited. If this island is too dangerous for you, Sonny, then it is certain death for me." She frowned. Even if we somehow manage to make everyone in the cohort remember the previous revolutions, it will still not be enough. Not that having Nephis, Jet, and Effie slowly being driven mad by that cursed sword of yours is an option. Sonny's face darkened. He scoffed, then looked away. "So what are you suggesting we do, then?" Cassie shrugged. "We explore every opportunity. The things we've learned offer us no solution, so there is no other choice but to turn to things we've yet to explore and hope for the best. Starting with—" She leaned forward slightly and pointed to the map. Sonny lowered his gaze and looked at where her delicate finger was pointing. His expression changed subtly. "Of course it's that place." The place the blind girl was pointing at was at the very center of the map. There a crude image of a tall tower was drawn, surrounded by a wide moat. Chapter 14, 40 Desperate Measures. There were several places on the island that Sonny had not dared to explore yet. They were too dangerous, and lay off the route that led to Effie. He was already tormented enough by dying while trying to reach her, so losing his life meaninglessly to satiate his curiosity did not seem like a good idea. That said, Cassie was right. It was not as though Sonny had not considered grasping at straws by venturing into these dangerous territories before. He knew that he would most likely end up searching for a solution there eventually, but not before exhausting all other choices. Well, his choices had been exhausted. Cassie had become aware of the loop just when they had, so he allowed himself to grow hopeful for a few hours. However, she was now reminding him of the harsh reality. Even if there were two people who remembered the previous revolutions now, it was still not enough to solve the diabolical puzzle of Windflower. Even with everything he had learned, there was no feasible way to achieve their goals, which meant that they had to expand their efforts to the most dangerous corners of the hellish island. And the tower, it was the most dangerous of them all by far. Sonny had already tried to enter it once, during one of the earlier revolutions. However, before he could even cross the bridge, he had died without even realizing what had killed him. The bones of the dreadful nightmare creatures and the abomination standing motionlessly on the bridge only solidified the fact that the stronghold of the Seeker was absolutely deadly, more deadly than the overgrown port, the harrowing shrine, and the eerie circle of black obelisks. He stared at the map silently. Can't say I'm not curious to get inside, though. Windflower was just too mysterious. Sonny had been exploring the dreadful island for about 2 months now, and although he was now familiar with its landscape and dangers, he did not know a lot about its history. Who was the Seeker that had lived here before exactly? How had that person been able to not only survive inside the loop, but also build the tower, the port, the shrine, and other structures within it? Or had the vortex not existed yet when they called Windflower home? If it had not, was the Seeker responsible for creating it? Sonny knew, of course, that Windflower had not always been trapped within a loop of repeating time. Otherwise, there was no explanation for the existence of the Bone Orchard, the steps cut into the cliffs, and many other landmarks of the nightmarish island. Even the line of footprints they had found in the white sand predated the starting point of the loop. They looked like they had been left only a few hours, but in reality, the person who had leapt off the edge of the island must have done so many centuries ago. Sonny wondered if those were the footprints of the mysterious Seeker. He also wondered if the loop was really created by someone, can't it be destroyed as well? If there was a place where he could find answers to at least some of these questions, it was the Seeker's tower. Looking at its crudely drawn image and Cassie's finger pointing to it, Sonny let out a heave. Why, sigh and nodded. All right, now that there is no other choice, we will explore the tower. The tower was just like it had been before, but also a little different. This time, Sonny and the members of the cohort, including Effie, approached it from the northern side. Windflower was also shrouded in impenetrable darkness, so the sight of the lonesome spire rising above the forest was even more foreboding. The light in one of its highest windows seemed even brighter now, shining above the dreadful island like a beacon. The Seeker's tower was not exactly ominous in and of itself. It was not a gargantuan structure like the Crimson Spire or the great ivory pagoda of the Kingdom of Hope. Nor was its architecture particularly menacing. In fact, it was rather beautiful. The gray tower was perched atop a tall black cliff, airy and austere. Nevertheless, it emanated a sense of absolute, harrowing threat. Every time Sonny looked at it, he could feel a chill run down his spine. The frozen figures of terrifying nightmare creatures that stood on the bridge did not help one bit. Even now, he was staring at them with a dark expression. The members of the cohort were doing the same as they hid between the pines. "Is that a great beast?" In the sinister silence of the misty forest, Effie's whisper sounded as loud as thunder. Sonny glanced at her and nodded solemnly. "Indeed it is." One of the abominations caught by the bridge was a towering monstrosity that seemed to be made entirely out of bulging muscles, sharp claws, and harrowing fangs. It was almost unnoticeable in the darkness of the fragment, but because the light shining from the window reflected from its pale hide, a vague silhouette could be seen. Effie gulped. "D-damn." That reaction did not surprise Sonny. After all, only a fool would not be scared by a great nightmare creature. "I want to eat it so much. It's not fair that only you and Princess got to feast on a great abomination. That turtle's meat must have tasted heavenly, right?" Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then shook his head. "Never mind." He wouldn't have deemed the gluttonous huntress with an answer, but sadly, his flaw compelled him to. Gritting his teeth, Sonny lingered for as long as he could, and then said reluctantly, "Yeah, it tasted pretty amazing." In the darkness, Nephis carefully touched his shoulder. When Sonny turned to her, she asked in a low voice, "What do we do now?" He studied her beautiful face for a few moments and sighed. "What was there to do? We will try to cross the bridge. Right, all of you prepare to die." Chapter 1441, Let's Split Up. Chapter 1441, Let's Split Up. Although the Seeker's tower was right in front of them, Sonny had little hope that they would be able to reach its entrance this time. Not only was the tower protected by the eerie enchantment, but the revolution was also close to its end. It had taken them a lot of time to find Effie and get back to the heart of the island. He did not know how much longer they had exactly, but it might have been mere minutes. In the end, they never found out. The black cliff was surrounded by a wide open space where there were no trees. Not long after the members of the cohort cautiously abandoned the forest, a gentle wind caressed Sonny's face, forcing him to look up. Windflower was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, so no one except for Sonny could see, but there was something there, above them, hiding in the black expanse of the misty sky. Frozen in terror, he watched dozens of twisting tendrils descending from the turbulent black fog, each hundreds of meters long. Then he was dead. Coming back to his senses on the deck of the chain breaker, Sonny could not help but shudder. This was the first time he had caught a glimpse of the being that dwelled in the mist above the island. Sonny had thought that Windflower had no horrors left to surprise him with, but he had been wrong. What even is that thing? Hiding how disturbed he was, Sonny turned and looked at Cassie. By now he was, if not accustomed, then at least familiar with the terrible trauma of dying. The blind girl had only recently become aware of the loop, though. For her it must have been a harrowing experience. But contrary to his expectations, Cassie seemed perfectly fine, nonchalant, even. It was as though she had experienced countless deaths already. Sonny lingered for a moment. Right, considering her aspect, she probably has. Nevertheless, he walked over to her, hesitated for a moment, and tried to make his voice sound soft. "Are you all right?" A brief pale smile appeared on Cassie's face. She nodded. "Yes, I'm fine, it's just it was sobering." Nephis stared at them silently, a hint of confusion appearing in her tired gray eyes. She was once again suffering from the symptoms of essence exhaustion. Sonny sighed and gestured to Cassie, imploring her to take care of the explanations. A moment later, he was off to retrieve Jet. "I am definitely not avoiding Neph." He could have. He sent Cassie, Nightmare, and one of his shadows into the mist and remain on the chain breaker with Nephis instead. However, Sonny was not quite sure how to act around her now, after what the Sin of Solace had said and what he himself had admitted, especially not if they were left alone. "I'll just think about how to get into the terrifying ancient tower. That is much less daunting." He explained the situation to Jet on the way back to the chain breaker. At the same time, Cassie explained it to Nephis. So by the time the four of them reunited, Everyone was already aware of what was going on. But the usual routine had to change from now on. If they wanted to enter the tower, they couldn't waste time going to the far side of the island and back. There was simply not enough hours in the loop. Nevertheless, Sonny hesitated. How could he leave Effie alone in the cold mist and darkness? He was not sure what had happened to her in the previous revolutions without them, but knowing what he knew about the island, he doubted that it was something he would want to know. Sonny remained silent for a while, agonizing over the choice. Then Nephis suddenly spoke. "Jet and I can handle that." He looked at her in confusion. "What do you mean?" She leaned over and pointed to the map he had drawn. "You and Cassie can go to the tower. The two of us will enter the caverns, kill the terror, find Effie, and hide ourselves away until the end of the loop. Soul Reaper is the key to slaying that thing anyway, so we'll manage without you." Sonny listened to her with a grim expression and shook his head. "But you know close to nothing about the island. The two of you alone won't be enough, especially with how low on essence you are." Nephis smiled. "Who says that we'll be alone? We can take your Onyx Saint and Ravenous Fiend with us. You can also send one of your shadows to tag along. Once you unleash the Shadow Realm fragment, you'll be able to extend your senses to almost anywhere on the island, right? You can observe where we are and guide us with the help of the shadow. That will be enough." Sonny hesitated for a few moments. Neff's suggestion had merit. He was still not convinced that they would be able to survive the dread of Windflower on their own, but there was a chance, no matter how small. Sonny would most likely be able to guide them through the forest remotely. Cassie could share senses with either Nephis or Jet, too, to warn him should anything unexpected happen. In any case, there was not much of a choice. Even though he did not like the idea of sending both members of the cohort who could not remember the past events of the loop blindly into the mist, it was worth trying at least once. Cassie and Sonny, meanwhile, had the best chance of actually making it inside the tower. "Oh, I hate it." He shifted slightly, then nodded. "Right, you two go and kill the cavern terror then. If you give it half of the beating you gave me, it might just run away and hide in fear." Both Nephis and Jet stared at him incredulously. After a few moments of silence, Jet asked, "When did we give you a beating?" Nephis nodded and raised an eyebrow. "And why?" Sonny coughed and looked away. "Oh, that don't worry about it. It was just a small misunderstanding. A couple revolutions ago anyway. There's no time to waste. We should hurry if we don't want to be discovered by undying slaughter. Come on, let's move." Soon they left the chain breaker and separated. Accompanied by Saint and Fiend, Nephis and Jet headed east toward the Bone Orchard. Sonny and Cassie, meanwhile, hurried north. Toward the Seeker's Tower. Chapter 1442, Elusive Duo. Going straight to the tower might have saved Sonny and Cassie a lot of time, but it was also the most dangerous direction. Not only was undying slaughter prowling somewhere in the mist, but devouring beast was also not far away. There were other horrors waiting for them in the forest, as well. Luckily, there might not have been a more elusive duo than Sonny and Cassie in Two Worlds. With the blind girl riding Nightmare, they could move swiftly in the darkness. Since she was sharing his senses, they did not need to carry a source of light with them, thus avoiding unnecessary attention. Sonny could detect most dangers far in advance, and Cassie's supernatural intuition warned them about those threats that could not be perceived that easily. Added to the extensive knowledge of the island, that allowed them to avoid confrontations with its prisoners and advance inland stealthily. Of course, it would not have been possible without the fragment of the Shadow Realm. The silent understanding they shared also played a large role. At some point, Cassie patted Nightmare on the shoulder. The black stallion slowed down and then halted, standing motionlessly in the flowing mist. Sonny leaned against the trunk of an ancient pine and listened to the muffled sounds of the forest, focused and calm. "Do you sense a threat?" Cassie nodded. "Something is approach." "Ing." He swiped the surrounding woods with shadow sense, but did not find anything. Nevertheless, the forest suddenly seemed more eerie than it had been before. Sonny frowned, contemplating which of the horrors of Misty Island could be lurking nearby. His expression dimmed. "Can we evade it?" The blind girl frowned, then hesitantly shook her head. "I don't think we can. There is not enough time." Sunny sighed and raised the sin of solace. We fight then. It was a shame he really thought that they would be able to reach the Seeker's tower alive. Before Sunny could prepare himself for the inevitable and most likely fatal clash, Cassie was suddenly surrounded by a whirlwind of sparks. Even the familiar motes of light seemed dimmer in the darkness of the fragment. The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, focusing on something, then said quietly, "We can't evade it, but we can try to lure it away." Soon the blade mannequin echo weaved itself from light and hurried into the mist, intentionally producing a lot of noise. Cassie pointed in a different direction. "Let's go." They rushed away, wanting to create as much distance between themselves and the unseen danger as possible. Sunny kept tracing the echo with shadow sense. Less than a minute later, something strange happened to it. He still could not sense any movement in the shadows, but the blade mannequin suddenly halted. Its steel body convulsed and then slowly rose above the ground, thrashing wildly. One of its arms fell into the moss, shattered and torn. Then another. This one took a moment more to land. Soon, pieces of torn metal rained from somewhere very high above. Sunny could not sense the shadow of the clockwork swordsman anymore. It was simply gone. A few seconds later, Cassie sighed. The spell just announced that he is destroyed. Sunny was frowning as he ran. Fortunately, the poor echo had bought them enough time to slip away from whatever it was that had gotten the blade mannequin. They could have taken a safer, but longer route. Perhaps he had been hasty in his decision to waste as little time as possible. Despite Sunny's doubts, they did reach the tower alive. Cassie had to sacrifice the Sibyl Echo as well, but they made it to the heart of the island in one piece. Standing between the ancient pines at the edge of the killing field that surrounded the black cliff, the two of them remained silent for a while. Both were remembering the harrowing sight of the long tendrils descending from the mist to harvest their lives. That harvester, how do we avoid being noticed by it? Sunny had considered flying across the moat before, but now he did not dare to. The bridge seemed to be the only way, but even then they would be in the open. Or we can swim. Sunny glanced at the rushing water and suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. Something told him that nothing could return from its depths alive. He contemplated for a few moments, then sighed. I can manipulate the mist to hide us from the harvester. We should be able to reach the bridge unseen. Cassie tilted her head a little. But can we cross the bridge? The figures of the frozen nightmare creatures suggested otherwise. Sunny studied the dark silhouettes with a grim expression, then concentrated on the black cliff itself. There are runes carved into the rock. Do you recognize them? If there was indeed an enchantment protecting the tower, then Cassie was the only one who could decipher it. Sunny knew a bit of runic sorcery as well, but his knowledge of it was nowhere near that of the blind seer. She did not answer for a while, thinking. Eventually, Cassie frowned. It is hard to say. We can only see a part of the inscription from here. Does it encircle the entire cliff? Sunny nodded. I've passed the tower from various directions in the past, and every time I saw these large runes carved into the cliff. Cassie lingered for a moment. Then let's not hurry to reach the bridge yet. We should circle the tower and study the runes first. They proceed with just that. Staying under the cover of the forest, Sunny and Cassie slowly moved around the black cliff. A few times, they had to retreat and hide, especially so when the familiar sounds of snapping trees resounded from the mist, informing them that devouring beast was wandering somewhere nearby. In the process, both of them observed the progress of the other party tensely. Miraculously, Nephis and Jet emerged from the caverns alive. The two of them must have managed to slay the corrupted terror after all. Judging by how bloodied their armor was, the battle had been a terrible one. Nevertheless, there were no wounds under all that blood. They had already been healed by Nephis. Saint and Fiend were also in one piece, although the latter seemed worse for wear. Guided by Sunny's shadow, Neph and Jet were now cautiously traversing the misty forest. Around the time they found Effie and were almost impaled on her spear, Sunny and Cassie finally returned to where they had started from. The blind girl dismounted and was now sitting on the ground, tracing unfamiliar runes in the wet soil. There was a frown on her face. Strain. Sunny waited for as long as he could, then finally asked, Well, can you make sense of them? Is it an enchantment? Cassie hesitated for a while. It seems to be. However, it's unlike any enchantment I have ever seen before here in the tomb of Ariel, in the Kingdom of Hope, and anywhere across the dream realm. Her expression was suddenly troubled. There are runes that do not seem to be a part of the enchantment as well. The spell does not translate them, so they are not exactly words. However, they are, in a way, it's like a code, or a puzzle, I guess. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Can you solve that puzzle? Cassie nodded. Yes, it's not particularly hard. Anyone knowledgeable in runic sorcery would be able to. He glanced at the black cliff, thought for a few moments, and asked, So what do these runes say? The blind girl hesitated. It's a bit strange. I don't quite understand the meaning, but if I'm reading it correctly, they say. Cassie remained silent for a bit, then turned to him and shrugged. I am the tower that Alethea of the Nine built. Chapter 1443, Cutting a Mountain. Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at the blind girl with a strange expression. Alethea of the Nine. The words sounded familiar. He had met a person with a similar name a long, long time ago. The young awakened swordsman from his first nightmare, the one whom he called Hero, the spell had called him Oro of the Nine. Was it a coincidence or something more? Sunny frowned. What did he really know about Hero? Not much. Hero had been alive during the twilight of the Golden Age, not long before the Doom War started. He was a soldier of a militant empire which worshipped war god and had conquered many lands. He was a warrior of considerable skill and had already awakened at his young age. Now that Sunny knew how long it took one to awaken without the assistance of the spell, that fact seemed even more impressive. But Sunny had known that Oro of the Nine was not a simple person all along. Not because of his skill and talent, but simply because of all the people in the nightmare. He was the only one whose name the spell remembered. That alone told Sunny that Oro was special. The spell appraised Sunny's performance in the first nightmare as glorious, which meant that he had deviated from the natural course of events to a great degree. What would have happened to Oro if Sunny had never taken the place of the nameless temple slave? The slave would have died, most likely, while the young swordsman would have survived. If he lived on and escaped the mountain pass, what fate would have awaited him in the future? And there was one more detail. What was it that he said to justify killing me? Right before their fateful confrontation, Oro had said something peculiar. Something about how he would have gladly faced the Mountain King to let Sunny escape if his life belonged to him alone. But it did not, because the young swordsman had sworn to fulfill an unencompassable duty of some sort. He couldn't allow himself to die because of it. What was the duty Oro had spoken of? And why was the name of another person of the Nine inscribed on the base of the Seeker's tower? Who were the Nine? Sunny took a deep breath and glanced at Cassie. What do you think it means? The blind girl remained silent for a moment. Alethea must be the name of the Seeker who used to live on this island. He or she was proficient in sorcery, it seems. Other than that, it's hard to say. Sunny sighed. Have you ever heard of the Nine? He did not really expect a positive answer, but to his surprise, Cassie hesitantly nodded. I might have. If I remember correctly, Nephis mentioned once that she had met someone with the same title. Sunny blinked. How would Neph have met one of the Nine? It must have been in her second nightmare. If that was the case, then these Nine seemed to have a habit of popping up in many nightmares. Just who were they? Or had been, more precisely. Shaking his head, Sunny made a mental note to ask Nephis about the person she had met, and turned his attention to the tower. All right, so this Alethea was the master of Wind Flower, and left a powerful enchantment to protect the tower. Cassie shook her head lightly. The island might not have been called Wind Flower back then. It's just a name by which people of fallen grace call it today. When the Seeker resided here, it was probably called Alethea's Island or something like that. Sunny shrugged. Whatever, in any case, how do we break the enchantment? He thought for a few moments, then asked, Will destroying some of the runes work? Cassie remained silent for a while. Not just any runes, but if the key ones are erased, the enchantment will fall apart. I can identify the ones we need to destroy. Sunny raised an eyebrow. I thought you said. that you couldn't make sense of this strange enchantment. The blind girl smiled. That's true, I wouldn't be able to recreate it, but breaking it is much easier than that. Nevertheless, don't be too encouraged. The runes are carved deep, and there are certainly measures in place to protect them. We'll have to shatter the entire slope of the cliff to erase them. He chuckled. Leave that to me. I might not be able to cut a mountain with one slash of my sword, but breaking a cliff or two shouldn't be a problem. Cassie nodded and fell silent, concentrating on identifying the key runes of the enchantment. Sunny, meanwhile, studied the black cliff. A long time passed. On the far side of the island, Nephis, Jet, and Effie had hidden among the cliffs and shared a meal. Sunny watched them through the shadow and listened to the calming flow of their conversation. Neph was holding the guiding light, explaining how it had been found in the lost temple of fallen grace. Finally, Cassie was done with her task. The two of them moved stealthily around the black cliff and reached the spot where the string of most vulnerable runes was located. There, destroy that section. She pointed to where Sunny needed to strike, but he shook his head. Not yet. They had to wait a little longer. After about an hour, Sunny took a deep breath and rose. A whirlwind of scarlet sparks danced around his hand, forming into a black bow. He raised it and held the string. At the same time, somewhere outside the mist, the 7 suns were plunging into the great river. It was dusk. As the crown of twilight opened his soul to a flood of essence, Sunny drew the bow and activated its most powerful enchantment, Death Dealer. Usually, he would not have been able to use it more than a few times in a row. The strain on his essence reserves was simply too great. But right now, it did not matter. Releasing the string, he sent a black arrow flying. Then, without wasting even a second, Sunny grunted and drew the bow again. The second and third arrows streaked through the darkness before the first one even hit the target. Then, the silence of Wind Flower suddenly exploded into a deafening roar of breaking stone. It was as though a furious storm suddenly descended, with booming thunderclaps shaking the world. Black arrows struck the face of the cliff one after another, 1, 2, 3, 10. Despite how harrowing the force of these strikes was, the weathered black rock held. For a while, gradually a net of thin cracks appeared on its surface. Then the cracks widened. Not long after that, small shards of broken stone shot into the air. Finally, the side of the cliff exploded and collapsed, tons of black stone falling into the turbulent waters of the wide moat. Sunny lowered his bow and swayed a little, utterly spent. His breathing was ragged. By his side, Cassie clenched her delicate fists in excitement. It had worked. The enchantment is failing. Sunny lingered for a moment. Yeah, I can see, crap. There was no thrill in his voice. Out there on the bridge, the harrowing abominations that had been motionless before were already starting to move. Chapter 1444, New Ways to Die. Not only were the nightmare creatures on the bridge coming back to life, but the thunderous noise created by Sunny's arrows had to have attracted all kinds of abominations from the depths of the island. The enchantment surrounding Alethia's tower might have been destroyed, but the situation was dire. He could already hear the pines falling in the forest, which meant that devouring beast was approaching them. Damnation! Sunny stared at the stirring nightmare creatures for a moment, then dismissed his bow and dashed to Cassie. Sorry. Grabbing the blind girl by her thin waist, he effortlessly lifted her off the ground and jumped into the saddle. A moment later, Nightmare had already left the cover of the trees and was flying toward the bridge. As Sunny, what? The mist boiled and surged into the killing field, obscuring the swift silhouette of the black stallion. Sunny hoped that this would protect them from the being that hid in the skies, but he couldn't be sure. Pressing Cassie against himself so that she was not thrown off Nightmare's back, he readied the sin of solace. Either we get inside the tower or die, so hold on tight. The abominations on the bridge had already caught their scent. Sunny had hoped to slip past them before the creatures fully regained their senses, but it seemed that he had been too optimistic. There was only a second or two left before Nightmare reached the moat, and yet, there was already a great nightmare creature eyeing them as it blocked the way. Curse it! At the last second, Sunny gave his steed a command to turn left. At the same time, the deep darkness surrounding them stirred and came alive, surging forward like a tide. Just when Nightmare would have plunged into the rushing water, the darkness solidified, turning into a tangible surface. A bridge built of shadow had eared to the side of the stone bridge, and they were already crossing it. Sonny saw something fly at him from the direction of the great abomination and lashed out with the sin of solace. The impact was powerful enough to almost tear his arm off, but he did manage to deflect it. A moment later, they were past the nightmare creatures. Sonny even imagined that they could actually make it. But then something was wrong. The further nightmare advanced across the moat, the worse Sonny felt. His body had somehow turned weak and frail. His thoughts turned cloudy. What is happening? Cassie's golden hair, which was flying into his face a moment before, was now white for some reason. Pressed against him, her body felt unnaturally thin and fragile. The sin of solace slid out of his grip and fell into the water. Looking down in confusion, Sonny stared at his hand. His skin had turned wrinkly and translucent, like that of an old man. It was just like Anank's hand when he had first seen her. His teeth felt loose in his gums, as if ready to fall out. "Sonny," Cassie's faint voice was almost too quiet to hear. The other side of the moat was so close. But before they could reach it, Sonny's vision suddenly turned blurry. Then he was standing on the deck of the chain breaker once again. Turning slowly, Sonny looked at Cassie. The blind girl was standing behind him, shivering. Her beautiful face was deathly pale, but her hair, it was golden once again. He slumped against the railing, let out a shaky breath, and forced out a smile. "I guess we really do have to use the bridge." She nodded slowly. "Yes, let's try to make it this time." Sonny had always wanted to die of old age, but definitely not in such a cruel manner. It seemed that his previous suspicion that diving into the moat would be lethal was correct, however. As it turned out, passing above it was just as deadly. "At least now, I know that masters can die of old age, too." It was actually an interesting piece of information. It was common knowledge that awakened had longer lifespans than mundane humans, but no one really knew by how much. The spell had only descended on the waking world around half a century ago, after all, and it took a while for the first ascended to appear. The first saints appeared even later, after Sonny had been born. "I'll put it in my exploration report if we ever make it out alive." Not letting the eerie death slow them down, Sonny and Cassie made another attempt to enter Alethia's tower. In the end, it took them a dozen more revolutions to succeed. Getting near the water flowing in the moat was a death sentence, since time around it went utterly insane. Flying was suicidal because of the harvester, so the only way to reach the black cliff was to cross the stone bridge. However, the nightmare creatures trapped on it were too deadly. As soon as the enchantment was destroyed, they were released from its hold and turned their attention to the two humans. Sonny and Cassie tried fighting them and perished. Then, they tried to evade them but were caught and killed. Eventually, it was Sonny who came up with a way to deal with the abominations. With devouring beast on their heels and the nightmare creatures in front of him, he simply made sure that the former and the latter collided with each other before they caught him and Cassie. Then, while the bestial giantess was dismantling the dreadful abominations behind them, Sonny and Cassie stealthily ascended the steps cut into the cliff. There was more deadly magic on those steps, but after dying to it several times, they finally found a way to reach the tower. Finally, they stood in front of its gates. They were shut tightly, and even if Sonny had a key, there was no lock to insert it. Luckily, he was already familiar with this type of door. Placing his hand on the surface of the gate, he sent his essence flowing into it. The ancient door opened slowly. Hearing a furious roar chase after them from the bottom of the cliff, Sonny did not waste any time. Grabbing Cassie's hand, he entered Alethia's tower and pulled the blind girl inside. Chapter 1445, Inside the Tower. As soon as Sonny shut the gate behind them, the terrifying roar that had been approaching was cut off. A few moments later, the tower seemed to shake a little, as if something had crashed into its walls. However, apart from a little dust that fell from the ceiling, nothing happened. They seemed to be safe. From the threats outside, at least. Letting out a sigh of relief, Sonny took a step back and looked around. His eyes narrowed a little. Well, that is unexpected. He had wondered about what the interior of Alethia's tower would look like a lot. In his mind, there were two possibilities: either it would be perfectly preserved and full of tantalizing knowledge, or serve as the lair for the most harrowing abomination yet. The truth was that it was both and neither at the same time. From what Sonny could tell, the interior of the tower had been austere but elegant. None of that elegance remained, however, at some point, a dreadful nightmare creature had made its way inside. He was currently staring at that nightmare creature. Its torso was hanging from the ceiling, terribly mutilated and seeping with black blood. The creature's revolting skull was crushed, and one of its arms was severed at the elbow. A vast and utterly disgusting puddle of blood, viscera, and brain matter covered most of the floor. Looking at the corpse of the gargantuan, vaguely humanoid creature, Sonny couldn't help but feel a sense of deep, primal terror. Alethia's tower had indeed become the lair of a dreadful abomination. However, the abomination was dead. Cassie was observing the corpse too. She seemed unnerved. After hesitating for a few moments, the blind girl said quietly, It was a great tyrant." Sonny gulped. Why the hell is there a great tyrant in our third nightmare, even? That has to be against the rules. And why was there something capable of mutilating a great tyrant to such a degree here, as well? What was that damned spell thinking? Shaking his head, Sonny studied their surroundings. Now that he had some time, he noticed signs of a terrible battle. Everything inside the tower had been obliterated, turning into piles of splinters and rubble. Here and there, the corpses of the tyrant's minions could be seen, turned into bloody mush. Was the thing that had killed them still inside? It had to be, considering the nature of the loop. But then why were the gates of the tower locked? Why was the enchantment intact? How was it even possible? Walking over to the puddle of the tyrant's blood, Sonny knelt and touched it. His expression was troubled. It's cold. The creature had not been killed recently. Had it been dead for as long as the loop existed? He glanced at Cassie. What does your intuition tell you? She frowned. To flee. Then the blind girl sighed and pointed up. There is danger somewhere above us. Sonny grimaced and rose to his feet. He considered summoning Nightmare back, but then decided against it. The black steed would not be able to move freely in the narrow confines of the tower, so it was up to him and Cassie to find out the truth. Well, I am not going to flee after dying so many damned times to get here. She nodded. I agree. Trying to stay away from the dreadful corpse, they found the stairs and cautiously ascended to the next floor of the tower. In fact, it seemed that the clash between the tyrant and whatever it was that had killed it had mostly taken place on the higher floors. Sonny could tell just by looking up. Starting from the second floor, there were no ceilings anymore. Tall piles of stone debris were all around them. It seemed that the great tyrant had crashed through the floors of many levels before finally ending up hanging dead from the ceiling of the first one. Sadly, most of the interior of the tower had been destroyed in the process. Sonny glanced at Cassie, then sighed and started climbing. The blind girl followed by holding the hilt of the quiet dancer, which gently lifted her in the air. They slowly ascended past the destroyed portion of the tower before finally arriving at the second tallest level. Here, a chunk of the floor still remained, leading to a narrow staircase. The battle seemed to have never reached the last level, so the ceiling was intact. Sonny could not tell what was above them, but he knew only the highest window of the tower was emanating light. So the source of that light had to be on the last floor. The source of the terrible danger Cassie felt was also there. Stay behind me. Moving forward to protect the blind girl with his body, Sonny put his foot on the first step and started ascending the stairs. He felt wary and apprehensive, scared even. After experiencing so many painful deaths, it was only natural for his body to be afraid of another one. Even if he understood that he would be brought back to life by the loop, his body didn't. Let's just get it over with. Arriving in front of an engraved wooden door, Sonny hesitated for a moment, then sighed and opened it. Bright light washed over him the next instant. There was a faint smell of incense in the air. Taking a step forward, Sonny shielded his eyes with a hand and extended his shadow sense forward. He had expected to find a dreadful abomination waiting for the inside, but, to his surprise, there was no movement at all. Lowering his hand, he looked at the final floor of Alethia's tower. It consisted of one large chamber. There were lanterns floating in the air all around it, emanating a warm glow. A pleasant smell of incense permeated the air. The interior of the chamber was perfectly intact. A few pieces of simple but tasteful wooden furniture stood on the tiled floor. Sonny, Cassie pointed to the far side of the spacious room. There a wide bed stood, surrounded by a half-transparent silk canopy. And on that bed, a beautiful woman in an archaic robe was laying, her chest rising and falling steadily. She was fast asleep. Chapter 1446, Wind Flower. Both Sonny and Cassie froze, bewildered by the strange scene. Surely I'm seeing things. This was Wind Flower, a misty hell where harrowing abominations and defiled saints were imprisoned, not even knowing that they were. A place that slowly devoured the souls of great nightmare creatures until there was nothing left but empty husks. The abandoned stronghold of an ancient seeker who had left to challenge the estuary. How could there be someone sleeping soundly in its very heart? Sonny suppressed the desire to pinch himself. He also suppressed the desire to pinch Cassie. Hey, you see what I see, right? As soon as he spoke, Sonny suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over him and covered his mouth with a hand. Shaking off his bewilderment, he reminded himself where they were and why they had come here. Cassie had said that there was a source of terrible danger at the top of Alethia's tower, but there was only this sleeping woman, which meant that she was that source. What if his voice woke her up? The blind girl nodded slowly and answered in a whisper. I do. Sonny lingered for a few moments. Is this Alethia? Indeed, that would be the most rational guess. They were standing in the tower built by Alethia of the Nine, after all, so who else could it be? Cassie shook her head. It shouldn't be. The seeker who lived on this island is said to have left it a long, long time ago, before the defilement was even born. Of course, the information I received from the people of fallen grace might be wrong. She frowned, but it is said that only the Serpent King has been able to come to Wind Flower and return alive. I honestly don't see how any human could have survived this place, let alone how they would have ended up sleeping peacefully at the top floor of this tower. Sonny studied the figure of the sleeping woman tensely, then rubbed his face tiredly. Then who the hell is she? The blind girl remained silent for a while. Eventually, though, she answered, Actually, I have a theory. Cassie hesitated for a moment, then said, I think she is Wind Flower. Sonny stared at her in confusion. What do you mean? She is a personification of this island. The blind girl shook her head. No, remember, nobody knows where the name Wind Flower came from. However, I noticed something strange about the guiding light. It continued pointing to the center of the island even after we landed, right? Sonny nodded. Cassie sighed. I was also able to make it point to you, Neph, and Effie, but not Jet. I puzzled over how it worked for a long time, and after a while, I started to suspect that it's because Jet doesn't have a true name, or at least I don't know what her true name is. Indeed, Soul Reaper was simply Jet's nickname, not her true name. Actually, even Sonny did not know if she had one. The blind girl, meanwhile, continued. I got that idea actually after we saw Devouring Beast. The guiding light only points to Effie and not her. That is strange, considering that they are the same person. Only I think that once somebody becomes corrupted, their very nature start to change. So they lose their true name, or maybe it changes as well. She studied the walls of the spacious chamber and said, I think that if we had the guiding light and asked it to point us to Wind Flower, it would have pointed directly at this woman. Sonny frowned, then asked quietly, All right, let's say that you are correct still. The question remains, who the hell is this Wind Flower? Cassie suddenly coughed and looked away in embarrassment. I don't know. He stared at her in confusion. Then why the hell did she go on and on about the guiding light, true names, and all that? We are exactly where we started this conversation. Shaking his head, he took a deep breath and asked, So what do we do now? We wanted to come here to find a way to escape Wind Flower Alethia's island, whatever this place is actually called. Do we just wake her up and hope that she's not some terrifying, defiled abomination? Cassie shook her head. She's not defiled. She is a transcendent human, a saint. Sonny raised an eyebrow. How do you know? The blind girl raised an eyebrow. How do you not know? I used my dormant ability to read her runes. You can do whatever it is you do to look inside people. He blinked a couple of times. Right, he could do that. Shifting his perception, he peered into the soul of the sleeping woman. She had a single radiant core, its brightness similar in intensity to that of a fully saturated transcendent soul core. However, his expression dimmed. At the very heart of the beautiful radiance, almost unnoticeable, there was a tiny seed of encroaching darkness. It was small and insignificant for now, but Sonny knew that it would grow. Because that was how corruption was. It spread and consumed everything until there was nothing pure left. The woman might not be defiled yet, but she was going. To be soon. She won't, though. The thought appeared in Sonny's mind almost on its own. He contemplated its meaning for a few moments, then tilted his head slightly. Right, she won't. For as long as the woman remained on Alethia's island, inside the loop, she was not going to be corrupted if she could hold out for a single day. At the end of the day, the time would rewind itself, and whatever progress the vile darkness had made would be erased. Therefore, for her, this island was like a sanctuary. Was that why she was here? It had to be. Sonny sighed, then looked at Cassie and hesitated for a moment. So are we really going to wake her up? The blind girl shrugged. What's the worst that can happen? Sonny stared at her with wide eyes. What? Why on earth would you say that? You of all people should know not to. He suddenly fell silent, afraid that his furious whisper would wake up the sleeping woman. However, he did not have to worry. She remained peacefully asleep. In fact, nothing they did seemed to wake her up. By the time the revolution ended, it had become apparent that the mysterious woman's slumber was not a natural one. Instead, it seemed eternal. Chapter 1447, Different Approach. So what do we do now? The cohort was hidden between the cliffs on the northern side of the island. Effie was pillaging the covetous coffer while Jet and Nephis sat tiredly on the ground. They had taken point in the battle against the cavern terror, but strangely enough, Sonny and Cassie seemed more drained. The blind girl shook her head in dejection. I'm not sure. They had just shared their findings. The method to infiltrate Alethia's tower, the remains of a slain great tyrant, the sleeping woman on the top floor, and how they had failed to wake her up. Sonny was in a grim mood. They had wasted so much time and effort but had nothing to show for it. The escape from the island seemed just as impossible as it had before. Curse it. He remained silent for a few moments, then glanced at Nephis. There was something gnawing at him. Cassie said that you've met one of the 9. That question held no real importance for their current situation, but he felt curious. Perhaps knowing more about the former master of the island could help them think of a new solution. Neph looked at him with a hint of surprise. Yes, I did. Sonny did not react much to her confirmation. Was it in your second nightmare? He was more or less certain of it, but unexpectedly Nephis shook her head. No, I met him in the nightmare desert. Everyone was confused by her answer, Effie, and Jet because they did not know who the 9 were, Sonny and Cassie because they did. How could a person from the ancient past of the dream realm be alive in the present day? Noticing their confusion, Nephis explained. When I first entered the nightmare desert, I found 2 skeletons nailed to a mystical tree. One called himself Azarax the Mighty, and the other called himself Uris of the 9. I got the impression that they were left on that tree as punishment. She paused for a moment, then added quietly, that Uris, he told me that he was a humble slave who had angered the gods by slitting the throat of one of them. I'm not sure if his words can be trusted, though to me, it seemed like he had been a high-ranking soldier of the demon army. In any case, I took him off the tree, and he guided me to the underworld. We parted not long before I entered the nightmare. Sonny stared at her in bewilderment. Well, that is a wild story. 2 talking skeletons nailed to a tree? Sure, the nightmare desert is full of old bones that refuse to stay dead. However, none of those I've seen ever spoke to me. For a moment, he remembered visiting Neph's dream right after she had returned from her second nightmare. Had there not been a terrible tree there, with 2 figures cruelly nailed to its trunk? And what was it about slitting a god's throat? Surely that was a play on words. Right. Interesting. Oro had been a soldier of the war god's empire. However, this Uris seemed to have participated in the Doom War on the side of the demons. Alethia, meanwhile, had come to the tomb of Ariel, perhaps the only place where the war had never reached. Just what was he supposed to make of it? If there was one unfortunate conclusion Sonny had to make, it was that knowing about Yuri's of the Nine did not help him at all. Alethia's island still seemed inescapable. The tower, which had been their hope for the last dozen or so revolutions, seemed to be a dead end. Cassie let out a heavy sigh. We should probably try to wake up that woman again. If nothing helps, although I don't like it, we might want to try attacking her. Sonny raised an eyebrow. You want to kill her? The blind girl frowned, remained silent for a few moments, then said quietly, if that is what it takes, I am. He was somewhat surprised. Cassie had changed more than he had thought. The shy girl he had known on the Forgotten Shore would have never thought of killing a bystander without provocation, even if it could help her. Or rather, she would not have thought of it if given another choice. Well, why am I surprised? The past years had changed all of them. Sonny was not the same person he had been on the Forgotten Shore. He hoped that it was for the best. Cassie would not have stayed the same either. He sighed. Actually, we don't need to wake her. Everyone looked at him questioningly. After a few moments of silence, Nephis shifted slightly. Do you mean? Sonny nodded. He had visited Neph's dream once, so he could visit the sleeping woman's dreams as well. That way, they would not need to wake her. It was all thanks to Nightmare and one of his abilities, Dreamwalker. It allowed the dreadful steed to travel through dreams and take his master with him. Yeah, I can get Nightmare to transport me into this woman's dreams. Perhaps she will tell me something that can help us escape the island. The others looked at him somberly. After a while, Jet asked, Are you sure you want to visit the mind of a saint who is slowly being corrupted, Sonny? It might be dangerous. Effie nodded. Listen, Sonny, I'm sure that you've visited the dreams of many a young lady even without the help of that scary horse of yours, but this is different. This defilement, you guys think that it spreads simply through knowing a secret, right? What if you learn that secret in her dream? Sonny shrugged. It's not that I want to do it, it's that I have to. Don't worry too much, I'll be careful. He still had the mirror of truth. If push came to shove, he would use it to copy Neph's longing and get Nightmare to carry him away from the mysterious saint's dream as fast as possible. It actually sounded like a plan. He nodded. Then it's decided. Cassie and I will go to Alethia's tower again come the next revolution. And hopefully, this time, we won't leave empty-handed. Chapter 1448, A Beautiful Dream. Finding themselves back on the deck of the chain breaker, Cassie and Sonny did not waste any time. After bringing Jet back, they sent her and Nephis to find Effie. Then they hurried toward Alethia's tower. By now, traversing this area of the misty forest had become a routine for them. They knew just where to go and when. Nevertheless, both of Cassie's echoes had to be sacrificed along the way. Now that they did not have to study the runes cut into the black cliff, there was even some time to rest while they waited for dusk. Hidden away from the killing field surrounding the tower, they shared a haphazard meal and waited. Sonny studied Cassie's face in the darkness. She seemed calm and collected, but he knew that she had to be struggling to stay sane just as much as he had struggled after living through his own first few revolutions. Alethia's island was just too cruel and harrowing of a hell. In fact, Sonny was not sure what his mental state would have been if Cassie had not joined him in the knowledge of the loop. Having someone steady to share the burden was truly a blessing. Perhaps that was the reason the blind girl seemed less affected by the gruesome things they had lived through here. Unlike him, she had always had a partner to support her. Still, he hesitated for a moment, then asked, How are you doing? Cassie smiled. Her smile was faint and fleeting, just like it had been ever since their meeting in Fallen Grace. I am fine. Sonny wanted her to say more, but Cassie kept herself closed off. It was strange. Really, there had been a time when they were close as siblings, and a time when they were like strangers. The ice between them thawed eventually, but it took Sonny a long time to want to mend their relationship. Now that he was trying, though Cassie seemed unwilling. He simply did not know what was happening in that head of hers. Actually, he suspected that no one knew, even Nephis, who was the closest to the blind girl, could not tell what Cassie was thinking. Perhaps that was the curse of being a seer. Sonny sighed. I am way too oblivious about these things to navigate through such a mess. But he had to try at least. Well, if you want to talk about it, I'm here. Cassie nodded. Thank you, it means a lot. However, it seemed as if she was thinking about something else. Shaking his head slightly, Sonny rose and summoned his bow. It's almost time. They destroyed the enchantment protecting Alethia's tower, led devouring beasts to the released nightmare creatures, and slipped past them. Ascending the stone steps, they opened the gate of the tower and hid inside, then climbed to its top floor. Finally, Sonny and Cassie arrived at Windflower's chamber. Everything here was the same. Calling upon Nightmare, Sonny approached the perfectly preserved bed and looked at the woman sleeping on it through the half-transparent canopy. The mysterious saint was a rare beauty without a doubt. Her dark skin was smooth and dewy without a single blemish on it. The lines of her exquisite face were soft and lovely. Her Avi hair was like glistening black silk, while her archaic robe was of a rich azure color with vivid white accents. As she dreamt, her expression was vulnerable and innocent. It was a captivating sight. Sonny found it hard not to let his heart be moved as he looked at the sleeping beauty. The world itself seemed warmer and softer around her, as if caressed by a gentle wind. He sighed. "I'm going, Cassie, you stay safe, please." With that, he took a step back and dissolved into the shadows. Nightmare was already waiting for him in their embrace. His vast form wrapped itself around Sonny, and then they were somewhere else. And yet they were exactly where they had been. Sonny was still on the top floor of Alethia's tower. However, it looked different. The wide bed was empty. Cassie was nowhere to be seen. The floating lanterns were gone. Instead, the chamber was drowned in bright light that poured through the windows. Nightmare had to hide in the deep shadows in the corner of the spacious room to avoid it. That's not right. Since when was Alethia's island so bright? Wary, Sonny slowly walked to the window and looked outside. His eyes narrowed slightly. Below him was the familiar island. However, it had changed entirely. The suffocating mist was gone, revealing the beautiful green expanse of the pine forest. The trees bathed in warm sunlight, swaying slightly in the wind. Here and there, clear streams flowed. The killing field surrounding the tower was drowning in flowers. The stone bridge was empty, with no nightmare creatures in sight. In fact, without the mist, Sonny was supposed to see the towering figure of devouring beast wandering the forest. However, she was nowhere to be seen. There was no harrowing creature in the clear blue sky, either. Alethia's island seemed utterly devoid of danger. Instead, it seemed like a tranquil, beautiful, and peaceful place. A paradise. This is her dream. Sonny knew that he was inside a dream. However, the space around him did not seem like one. It was much more solid, defined, and permanent than the few dreams he had visited in the past. What the hell is going on? It's a wonderful day, isn't it? That voice. Sonny flinched and turned around. A woman had just entered the chamber, carrying a bouquet of fresh flowers. It was her, the beautiful sleeping saint of Alethia's tower. She was awake, or rather in her dream she was. Sonny took an involuntary step back. Despite how lovely the woman was, he couldn't help but feel wary of her. His voice was slightly hoarse. "Who are you?" The beautiful saint raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Me, I am Windflower." Then a hint of amusement appeared on her charming face. "But why are you asking, and why are you here again?" Chapter 1449, Left Behind. Windflower. So Cassie was right. Windflower was the true name of the mysterious saint in front of him, and after the memories of the original master of the island Alethia had disappeared from the memory of the river people, they started calling this place after its current resident. In time, even that knowledge was erased by time and the collapse of the river people civilization. All that remained was a name that had lost all meaning. Everyone who remembered Windflower were gone, and yet the person to whom that name belonged remained, trapped in a dream that lay in the heart of Alethia's island. However, Sonny was caught by surprise because of something else the beautiful saint said. He suppressed the desire to take another step back, frowned, and said tensely, "I am asking because I don't know, and I am here in hope of finding a way to escape this island. But again, why did you say that I am here again?" Windflower studied his face for a few moments, still smiling. Her gaze lingered at the crown of twilight, then shifted away. Letting out a melodious chuckle, she walked to a beautiful porcelain vase and put the bouquet of wild flowers she had been holding inside. Then she let out a sigh. I see, this is our first meeting. How exciting. Sunny was not convinced. Why would Windflower act as though she had recognized him? It could only mean one of two things. He hesitated for a moment. Are you not affected by the loop? She shrugged. My body is, but my consciousness isn't. Here in this dream palace, I am free to live my days in peace. Her smile dimmed a little, and a hint of darkness appeared in her beautiful azure eyes. I must admit, though, young man, you have rather poor manners. Not only have you intruded upon a lady's dream without an invitation, but you've also neglected to introduce yourself. I feel at a disadvantage. Sunny coughed. Ah, please accept my sincere apology, Saint Windflower. I'm not exactly familiar with the etiquette of visiting people's dreams. My name is Sunless. If she is not beholden to the loop, then she had indeed met Sunny before. Which, of course, was impossible. This was definitely his first time entering the dream palace where Windflower's soul resided. Either Sunny had spent much longer on Alethia's island than he had suspected, somehow losing his memories of becoming aware of the loop the first time around, or she had mistaken him for the Mad Prince. The latter was much more probable and also meant that the odious madman had visited the island in the past. But why? And what had he spoken with Windflower about? What was the bastard scheming? Mysterious, mysterious, all of it was so mysterious. Sunny had so many questions. But would Windflower answer his questions? Was she a friend or was she a foe? He hesitated. The beautiful saint, meanwhile, looked at him in confusion. Saint Windflower, why do you call me a saint? Sunny blinked. Right. The people of the waking world used the word saint to denote those awakened, who had conquered the third nightmare and transcended. A native of the dream realm would not recognize the term. He scratched his head. It's just what my people call transcendence. Oh, honorific, I guess. Windflower smiled. Ah, I see. Well, Sunless, it is very nice to meet you. You are the second person to visit me in all this time. Very few beings possess the ability to travel through dreams, you know. Sunny nodded. To be fair, I don't possess such an ability. It's my horse who does. Windflower looked into the corner where Nightmare was hiding among the shadows. Her pleasant smile widened a little. I've noticed. It's certainly extravagant to use a terror as a steed. You must be quite powerful to have the loyalty of such a creature, Sunless, and to wear that crown. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then briefly touched the crown of Twilight. His expression was complicated. Did she know what the crown of Twilight was, because she had seen the Mad Prince wear it? He asked cautiously, You recognize it, my lady? The beautiful saint studied him for a while, a small smile playing on her soft lips. Then she laughed. How could I not? Ah, let me introduce myself properly. I am Windflower of the Twilight Sea. King Daron, the Serpent King, is my father. Or rather, he was considering that you are wearing the memory of his crown, Sunless. He must have died by your hand. Time seemed to slow down for Sunny. He stared at the beautiful saint, the princess, silently, not knowing what to do. So I am her father's killer. That was not ideal, to say the least. He had already been wary of Windflower, and knowing that there was blood between them only made that wariness grow. Who would want to stand in front of a mysterious, partially corrupted saint after slaying her father? Of course, Daron of the Twilight Sea had already succumbed to corruption himself by the time Sunny killed him, so there was no rational reason for the enchanting princess to hate him. But when had people even been rational? Wait a minute. There was another revelation in what she had said. Windflower easily identified the Crown of Dawn as a memory, which meant that she knew about the spell. Was its carrier, most likely. Sunny's eyes narrowed. Well, of course she is. If she was Daron's daughter, then she was not one of the river people. Instead, she was a challenger of this nightmare, just like Sunny. No, not quite. Only masters could challenge the third nightmare. And since she was a saint, she had either achieved transcendence inside the tomb of Ariel or had come inside with her father in order to guide the future challengers with him. Noticing Sunny's unease, Windflower smiled. I see you are starting to get it. Indeed, I am not the real Princess Windflower. I am merely a copy of her conjured by the nightmare spell. She is long dead by now, I think. And yet I remain. Sunny's face paled. This was the first time he had met an inhabitant of a nightmare who was aware of their nature. He didn't quite know how to behave in front of her. Was this wind flower dead or alive? Was she real or not? Was she a mere echo of a real person, or a true living being created by the spell for the duration of the nightmare? Windflower sighed, glanced at the crown of twilight one more time, and walked over to the window. Gazing at the beautiful vista of this dreamy version of Alethia's island, she spoke. Back then, my father and his most loyal warriors braved the white desert and entered the tomb of Ariel. I was one of them. Our goal was to imprint our souls into the great river, so that when challengers entered this nightmare, there was someone to help them conquer it. She sighed lightly. It was a gamble, of course a desperate one, considering that our world was dying. It was already being consumed by the dream realm, and despite all our struggles, we had failed to rise to the challenge of the spell. My father was the only supreme of our people, and there was not going to be another, at least not in time to turn the tide of destruction. So he came up with a plan to raise an army of transcendent warriors in this unique nightmare. Windflower's shoulders fell. That plan failed as well. Sonny was staring at her with wide eyes, his thoughts in turmoil. What, wait? Taking a step forward, he raised his hands and asked, his voice hoarse. Wait, you world, being consumed by the dream realm, what do you mean? The beautiful saint turned and looked at him in surprise. Her enchanting azure eyes were full of confusion. Then she smiled. Shaking her head, Windflower chuckled and said, her words sending Sonny's mind reeling. What did you think, that yours was the only world that the nightmare spell infected, Sunless? Of course not. There were others. Yours is not the first. She lingered for a moment, then added with a hint of amusement. However, it will be the last. Chapter 1457th Realm. Sonny was reeling from the sudden deluge of impossible knowledge that Windflower had so casually shared with him. The relationship between the waking world and the dream realm, the vague theories about the nightmare spell he and Nephis had discussed, everything he knew was suddenly upturned. He remained silent for a while, then weakly raised a hand, summoned the shadow chair, and sat down. Watching him, the beautiful saint tilted her head slightly and laughed. What an interesting memory. Walking away from the window, she found a chair of her own, then picked up an elegant porcelain kettle and poured fragrant tea into 2 cups. Sonny took a deep breath. I did think that my world, we call it the waking world, was the only one infected by nightmare spell. Oh, I was never sure, though. Windflower pushed one of the cups toward him and shook his head. It seems that your people are less knowledgeable about the past than mine were. Ah, but we were rather ignorant as well. Still, we knew that there were many realms before the end war. Some were connected to each other, some were far apart. Some were considered mortal realms, while some were considered divine. Each of the gods had a realm of their own. She looked into the window and took a sip of tea. The mortal realms were where the war between the demons and the gods took place. By the end of it, most of them had been turned into desolate graveyards. They have become the core of the dream realm, where corruption reigns. Sonny forced his hand to remain steady as he raised his cup and tasted Windflower's tea. It was pleasant and soothing, but left a tinge of bitterness on his tongue. Of course, it made sense. The dream realm had always seemed like a patchwork world, with different regions of it inexplicably possessing different skies, celestial bodies, and even laws. The forgotten shore, the chained isles, the hollow mountains, the nightmare desert, they did seem more like different worlds that had been roughly smashed together than natural parts of a single whole. He took a deep breath. What about the divine realms? The beautiful saint smiled. Those were left untouched by the war. Even after the gods died, their realms remained. They were isolated from the mortal ones and each other as well, and so were left untouched by the spreading corruption, at least for a while. Naturally, there were 6 of them. Sonny did not say anything, prompting Windflower to continue. The world where I come from was one of those 6 realms. It is similar to the Great River, actually a beautiful world covered entirely by water, with countless islands rising from it like gems. A world of storms, winds, and stars. Well, it was before. By now, it must have been consumed by the dream realm already. Sonny's hand finally trembled. Bringing the cup to his lips, he lingered for a moment, then asked, What do you mean, consumed? Windflower leaned back in her chair and sighed. From your reaction, it seems that your people have not experienced the worst of it yet. What is the rank of the most terrible gate that has opened in this waking world of yours? He frowned. A Category 5, a great nightmare gate, I suppose. The beautiful saint looked at him with pity. I see, then it will start soon. Once more of them start to appear, pieces of your world will begin to be assimilated by the dream realm. Piece by piece, your world will eventually be swallowed entirely, becoming a part of the dream realm just like the other 5 divine realms have already become a part of it. That is why I said that your world will be the last one the spell ever infects. Once it's gone, there won't be anywhere left for it to spread to. Become a part of the dream realm. Sunny shivered. How had Windflower described her world? A world of storms, winds, and stars. Didn't it sound like the Storm Sea, the region of the dream realm controlled by the House of Night? Had the Storm Sea been a world like Earth once, where mundane people lived and struggled, and where the spell had appeared one day, forcing them on the path of ascension? A world that had eventually lost to the tide of nightmare gates and was destroyed, becoming another one of the desolate hells of the dream realm just like 4 more worlds before it. Would Sunny's world share the same fate? He shook as he... Ed. But why? Why is this happening? Why does the spell infect different worlds, and why are they being consumed by the dream realm? Where do nightmare gates come from? How can we stop it? Windflower sipped her tea and smiled. Sunless, if I knew the answers to these questions, do you think I would be sitting here, imprisoned in a dream on a cursed island, with all my people gone and my world destroyed? She chuckled. Whatever the path to victory is, my people have already lost. You still have a chance, at least. A better chance than we did. Even from what I saw, your world is much stronger than mine was. Otherwise, a mere ascended like you would have never been able to slay my father, no matter how far he was gone because of the corruption. The beautiful saint looked away and lingered for a while. Finally, a hint of sorrow crept into her sweet voice. How did he die in the end? Sunny did not speak until the pain of the flaw forced him to answer. How did one tell a person about killing their father? Sunny was not the most tactful of people, but even he knew better than to try and make his voice sound soft. Being nonchalant about the whole thing did not seem right either. He sighed. From what I know, he went mad after Twilight was lost. By the time we met, he was like a rabid beast, but even then, he was a king among them. I watched him battle many nightmare creatures much more powerful than him, and yet none could defeat your father. After a while, he was severely wounded and weakened. I used that moment to attack, and won after a ferocious battle. Even then, I would have died as well if not for my companion. He paused and then added respectfully, I am sorry for your loss, Lady Windflower. She remained silent for a while, looking away. The sight of her elegant profile was both sad and beautiful. Eventually, Windflower smiled. Don't be, what is the point of being sorry? He was merely a copy just like me. I am sure that my real father met a much more glorious end in the true tomb of Ariel. Who knows? He might have even escaped it. Windflower shook her head and looked at him with a smile. But you and your companions are different from me, Sunless. You are here to challenge the nightmare. So did you say that you wanted to escape Alethia's island? Her azure eyes sparkled with dark amusement. I'll help you. Helping challengers conquer this nightmare was my original goal, after all. Chapter 1451, Forgotten Name. Sunny had yet to recover from the shocking revelation about the nature of his world, but time waited for no man. The revolution was going to end soon, so he had to gain as much as he could from his first meeting with Windflower. But still, if my world is one of the 6 divine realms, then which god did it belong to? The most suitable candidate was War God, the goddess of life as well as of progress, technology, craft, and intellect, the patron deity of humanity. Heart God was a possibility as well. However, he could not quite imagine Earth having anything to do with the fallen gods of the dream realm. These 2 concepts were just too incompatible. Plus, the waking world encompassed more than just Earth. There was the moon, the sun, all the planets of the solar system, and countless stars beyond. A whole universe of them, billions of years old. How could all of it be simply one of the divine realms? But then again, the gods had never been constrained by mundane logic. They were the ones who had created the universal laws of existence. Even time itself was merely one of their weapons. Who was to say that a god could only will something into existence, not will something to have always existed? Ah, my brain hurts. Sunny's mortal mind seemed to be incapable of truly comprehending such matters. Windflower must have been the same. She certainly knew more than Sunny, but there was no telling how accurate her understanding was. In any case, for now, it did not matter. He was elated to learn such profound mysteries, but his immediate goal was not enlightenment. It was getting the hell off Alethia's island, and Windflower was conveniently offering her help in that regard. Sunny took a deep breath. "Do you know how we can escape this horrible place?" He paused for a moment, then shook his head. "No, I should describe our situation first. There are 5 of us here. 3, including me, start the loop in the hidden bay at the southern edge of the island, well, what I call the southern edge, anyway. The 4th member of the cohort is in the forest, not too far away from the bay. It's the 5th that is the problem. She is all the way on the northern edge of the island." His expression darkened. "There are all kinds of terrifying abominations hidden in the mist, so we can't travel freely. No matter how many times I tried, I failed to pick up the 5th member and return to our ship before the loop ends. This tower and you, Lady Windflower, are more or less my last hope." Windflower looked into the window, then let out a quiet GH and put her cup on the table. Then she stood up. "Come with me." Before Sunny knew it, they were somewhere else. The walls of the Alethia's tower disappeared, and he found himself standing at the edge of a tall cliff, looking at the flowing waters below. The colossal whirlpool was gone, replaced by the beautiful vista of the great river sparkling under the light of the 7 suns. However, not too far away, the world was obscured by the familiar mist. It was the boundary of Windflower's dream, most likely. The enchanting saint looked into the distance. "Before that, let me tell you how I ended up imprisoned here, sunless." She glanced at him and smiled. "As you might have guessed already, it was my father who had brought me here and put me to sleep at the top of Alethia's tower. There is a seed of corruption in my soul, and so remaining inside this cycle of time is the only way for me to live on." Her smile dimmed a little. Windflower lingered for a moment, then looked at the great river once again. "Back then, we laid siege to Verge, hoping to destroy the source of the defilement and conquer this nightmare. However, even after breaching the walls of the city and fighting our way to the Citadel of Truth, we failed to defeat the first seeker." Studying the exquisite line of her charming face, Sunny scowled. "The first seeker must be tremendously powerful, then. If even a sovereign in command of a vast army of awakened had failed to put an end to the defilement, then how could their cohort ever hope to succeed?" His thoughts turned dark and bitter, however. Windflower lightly shook her head. "The first seeker has no power. That thing could not even be called a living being anymore. It's just a grotesque, sprawling mass of festering flesh contained within the citadel, its tendrils slowly spreading across all of Verge. The problem, however, is that anyone who touches it becomes infected by corruption. That is how I became infected as well. In the end, we had no choice but to leave our fallen behind and retreat. That is how our glorious assault ended, in death and misery." She looked at Sunny somberly. "So, Sunless, tell me, do you still think that you and your companions can conquer this nightmare?" He remained silent for a few moments, trying his hardest not to imagine the revolting image of the cursed city of Verge. The picture Windflower painted with just a few words was just too vivid. Eventually, Sunny nodded. "I do. One of my companions, she is immune to the corruption, in fact. I have a memory to borrow, that ability of hers as well. There is probably no one in the world suited for the task better than the 2 of us." He smiled faintly and lingered for a moment, then added in a strangely dark tone, "It must be fate." Windflower did not seem too surprised by the fact that there was someone out there whose soul could not be corrupted. She watched the water flow for a while, then sighed. "It's good then. You might really stand a chance to succeed where we failed. In any case, after we retreated from Verge, my father brought me here to Alethia's island. The only place that could delay my eventual fall into corruption. Quite ironic, don't you think?" Sunny hesitated. "I'm not sure that I know what you mean, my lady." She looked at him with surprise. "What, you don't know who Alethia was?" He frowned, then shook his head. "I only know that she was called Alethia of the 9, and that she was one of the Seekers." Windflower chuckled. "Yes, you are not wrong. Indeed, she was one of the Seekers, a mysterious sorceress who built this island and created the whirlpool of twisted time surrounding it, for some unknown purpose. She lived here for a while, but eventually left in search of the estuary as most Seekers did. Alethea never returned, and her name slowly disappeared from the memory of the river people. The beautiful saint gazed at the great river with a dark expression. Of course, there is something different about Alethea, because, unlike all the other seekers who had traveled downstream in search of the estuary, she actually found it. Sunny eyes widened slightly. Wait, do you mean? Windflower nodded. Yes, although her original name is forgotten, everyone in the tomb of Ariel now knows her by a different one. The core of this nightmare, the source of the defilement, the first seeker, is Alethea of the Nine. This island is the estate that she had abandoned before leaving on her fateful journey to the estuary. Sunny shivered and instinctively turned around to look at the distant silhouette of Alethea's tower. Windflower, meanwhile, smiled. So, you see, it is indeed quite ironic the seed of corruption was planted into my soul by the first seeker, yet my father prevented my soul from being consumed by bringing me to the first seeker's stronghold. If that is not ironic, then I don't know what is. She turned away from the great river and laughed. In any case, after putting me to sleep in Alethea's tower, my father meant to turn to Twilight and search for a way to destroy the first seeker. He also meant to find a way to save me, or, if not, then at least to visit me from time to time. However, he never came. Now I know that it is because Twilight was lost, and he succumbed to corruption himself. Windflower sighed. Well, anyway, that is the past. What is important now is that my father had not only come to Alethea's island, but also left it. And I can teach you how to leave it as well. Chapter 1452, Path to Salvation. Windflower walked along the path in the forest, with Sunny following behind. Although he was certain that there was a long way to go, they arrived at the hidden bay in mere minutes. It looked different without the gloomy mist obscuring everything in sight. The white sands sparkled in the bright daylight, and the black cliffs cast deep shadows on the beach. For the first time, Sunny noticed how similar to the nightmare desert this place looked. The chain breaker was nowhere to be seen in Windflower's dream, but the line of lonesome footprints was still there, leading to the edge of the island. Sunny stared at it for a moment, then asked out of idle curiosity, "Whose footprints are these?" The charming saint smiled. "Whose else? Alethea's. That is where she left the island. It happened countless years ago, of course, but because of how twisted time is here, it also just happened yesterday." He scratched the back of his head. "I see. So the footprints belonged to the first seeker." Sunny honestly did not know what to think of that. Hiding his unease, he pointed to a particular spot on the beach. "This is where our ship crashed. Right, it's a flying ship, but currently it can only fly during dusk and dawn. As soon as I find a way to get the fifth member of our cohort back, we'll wait for the right time and fly away." His expression darkened. "Of course, there's also that thing in the sky above the island. I'll need to find a way to escape from it as well." Windflower looked at him and remained silent for a while. Then she sighed. "I'm sorry to tell you this, Sunless, but even if you get your companion back, you won't be able to escape the island." His heart skipped a beat. Staring at the beautiful saint incredulously, Sunny lingered for a few moments before opening his mouth. Eventually, though, he asked grimly, "Oh, and why is that?" Windflower shrugged. "It's just how it is. Nothing can escape Alethea's island the way it came. The whirlpool simply does not release anything once it's caught, and its maw no one is powerful enough to defeat its current. At least no one in the tomb of Ariel. Flying won't help. Either the winds will throw you down." Sunny was not amused. He stared at her some more, then sighed. "That's a bit contradictory, don't you think, my lady? You said it yourself. Your father, the Serpent King, did escape this island." She nodded. "He did. However, I never said that he was strong enough to overcome the pull of the vortex." Sunny's expression dimmed. If the monstrous sea serpent he had fought was not powerful enough to swim out of the colossal whirlpool, then who was? So how did he leave? Windflower simply pointed down. "What is that supposed to mean?" Sunny blinked a couple of times, staring at the white sand beneath her feet. Then his eyes slowly widened. "Do you mean that the only way to escape the island is to dive into the vortex?" She smiled. "Indeed, granted, surviving what is hidden below the island is not much easier than braving the whirlpool, but your flying ship should be sturdy enough to make it through." and you have the guiding light to show you the way." He frowned. "What is hidden below the island?" Windflower lingered for a bit. "Nothing much, really. Just the depths of the great river and all the horrors that dwell in them. Usually, diving that deep would mean certain death, but the vortex it creates a tunnel of sorts. As long as you don't plunge into the water, you'll be fine." Sunny was not at all happy about how nonchalant she sounded. Falling into a mystical tunnel that led to the depths of the bottomless great river, staying clear of the water. What about these obviously lethal things exactly told her that they would be fine? He sighed. "And what's on the other side of the tunnel?" The beautiful saint hesitated. "Should be the inner wall of the pyramid. You'll have to be careful once you reach it, because there are bound to be dangers there. But the important point is that one can make their way back to the great river by following the inner wall. At least that was what my father believed, and since he did make it back to Twilight alive, he must have been correct." Sunny took a deep breath. "Should be, you are not certain." Windflower chuckled. "How can I be certain? I never left this island myself. However, others, like my father, did." "Others?" So there was someone else who had come to Alethia's island and left, not just the Serpent King. Sunny did not miss that detail. He hadn't missed the fact that Windflower mentioned the guiding light either. He had never told her about the sacred staff of the Sibyls, or that it was in their possession. So how did the beautiful saint know about it? More and more things about her seemed strange. The wariness he had felt before suddenly returned. Sunny remained silent for a while, then said evenly, "Even if I am willing to try diving into the vortex, the problem remains. I need to get Effie, the fifth member of my cohort, back to the ship before the loop ends first. And currently, I see no way to do it." He grimaced. "There are too many powerful nightmare creatures on the island. There are two defiled horrors that are even more dangerous than them as well. There is that thing in the sky. I can't deal with all that in a single day." Windflower looked at him with a curious smile. "What if you had more time?" Sunny contemplated her question seriously, then shrugged. "It would be hard, but not impossible. The problem is not that the enemies are too powerful. If I can't kill them, I can at least run and hide. I can come up with countermeasures and make use of their weaknesses. I can make them fight each other and escape while they do. The problem is that all of this requires time, and there is no time. Even though it loops endlessly on this island, there's not enough time for me to achieve my goals." The beautiful saint studied him for a while, then nodded. Her next words sent a shiver running down Sunny's spine. Smiling pleasantly, Windflower said, "Well then, you just need to destroy the loop." Chapter 1453, The Other Guest. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, looking at the charming saint. A gentle breeze blew from the river. Playing with her silky hair, the dream of Alethia's island was tranquil and at peace. Destroy the loop. Was such a thing even possible? Why wouldn't it be? The closed cycle of time had been created by Alethia of the Nine. Since it was made by someone, it could naturally be destroyed by someone else. However, the matter was not that simple. Even if Windflower could teach him how to break the loop, there would be dire ramifications if he did. Up until now, Sunny had suffered enormously due to the twisted nature of time on this harrowing island, but he was also only alive because of it. Once the loop was broken, the terrible prisoners of Alethia's island would remain. Undying slaughter and devouring beast would remain, as well, but Sunny was not going to have the luxury of being reborn at the start of a new revolution. He would only have one chance to prevail against them and escape. It's not like I have a lot of choices. The plan Windflower suggested was a deadly one, but Sunny did not have a better solution. He did not have a lot of time to spare. Either he and Cassie were doing fine, for now, but their mental states would inevitably start to crumble as the trauma of repeated, torturous deaths accumulated. It could very well be that they would never be in better condition than now. Sooner or later, they were going to start deteriorating. At least Sunny felt that they would. The question was, did he really trust Windflower? A deep sigh escaped from his lips. Looking away, Sunny lingered for a few moments, then said, "Before I decide whether to agree, I need to ask you a question." The beautiful saint chuckled. "Go ahead." He glanced at her darkly. "When you said that we've never met before, was it a lie?" Windflower's smile froze on her lips. She studied him silently for a while, the veil of friendliness finally fading from her gaze to reveal something much colder, darker, and more frightening. Finally, for the first time since they met, Sunny felt that he was standing in front of King Daron's daughter. But then the frightening abyss hiding in her eyes was gone, replaced once again by benevolent sweetness. Windflower laughed. "You really are a sharp one, Sunless, just like the other one." Sunny took a deep breath. "The other one?" A deep frown appeared on his face. "The Mad Prince. He is the other visitor you mentioned, then." The beautiful saint looked at him with a nonchalant smile. A moment later, the white beach disappeared, and they were in Alethia's tower again. Windflower sat down on her bed and shrugged. "Indeed, oh, I must say even inside the tomb of Ariel, you truly are the most bizarre of individuals, Sunless. You are the only being to enter my dream in all these years, and yet there were 3 visitors." Sunny slumped on the shadow chair. "3?" She nodded. "You, that defiled madman, and the sullen wraith that follows him around." He stared at her incredulously. So the Mad Prince is haunted by his own version of the sin of solace. Serves the bastard right, both bastards, really. Luckily, his own inner demon had decided to sit the meeting with Windflower out. He shook his head. "So why did he come to see you? What did he want from you that was worth braving Alethia's island?" The beautiful saint lingered. "I'm not sure if I should answer, but then And why not? You are mistaken, though. Although the Mad Prince did visit me, I was not the reason he had come to the island." Sunny simply raised an eyebrow, prompting her to continue. "The reason he came here was to lure the other 2 defiled into a trap." "What?" Sunny hid his shock as best he could. Previously, he had theorized that devouring beast and undying slaughter had been sent to Alethia's island because of their flaws. And it might have been the justification, true, but now, it seemed that they had been left here against their will. They had been locked in a prison of time by the Mad Prince. Sunny exhaled slowly. Why would that lunatic plot against 2 other plagues? Windflower shrugged. "I really don't know. Is it surprising, though? The defiled are different from us to begin with, and your other self, Sunless, is more insane than most." That said, he was surprisingly lucid for a nightmare creature. Sunny frowned. "In what way?" The charming saint contemplated for a while. "It's hard to describe. I've met abominations who could talk like humans before, but never one who seemed so human-like, even among the defiled. In any case, it looked like he was not happy about being the Dread Lord's slave, or liked what the Dread Lord has done after becoming the tyrant of Verge." She shrugged. "You would know better about these matters than I do, though. Not because you and the Mad Prince are the same person, even, but merely because the 6 plagues were yet to appear when I was brought to Alethia's island. In fact, I only know of their existence because of the things the defiled madman mumbled in a fit of frenzy." Sunny remained silent for a while. The Dread Lord's slave. It seemed that he did not have to wonder what fate would befall him after Nephis was killed in the future. He had thought that Mordred the Soul Stealer would be the one to use Shadow Bond and become his master after the current one disappeared. But actually, it was the Dread Lord Kai. The corner if his mouth twitched. Who would have thought? It was a bit stupid to be hurt by something that a future, defiled version of his friend had done. And yet, Sunny couldn't help but feel a little betrayed. It had taken a lot of courage for him to open up to Effie, and Kai, knowing that it would come back to bite him in the end, felt like a punch to the gut. No, Kai would never betray me. That thing, the Dread Lord, might be the future version of him, but it is a demented nightmare creature, not my friend. Much more important was the fact that there seemed to be internal strife between the 6 plagues. Enough of it, at least, for the Mad Prince to try eliminating 2 of his fellow defiled champions, be it on the orders of the Dread Lord or of his own accord. It was great news for the cohort, and could potentially help them conquer this nightmare. Sunny sighed and asked with dark curiosity in his voice, "So what did the 2 of you talk about?" Chapter 1454, An Oath and a Promise. Windflower remained silent for a while, seated comfortably on her opulent bed. Eventually, she sighed. "We made a deal. He and I never thought that I would make a deal with a defiled abomination one day. But then again, I never thought that I'd be imprisoned in a whirlpool of time, forever either." Sunny grew tense, staring at the beautiful saint with a grim expression. The news of her making deals with one of the 6 plagues did not bode well for the cohort. Noticing his reaction, she chuckled. "Don't look so worried, Sunless. I did not sell my soul, corrupted as it may be. The mad princey only wanted to know about Alethia's island, and especially about how my father had managed to kill that great tyrant in the tower. The creature remains dead no matter how many times the loop resets, which seemed to be of great interest to him. I, on the other hand, wanted to know what had happened to Twilight and the other human cities on the Great River, and how it was that he appeared wearing my father's crown." Her gaze once again brushed across the crown of Twilight. She smiled softly. "Now I know." Sunny lingered for a few moments. There were a lot of things he wanted to ask about, but it did not seem wise to press Windflower for answers too much. The Mirror of Truth was safely hidden in his sleeve, ready to grant him Neph's longing ability at any moment. Eventually, he asked, "How did Daron make that tyrant stay dead?" Windflower tilted her head a little. "You want to know as well? It was with the help of a very special memory, a legacy relic left behind by a dear friend. It's gone now, of course, just like everything else is gone." Why was the mad prince so interested in the dead tyrant, though? Unlike me, he did not have to destroy the loop to escape the island. What did he want? Sunny tried to understand the motives of his future defiled version, but failed. It wasn't a good idea to try understanding madmen anyway. "How did you know that one of my companions has the guiding light, then?" "The bee." Beautiful Saint chuckled. "How else? The madman told me that you would." Sunny froze. His eyes narrowed. "Wait." Leaning forward, he pierced Windflower with an intense gaze and asked, "Are you saying that the mad prince knew that we would arrive here one day?" She simply nodded. He seemed quite certain, but why are you surprised you are the same person after all? Sunny let out a shaky breath. Indeed, if the mad prince was the future version of him, then the bastard would have already experienced coming to Alethia's island before. Still, something about it didn't make sense. If the defiled lunatic already possessed the memories of meeting Windflower and learning about the island from her, like Sunny was currently learning, then why would he need to come and ask again? And if she had already met Sunny by the time the mad prince arrived, wouldn't she have already had the answers to her own questions? It didn't make any sense at all. Just like Undying Slaughter and Jet existing at the same time did not make sense. The same went for Devouring Beast and Effie, or everything else about this damned pyramid. If anything, though, the new revelation made it seem as though the 6 plagues were somehow alien to this timeline, more alien than Sunny and his companions were, at least. Focus on the task at hand, how to escape this cursed island. Sunny gritted his teeth, remained silent for a few moments, and then said, "So how do I destroy the loop?" He suddenly hesitated. Before Windflower could answer, Sunny raised a hand and added, his voice low, "Wait, if I do destroy the loop you will die, won't you?" The saint simply looked at him with a smile on her lips. "She will. That is why she is here on Alethia's island. After all, this is the only place where she can exist." So by destroying the loop, Sunny would be killing Windflower. She watched him for a bit, then shook her head. "You are both right and wrong. I, Windflower of the Twilight Sea, will indeed cease to exist if the cycle of time is broken. However, I won't die. No, what waits for me is much worse than death, its corruption." Her smile slowly disappeared, leaving behind only coldness. The beautiful saint looked at him somberly, then said, "That is why we are going to make another deal, you and I." Sunny met her heavy gaze and shifted slightly. "What deal might that be?" Windflower stared at him for a few moments, then smiled darkly. "It's simple, really. I will teach you how to break the cycle of time. In return, Sunless, you will kill me." His expression cracked for a moment. "What?" The beautiful saint nodded. "You will make an oath that after the loop is destroyed, and before corruption swallows my soul, you will kill me. That is the only way I'll show you how to escape Alethia's island with all your companions." Sunny looked at her solemnly. He couldn't say that he didn't understand. Indeed, if he was in Windflower's place, he would have preferred death to turning into a nightmare creature. At least he hoped that he would. But still, wasn't it just too sad? Sunny sighed. You want to die? Hearing his question, Windflower chuckled. You make it sound so serious. Her enchanting azure eyes ignited with humorous sparks. Remember, Sunless, I am not even a real person. I've been conjured by the spell to play a role in this nightmare, and so there is no purpose for my existence outside the nightmare. So wouldn't it be a fitting end for a creature like me to be killed by a real person like you? By a person who will conquer the nightmare? She fell silent, looking into the window with a distant expression on her beautiful, charming face. After a few moments of silence, she added in a softer tone, I won't ask you for another oath, Sunless, but make me a promise, if you will, that you'll conquer this nightmare indeed. Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at her with a heavy expression. Eventually, he sighed and opened his mouth to speak. Not long after that, he was back on the deck of the chain breaker. Chapter 1455, Puppet Master. The white beach was shrouded in mist once again. The bright and beautiful vista of Windflower's dream was gone, replaced by the chilling gloom of reality. Surrounded by the flowing fog and dreadful silence, Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. His heart was beating wildly, full of crippling panic and boundless dread. These feelings were not something he wanted to feel or had a reason to. Rather, they were simply an instinctual response caused by meeting countless harrowing ends in this misty hell. Even when Sunny was calm, his body remembered every torturous death, every heart-wrenching loss, and every pained cry. The sight of the white fog enveloping the chain breaker was a promise of many more torments to come. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his heart. It was getting harder and harder to do with each new revolution. A few moments later, Sunny let out a long sigh and turned around. Cassie was facing him with a somber expression on her pale face. She lingered for a few moments, then leaned heavily on the guiding light and asked in a quiet voice, So, how did it go? He looked away. I met her. There is a lot to discuss. We should bring Jet back first. The blind girl nodded listlessly, then walked over to Nightmare, adjusted the stirrups, and climbed into the saddle. A few moments later, she disappeared into the mist. Nephis had been observing them tiredly. Her brow was furrowed into a deep frown. Glancing at Sunny, she asked, What is going on? He met her gaze and sighed. Cassie is off to find Jet. Let's just rest for a bit, please. I'll explain everything when they return. She studied his face for a few moments as if wanting to ask more. Eventually, however, Nephis simply nodded and said in her usual emotionless tone, You don't look too well. Sunny looked at her. Neph was not in the best state herself. She seemed spent and exhausted, almost ready to topple at any moment. Her already pale face was drained of all color, her eyes sunken and slightly unfocused. The slumped shoulders, the sickly pallor, the feverish gaze, these were the symptoms of extreme essence exhaustion. He smiled. You look beautiful, though. With that, Sunny lowered himself to the deck and leaned against the railing. Nephis remained motionless for a few moments, flustered. Then, she silently sat down near him and rested the back of her head on the ancient wood. I'll wait until Cassie returns, then. He did not answer, staring into the mist. Sunny had a lot to think about. It had taken him a long time, many lifetimes of dread, really to reach Alethia's tower. However, the truths Windflower had revealed to him were all worth it. There was so much he had learned from the beautiful, forsaken saint. The origin of the dream realm and the waking world, the true identity of the first seeker, the secrets of Alethia's island, and so much more. Even the impossible number of challengers who had entered this nightmare had an explanation now. But most importantly, he had learned a few things about the Mad Prince. At this point, I can't deny it anymore. That defiled madman, the future version of himself, had visited Windflower in her dream. Sunny might have met a strange echo of his corrupted future in a nightmare, but the bastard had spoken to Windflower personally, which meant that the Mad Prince had the Dreamwalker ability, just like Nightmare did, or something similar to it. In all the years that Daron's daughter had spent sleeping on Alethia's island, they were her only guests. That proved that very few beings possessed power over dreams, even here in the tomb of Ariel. And that meant it was him. Sunny exhaled slowly. It was not dusk, but the Mad Prince who had sent Anank a dream message, so that she would find the children of Weaver find Sunny and Nephis, and send them off to fallen grace. It was that madman who had massacred Weave, then used its last priestess to guide them deeper into the nightmare, past the time's storm and to the derelict of the chain breaker. It was also him who had created the estuary key and secreted it away in Sunny's soul, somehow. He could have even been the author of the demented runes Sunny had seen on the piece of flotsam, drifting in the upper reaches of the great river. Why had the Mad Prince done all these things? No, before that. What else had that monster done? Suddenly, Sunny was covered in cold sweat. Now that he knew that the mysterious puppeteer responsible for many of the strange things happening in this nightmare was none other than his future corrupted self, he couldn't help but perceive everything that had happened so far in a new light. What else did not make any sense? Too many things, but there was one in particular. Why wasn't fallen grace destroyed? Led by the 6 plagues, the defiled had successfully destroyed Twilight and every city of the Sibyls except for fallen grace. That last city, though, had strangely been spared. It was attacked by the defiled from time to time, sure, but none of the heralds of the estuary had ever shown up to erase it from existence themselves. Their inaction seemed very strange in hindsight. Was it, perhaps, because the Mad Prince needed Sunny and Nephis to visit it one day, for some reason? To come into possession of the guiding light, perhaps? Or was it because the 6 plagues simply couldn't appear anymore? The defiled madman had treacherously eliminated Undying Slaughter and Devouring Beast from the board, after all. Who was to say that Soul Stealer, Torment, and even the Dread Lord himself had not been dealt with in a similar fashion? Sunny had thought that the final obstacle of the 3rd nightmare would be the 6 plagues, but now he was not so sure anymore. What the hell is going on? Was the Mad Prince actually an ally? Remembering the visage of the horrid lunatic whose remnant once appeared in his dream, Sunny shook his head. No, that is impossible. He is a nightmare creature. But then again, Windflower had mentioned that the Mad Prince seemed strangely lucid for an abomination. Why would he be? Suddenly, a strange idea appeared in Sunny's mind. He froze for a moment, then lowered his gaze and glanced at Neff's sword. Was it because the Mad Prince was haunted by the sin of Solace? The sword wraith was supposed to slowly drive a human insane. What would its effect on a nightmare creature be, then? What would madness mean to a being whose mind was inherently alien to all things human? Sunny did not know why, but he felt that he somehow stumbled on a glimpse of truth. If the wraith born from a sinister whisper of Ariel, the demon of dread, had indeed helped his future self maintain a sliver of humanity even after becoming defiled, then he still wouldn't be an ally. However, it was entirely possible that the Mad Prince had other goals than the plagues did. Just what is my evil twin scheming? Sunny did not know. In fact, after learning so much, he felt that he knew even less than he had before. He was sure of one thing, though. The sinister shadow of the Mad Prince was behind everything that had happened in the nightmare so far, and that was an indescribably chilling thought. Sunny knew himself all too well, after all. Even slightly lucid, he was a very scary enemy to have. Chapter 1456, Do What You Want. Cassie and Jet soon returned to the chain breaker. Sunny had explained the basic information about the loop to Nephis by then, however. He kept the things Windflower had told him to himself, for the time being. Not because he was reluctant to share the knowledge, but simply because he did not want to repeat it all for the 2nd time once they reached Effie. The cohort set out to the far side of the island without any delay. As they traveled, made weapons, fought abominations, and hid in the forest to wait out the more harrowing ones, Sunny couldn't help but think about Windflower and the oath he had made. Kill her, Sunny's flaw did not compel him to fulfill any oaths, it just prevented him from making an insincere one. Still, he was free to change his mind at any moment. Can I kill her? Of course he could. However, it would be an understatement to say that Sunny was reluctant to. He was not an innocent man. In fact, there was plenty of human blood on his hands. He had even enjoyed killing some of his victims, albeit very few. Mostly, he did not like it one bit. The thought of killing someone like Windflower was abhorrent. He admired the charming saint from a different world a great deal. He also felt a lot of compassion for her tragic plight. And yet, bitterly, there was nothing else he could do for her. Death was the only mercy he could give Windflower. How fitting, Shadow God would have been proud. Sunny had even considered surrendering the mirror of truth to her, but there was very little chance that it would help. Yes, Wind Flower would be able to delay the spread of corruption by a few hours if she borrowed Neph's aspect ability. But there was almost no hope that the seed of corruption would not only be temporarily hindered, but disappear as a result. Once the mirror of truth crumbled, the seed would most likely still be there in Wind Flower's soul. Then only death would be able to save her. Even knowing that the chance was infinitely small, Sunny had still offered his memory to the beautiful saint. It was a very rare thing for him to act selflessly in that way. But she refused. Wind Flower did not explain her reasons, but Sunny suspected that it was because of the first seeker and how precious the mirror of truth would be if someone wanted to destroy the abominable creature. Curse it, feeling grim, Sunny went through the motions of traversing Alethia's island. Sometime later, the 5 members of the cohort were together once again. Sunny had finally shared his findings with his companions, not holding anything back. Their reactions, just as he had expected, were very intense. It was not every day that one learned about the origin of their own world. Well, here on Alethia's island, one could. But generally speaking, news of this caliber was exceedingly rare. Eventually, the heated discussion died down. Tired of trying to comprehend divine matters, Sunny and his companions turned their attention to more mundane issues. The 6 plagues and the Mad Prince. I just don't know what he wants. I see how that it's funny, considering that he is me, but he is also a nightmare creature and almost entirely mad. I can't tell. The others remained silent for a while, their expressions somber. No one liked to know that their actions were being manipulated by a sinister, corrupted saint. Eventually, it was Nephis who broke the silence. Looking into the fire that they've made to prepare food, she said, I think we are asking the wrong question. Sunny looked at her intently. Which question should we be asking then? Nephis hesitated for a few moments. Her expert. Eshin seemed strangely distant. Leaning forward, she put more fuel into the fire and asked, What do the 6 plagues want? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Sitting to his left, Effie frowned. Isn't the answer obvious? They are doing what all nightmare creatures do, trying to obliterate everything that is not corrupted until there's only corruption left. Here in the tomb of Ariel, it means eliminating all river people. Nephis nodded. But why do they want to eliminate all river people? None of them knew what to answer, so they just stared at her in confusion. Did abominations need a reason to slaughter humans? She sighed. Let's go with another question, then. If the person who challenged a nightmare succumbs to corruption, what happens to them when the nightmare ends? Sunny opened his mouth, feeling a bit stunned by that question. They will. He hesitated. Nothing like that had ever happened, at least not to his knowledge, so there was no definitive answer. The most likely one, though, was that they will be expelled back to where they came from. Nephis nodded once again. So then, if the 6 plagues want to escape the nightmare, they have to conquer it just like we do. She sighed. But how do they conquer it? Jet looked at her with a frown. They need to destroy the source of the defilement and save the... But then she suddenly fell silent. The rest of them were silent too. No, saving the river people is not the goal of the nightmare. Sunny gritted his teeth. The goal of the nightmare was never straightforward. There was one conflict at the heart of each seed, yes, but many possible solutions. In the case of this nightmare, the conflict was about the fate of the great river civilization. One possible solution would be to destroy the source of the defilement and save the river people. But another, no less valid, solution would be to ensure their annihilation. Once every human in the tomb of Ariel was either dead or defiled, the conflict would have been resolved as well. His eyes widened a little. Are you trying to say that the plagues went on a rampage across the great river, destroying the cities of the Sibyls one after another to conquer the nightmare? Nephis stared into the fire, dancing flames reflecting in her beautiful gray eyes. That would make sense, would it not? Their goal is the opposite of ours. But more than that, since we know what their ambition is, and that it's different from the Mad Prince's, we can also guess what he wants. She looked at Sunny and shrugged. It seems to me that what your future self wants is to make sure that this nightmare never ends, or at least that it doesn't end the way the other plagues desire. Ah, I might be wrong, of course. Sunny suddenly remembered the dream where he met the remnant of the Mad Prince. The hatred in the abomination's voice when he called Sunny a murderer. Why would that bastard want the nightmare to last forever? Or does he want something else? As a deep scowl appeared on his face, Cassie asked calmly, her voice pulling him back to their conversation. So what then? Should we just sit back and relax while the plagues conquer the nightmare for us? Nephis glanced at her, then slowly shook her head. First of all, we don't know how long it will take. Secondly, I don't want to release these monsters into the waking world. She looked at them somberly, remained silent for a moment, and then added in a flat tone. Most importantly, whether we like it or not, we are also here in the tomb of Ariel. Cassie assumed the role of the ruler of fallen grace. Effie and Jet are the last of the river nomads. If the 6 plagues want to eradicate all humans on the Great River, they won't be able to achieve that goal unless they eradicate us too. A strange smile appeared on his face. It's almost as if the core of this nightmare is to throw 2 versions of our cohort at each other and see which one survives. She shook her head. Of course, one of these versions is vastly more powerful, while the other has me. Chapter 1457, Hunting Stronger Beasts. In the end, Sunny had once again drawn the map of Alethia's island on the ground. Only, this time, it was much more detailed. He also knew where most of the truly dangerous nightmare creatures would be at any given point. His time map was complete. The members of the cohort studied it for a while, listening to his explanations. Sunny described the prisoners of the nightmarish island in as much detail as he could, sometimes relying on Cassie to provide the most crucial pieces of information. As the 2 of them spoke in turns, the faces of their companions grew more and more somber. Eventually, Sunny looked at the map with a dark expression and fell silent for a few moments. When he spoke again, his voice was even. Destroying the loop will not be easy. However, it is what comes after we destroy it that is truly dangerous. He pointed to the map. We will still be trapped on the island after the loop is broken, and the rest of its prisoners will be as well. These terrible nightmare creatures, as well as undying slaughter and devouring beast. But this time, none of us will be revived by the loop should we die. Sunny looked at his companions, which means that we will have only one attempt to escape this hell alive. Despite his solemn tone, Effie suddenly chuckled. He threw her an annoyed glance at her, then asked, "What's so funny?" She shook her head. "No, nothing. Sorry, but that's how it usually goes, isn't it? If you die, you die. Cassie and you might have been living by a different set of rules recently, but for the rest of us, everything is pretty much how it has always been." He sighed. Well, she's not wrong. No matter how much he tried to avoid it, the loop had messed with his perception of life and death. But for Effie, Jet, and Nephis, what he had warned them about was already perfectly natural. Sunny shrugged. Well, good, keep that attitude. In any case, what I meant is that there can't be any mistakes. We will have one day to destroy the loop. On that day, 3 things need to happen. As he spoke, the tip of the Sin of Solace traced a few marks on the map. The shrine, the lake, and the tower. We must retrieve the enchantment key from the shrine and find something on the bottom of the lake before entering the tower. Once inside, we will be able to achieve our goal, if we do it before the day ends. His voice grew somber. We will still be stuck in the middle of the island, and we won't know where the nightmare creatures are anymore once the loop is broken. Most of the knowledge Cassie and I have so painstakingly gathered will become worthless. Returning to the chain breaker will be just as dangerous as our first exploration of Alethia's island. Sunny grimaced. Just for your information, we all died during that first exploration. Well, at least I think we did. I wouldn't know, actually, because I died first. The rest of them studied the map somberly. Eventually, Nephis spoke. But we don't need to go to the chain breaker straight away, do we? A subtle smile appeared on his face. Neph gets it. Good job, Neph. Pointing to the tower with his sword, he said, Alethia's tower is more or less the safest place on the island. Once the loop is broken, the nightmare creatures will continue killing each other, or, at least, undying slaughter and devouring beast will continue killing to satiate their flaws. So, the smartest thing we can do is lock ourselves in the tower and wait for them to massacre all the abominations that would have swallowed us on the way back to the beach otherwise. Finally, Sunny grinned. And then, just before the dust settles, we can slip away, board the chain breaker, and escape. Nephis looked at him with a complicated expression. After a few moments of silence, she said, "Or we don't escape." For a moment, there was dead silence. Sonny looked at her impassively. "What do you mean?" Of course, he knew exactly what she meant. He had considered this course of action himself, despite how risky it was. It was just that Sonny was not sure if he should mention anything. Nephis shrugged. "2 of the 6 plagues are right here on the island. Why don't we kill them before we leave?" Jet smiled darkly. "I would love nothing more than to get rid of Undying Slaughter. But Nephis, you haven't seen that thing. You haven't fought her. Do you know how lethal she is? How are we supposed to kill older, scarier, more powerful versions of ourselves?" Unexpectedly, it was Effie, not Neph, who answered. Looking up from where she sat on the ground, the huntress said, "That's the thing, though. They are us, so we know their weaknesses. We can exploit those weaknesses. That is how you hunt a stronger beast." She smiled. "We know their flaws, don't we? I mean that we should wait for them to grow weak from hunger, then finish the wretches off to make sure that they don't get a chance to escape." Listening to her, Nephis nodded. Effie looked away, her smile dimming. After a moment of silence, she added quietly, "I might not be the most useful member of the cohort currently, but I think we should try." Nephis seemed to share her opinion. Undying Slaughter and Devouring Beast might die on this island, anyway, but they might also escape the same way we are planning to escape, or through some other means. There won't be a better opportunity for us to strike down 2 of the plagues, so I think we should try as well. Cassie remained silent while Sonny shrugged. "I don't know. I think I'd rather just leave them behind and run the hell away." All attention concentrated on Jet. She did not speak for a while, then asked with a faint grin, "Aren't you all forgetting something? Effie and I have the same flaws as those 2 monsters. If they starve, we'll starve too." Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then let out a resentful sigh. "That can be solved, not a problem." Soul Reaper glanced at him briefly, then shrugged. "Well, then I vote we kill ourselves too." She blinked a couple. "E of times. I mean kill our future selves. You guys get what I mean, right?" Sonny let out a stifled chuckle and nodded. "Yes, we get it. Let's kill some plagues, why don't we?" They spent the rest of the revolution discussing the plan in great detail. Once it was over, a new revolution started, just like it always did. But this one, hopefully, was going to be their last. Chapter 1458, One Last Time. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The white mist of Alethia's island surrounded the chain breaker. "The last time, this is the last time." He turned around and nodded at Cassie. Without wasting a single moment, she climbed into Nightmare's saddle and disappeared into the fog. Sonny, meanwhile, faced Nephis and asked, "Are you all right?" She was looking in the direction where Cassie had gone to with a frown on her tired face. Hearing his question, Nephis turned. "I'm fine, I can still fight." He smiled. "That's what I wanted to hear. Before you ask where Cassie had gone, let me explain a few things." Taking a step closer, Sonny placed his hand on Neph's shoulders and leaned forward a little. Her alabaster face had suddenly turned even more motionless than it usually was. "First of all, this is not the first time we are having this conversation. You just don't remember all the previous ones. The vortex surrounding this island, you see, is not a mundane vortex. It is a whirlpool of time, and so time moves in a circle on this island. The same day repeats itself endlessly, and we have lived it dozens of times already." Neph's eyes widened slightly. A different person would have been stunned into silence by such a bizarre proclamation, but not her. Only a few moments later, she asked evenly, "How come you remember and I don't then?" Sonny pointed to her sword. "It's because of the sin of solace. It remembers, and so I've come to remember as well. After a while, Cassie did too, which is both a blessing and a curse. Neph, believe it or not, we have severely underestimated how dreadful of a hell this island is. We've already died countless times, each death more terrible than the last. Cassie, you, me, each of us was killed over and over again." Nephis studied his face with a hint of indignation on her pale face. Before she could retort, though, Sonny grinned. "However, that is in the past. This time we have a plan, one that will allow us to break the loop, save Jet and Effie, and escape this hellish place once and for all. You just need to trust me well and fight like your life depends on it. Can you do that?" She remained silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Sure, but as you can tell, my essence is utterly exhausted. I'm not exactly in the best shape." He smiled. "That's all right. Don't worry, you still look beautiful." Seeing her face turn entirely motionless again, Sunny grinned and added, "Oh, right, by the way, did I mention that Effie is pregnant?" Finally, Neff's stoic expression cracked. A moment later, her rattled voice resounded in the fog. What?" This time, they did not wait for Cassie and Jet before leaving the chain breaker. Mere minutes after the blind girl rode Nightmare into the mist, Sunny and Nephis jumped down to the beach and set out east, in the direction of the Bone Orchard. As Sunny walked, a vague figure appeared from the fog, almost scaring him. The Sin of Solace looked bored. "You still haven't given up. How pitiful, or wait. Did you really convince yourself that you would succeed this time? What a fool. You'll just die again, your friends will die again, it's hopeless. There is no escape." Not even sparing the wraith a glance, Sunny walked past it. The apparition laughed and shouted at his back. "Or better yet, you might actually destroy the loop only to watch your friends die anyway. Forever this time. Wouldn't that be a perfect ending for this tired farce?" "What a bastard, go die in a ditch." Shaking his head, Sunny continued walking. With Saint moving in the vanguard and Fiend guarding the rear of their small formation, they made swift progress. As they walked, Sunny explained a lot of things to Nephis. "And so, that is what we must achieve today." She remained silent for a while, thinking. Eventually, Nephis sighed. "I see." He had poured a lot of information on her, most of it utterly stunning. From the nature of Alethia's island to the truth about the divine realms, from the role that the Mad Prince had played in their journey to the true motives of the 6 plagues, it had to be a lot to take in. Sunny wasn't surprised that Neph was keeping quiet. What was she thinking about? After a few minutes spent in silence, Nephis finally looked at him and said, her voice even, "It must have been hard on you." Sunny raised an eyebrow, then smiled faintly. "Well, yes, it wasn't easy." Looking away, she lingered for a moment and said, "It must have been hard on me as well." Sunny's smile slowly disappeared. "It must have been, yeah." He knew it very well, no matter how torturous his deaths been in the end, watching his companions die had been so much more painful. Nephis did not remember any of the previous revolutions, but that did not mean that she had not lived them. Every time Sunny had ventured into the mist and never returned, she would have learned of his deaths from the runes. She would have had a reason to keep an eye on them, after all, unlike him. And so, she would have lived the rest of each revolution, knowing that he had been killed. Walking slightly behind him, Nephis took a deep breath. "Sunny, I'll make sure that none of us dies this time." She paused and then added quietly, white sparks igniting in her eyes. "If this is really the last time, we might as well burn this entire island down." He stared at her in amusement. "How are you going to burn anything down? Get some essence back first, you maniac." Nephis coughed. After a few moments of silence, she suddenly asked in a perfectly even voice, "So in all these revolutions has something else happened? For example, between us?" Sunny glanced at her nonchalantly. "Has it ever?" After a few moments of silence, he shrugged. "Well, you made me breakfast once, with dessert." He could have sworn that Nephis almost stumbled. Chapter 1459, Musical Diversion. As they approached the Bone Orchard, Sunny felt a swift shadow approaching them from the mist. Soon, Nightmare dove out of the swirling fog, carrying Cassie and Jet on his back. Jet was pale and bleeding from the wounds on her back, but she seemed calm and composed. Cassie should have already explained what was going on to her if Soul Reaper had questions. She was keeping them to herself. "Hey, Sunny." Her voice was a little hoarse. Climbing down from the black stallion, Jet remained silent for a moment, then looked at him with a dark smile. "I hear that you have a plan to kill that thing in the mist. Good, count me in." Then she chuckled quietly. "Where are my manners? Greeting to you too, Changing Star. Thanks for coming to pick me up." Nephis studied her for a few moments, then nodded silently. With that out of the way, the cohort proceeded to the Bone Orchard. Soon, a forest of towering bones appeared from the mist. Cassie led everyone to the hollow butterfly while Sonny looked around with a grim expression. He had not summoned the fragment yet, nor had he made use of the mirror of truth. Sonny wanted to only use the former if there was no other choice. As for the latter was needed for their eventual fight against the first seeker, so he had to preserve it at all costs. Which was not to say that he had nothing else prepared to make this last revolution special. Once they were standing in front of the monstrous butterfly, the usual routine of making its legs into pikes was abandoned. Instead, Cassie took Jet and Nephis aside to teach them about the cavern terror in detail. Sonny, meanwhile, sighed and sat down on a protruding bone fragment. This time there was too much for the cohort to do within a single revolution, which was why there was no other choice but to split the tasks between him and Cassie. Cassie was going to lead Nephis and Jet, as well as Saint and Fiend, into the caverns to slay the terror. Then, they would complete a couple minor tasks and venture into the overgrown shrine to retrieve the enchantment key. Sonny would have to travel to the far side of the island above ground, retrieve Effie, and visit the Blood Lake. Of course, none of these tasks could be completed fast enough, considering how dangerous and teeming with harrowing nightmare creatures the island was, which was why he had to create a diversion somehow. As he sat and looked at the hollow butterfly with a dark expression, Sonny summoned a flute made out of emerald bone and absent-mindedly brought it to his lips. Soon, a slow, sorrowful melody echoed in the mist. Cassie, who had been explaining the powers of the cavern terror to Nephis and Jet, paused for a moment and turned slightly. Then, she placed the guiding light on the ground near him and continued the explanation. "I wonder what Kai is doing right now." Sonny sighed. Would his friend appreciate how much better at playing the flute he had become? Was he even alive still, or was he long dead? Dead. Sonny felt the smooth texture of the bone singer with the tips of his fingers. He had received this memory quite a while ago in the depths of another nightmare. Back in the bloody arena of the Red Colosseum, he had gotten it for slaying a monstrous emerald skeleton. The bone singer had not received much use since. Apart from erecting the Dome of Silence a few times with the help of its silenced enchantment, Sonny mostly just played it for fun, slowly polishing his musical skill, what little of it he possessed. Nevertheless, it was a very important memory for him. The other of its enchantments, Sonorous, was the first enchantment he had ever copied, after all, transplanting it to the silver bell first, then to the ordinary rock which subsequently became the extraordinary rock, so the bone singer represented a great milestone in his development as a sorcerer. The emerald flute possessed a third enchantment, though, one he had never used. Sepulchre Song. That enchantment allowed the master of the bone singer to raise the dead, provided he actually knew how to play it. Here we go. Nephis had already regained enough essence to use her dormant ability on Jet. Receiving a sliver of white flame from her, Sonny took a deep breath and sent a flood of essence into the emerald flute while his fingers danced across its surface. The melody he played suddenly grew vicious and angry. In the next moment, the bone orchard stirred. Sitting on a fragment of an ancient bone, Sonny played a bone flute. Cold sweat was rolling down his face. All around him, the towering remains of unspeakable horrors were moving and stirring, slowly coming back to life, or at least to some semblance of life. Jet was watching that chilling scene with a strange expression on her face. I really hope it works. The Sepulchre Song enchantment could raise the dead, but Sonny had never found a use for it until now. Yes, it had taken him a long time to teach himself how to play the flute well enough to produce a coherent melody, but that was not the problem. Actually, he had been good enough to activate the enchantment for a while now. The problem was that once the dead were raised, they would not be under his command. On the contrary, the risen corpses would be murderous, wicked, and entirely beyond his control. The only way to control them was by playing another melody. And that melody, Sonny had not been able to master before becoming trapped within the loop. Even after experimenting with it on Alethia's island, he was not entirely confident that he would be able to enthrall the murderous corpses. There was nothing like a swarm of giant dead leviathans to make him feel motivated, though. If it doesn't work, I might just become one of these corpses myself. As his fingers started to tremble, Sonny continued to play an angry melody. Chapter 1460, Dead March. The sepulchre song was an active enchantment that consumed as much essence as the number and power of the corpses stirred into a murderous rage by its power was. An ascended could wreak a lot of havoc with its help, but not nearly as much havoc as Sunny, an ascended tyrant whose soul was augmented by Neph's flame, could. Influenced by the angry melody he was playing, most of the bone orchard was already in motion. Some of the giant skeletal remains were too severely damaged to assemble into the semblance of a whole creature, but there were plenty of dead abominations who could. Some of them had clearly been aquatic abominations in the past. Nevertheless, they slithered and crawled forward in the throes of bloodlust. Some of them seemed to have been able to walk on land. Those were moving much faster to kill something as quickly and as cruelly as possible. Slowly, towering figures rose from the ground in a cacophony of groaning bones. The terrifying bloodlust and murderous rage emanated by them were almost palpable. Crab, crab, crab. Both of Sunny's hands were busy with the flute, and he obviously could not speak. Aloud, that was. Go now. Sending the mental message with the help of the Shroud of Dusk, Sunny glanced at the dark entrance to the caverns that had been revealed when the dead creature obscuring it moved closer to him. Sparing him one last glance, his companions rushed away and dove into the welcoming darkness. Nephis lingered on the edge for a few moments, then gritted her teeth and jumped down. Saint and Fiend followed right behind her, leaving Sunny and Nightmare alone with the army of risen abominations. The towering corpses, meanwhile, were staggering toward them with a clear intent to rip the flute player and his steed apart. Now for the next part. Sunny slowly rose, or rather, was pushed off when the piece of bone he had been sitting on suddenly flew up. Somehow managing to keep the melody, he regained his balance and continued to play the bone singer while awkwardly jumping into the saddle. Judging that every skeleton he could have brought back to life had already risen, Sunny stopped for a moment and took a deep breath. Then, as Nightmare cautiously backed away, he started to play a different melody. If the previous one was fast and angry, then this one was calm and soothing. It was meant to bring the murderous corpses under his control. Sunny had succeeded in his experiments to play the second movement of the sepulchre song a couple of times on a way lesser scale, though so he knew that he could do it. Any moment now. But despite the fact that he was trying his best to play the melody perfectly, the shambling bone giants were still approaching him with a clear intent to rip him to shreds and bathe in his blood. That doesn't even make sense. I'm so much smaller than them, what are they going to be bathing in? It's more Lee. Key, I'll be smeared across the phalanx of one of these monstrosities. Even worse, the hollow butterfly which had been motionless before suddenly moved, as well. The bone singer did not really return the dead to life, it simply turned corpses into murderous bone golems. Or flesh golems, the sinister memory paid no attention to the state of the corpse, which meant that it did not need the dead creature to have had a soul in order to animate it. The hollow butterfly was coming to a perverse semblance of life, too. As it did, the drain on Sunny's essence increased. Curses! It seemed that he was not going to put this army of dead monstrosities under his command. Well, that was fine, too. Sunny had accounted for such a possibility as well. After all, he did not really need the risen corpses to listen to him. He just needed them to create as much havoc as possible on Alethia's island, temporarily stealing the attention of all the nightmare creatures imprisoned on it. Now that the dead giants of the bone orchard had been brought back to life, they would remain so until Sunny's essence ran out, or until they were completely destroyed. There was plenty of time for them to clash with the prisoners of the island. That way, he would be able to reach Effie and travel to the Blood Lake much faster. Cassie and her team would be able to reach the overgrown shrine without meeting much danger, too. Plan B, then. Giving up on soothing the murderous corpses with a pleasant melody, Sunny lowered the bone singer and commanded Nightmare to run as fast as the black stallion could. A moment later, the two of them were already flying between the staggering skeletons, heading for the forest. An army of dead giants pursued. Even the hollow butterfly took to the sky, one flap of its mighty wings sending a hurricane gale across the bone orchard, or rather, the former bone orchard. Left without the great monster's care, its eggs were cracking and bursting open, the corpses of revolting maggots crawling out of them while burning with bloodlust. Great, go fight the harvester, you ugly bug gods, I hate butterflies. Sunny dove under the protection of the ancient pines, only to hear them snap and shatter a few moments later. The dead leviathans he had risen might not have been as enormous as devouring beast, but they were giant and powerful enough to bulldoze through the misty forest. Now he only hoped that they would be sturdy and powerful enough to last a while against the harrowing prisoners of Alethia's island, and that his essence would last long enough. Faster! Gritting his teeth, Sunny flew through the mist. Effie was waiting for him on the other side of the island. Chapter 1461 Encore. Pursued by an army of dead giants, Sunny and Nightmare flew through the mist. The shambling corpses were tearing through the forest like an avalanche, uprooting countless ancient pines and turning them into splinters. The thunderous clamor of it all spread far and wide, making it seem as if the entire island was falling apart. If that would not attract the attention of the nightmare creature hiding in the fog, Sunny did not know what would. Almost there, he was not just running blindly. Instead, Sunny was leading his skeletal followers along the southern edge of the island, aiming to pull them to undying Slaughter's hunting grounds, or even further west. The map of the island was shimmering in his mind, with various nightmare creatures moving across it according to where they were supposed to be at the moment. It would be good to attract as many abominations as possible. The chain reaction of them, abandoning the usual routes and habits, was going to clear the northern part of the island, where all of the cohort's goals were, to a large degree. But Sunny was going to be happy as long as the harrowing mist wraith got implicated by the appearance of the undead stampede. These ancient skeletons he had risen were not truly alive, and thus possessed neither souls nor soul essence. They were the worst possible enemy Undying Slaughter could meet, considering that she would not be able to replenish whatever essence she spent to destroy the murderous corpses. It was a bit ironic, really. Above us, his heart skipped a beat. The dead giants had obliterated a large swath of the misty forest already, which meant that nothing hid them from the merciless gaze of the sky anymore. As Sunny watched, unnerved, long tendrils descended from somewhere high above, stretching toward the rampaging bone golems. Before the harvester could catch them, however, a vast shadow suddenly passed over the mass of dead giants. A moment later, the corpse of the hollow butterfly ascended into the sky, disappearing in the direction where the tendrils had come from. Sunny grinned darkly. Godspeed. The creatures he had brought back to life were powerful, but of course, not nearly as powerful as when they had been alive. The corpse of the monstrous butterfly did not possess the terrifying might of the original great monster. That said, it did possess the supreme body of a great monster. In some senses, it was even more durable than a living dark butterfly would have been. The animated corpse was not alive, after all, and was thus impervious to wounds that would kill a living being. Sunny had no hope that the harvester would be defeated, but it definitely would be preoccupied for a while. Now what he had to worry about was his own survival. Nightmare was fast, and the staggering skeletons were not the most agile of creatures. And yet, they were gaining on the galloping steed due to their sheer size. Sunny could dive into the shadows and escape at any moment, but that would defeat the purpose of leading the dead giants on a chase across the island. A massive skeletal claw fell on him from above, missing Nightmare's side by a mere meter. The black stallion almost lost his footing when the claw slammed into the ground, making it quake and throwing a cloud of dust into the air. This is just like that damned desert. The risen corpses were nowhere near as powerful as the harrowing warriors of the Nightmare Desert, but it was all the same for Sunny. It did not matter if the thing that killed him was 3 times more powerful than him or 300 times more powerful. He would end up dead either way. Nevertheless, he kept a cool head, tracked the movements of the dead giants with shadow sense to evade the sporadic blows, and kept an eye on the misty forest ahead. That was how Sunny managed to survive the dreadful pursuit. Not long after the hollow butterfly dove into the mist above to battle the harvester, he felt a subtle movement ahead and commanded Nightmare to dodge left. It was just in time. In the next moment, the familiar decaying shape of a giant leopard lunged forward from the fog, missing Sunny and colliding with one of the pursuing corpses. Bits of shattered bones shot through the air like bullets, and a gurgling roar sent Sunny into a momentary daze. Then, something boomed behind him, and he sensed several massive shadows converge on the terrifying shadow of the great beast. A moment later, the furious confrontation was far behind him. But it was only the start. As the dead army chased after the swift rider, more and more nightmare creatures arrived, attracted by the deafening noise of the pursuit. Sonny had calculated which abominations would arrive first, and when as a result, he managed to evade all of them. He saw the black octopus-like creature envelop the horrid skeleton of a crawling leviathan with its tentacles, the black acidic slime secreted by them biting into the ancient bones. Devouring beast made the whole island shake by landing from a high jump, her fist turning one of the dead giants into a pile of broken bones. As it was completely obliterated, the rate at which Sonny's essence was consumed decreased a little. A nightmare creature that was like a rotting tree tried to get in the way of the risen corpses, as well, but was flattened and torn apart in a matter of seconds. There were other abominations, as well. Some of them had killed Sonny before, some hadn't. Now, all of them became entangled with the murderous dead, as if receiving divine retribution for all the deaths they had visited upon him. Undying slaughter was among them as well. I'd say it's a success. By the time the abandoned port of Alethia's island appeared from the mist, Sonny was only followed by a few most persistent corpses. The rest had been left in the dust, fighting the various horrors of this cursed place. Throwing one last glance at the murderous dead giants, Sonny smiled and dissolved into the shadows. His job here was done. Now he had to rush to the other side of the island to find Effie. Really, now? Gliding through the darkness, Sonny sighed. Was there a need for such a reaction? Surely my musical talent is not that terrible. Chapter 1462, Smooth Ride. Eventually, Sonny reached the far side of the island. Diving out of the shadows, he staggered a little and sighed. His reserves of essence were mostly empty. Luckily, the speed with which he was losing essence was not that great, by now which meant that many of the risen corpses had already been destroyed by the prisoners of Alethia's island. His journey across the misty forest had been much more swift and uneventful than it would have been otherwise, though, so it was well worth it. Come dusk, his essence would be replenished. That said, he was going to have to be very careful after reaching the Blood Lake. Sonny shook his head and headed forward, with Nightmare following him in the shadows. His steps were fast and silent. He crested a tall hill and jumped over a rock outcropping, then raised a hand without ever slowing down. Catching a lightning-fast spear, Sonny grunted and slid back a few steps. Then he walked over to Effie and nonchalantly put the spear into her hand. "Here, you drop this." The huntress stared at him in bewilderment. "Dooful." "S." He let out a mental sigh. "Here we go again." Sonny patted her on the shoulder and smiled. "Who else would it be? Yes, it's me. Before you ask, this is not the first time we're having this conversation. Actually, time moves in a circle on this island." He gave her a short explanation, going over the strange nature of Alethia's island and their plan. So in conclusion, don't feel too disappointed. I promise I was utterly flabbergasted and thoroughly teased by you the first 10 times around. Nephis, too. Anyway, Uncle Sonny is here now. You can relax. Sonny stared at her for a moment and then added stiffly, "As for that guy, whatever his name, is not going to lie. I was going to give him a proper beating at first. But then I remembered that I already gave him a good slap once." Sonny watched over the nameless sleeper during the young soldier's first nightmare, and welcomed him back to the waking world with a slap just like Jet had once welcomed him. He sighed dejectedly. "Now that I think about it, maybe I slapped the poor guy too hard. Something has to have broken in his head for him to get with a gluttonous brute like you, so the next time we meet, I'll probably only beat him a little." Effie smiled and supported her protruding belly with both hands. "Keep talking, Uncle Sonny, if you want something to break in your head, too." Sonny chuckled. In all honesty, he had no desire to get violent with the nameless father of Effie's child. He just said those things to distract her from the fact that her lover was, most likely, either dead or lost by now. But then again, the guy had devil's luck. If anyone could pull through the winter solstice in Antarctica, it would be him. Following a mental command, Nightmare rose from the shadows. At the same time, Sonny summoned the covetous coffer. In any case, there is no time to waste. The others should already be approaching the shrine I mentioned, so we must hurry to the lake. Effie glanced at the dark destrier with doubt. "Oh, I'm not sure that I can ride your pony, Sonny." The red flames burning in Nightmare's terrifying eyes quivered. Sonny was pretty sure he had never seen his loyal terror with such a strange expression. "Oh, a pony." He swallowed an indignant retort and forced out a smile. "Who says you're going to ride my big, proud, and powerful steed?" Taking a step to the side, he pointed to the big alloy chest standing on the ground between them. "Climb on, that's your ride for today." Effie studied the covetous coffer for a few moments, then awkwardly climbed on its lid. She flashed Sonny a grin. "Now, what was it about riding your big and—" Before she could finish, though countless alloy legs appeared from beneath the large chest, rising it above ground. Surprised, Effie let out a short yelp. Sonny grinned. "Meet the locomotive chiffonier, the smoothest ride on Alethia's island." With that, he jumped into the saddle and sent Nightmare into a medium trot. The alloy chest scurried to follow them, its countless legs rustling as they tore the moss. Effie remained seated atop the covetous coffer with a very strange expression on her face. Nevertheless, she seemed rather comfortable, and the speed of their small party was not at all slow. In fact, they were moving very fast. Most of the nightmare creatures inhabiting the island had been lured south by the shambling corpses, so Sonny could allow himself to head straight to the lake without any delays. After a while, the ancient pines receded, and they came into view of a large open space. The mist here was less thick, so Sonny stopped Nightmare at the edge of the forest. He did not want to risk attracting the harvester's attention, even if the hidden horror of the skies had been attacked by the hollow butterfly not too long ago. In front of them was a vast plain of dark crimson liquid. The lake might have been crystal clear once, but now its waters were painted red by blood. The source of that blood could be seen in the distance, drifting on the lake's surface. It was a gargantuan, dreadful creature that vaguely resembled a winged something. Its dark flesh was torn and mutilated, and many horrible wounds revealed its glistening innards. Sonny shuddered to imagine what kind of enemy could have killed the winged giant so brutally. He did know one thing, though. The blood lake was absolutely deadly. Every time Sonny had tried to explore it, he had died in harrowing agony without even knowing what killed him. Anyone who touched the bloody water would die. Still sitting atop the covetous coffer, Effie shivered. So what kind of terrible abominations live in this charming lake? Remembering what Windflower had told him, Sonny stared at the crimson liquid with a dark expression. "None sort of." He sighed. "Instead, the lake itself is an abomination." Chapter 1463, The More They Desired. Sonny studied the tranquil surface of the crimson lake, unnerved. He had died in its waters a few times, and each of those deaths was both torturous and gruesome. But now that he knew what had caused him to die, he felt even more wary of the red water than before. Indeed, the entire blood lake was, in a sense, a nightmare creature. However, it was not a single living being. Instead, there were mindless, microscopic, insatiable creatures living in the bloody water, too tiny to see and too numerous to count. Each drop of the bloody water contained millions of them. Sonny had fought and killed many abominations, from titanic behemoths to insect-like vermin that hunted in giant swarms. However, he had never faced nightmare creatures that were no different from flesh-eating bacteria. The whole lake had become a colony for these tiny horrors. Sonny did not know whether they had come from inside the giant corpse, or if the winged being simply was one of their victims. Perhaps it was both. What he did know was that the abomination's blood provided nearly endless nourishment for the tiny devourers, allowing them to propagate at astonishing speed and infect the entire lake. Thus becoming the lake. No wonder he had died screaming in its crimson waters. Sonny took a deep breath, dismounted, and gave Effie a grim look. "Stay away from the water." The huntress climbed off the covetous coffer and sighed. "Yeah, I gathered that much, but Sonny, how are you going to kill a lake? Short of somehow evaporating the entire thing, I don't see a way." He hesitated. Indeed, how was anyone supposed to kill a lake? Sonny shook his head, then headed toward the shore. "I don't think I can kill it, making it out of that lake alive, though I think I'll manage." He manipulated the mist to cover their approach and stuck to the shadows. Tense, they made their way to the shore. Effie stayed back, but Sonny walked to the very edge of the crimson water. The overbearing stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. Feeling incredibly uncomfortable, Sonny took a deep breath and summoned a memory. White sparks swirled around his hand, and soon a beautiful chalice of white jade appeared in his hand, overflowing with sinister black liquid. The bitter cusp, a cup of poison that the Jade Queen had once served her rapacious guests. Despite the fact that Sonny had started his awakened career as a poisoner, he did not use this memory often. The last time he had, it was to coat the arrows and bullets of the 1st Evacuation Army soldiers with the black venom. It helped them a lot during the mad dash to Falcon Scott. But who knew it would come in handy today? Sending all 5 of his shadows to wrap themselves around the bitter cusp, Sonny tilted it and watched as a stream of black liquid fell into the crimson water. The poison flowed and flowed. The mistress of the palace herself presented them with a cup of the sweetest nectar. No matter how much of the sweet nectar they drank, the cup remained full. The more of it they consumed, the more of it they desired. The words of the description of the sinister memory surfaced in his mind. Indeed, no matter how much of the glossy black liquid he poured into the lake, it continued to flow. There was no doubt that more of it had flowed out of the bitter cusp than the jade chalice was supposed to contain. There was no explanation for where the poison was coming from, not that he needed one. Endless Spring was always like that, as were many memories. Mundane logic almost never applied to how they functioned. Sonny did not need an explanation, though. All he needed was for the blood lake to drink as much of the poison as there was. After a while, it seemed as though the crimson waters had become restless. Subtle ripples spread over the lake's surface, and shallow waves licked its shore. Forcing himself to stay still, Sonny threw over the shoulder. "Step back." Effie obediently waddled a few steps away from him and grew still. He did not move a centimeter, though, no matter how much he wanted to, and continued to pour the black poison into the water. As time went on, the blood lake started to look more and more eerie. Its crimson waters seemed to be tinted a subtly darker shade now, and rippled silently. Although there was no wind, the waves rolling across the surface of the lake were becoming more noticeable. Sonny took a deep breath. He knew that only about half an hour had passed, but it felt like an eternity. Finally, the stream of poison grew thinner, then thinner still. Then it broke, and only a few stray drops of the black liquid fell down. The bitter cusp was empty. "Well, that's done." Standing some distance away, Effie asked, "Now that you've poisoned this lake so thoroughly, what are you going to do next?" Sonny dismissed Anank's mantle and gave her a dark look. After a few moments of silence, he said, "What do you think? Now I'm going to go for a swim." Effie's eyes grew round. "What? Swimming in an abominable lake wasn't enough, so you decided to add deadly poison to the soup first?" He couldn't suppress a short laugh. "Well, I am immune to most poisons. It's going to sting a bit for sure, but why? Some luck, it will be all right." He sighed, then dismissed the bitter cusp and called the 5 shadows back. Evaluating how much essence he had left, Sonny then opened the gate of the shadow lantern and manifested the shadow spawn shell around his body. Summoning the mantle to cover it with a layer of onyx armor, he reinforced that armor with 5 layers of augmentation, and then gave Effie a wink. She seemed to pale a little at the sight. "I'm off. There is some food in the coffer. I told it not to bite your hands off, so feel free to explore." With that, Sonny cursed inwardly and dove into the hungry, manating lake. Chapter 1464, Sonny Submarine. Wrapped in the protective shell of shadows and the onyx carapace of the mantle, Sonny breathed with the help of the essence pearl and fell into the murky depths. He had swum away from the shore and then manipulated his weight to plunge down like a rock. The water pressing down on him was crimson and dark. It was also poisoned and teeming with myriads of invisible, gluttonous horrors. He didn't like it at all. The poison of the bitter cusp had spread far by now, and it should have killed numerous microscopic creatures that permeated the bloody water. The rest should have been weakened as well. But was it enough to save him? Sonny was going to find out soon. "I haven't received any fragments, either. What a scam." His shadow shell was like a diving suit, with no gaps or seams that could allow the terrifying tiny creatures to reach his flesh. The mantle covering the shell was like a layer of armor, reinforced 5 times over by his shadows. In a sense, Sonny was like a miniature submarine. His task, accordingly, was to explore the bottom of the lake without being crushed and swallowed by its depths. However, he could already feel myriads of tiny teeth, or whatever it was that the invisible horrors had instead of teeth gnawing at his black carapace. The mantle was holding, at least for now, but the shell was sustaining damage. It was as if its outer surface was slowly dissolving and being washed away by the crimson water. That's pretty bad. Feeling the lake starting to devour and digest his shell, Sonny felt cold horror wash over him. However, he managed to maintain his composure. In fact, the situation was better than he had expected. Sure, his improvised diving suit was being devoured, but at a much slower rate than usual. The poison of the bitter cusp was doing its job. As long as the mantle held and the exposed surface of the shadow shell was limited, he could repair it faster than the lake was destroying it. Even if his onyx armor started to crack and disintegrate, he would be able to keep up with the relentless attrition for a while. Summoning more shadows from the lantern, Sonny went about mending the dissolving form of the shadow spawn. At the same time, his feet touched the bottom of the lake. Pushing himself through the water, he walked forward. Surrounded by the crimson gloom and an incalculable amount of abominable microscopic killers, he advanced deeper into the blood lake. Its bottom was strangely smooth and regular, hinting at its artificial origin. Well, the whole island was artificial, so Sonny should not have been surprised that this lake, too, had been created by Alethea of the Nine instead of appearing naturally. He was starting to feel nervous. Windflower had described what he had to find and what he needed to do, but she did not know the precise location of their goal. So, Sonny had to search for it himself. Depending on his luck, the search could take a relatively small amount of time, or last very long. The former was fine, but the latter meant certain death. He did not have a lot of essence left to maintain the shadow shell, after all. Damn it! The deeper into the lake Sonny walked, the harder it became to advance. The rock surface under his feet was still smooth, angled down at a shallow angle, but there were more and more obstacles in his path. These obstacles were the remains of numerous nightmare creatures. Sonny had thought that the Bone Orchard was the only monster graveyard on the island, but he was wrong. It seemed that the Blood Lake was the place that Alethea had used to dispose of the carcasses of the most abominations she slew. He couldn't help but notice that the towering remains he had to either climb over or walk around had all belonged to nightmare creatures that were not made of flesh and bone. Instead, these had been abominations whose monstrous bodies had been composed of steel, stone, clay, glass, and all kinds of different materials. What a treasury! Sensing his shell starting to crumble faster and faster, vivid signs of corrosion appearing on the onyx plates of the mantle, Sonny tried to distract himself from fear by thinking how great it would have been to feed all these dead nightmare creatures to fiend. Sadly, the gluttonous shadow had no chance of surviving the crimson depths of the Blood Lake, even if his armor was in no way inferior to Sonny's mantle. Fiend was a living being. The invisible killers living in the red water would have instantly infiltrated his body and devoured it from the inside out. If these are the corpses that are too tough for the lake to digest, then just how many dead abominations have been erased by it entirely? Had this harrowing place been created by Alethea of the Nine to dispose of trash? The thought seemed darkly funny. More reason not to die here. The shadow spawn shell was falling apart. By now, the speed of its destruction was only barely slower than the speed with which Sonny was repairing it. The mantle was on the verge of crumbling as well. When it did, the shell would start to dissolve much faster. In the end, Sonny would be devoured by the lake. Where the hell is it? Where is it? He forced his way through the crimson murk, trying not to panic. The bottom of the lake was almost flat now, showing that he was close to its center. That was the place where what he sought was most likely located. Sonny was almost ready to drown in despair when he finally saw it. In front of him, something rose above the rock surface of the lake's bottom. It was a large circle of dark steel, a dozen meters in diameter. There were no runes engraved into the ancient metal, and there was nothing laying on its surface. Finally, Sonny laboriously made his way to the steel circle hidden at the bottom of the lake and stopped near it. The metal ring was raised above the surface of the rock by about half a meter. It was hard to see any details in the crimson darkness, so Sonny simply felt its shape with shadow sense. He hesitated for a few moments, then summoned the Sin of Solace. There was a thin, almost invisible seam between the outer metal ring and the steel circle encompassed by it. Sunny cautiously inserted the jade giant into that seam and remained motionless for a second or two, gathering his courage. Then he called the shadows back from the surface of the mantle and wrapped them around his body. Feeling his strength soar, Sunny ignored the net of cracks that immediately started to spread through his onyx armor and pulled at the hilt of the Sin of Solace with all his might. He was trying to dislodge the steel circle from the metal ring it was resting in. Sunny used all his power, pulling and pulling. His shell was being swiftly devoured by the tiny horrors of the blood lake. The mantle was being corroded at a dire speed, ready to crack apart. The steel circle did not move. Arg! Sunny felt like his muscles were about to explode, but then, finally, he felt the ancient steel give. The heavy circle rose above the metal ring by a centimeter, then a few centimeters more. Without wasting any time, Sunny plunged the Sin of Solace deeper, changed its angle, and continued to pull. The lake was suddenly in mayhem all around him. And then, finally, the impossibly heavy steel lid rose above the metal ring. Letting go of his sword, Sunny grabbed its edge with all four of his hands, grunted, and raised the lid as high as he could while displacing a great amount of water. Standing on the metal ring, Sunny supported the lid with his shoulder and glanced down. Below him was nothing. Or rather, a long vertical shaft cut through the bedrock that led to nothing. He was looking at the abyss below the island. And all around him, the crimson water of the blood lake was already rushing into the hidden drain, falling into that abyss from a great height. The power of the current almost threw Sunny down as well, but he somehow managed to hold on. As time passed, the pressure grew more and more terrible, as more and more water fell from the bottom of the island into unfathomable darkness like a red waterfall. Ah hell, my shoulder hurts. Eventually, Sunny gritted his teeth and threw the lid of the drain sluice entirely open, then staggered back. By then, the water was only high enough to reach up to his shoulders. Some time later, it disappeared entirely, leaving him standing on wet rock. The blood lake was gone. Its crimson waters and all the tiny horrors populating it had been drained into the lightless abyss under the Leviathan Island. Standing at the bottom of a vast bowl cut into the stone soil of Alethia's island, Sunny sighed and looked up. Out there, far away, on the former shore of the lake, Effie was looking down at him with a strange expression. He remained motionless for a moment, then raised a hand and waved at her. Inside the shredded shadow shell, Sunny's face was pale. He had survived somehow. Yeah, let's not do anything like that again. Chapter 1465, Rendezvous. Sunny remained motionless for a while, looking around. The bottom of the lake was dry now, revealing the towering remains of the ancient nightmare creatures. Well, relatively dry. Although most of the water had been drained into the dark abyss, large puddles of it still remained here and there. The remains of the abominations were still glistening. NG with moisture as well, which meant that countless invisible horrors were still crawling all over their surface. He was not going to feed Fiend with these abandoned treasures anytime soon. Damnation! Sunny's shell was still being eroded as well. Luckily, the rate at which it was dissolving had decreased drastically. By now, he would be able to climb out of the empty lake and discard his ragged diving suit without being eaten alive. Looking up, he saw the mist slowly flowing down the slopes of the former lake. Very soon, it was going to shroud everything here, just like everywhere else on the island. Turning slightly, Sunny stared at the corpse of the giant winged creature and fought the temptation to try and fish the soul shards out of it. But no, there was no time, and the corpse still gave him a sense of danger. There had to be countless invisible creatures permeating it, after all. Even if the dead abomination was not the original source of the contamination, it was without a doubt being slowly devoured from the inside by it. Finally, Sunny glanced at the slope of the lakeshore. There, not obscured by the crimson water anymore, several dark openings were revealed, each a few meters in diameter. Those were the aqueducts that used to feed water into the moat of Alethia's tower. Now that the lake had been drained, the moat would soon run dry, as well, dealing the first blow to the system of enchantments maintaining the time loop, which meant that Sunny's mission here was accomplished. He hesitated for a few moments, then threw one last glance at the darkness hiding beneath the island. Struggling against the sudden sense of vertigo, Sonny walked to where the lid of the sluice gate was laying on the wet stone, gathered his strength, and threw it back in place with a grunt. The massive steel circle fell back into the metal ring with a loud ringing sound, obscuring the lightless abyss. Immediately, Sonny felt a little calmer. I should hurry up. His essence was running dry, and there was still some time left until dusk. He dashed to the shore, mentally reviewing his performance. In retrospect, he could have saved himself some trouble by exploring the bottom of the lake as a shadow first, then returning to the shore, safely forming the shadow shell away from the deadly crimson water and using shadow step to return to the gate. But he had not known if there were unknown dangers hiding in the lake. Provided the information he had possessed at the time, his strategy might not have been optimal, but it had been the safest. I succeeded, didn't I? Climbing onto the shore, Sonny dismissed the mantle, and then used Shadow Step to escape from inside the damaged Shadow Spawn shell. The towering figure of the four-armed fiend remained standing in the mist like a hollow statue. Appearing a safe distance away, near Effie, Sonny shivered and summoned his clothes back. Finally, he allowed the shadow shell to dissolve into nothingness. The huntress gave him a long look. So you just flushed the entire lake? Sonny smiled weakly. I guess you can say that. Then he looked at the sea of mist one last time and turned away. In any case, our job here is done. Next, we need to rendezvous with Nephis, Cassie, and Jet. Climbing into Nightmare's saddle, he hid his expression and sighed quietly. Diving into the blood lake had been dangerous, but what Cassie had to do in the overgrown shrine was much more dangerous by far. I hope they are all right. Alethia's island was strangely peaceful. Most of the nightmare creatures had left their usual haunts, attracted by the havoc that the dead army had wreaked on the southern shore. Of course, the risen corpses had all been destroyed by now, and the dreadful abominations were on their way back north. Nevertheless, Sonny and Effie had a narrow window of time to slip to the rendezvous point without meeting any obstacles. Eventually, they reached the maw of the wide chasm that had given Sonny so much trouble in the past. Dismissing Nightmare and the covetous coffer, he led Effie to its edge and helped her glide to the bottom with the help of the dark wing. Down there, the rock's walls of the chasm were emanating searing heat, and the stench of burned chitin was almost unbearable. The charred corpses of the revolting millipedes crunched under their feet like autumn leaves and crumbled into ash. Despite the fact that Sonny was used to this scene, he still felt nauseated. Effie looked sickened as well. Covering her nose, she asked, "What the hell happened here?" Sonny forced out a smile. "Nephis happened." The huntress stared at him for a moment, then coughed, understanding. The two of them made their way into the deeper part of the canyon, trying not to look around. Soon, they saw a dim light ahead. Sonny tensed when he recognized the soft radiance of the guiding light, but then let out a sigh of relief. 5 figures were there in the shadow of a large rock outcropping. One was standing, one was SPR. All on the ground, and 3 were sitting tiredly, their backs leaning against the rocks. Saint was the one standing. Her onyx armor seemed strangely brittle and dull, but there were not many cracks on it, as well as very little ruby dust smeared across its surface. Fiend was the one sprawled on the ground. The infernal flames burning in his eyes were much dimmer than usual, but there was no damage on his black-silver armor. In any case, he was alive. Nephis, Cassie, and Jet were in one piece, too. They seemed pale and strangely listless, but there were no terrible wounds on their bodies, nor was there much blood on their clothes. They had pulled through. Chapter 1466, Hidden Chamber. Sonny and Effie approached them quietly. "Hey, long time no see." Effie's energetic voice echoed across the canyon, prompting a weak response from the 3 masters. Cassie flinched slightly, while Nephis and Jet turned to look at them with dim expressions. After a moment of silence, Soul Reaper forced out a smile. It's you, Glutton, yeah. It's good to see you, too." The 3 were clearly shaken by their experience in the overgrown shrine. Sonny only knew that the creature that dwelled there was powerful. An ancient even-wind flower did not know much about it, except for the fact that it did not possess a physical body. Therefore, Jet's glaive and Neph's purifying flames were their best bet to destroy it. With Cassie's supernatural intuition and affinity to revelations, as well as Saint's dark blade, They stood a good chance of, if not prevailing against the shrine horror, then at least getting the enchantment key and escaping alive. Walking over to the three masters, Sunny studied their conditions for a few moments, then turned to Cassie. "Did you get it?" She nodded slowly and raised a hand. On it lay a strange gemstone engraved with countless runes. Unlike the soul crystal of the guiding light, this gemstone seemed to absorb light, not produce it. "The enchantment key." Sunny let out a long sigh. "Good." Then, fascinated, he asked in a curious tone, "What was the creature inside the shrine like?" Cassie shivered slightly and lowered her head. "I don't really want to talk about that thing right now." Judging by the heavy expressions of Neph's and Jet's faces, they felt the same. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Just how bad was it? Nephis was so out of it that she had not even reacted to Effie's protruding belly. Nevertheless, he did not press the topic. The three of them had experienced all kinds of terrible things and faced all sorts of harrowing creatures. If they were that shaken by what had happened in the overgrown shrine, it must have been pretty bad. If so, he should be satisfied by the fact that they had made it out alive. Cassie's two echoes were nowhere to be seen, though. Hopefully they were just damaged and not destroyed. "All right then, let's go, we should hurry." They lingered for a while, then rose silently. Soon the cohort traversed the deep chasm and entered the caverns. The terror that had created them was already dead. Cassie's group had slayed it on the way to the shrine. Sunny navigated the system of caves, following his memory. After a long time, they stopped near the wall of a cave that did not seem different from all the other ones they had passed. However, this one was special. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then looked up with apprehension. Eventually, he took a step to the side and sent his shadows to augment Saint. "If you will." The graceful knight spared him an indifferent gaze, then walked forward and delivered a devastating blow to the wall of the cave. A net of cracks spread from the point where her gauntlet had struck the weathered rock. Saint did not stop there, though. Without wasting any time, she bombarded the wall of the cave with crushing blows, each sending a thunderous boom traveling through the caverns. Sunny covered his ears and winced. By his side, the other members of the cohort did the same. Only Fiend just stood there and stared, dim flames burning in his eyes. Eventually, the wall collapsed, revealing an empty space beyond. White mist streamed into the cave through the opening, as well as a few thin streams of water. Sunny gently pulled Nephis away from them. "Follow me." The open space beyond the broken cave wall was the chasm of the tower's moat. Now that the water was gone, it was empty. The deadly field of twisted time had disappeared as well. In other words, they did not have to cross the enchanted bridge anymore. Instead, they could cross the moat wherever they wished. There was also no need to traverse the central area of the island, which teemed with harrowing nightmare creatures by now. Instead of risking their lives in the misty forest, the cohort had come to the black cliff from below. They exited the caverns through the breach made by Saint, descended to the bottom of the moat, and made their way to its other side. Then, they scaled its vertical wall and climbed out of the chasm near the stone steps leading to the gate of the tower. The wide bridge was now behind them, the terrifying abominations frozen on it still standing motionless. The runes carved into the sides of the cliff were still intact. The cohort ascended the stone steps without looking back. Sunny opened the gate of Alethia's tower and let everyone inside, then closed it behind them. Turning around, he saw that Nephis, Jet, and Effie had frozen, looking at the corpse of the great tyrant with complicated expressions. He could understand how they felt. He had been quite the same the first time he saw the dreadful corpse, after all. Sunny sighed. "It's dead, don't worry." He told them not to worry, but was feeling agitated himself. Sunny was almost surprised that they had made it so far. The bone orchard, the caverns, the blood lake, the overgrown shrine, all of these steps could have ended in their deaths. And yet, somehow, the plan he and Cassie had concocted went without a hitch. All the deaths they had experienced on this nightmarish island had not been for nothing, it seemed. Now, all that was left was to gain access to the secret chamber of the tower and destroy the loop. Glancing at Cassie, he nodded and walked to the center of the hall. She followed, holding the enchantment key in her small fist. When the two of them found themselves directly below the corpse of the great tyrant hanging from the ceiling, There was a strange sound, and the stones beneath their feet suddenly moved. That had never happened before because they had never had the runic gemstone with them. As the other members of the cohort approached, the floor of the tower rearranged itself, revealing a narrow staircase. Without saying anything, they descended into the basement of Alethia's tower. There, a small spherical chamber was carved into the rock. Its walls were covered with sheets of polished metal, its surface etched with countless runes. At the center of the chamber, Sunny's eyes widened a little. A large, jagged piece of black rock was hovering in the air, radiating a sense of cold. It did not look special in any way except for the fact that it was very similar to the estuary key. In fact, he would not be surprised if his little chunk of black stone and this larger one had come from the same source. What the hell? While Sunny was standing still, his thoughts in turmoil, Cassie silently approached the hovering boulder and walked around it. Eventually, she stooped, noticing a socket on the weathered black surface. The socket perfectly fit the size of the runic gemstone she was holding in her hand. The blind girl lingered, then turned to face them. I am going to insert the key now." The members of the cohort nodded solemnly. Cassie hesitated for a bit more, then gently pushed the gemstone into the socket. Nothing happened for a few moments. Then the levitating piece of black rock trembled slightly and fell to the floor of the chamber. It collided with the metal sheet and rolled a few times, raising a loud clangor. When the echoes of the collision subsided, the cohort was left in dead silence. Sunny took a deep breath. He could feel that something had just changed about Alethia's island. A vague feeling that had been pressing down on his mind for so long that he had grown used to it was gone. They actually did it. They broke the cycle of twisted time that had reigned this place for centuries. The loop was gone. Chapter 1467, just like that. The members of the cohort remained silent for a few long moments, staring at the chunk of black rock with complicated expressions. Perhaps for most of them, what had just happened in the small spherical chamber did not hold a lot of meaning, but for Sunny and Cassie it did, especially for him. Letting out a shaky breath, Sunny suddenly felt like his legs were about to give out. Taking a step back, he swayed slightly and lowered himself to the first step of the narrow stairs. His eyes were still glued to the fallen black stone, but his gaze had become distant. Cassie leaned on the guiding light, her face motionless. Nephis Jet and Effie watched them silently. After a while, the huntress finally spoke. "So it's done just like that?" Sunny looked up at her, struggling to answer. "Just like that?" She made it sound as if it had been easy. Well, of course she had just learned about the existence of the loop this morning, and it was gone before dusk. For him, however, the memories of the countless harrowing deaths he had experienced and witnessed on Alethia's island flooded Sunny's mind. That first time being cruelly executed by undying slaughter, the hopeless despair of watching devouring beasts' giant hand descend from the mist, and so much more. All of it was behind him now, but not gone. Sunny wished he could have forgotten all this torment, like he had forgotten most of the nightmares about the Kingdom of Hope. But he couldn't. These memories were going to haunt him forever. They can stand in line and wait their turn. There was a vast museum of heartbreak and horror in his memory already. What could a few more nightmares do? He sighed, then nodded. "Yes, the loop is destroyed. I can feel it." Effie lingered for a moment. Good then, what's the plan now?" Just as she said these words, Sunny felt something move in his soul, and a flood of essence poured into his cores. Somewhere outside the island, the 7 suns were plunging into the great river. It was dusk. He relaxed a little. The loop was destroyed, which was a great relief. However, it also meant that the future was once again unknown, and unpredictable. Sunny felt much calmer now that his reserves of essence were swiftly replenishing. Cassie kept quiet, so he answered Effie's question himself. "It's like I told you before. We will hide in this tower and wait out the immediate aftermath of our actions. In the next few days, Alethia's island is going to be a battlefield. Undying slaughter and devouring beasts are going to go on a rampage." He paused for a moment, then shook his head. "Or rather, their rampage will continue, uninterrupted. They will either eradicate most of the nightmare creatures on the island or be eradicated by them. In any case, we must ensure that these defiled versions of you and Jet never return to the great river. Sunny had fought both the Mist Wraith and the bestial giantess many times. He died when he fought alone. He watched his companions die before being killed himself when fighting side by side with his allies. The plagues were simply too dreadful to be defeated by them. But that was inside the loop. Now that the loop was broken, the flaws of the defiled saints could finally be exploited. Devouring beasts' hunger and undying slaughters need to kill would become their undoing. In theory. In practice, it was not going to be easy to exploit these flaws. Devouring beast, especially, was going to have plenty of things to eat. Undying slaughter was going to have plenty of things to kill as well, but she could potentially expend a lot of essence in the process. But this was a problem for another day. For now, Sunny wanted to rest. When was the last time he slept? He couldn't even remember, which was not a good sign. A tired mind makes mistakes. He had no doubt he had made many mistakes already. Luckily, none of them had been serious enough to doom them for now. Cassie had to be just as exhausted. All in all, the two of them had done remarkably well, considering the situation. Sunny took a deep breath, then stood up and looked around the spherical chamber one last time. For now, let's return to the first floor of the tower. We'll be spending the next few days, maybe even weeks there. We should clean it up if nothing else. They made their way above ground, where blood, rubble, and ghastly remains of the great tyrant's minions littered the floor. The tyrant itself was still hanging from the broken ceiling. The terrible wounds dealt to it by the Serpent King in the distant past still as fresh as if they had been delivered a few hours ago. Effie stared at the terrible corpse with apprehension. What is that thing, though? Sunny glanced at her, then forced out a smile. What else? That's your food for the foreseeable future. The huntress visibly paled. Huh, wait, you're not serious, are you? He shrugged helplessly. Why wouldn't I be serious? Weren't you jealous that Nephis and I feasted on the meat of a great monster? Well, here's an actual great tyrant. No need to thank me. Effie was so stunned that she actually stammered. But wait, when was I ever jealous? Jet patted her on the shoulder and grinned. Bon appetit. With that, the five of them went about cleaning the first floor of Alethia's tower. Sunny positioned several of his shadows to keep watch, knowing that this place was not as safe as it had been before. It was still impossible to cross the bridge, but the twisted currents of time that had been protecting the moat were gone now. In theory, any nightmare creature could reach the tower with some effort. Getting inside was an entirely different matter, but it was better to be safe than sorry. They cleared the rubble, incinerated the remains of the tyrant's minions, and washed the blood off the stone floor. The interior of Alethia's tower had not become cozy or comforting after that, but it was already better than many places the members of the cohort had camped at in the past. Jet and Effie, who had not spent a night on solid ground since entering the nightmare, were especially appreciative of this stone shelter. For once, things were looking up for the cohort. Chapter 1468, An Extravagant Meal. It was already deep into the night by the time the hall was clean enough for them to make camp in one of its less damaged corners. Everyone was bone-tired and ready to topple over Sunny, and Cassie had been suffering in the loop for a long time. While for Effie and Jet, this terrible day had come straight after surviving the evisceration of their tribe and being chased by the drowned for an entire week. Nephis, meanwhile, was mentally and physically drained because of how much she had used her aspect today. Sunny left his companions in the corner of the hall designated as their camp and walked over to the corpse of the great tyrant. While they were making a fire, he manifested a raised platform from the shadows and went about extracting the 5 supreme soul shards from the horrid corpse. Luck was on his side. King Daron had neglected to collect them after slaying the creature. Perhaps he had been in a hurry to leave Alethia's island, or perhaps such things had no value for the mighty sovereign. In any case, it was Sunny's win. Soon, he returned to his companions carrying 5 radiant crystals and a generous chunk of monster meat. It was the meat of a great abomination, as well despite the divine taste. Chewing it was not going to be easy for Cassie and Jet. Nephis, Effie, and himself would have to augment themselves with their aspects to enjoy the meal as well. While Nephis went about preparing the extravagant meal, Sunny wiped the soul shards clean, summoned the covetous coffer, and stored them inside. At that time, Jet gave him a long look. There's enough meat to feed Effie for a long time. He nodded. Soul Reaper lingered for a few moments, then asked, "What about me? How am I going to last longer than undying slaughter here inside the tower?" Sunny frowned. This was indeed an issue. Both Jet and undying slaughter could only exist for as long as there was essence in their fractured soul cores. Neither could generate essence naturally and would only replenish it by killing living beings. The Mist Wraith had many more creatures to kill out there in the dreadful reaches of Alethia's island. Of course, she would also have to burn some essence to prevail against them. Still, Jet was at a disadvantage while locked inside the tower. He had a solution, though hopefully he did. Lowering his hand into the open maw of the covetous coffer, Sunny took out a beautiful golden fruit. The fruit looked clean, ripe, and delicious, tantalizing, really. Its refreshing fragrance made him want to sink his teeth into the soft, succulent flesh of the fruit right that instant. The fruit, of course, had come from the sacred tree growing on the deck of the chain breaker. In fact, Sunny had plucked all the fruits from its branches before leaving the ship in the morning. Suppressing the gnawing desire to devour the golden fruit, Sunny threw it to Jet. "Try it." She caught the fruit and looked at it in confusion. Then she shrugged and took a generous bite. The rest of them watched Jet consume the fruit of the sacred tree with envy. By the time it was gone, a stunned expression appeared on her face. I just received an infusion of essence, a lot of it." Sunny nodded in satisfaction. "Thank the gods it works." He had tried eating the golden fruits during one of the revolutions. Sunny was understandably afraid of them, considering what had happened to him on the Ashen Barrow. By now, it was clear that the soul-devouring tree was somehow connected to the sacred tree that grew on the chain breaker and had come from Heart God's desecrated grove. And perhaps to the strange tree, to which Yuris of the Nine had been nailed in punishment. However, there was a big difference between the Soul Devourer and Chain Breaker's mystical tree, apart from the fact that the former was thousands of years old and a nightmare creature. It was that the Soul Devourer fed on living beings, while their tree didn't. As a result, while the fruits of the Soul Devourer could grant awakened soul fragments, the fruits of the young sacred tree couldn't. Instead, they were brimming with soul essence. Sunny had used them a few times to help Nephis recover from essence exhaustion faster, but in the grand scheme of things, it was of not much use, especially because they had no visible effect on him due to the fact that his soul required shadow essence instead of soul essence. It was also why Sunny was not sure that the golden fruits would have any effect on Jet, considering how unique her soul was, even when compared to his. Luckily, everything seemed to work fine. Otherwise, he would have had to take Jet outside the tower to hunt in the next few days, risking both their lives. Sunny let out a sigh of relief. There were a good dozen fruits inside the coffer, some of them riper than the others. They would last Jet a good deal of time. A pale smile appeared on his face. "Good, that's good. I have a bunch of these with me, so don't worry about getting enough essence for now." Jet threw a long look at the covetous coffer, then nodded. Soon their late supper was ready. Effie and the rest of them consumed the sublime meat of the great tyrant as they struggled to stay awake. Then, just before dawn, they finally allowed themselves to succumb to exhaustion and went asleep on the cold stone floor. Everyone except. For Sunny, that was. He lingered for a while, sitting silently on a piece of rubble. His gaze was hollow and grim. Soon, Sunny felt the enchantment of the crown of twilight come to life once again, replenishing his essence once more. It was dawn, which meant that now there was absolutely no doubt that the loop had indeed been destroyed. He had already known it, of course, but still waited for the former termination point to arrive just to be sure. The dawn came and went, but Sunny was still sitting on the piece of rubble inside Alethia's tower. He was not sent back to the deck of the chain breaker. Motionless as a statue, Sunny let out a long sigh. Then he slowly looked up. There, far above Windflower, was waiting for him. Now that the loop was no more, it was time for him to fulfill his oath. With a heavy heart, Sunny looked at his sleeping companions, then stood up. The deep shadows drowning the great hall of Alethia's tower stirred and moved, restless, as he walked away from their little camp. Chapter 1469, Something to Remember. So much had happened since the last time Sunny had seen Windflower, but the spacious chamber at the top of Alethia's tower was still the same. Dozens of lanterns floated in the air, shining with a warm orange light. The world outside the window was dim and dark. The silken canopy of the wooden bed was half-transparent, revealing the delicate shape of the beautiful sleeping saint. Sonny ascended the stairs and remained motionless for a while, looking at the vague silhouette with a heavy expression. Then he sighed and shifted his perception, peering into Windflower's soul. There, the seed of the repulsive darkness had already grown larger. So fast. Corruption was spreading so fast. Its seed had been like a tiny speck before, but now it was already like a pearl. If Sonny did not act soon, the darkness would spread and consume Windflower's soul entirely. There was no time to waste, and yet he could not simply kill her, at least not without talking to the beautiful saint one last time. Dissolving into the shadows, he allowed nightmare to bring him to her dream. Soon, Sonny found himself standing on a tall cliff overlooking the vast expanse of the great river. The 7 suns were slowly rising from the flowing water. The tranquil expanse of Alethia's island was shrouded in the dim twilight of the early dawn. Windflower was standing at the edge of the cliff with her back to him, gazing at the water. A cool breeze was playing with her wavy hair, and her azure robe looked like the midnight sky in the dimness of dawn. Sensing his approach, she shifted slightly and let out a quiet sigh. "So you have succeeded." Sonny froze for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, the loop is gone. We destroyed it." She turned around and looked at him. Then, a soft smile illuminated her enchanting face. "How marvelous, and on your first try, no less." He walked over to stand beside her on the edge of the cliff. Looking at the dreamlike expanse of the great river, Sonny said darkly, "First try, it might have been, but I spent an eternity preparing for it. Months of torment, countless deaths, all for this single moment. I wouldn't call it marvelous." Windflower studied his face silently, then looked away and sighed. "Countless deaths, huh? Dying once does not sound so terrible in comparison." She paused before asking, "You haven't forgotten what you swore to do, have you?" Sonny gritted his teeth. "I remember." The beautiful saint fell quiet. A few moments passed before she spoke again, her voice losing some of its usual lightness. "After it's done, burn my body. I don't want anything to sprout from my corpse and walk around wearing my skin. Find a strong flame to burn it." Sonny had no response, so he simply nodded. Windflower took a deep breath, then took a step back from the edge and laughed. "Don't be so serious, Sunless. I lived a long life, far too long, really. Gods, I am older than my grandmother was when she passed away by a few centuries at least. Ah, these old bones of mine have had enough." Shaking her head, she walked to the edge of the forest and put her hand on the trunk of an ancient pine. "Are you going to visit Twilight before sailing for Verge?" Following her into the forest, Sonny nodded again. "We are planning to, yes. The last 2 members of my cohort are there. We hope to find something else to help us in Twilight as well." Windflower lingered for a few moments. "Good, that crown you wear will be of help if the city still stands. It is another enchantment key. In a sense, the defensive array that was meant to protect the city will recognize you as its ruler. You'll have to reach my father's throne to take control, though." Sonny looked at her back and asked grimly, "The defensive array?" She shrugged. "It was a grand enchantment that my father and our best sorcerers created. They had to have improved it a lot after I was gone, so I'm not sure what the exact effect of the array is now. It should be similar to WH. At Alethia had done. You saw the black stone in the hidden chamber of the tower, yes?" He frowned. "Yes." Windflower smiled. "That stone is very special. There were only a few of them found by the river people. These fragments are said to have absorbed the essence of time, and so the rumor is that they come from the estuary. The defensive array of Twilight is built upon a fragment of the estuary, too." Sonny shivered, not knowing if it was wise to deal directly with anything that had come from the estuary. Wasn't that where the defilement had come from? Then he frowned, thinking about the estuary key that rested peacefully within his soul. It looked very similar to the black stone of Alethia's tower. Where had the mad prince procured a piece of the estuary? Had the vile madman actually been to that harrowing place? The 2 of them entered a small clearing. Green moss covered the ground there, with shallow puddles of water glowing softly in the gentle light of dawn. Windflower slowed her steps and hesitated for a few moments, then crouched and outstretched her hand. In front of her, a beautiful azure flower was growing from a shallow pond. Its lotus-like petals glistened with drops of dew, and its subtle fragrance was pure and intoxicating. She touched its stalk gently, then broke the blossom off and stood up. Turning around, the charming saint smiled and presented the lotus flower to Sunny. "Here, take it." He hesitated for a moment, then accepted the azure blossom and looked at it in confusion. They were in a dream, so he could not take anything with him back to Alethia's tower. "What is it for?" Windflower laughed. "Just something to remember me by. What has no one ever given your flowers, Sunless?" Sunny silently shook his head, prompting her to smile. "Well then, I'll be the first. That way you definitely won't forget." With that, Windflower looked at him with bright sparks dancing in her eyes. Then, however, the smile slowly disappeared from her lips. The beautiful saint sighed. "You should go now. I don't think I can hold on for much longer." Sunny held the azure blossom, staring at her silently. Windflower looked away and lingered for a while. Then she said quietly, "If by chance you ever meet the real me out there in the dream realm, tell her that I did my best. Tell her that we all did." He lowered his head and nodded slowly. "I promise." It was a heavy promise to make. Of course, the original Windflower had almost certainly been dead for countless years. And yet, by promising to pass along this message in case she was somehow still alive, Sunny was also promising to return to the dream realm. Which meant that he was promising to conquer this nightmare as well. Windflower smiled, then turned away and looked up at the rays of sunshine falling through the crowns of the ancient pines. "Farewell, Sunless, go, you don't have much time left." What else was there to say? He remained motionless for a few moments, then gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and breathed in the fragrance of the azure blossom. Darkness embraced him softly. When Sunny opened his eyes again, he was back in Alethia's tower. His hands were empty. The beautiful blossom was gone, erased with the rest of Windflower's dream. Chapter 1470, Farewell Gift. After returning from Windflower's dream, Sunny did not linger for a long time before completing his grim task. Every minute he wasted was 1 minute more that she had to suffer resisting the inevitable spread of corruption. And so, with a heavy heart, he delivered the fatal strike to the beautiful saint, as swift and merciful as he could make it. Then, Sunny used the divine flames of the cruel sight to ignite her body and stepped back, watching as fire spread across the wooden bed and devoured the silk canopy. The floating lanterns that had illuminated the chamber dissolved into a rain of white sparks, drowning it in darkness. Standing at the edge between the darkness and the stark glow of the burial pyre, Sunny sighed and sat down on the stone floor. He watched the fire dance in silence, his expression bleak. It was then that the spell finally whispered into his ear. "You have slain a transcendent human, Windflower of the Twilight Sea. Your shadow grows stronger." It paused for a moment and then added, "You have received a memory." Sunny looked down, not even reacting to the last proclamation. He had not known Windflower for long. In fact, they had only spoken twice. And yet, a deep and heavy sorrow weighed on his heart. Wasn't her fate just too bitter, unfair, and sad? To be the last remnant of a destroyed world, and outlive everything that you ever knew or loved. He hated it. But at the same time, perhaps to her, death was a solace. Closing his eyes, Sunny felt the heat of the blazing flame and remained motionless for a while. Eventually, he whispered, "Your nightmare is over." It was, but at the same time it was not. This nightmare would not be over until Sunny fulfilled his promise and ended it. As a dark grimace contorted his face, he gritted his teeth and dove into the soul sea. There, the 5 black suns hung above the still expanse of dark water, just like always. The legion of silent shadows stood motionlessly in the darkness, just like always. The lightless sea of his soul was quiet and tranquil, just like always. Sunny lingered for a moment, then walked along the rows of motionless shadows. Past the lumbering shape of the Mountain King, past the formless shadow of the loathsome thieving bird's spawn, past the gargantuan figure of the fallen Titan Goliath. And so many more, nightmare creatures and humans alike. Eventually, he stopped near the shadow of a tall and imposing man with sharp, fierce features, who wore an archaic robe that seemed both simple and regal. He was Daron of the Twilight Sea, the Serpent King. The shadow of Windflower was standing near him, as beautiful as she had been in the dream, but now motionless and lifeless, just like the rest of the shadows. The father and daughter were reunited in the tranquil darkness of Sunny's soul. Sunny thought that seeing them together would soothe his heart, perhaps, but it did not. He still felt bitter and despondent. Not wishing to look any more, he turned away and gritted his teeth. Curse it all. Curse the demons and the gods. Curse their damned war, and curse the nightmare spell that devoured the few realms that had been left intact in its wake. Curse Weaver, the demon of fate, firstborn of the unknown. Shaking his head, he took a few breaths, and then summoned the runes. There was a new string of them at the end of the list of his memories. Concentrating, Sunny read its description. Memory Dream Flower. Memory Rank Transcendent. Memory Tier I. He paused for a moment, then summoned the memory down. Soon, a beautiful azure flower appeared in the darkness in front of him, its petals still covered by dew. It was exactly the same as it had been when presented to him in the dream. Sunny sighed. So the gift Windflower had given him was not a simple memento. He should have known. Feeling a pulse of sharp pain in his heart, he turned back to the runes and read. Memory description: the dreams and hopes of Windflower of the Twilight Sea are contained within this blossom. It was a farewell gift to her killer, lost from light. Memory enchantment given promise. Enchantment description: crush my hopes, crush my dreams, crush my nightmares. The description was short, poignant, and senseless. Sunny stared at the runes for a long while, his face motionless. Then he dismissed them and looked at the beautiful azure flower that hovered in the silent darkness in front of him. He had no idea what the purpose of this memory was, nor did he know how Windflower had ensured that he would receive it from the spell. If there was one thing he knew, however, it was that this gift embodied her last will. It was the embodiment of her most precious, most ardent desire. With a sigh, Sunny reached forward, grasped the lotus flower in his hand, and crushed it. The azure petals broke and dissolved into blinding light, illuminating the vast darkness of his soul. The pure light reflected in the still waters, drowning in them. Sunny suddenly felt that something was wrong. What? Before he could finish the thought, the spell suddenly whispered into his ear, its voice insidious and quiet. Your memory has been destroyed. Your shadow grows stronger. And then he felt a flood of shadow fragments entered his soul, containing enough of them to drown it. His eyes widened. Wait. Thrown off balance by the sudden influx of shadow fragments, he couldn't even summon the runes. All he knew was that there were much more fragments pouring into his soul than killing a transcendent human could have given him. There were more of them than even a normal awakened would have received, let alone someone like Sunny. Most soul fragments were lost when one awakened killed another, after all. Although the killer received a fair share, most of it was wasted. But not now. It was as if Windflower's entire soul had been contained within the azure flower, and was now being used as fuel to empower his own. Wait, at this rate. Sunny hurriedly dove out of the soul sea and opened his eyes, staring at the blazing pyre in front of him. The fire was still burning, the body of the beautiful saint turned to ash. Taking a panicked breath, Sunny jumped away. It was then that he felt it, the familiar sensation of his soul shuddering in harrowing pain. At the same time, the spell whispered again. Your shadow is overflowing with power. Your shadow is taking shape. Sunny let out a muffled groan and fell to his knees. Deep in the darkness of his soul, a new shadow core was being born. Chapter 1471, Terror. Your shadow is complete. Sunny let out a hoarse sigh and uttered a stifled curse. He was standing on one knee, pressing his fist against the stone floor of the tower. His face was pale, as that of a ghost, contorted in a pained grimace. The terrifying agony of having a new shadow core from in the depths of his souls was slowly subsiding. He had risen to a new class. This was not the first time Sunny had gone through the familiar torment, but the sudden torrent of shadow fragments caught him entirely by surprise. He did not pass out from the pain or even fell down, but it was far from pleasant. Gods, what happened? Standing up with a groan, he swayed slightly and summoned the runes. Name sunless. True name lost from light. Rank ascended. Class terror. Shadow fragment 7-6000. Sunny stared at the shimmering runes silently. Terror. He inhaled deeply. It took him a few moments to come to terms with what he was looking at. There was no denying it. Indeed, Sunny was a terror now. A creature of dreadful power, second only to the calamitous titans. The elation of having become stronger, much stronger, and just when he desperately needed strength as well, was mixed with pain and confusion. How? Sunny raised his head and looked at the charred remains of Windflower's deathbed. The wooden frame was gone, replaced by a scattering of embers. The stones were covered by soot. The beautiful saint herself had become ash, erased from existence by his blade and the furious conflagration of divine flames. A dull ache grasped his heart. Her gift. The dream flower had not been a natural memory, that Sunny was sure of. He did not know how Windflower could have influenced the spell to make sure that he received it, but she had. The gift she had given him in the dream had become reality, containing the very essence of her transcendent soul. But still, Sunny was unique among the awakened because of his status as a shadow. Unlike most of his peers, he absorbed shadow fragments directly from those who died by his blade, as opposed to receiving them from soul shards. While there were some advantages to this situation, there were also drawbacks. For one, killing creatures weaker than him was all but useless to Sunny. He also did not receive a portion of the soul fragments his enemy had accumulated when killing other awakened. That portion could be as little as 0 if the murdered awakened was inexperienced, or surpass 100 soul fragments if they had fully saturated their core. Of course, the difference in ranks also played a role. Sunny assumed that Windflower's transcendent soul core had long been fully saturated. Therefore, if a master like him killed the beautiful saint, they would have received twice the amount, at least 200 soul fragments. However, he had received more, much more. The last time Sunny had checked, he was still more than 2,000 shadow fragments away from becoming a terror. So he had not just received a portion of Windflower's power. He had received all of it, with not a single drop wasted, and then a few hundred fragments on top of it. She had put all of herself into the dream flower. She had turned her entire soul into a parting gift, so that he could inherit as much power from her as possible. She must have even sacrificed whatever memories still remained in her soul sea after the bitter defeat in Verge, just so that Sunny could become a terror before facing undying slaughter and devouring beast in battle. How had Windflower been able to create the beautiful memory? How had she known so much about him and his aspect? Sunny had no answers. Perhaps the Mad Prince had told her. He stared at the smoldering embers of the incinerated bed for a few moments and sighed. After a few moments of silence, Sunny whispered, "Thank you." Lowering his head, he remained still for a while, and then glanced at his shadows. There were 6 of them now, all staring back at him silently. Gloomy, happy, creepy, haughty, naughty, and the new guy. The 6th shadow was just like the other 5, but also different. At first glance, it seemed the least eccentric of them. The new guy appeared rather normal and laid-back, friendly even. But for whatever reason, Sunny felt a cold chill run down his spine at the sight of it. There was something eerie about the new shadow. It was as if its outward normalcy was hiding something, a deep, dark ocean of utter, unhinged, unbridled madness. The friendly demeanor was just a thin, fragile veil obscuring the demented depths of its dire and dangerous lunacy. Sunny let out a long sigh. "You are absolutely crazy, aren't you?" The crazy shadow scratched the back of its head, twitched, shrugged, and laughed maniacally. Then, it abruptly returned to being normal and friendly. Only its fingers continued to tremble slightly, as if it was barely holding itself back from exploding into a storm of murderous frenzy. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. Well, makes sense, really. Did it only seem that way? Or was the crazy shadow standing a little closer to him than it had a moment ago? He shook his head. "Great, back to your posts then. Keep observing the forest and gloomy. Show the new guy the ropes." He was certain that the happy, haughty, and naughty shadows would not be able to handle their unhinged younger sibling. The creepy guy, meanwhile, why? Sunny could just see him becoming the crazy newcomer's admiring minion. The gloomy shadow, though, would have no problem taming the lunatic. Gloomy was the true terror among his helpers after spending one day with the original shadow. The new guy would not dare to create trouble. Sunny almost felt pity for the sixth shadow. Said terror, meanwhile, glowered at him for a few moments, then shook its head contemptuously and beckoned the crazy guy to follow. Soon the shadows disappeared, leaving him alone. Sunny lingered for a while, then took a few steps back and sat on the floor. Leaning his back against the wall, he looked at the smoldering embers with a hollow expression. It was already a new day, the first new day Alethia's island had seen in countless years. Somewhere outside the walls of the tall tower, the dreadful prisoners of the island were busy slaughtering each other. Soon Sunny's companions would wake up, and then the last act of this vicious play would begin. Chapter 1472, Given Promise. Outside Alethia's tower, the island was still the same, and yet it was entirely new. The mist still flowed between the ancient pines, and the frozen nightmare creatures were still standing on the white stone bridge. But it was a new day. Sunny could already observe subtle changes. The fog was growing thinner. Devouring beast, who should have been in the vicinity of the tower at that time, was nowhere to be seen. He did not dare sending his shadows out to scout, but he knew that the bestial giantess was now somewhere else on the island, hunting different prey than usual. Undying slaughter was somewhere there as well. For a moment, Sunny wanted to release the fragment of the shadow realm. The not knowing of it all was gnawing at him, but in the end, he held himself back. Nothing was going to change if he knew every minute detail of what was happening to the two defiled saints. The only thing that mattered was the end result, whether the plagues were going to prevail against the prisoners of Alethia's island or not. And that question was not going to be answered anytime soon. So Sunny was left alone with his dark thoughts for a short while. Then he heard the sound of footsteps and saw Nephis climbing the steps. She entered the bedchamber and froze for a moment, looking around with her usual indifferent composure. Her gaze lingered at the soot covering the walls, and then settled on Sunny. He looked up from where he was sitting on the floor and met it silently. Nephis lingered for a moment. "I wanted to congratulate you on becoming a terror, but you don't seem to be very excited." Sunny looked away and shrugged, not knowing what to say. Was he supposed to express his indignation at Windflower's inevitable death? That would be a bit childish. She was not the first person he had met who deserved a less bitter end, and would certainly not be the last. Saying such things to Nephis, who had lost and buried her own share of precious people, seemed especially cruel. With a sigh, Neph walked over and sat down near him. She hesitated for a bit, then gently put her arm around his shoulder. "Did you fulfill your promise to the sleeping saint?" Soothed by the familiar steadiness of her even voice and the warmth of her embrace, he nodded. "Yeah, she wanted me to burn her body, so well you can see." After a while, a heavy sigh escaped from his lips. "It is a bit strange, don't you think? The nightmares are supposed to be trials of strength for us, the challengers. But what I remember the most is the strength of the illusory people who lived, struggled, and died in these conjured worlds. Noctis, Anank, Wind, Flower somehow, the passion with which they lived seems much more real than even ours." Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then said slowly, "I don't think it's strange at all. I remember those whom I met in the nightmares as well." She paused before adding, her voice a little lower than before, "Even though sometimes I wish to forget." Sunny smiled bitterly. Wouldn't it be nice to forget some things? He was thinking about how nice it would be to forget all the agony he had experienced on Alethia's island just recently. It had only been a few months of torment, and yet he was almost driven mad. If the loop continued for another month, a year, a few years, maybe Sunny would have indeed grown to resemble that bastard, the Mad Prince. Shaking his head, he looked at the soot and embers left in the wake of Windflower's deathbed and fell silent. After a while, leaning slightly on Nephis, Sunny asked, "You once told me something, that people like us are born to destroy things, not save them. Do you really believe that?" She did not answer immediately. Eventually, though, Nephis nodded. "Yes, maybe. You and I, Sunny, we were born in a time of war, disaster, and ruin, in a world that is being killed by a flood of invaders. Such a world doesn't need saviors and builders. Their time will come after killers and destroyers like us do our part. If we don't, there will be no world to save and no homes to rebuild. A pale smile appeared on her beautiful face. So yes, I believe it, but I also believe that it's not something bad. It's a blessing, in fact. Sunny remained silent. What a dire blessing it was. Well, what else had he expected to hear? She was the star of ruin, after all. The last daughter of the immortal Flame clan, the inheritor of the fire. He sighed. I promised Windflower to conquer this nightmare, you know. A dark grin appeared on his face. That's the second time I promised to conquer it. Nephis stood up and looked at him, then smiled from the corner of her mouth. Well, then we'd better really conquer it. You wouldn't want to become a liar, would you? Sunny chuckled and rose, as well, the memory of her warmth still lingering on his skin. Of course not. I am the most honest person in the world after all, 2 worlds even. With that, they left the scorched bedchamber and descended to the first floor of Alethia's tower, where the rest of the cohort was preparing for the coming day. Cassie had gone to study the runes in the basement. Effie was busy roasting the great tyrant's meat on coals. Jet had dismissed her damaged armor and was sitting on top of the covetous coffer, lazily mending a piece of leather clothing. Noticing the 2 of them, she looked up and smiled. Hey, what's the plan for today? Sunny tried not to stare where he was not supposed to stare and coughed. Nothing much. Rest, recuperate, gather our strength. He paused for a moment and then added, his voice grim. We are going to need as much strength as we can muster to defeat your evil twins, starved or not. Chapter 1473, Hiding in the Tower. Days passed in a strange mix of idleness and tension. Alethia's island had always been like a misty hell, but now that hell was boiling, even secreted away inside the tower. The members of the cohort could feel the echoes of the harrowing clashes between the abominable nightmare creatures. These fiends had been caught by the island across many centuries, but now that the loop was destroyed, they were eradicating each other with terrifying speed. Of course, undying slaughter and devouring beast were at the forefront of the massacre. Sunny caught glimpses of the 2 from time to time. His shadows were always keeping an eye on the outside world. With the mist growing thinner with each day, the landscape of Alethia's island gradually cleared so, by now, he could see a good chunk of the ancient forest from the top of the tower. The lumbering shape of the bestial giantess was easily noticed. Undying slaughter was much harder to spot, but he could clearly see the death throes of her victims. For now, nothing seemed to be able to prevail against the 2 defiled saints to his disappointment. He would have preferred to see the 2 plagues killed by the powerful nightmare creatures residing on the island. If they perished, there would be no need for the cohort to stay. Sunny and his companions would be able to return to the chain breaker and slip away into the darkness at the heart of the vortex. But of course, reality was not that convenient. Speaking of his companions, each of them was recuperating in their own manner. Nephis was replenishing her soul essence with stunning speed and spent most of her time training. Her singular devotion to her sword seemed almost obsessive by now. Cassie had disappeared into the spherical chamber of Alethia's tower, where she was supposed to be studying the runes. And she did do that, of course, but somehow, Sunny felt that the blind girl mostly went there to be alone. That was why she only returned above ground to eat meals prepared by Nephis and sleep. Most of the time, it was easy to forget that she was even with them. Effie and Jet were perhaps the most tired of them all. They had experienced months of battling dangerous nightmare creatures across the great river, the tragic destruction of their nomadic tribe, the escape from the swarm of the drowned, and the horrors of Alethia's island without ever having a moment to catch their breaths. So these days of hiding inside the tower were the first real opportunity to rest they had received since entering the nightmare. The 2 women mostly relaxed and remained idle. Sunny spent some time with Effie, describing his own experiences in the tomb of Ariel and sharing valuable knowledge. Jet also listened, sometimes offering her opinion or asking questions, but mostly, she just looked deeply and comfortably asleep. Sunny was baffled about how someone could sleep so much, but after remembering how overworked Soul Reaper had usually looked since the first day they met, he just figured that she was catching up on nap time after a decade of being worked to the bone by the government. It really told a lot that she could only get enough sleep inside a nightmare. Jet was consuming the fruits of the sacred tree to replenish her dwindling essence. For now, it looked like there were enough of the succulent golden fruits to last her a long while. She even shared a couple with Effie, partially because the huntress was drooling a lot when Soul Reaper ate, and partially because, according to Jet, it could be good for the baby. Sunny wasn't sure what she meant, but he wasn't going to complain. As for himself, he had tried to stay idle for the first day, but quickly grew bored with doing nothing. Or rather, the memories of his gruesome death were too vivid when Sunny was not doing anything, so he quickly found something to do. Of course, that something was weaving. Now that Sunny had 5 Supreme Soul Shards to spare, he could start thinking about how to empower the cohort best. He had a few ideas but was not confident yet. He needed some practice first. In order to test his theories, Sunny made a few simple alterations to his weaker memories. For example, he managed to transplant the Blessing of Spirit, the enchantment enhancing recovery from mental fatigue, from the Shroud of Dusk to the Puppeteer's Shroud. He did not even have to add an additional nexus to his first memory armor, because it already possessed 5, but only 2 relatively light enchantments. Additionally, the Blessing of Spirit suited the original Shroud well, considering that its doubtless enchantment also had to do with protecting the mind. In the same manner, he transplanted the Blessing of Flesh, the enchantment that enhanced recovery from physical fatigue, to the Eternal Spring. Now, not only could the beautiful glass bottle provide a near-infinite supply of water, but drinking that water was also especially invigorating. Sunny also made another attempt to master the unseen enchantment of the Moonlight Shard. That single enchantment, which allowed the ghostly stiletto to be summoned instantly, could qualitatively change every memory in his arsenal. Sadly, it remained unattainable and elusive. He often felt that he was almost there, but at the last moment, the weave always slipped from his fingers. These were all minor projects, though. His true desire, the white whale Sunny continued to pursue, had little to do with memories. Instead, it had to do with echoes. He had already studied Cassie's blade mannequin before, but now he also asked her to lend him the Quiet Dancer. By comparing the 2 echoes, one created by the enchanters of Clan Valor, the other by the spell Sunny, was able to learn many new things and come to several tentative conclusions. He felt that creating an echo was still far beyond him, or at least too time-consuming to try. However, Sunny came up with a crazy idea. What if, instead of creating an echo, he could convert a memory into one? The Quiet Dancer was already similar to a sentient weapon. Sunny did not know how to weave a semblance of sentience. He did not know how to even approach learning something like that either. But he also did not need to. Anyone else would, but he already had something to substitute artificial sentience with the true sentience of the silent shadows dwelling within the darkness of his soul. If he could change the weave of a memory to that of an echo, even if the resulting echo lacked the most important quality, the false spark of life, to animate it, his aspect could theoretically allow him to convert the defective echo into a perfectly fine shadow, given that the original memory and the dark spirit shared the same source and were thus compatible. Or at least that was his theory. Truly, Sunny had no idea what kind of a monster such an experiment would create. Nevertheless, he set his eyes on the covetous coffer, which already possessed a few qualities necessary for an echo, and shared some qualities with the Quiet Dancer as well. The shadow of the mordant mimic was there, in Sunny's soul, so he decided to make it his test subject. He was only starting to consider how to go about making the coffer into a partial echo, though, when something unexpected happened. As he was coaxing the temperamental rapier into staying still and letting him study her weave, the entire tower suddenly shook. Chapter 1474, End of Days. What the hell? Instantly tense, Sunny looked away from the Quiet Dancer and outstretched his hand, ready to summon the Sin of Solace. His first thought was to shadow step into the hidden chamber below the floor of the tower. The tower was shaking, and Cassie was there, at the heart of Alethia's sorcery. Cassie had also been rather mysterious, lately unpredictable. However, a moment later, he shook his head, feeling slightly ashamed. Why was he suspecting the blind girl? It was his first reaction, even. Instead, Sunny concentrated on his shadows and took a closer look outside. What he saw made his expression darken. What is happening? Jet had woken up from her nap and was now looking at him, a deep scowl on her face. Effie had almost lost her balance when the tower shook, and was now holding her belly, alert. Nephis had jumped down from where she had been carving more meat from the corpse of the great tyrant, white sparks igniting in her striking gray eyes. Sunny hesitated for a moment. Outside the tower, the ancient pines were swaying, which meant that it was not just Alethia's tower that had shaken, it was the entire island. Damnation! Sunny noticed Cassie appearing from the stairs to the hidden chamber and answered. I'm not sure, but I think something happened in the port. Apart from the deadly circle of black obelisks, there was only one place built by Alethia they had never visited on the island, the port, which was enveloped by green vines and turned into a nest by an especially dreadful nightmare creature. The ancient building was not included in the plan Sunny and Cassie had made because there was nothing they needed there. In truth, the port had nothing to do with the time loop, the protective enchantments of the tower, or their way to freedom. It did serve an important role, though. It was there that the mechanism keeping Alethia's island in the air was located. So, unless Sunny wanted to drop the entire island into the vortex, there was no need to fight the current master of the port and enter there. But he had never thought that the mechanism would be damaged in the extinction war between the prisoners of the island. It had remained intact for countless centuries and was never damaged in any of the revolutions. What kind of terrible might an abomination had to possess to breach the impregnable defenses of the ancient enchantment? One particular horror came to mind. The devouring beast it had to be her. For a few moments, Sunny was filled with cold terror. However, noticing that the island was not plummeting into the dark abyss, he calmed down a little. I don't think that the damage dealt to the levitation mechanism is serious. It was probably just shaken a little. Just then, the tower trembled again. This time, the tremor was not as powerful, but they still felt it. Neff's expression grew bleak. Still, it's not good news for us. The island was not falling yet, but who was to say that it would not in the future? Sunny sighed. Yeah, we should probably accelerate our plans. The members of the cohort looked at each other. The meaning of his words was simple. Sunny was telling them that the inevitable battle with the plagues, which they had all been dreading and preparing for during this short period of peace, was now almost upon them. Cassie sighed. I feel like we have at least a couple more days. Staying on the island for longer might be dangerous. Sunny nodded. Then we'll make our move in 2 days, for better or worse. He had already told his companions all he knew about the 2 defiled saints. They had already discussed every possible strategy. Now, all they had to do was prepare themselves mentally and venture out into the mist one last time. Jet sighed and walked over to the covetous coffer. I better stop saving those fruits then. She was right. Before, they thought that they would try to stay in the tower for as long as possible. Now, however, there was a clear limit to how much time they had. She still had a few of the golden fruits to spare, so absorbing as much essence as possible in preparation for the fight was more important than buying time. Soon, everyone got busy making their final preparations. Sunny, meanwhile, continued to monitor the outside. The island quaked several more times in the next 2 days. The mist, too, grew very thin, allowing him to see far and wide. And what Sunny saw was truly stunning. Now that Alethia's island had almost lost the obscuring veil of mist, it resembled a ravaged battlefield. The forest of the ancient pines was almost completely gone. Most of the trees had been shattered or toppled, carpeting the ground like brambles. Here and there, gargantuan corpses lay, surrounded by vast pools of blood. Some of them were terribly torn apart and partially devoured, others were eerily intact. The few landmarks he remembered were either erased or misshapen and recognizable. Not too far away, a single broken wing of the hollow butterfly lay on the ground, but the rest of the great monster was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that he had underestimated the primal fury of the nightmare creatures imprisoned on the island. By now, there were only a handful of them, the most dreadful and powerful, left. Sunny saw several chilling scenes as well. The most terrible of them happened at the dawn of the second day, when the towering shape of devouring beast appeared from afar. The bestial giantess was moving slowly. Then, however, she suddenly froze and looked up. Countless tendrils descended from the cloudy sky, assaulting her like a tide. Each of them was hundreds of meters long and tremendously powerful enough so to send shivers running down Sunny's spine. Devouring beast swatted away several of the tendrils, but several more wrapped around her arms, her waist, and her neck, both strangling the defiled saint and trying to lift her off the ground. Sunny even felt a sliver of hope that she would be killed by the dreadful horror of the sky, the harvester. A frenzied howl shook the world. Grinning madly, the bestial giantess sank her teeth into one of the tendrils, then strained her muscles and grabbed those that were entangling her arms. Bending at the waist, she growled and pulled the creature hiding in the clouds down. The ground under her feet exploded, turning into a deep crater. As Sunny watched in shock, a revolting creature descended from the sky, forcefully thrown down. It was unlike anything he had ever seen, a mass of wriggling flesh that looked like a tattered sail from afar, or a dark star that emanated fleshy tentacles instead of rays of light. Dozens more tendrils shot toward devouring beast, but before they could trap her, the giantess suddenly crouched and then jumped. Soaring hundreds of meters into the air, she tore into the harvester with her fingers and then plummeted down while grasping it in her hands. Not long after that, the horror of the skies was completely savaged, its tendrils torn and devoured, its grotesque body mutilated beyond recognition. The defiled saint received many terrible wounds, but her enemy was entirely destroyed. Less than a dozen minutes later, the harvester was no more. Hidden inside the tower, Sunny trembled. His heart felt heavy. Letting out a quiet sigh, he closed his eyes and whispered, "That thing does not seem hungry at all." Chapter 1475, Defiled Saints. 1475, Defiled Saints. By the end of the day, Alethia's island had grown silent. It was still shaking from time to time, the quakes growing stronger each time, which meant that the sorcery keeping the island afloat was slowly coming undone. But its surface had become strangely peaceful. Sunny was pretty sure that, apart from the motionless nightmare creatures on the stone bridge, there were only two abominations left on the entire island, devouring beast and undying slaughter. The former was messily consuming the remains of the dreadful fiends in the obliterated forest. Deep wounds were covering her towering body, but the bestial giantess did not seem affected by her flaw yet. The latter had just broken free from the circle of black obelisks, shattering most of them in the process. Whatever horror had dwelled within the circle was now dead, while undying slaughter, she, at least, appeared to be running low on essence. Sunny could not see much from his observation post at the top of the tower, and he did not even dare to look at the defiled saints directly, afraid that they would sense his gaze. But he could tell that battling the being that had been imprisoned by the black obelisks took a lot out of the hateful mist wraith. Undying slaughter had a more cruel flaw than the bestial giantess. Not only was her essence constantly being drained, but she also had to spend it while fighting powerful opponents. As a result, her entire existence was a perilous balancing act. And right now, the mist wraith was out of balance. Sunny watched as she prowled the island, searching for new victims. She even approached the tower and spent some time observing the nightmare creatures on the bridge. In the end, however, undying slaughter backed away and disappeared into the mist. She's running out of time. Sunny felt a spark of hope ignite in his heart. Come dawn, the cohort was going to leave the tower and face the defiled saints in battle. The weaker their enemies would become, the better their chances of survival were going to be. Still, he did not feel confident. If anything, Sunny felt that they would be marching to their deaths. Maybe we should rethink our plans and try to escape stealthily instead. There was still a little bit of time left. He would try to talk some sense into Nephis in the morning. Sunny continued to monitor the island until dawn, dreading the next day. He could imagine killing one of the defiled saints. With him and Nephis working together, both being terrors with Jet's lethal aspect, Cassie and Effie supporting them from the back, Saint and Fiend holding the vanguard positions, and Nightmare affecting the enemy with his insidious powers, there was a chance. Most importantly, he possessed the most precious advantage, detailed knowledge of what the two plagues were capable of, and experience fighting them. However, Sunny could not imagine surviving a battle against both abominable fiends at the same time, no matter how drained and heavily wounded they were. At the very brink of dawn, when he was wondering if there was a way to separate them for a sufficiently long period of time, there was suddenly movement in the shattered forest. Sunny was distracted from his heavy thoughts and peered into the distance through one of his shadows. What is she doing? Out there in the mist, devouring beast suddenly froze and let go of the horribly mutilated corpse of a nightmare creature she had been chewing. The ghastly carcass fell down, sending a cloud of dust and splinters into the air. With blood streaming down her face, the colossal giantess looked down coldly. It was only then that Sunny noticed another figure standing some distance away from her, this one much smaller. Undying Slaughter was obscured by the mist, but now that it had become much thinner, the wraith was easier to spot. Not that she was hiding. On the contrary, it was as though she wanted to be noticed. Undying Slaughter did not look that well. Her elusive figure seemed even less substantial than usual, as if on the verge of dissipating into a wisp of fog. The two defiled saints stared at each other silently for a while. Sunny did not know if they were capable of communicating with each other, or if they needed to. From what he could tell, there was an unspoken understanding between these harrowing abominations. Eventually, Devouring Beast grinned wickedly, revealing her bloodied teeth. They are going to. His eyes widened slightly. At the same time, a ghostly blade appeared in Undying Slaughter's hand, and she moved forward. It seemed there was no loyalty among the defiled. The battle against the prisoners of Alethia's island should have been like a feast for Undying Slaughter, but those harrowing abominations had not been weak. In fact, most of them had been superior to the Mist Wraith both in terms of class and rank. So she had ended up burning through more essence that she received by killing them. Which was why she needed to absorb more, and the only creature she could kill by now was the other defiled saint, Devouring Beast. The two plagues were going to clash with each other, and, as if answering their fury, the whole island shuddered. This time, the tremor was violent enough to throw Sunny down to the stone floor. This is our chance. The other members of the cohort had been checking their equipment, almost ready to leave the tower. However, Sunny saw an opportunity, so he turned to them and shouted, "We need to go now." It was going to take some time to get to where Undying Slaughter and Devouring Beast were fighting. By then, one of the plagues would already be dead, and there was not going to be a better moment to attack the remaining one than immediately after the battle was over. Not unless they wanted to risk staying on the island until it collapsed into the vortex, at least. The members of the cohort looked at Sunny, then exploded with motion. A few moments later, they were already passing through the gateway of Alethia's tower. Out there in the distance, the defiled saints collided. Devouring Beast's towering figure shimmered and then suddenly disappeared. Instead of a dreadful giantess, a savage-looking woman appeared amidst the toppled trees, her skin painted by dirt and blood. She must have realized that her size would only be a disadvantage when fighting the Mist Wraith, and so transformed back into the semblance of a human. Her human form, however, possessed astonishing strength, explosive speed, and ferocious might. Even Undying Slaughter seemed to tremble in front of Devouring Beast's primal fury. However, Effie's evil twin did not possess means of attacking intangible beings. Nevertheless, she was more than capable of dodging and evading the Wraith's attacks, and remaining in the form of an apparition was costing Undying Slaughter essence. In the end, the Mist Wraith had no choice but to abandon her ghostly form and face her sister as a creature of flesh, blood, and bone. That was the last thing Sunny saw before commanding his shadow to abandon its crow's nest on the top floor of the tower and race to catch up to the cohort. He could not allow himself to leave any of his helpers behind. In the upcoming battle, he was going to need every drop of his strength. "You know what to do." As the cohort was climbing down the narrow steps, Sunny jumped into Nightmare's saddle, commanded his shadows to augment the black stallion, and rushed forward on his own. For a moment, it felt as if they were falling, but then his steed landed at the base of the cliff, took a sharp turn, and avoided the stone bridge by leaping over the moat. Landing on the other side of the wide chasm, Nightmare flew in the direction where the two defiled saints were fighting. The wind whistled in Sunny's ears. And then, just as he was about to reach the vicinity of the dreadful clash, the island quaked once more, and a terrible wail assaulted his ears. Diving out of the mist, Sunny ordered Nightmare to stop and looked forward with wide eyes, his face turning white as a sheet of paper. Out there in front of him, surrounded by signs of terrible destruction, A tall, bestial woman was laying on the ground, her face covered by blood. Her whole body was trembling. Sonny thought that devourin'. Beast was afraid, but then he heard a strange, chilling sound. She was laughing. A ghastly, mad laughter escaped from between her bloodied teeth, full of wicked glee. It only grew quiet when Undying Slaughter, who was standing above the savage woman with a cold expression on her dreadfully beautiful face, ruthlessly plunged her ghostly blade into her sister's chest. Devouring Beast, heralds of the estuary, one of the 6 defiled champions of Verge, died just like that, slain to satiate another plague's hunger. They are the 5 plagues now, I guess. For a moment, Sonny was frozen in place, struggling to believe his luck. Then Undying Slaughter retracted her blade, turned slightly, and looked directly at him. There was doom and inevitability in her emotionless, inhuman, piercing blue eyes. He was suddenly very, very cold. The memory of that first harrowing death on Alethia's island resurfaced in his mind, making Sonny shudder violently. Not this time, wretch. Struggling against the instinctual terror, he met Undying Slaughter's chilling gaze. And smiled. Chapter 1476, Attrition. 1476, Attrition. Sonny felt that they had gotten incredibly lucky. There was always a chance that Undying Slaughter and Devouring Beast would turn on each other, but he had not dared to rely on that possibility. But now, one of the plagues was dead. That said, the situation was not ideal. Sonny would have preferred if it was Undying Slaughter that had perished. The best possible outcome, however, would have been if he had arrived just before their battle ended and stole the kill from the Mist Wraith. Then not only would one of the defiled saints have died, but the other would have also been deprived of absorbing her essence. Killing Undying Slaughter then would have been much easier. But although their luck was good, it was not that good. As things stood now, Undying Slaughter had just replenished her dwindling essence. Sonny did not know how much of it she had gotten exactly, but it had to be a substantial amount. Devouring Beast had been a mighty abomination. After all, her corrupted soul had to have been extremely potent. So, while the Mist Wraith was not in her peak state, she was also more than powerful enough to eliminate the cohort now. That's all right. They had planned for such an eventuality as well. Sonny had fought with Undying Slaughter many times. He had done so alone, supported by his shadows, and even with the help of the other members of the cohort. He had died in agony each time. For that reason, their goal today was not to be to overpower and slay the dreadful Wraith. She was too powerful for them to prevail against her in a battle, which did not mean that they could not win. Instead of trying to defeat Undying Slaughter, what they needed to do was tie her down in a prolonged confrontation. It was just how Sonny had imagined killing someone like Jet. The key to doing so was to force her to exhaust her essence while not giving her a chance to replenish it. Which was why this battle of theirs was going to be a battle of attrition. Still smiling, Sonny mockingly saluted Undying Slaughter with the sin of solace, and then gave Nightmare a mental command to flee. The Dark Destrier turned and shot back the way they had come, splinters and bits of soil flying from under his adamantine hooves. Of course, the Mist Wraith was not going to let a source of essence escape that easily. Almost at the same moment, she lunged forward in pursuit. Nightmare was incredibly fast. In fact, Sonny doubted that there were many creatures of the same rank faster than his tenebrous steed. However, to his horror, Undying Slaughter was not much slower. Even though the Dark Destrier was augmented by the shadows, the distance between him and the Mist Wraith was remaining the same. It was even dwindling slowly. Just what kind of monster is she? Sonny was not too disheartened, though. After all, he did not really want to escape from Undying Slaughter. Instead, he wanted to lure her into the trap that the cohort had prepared. Soon he was almost back to the tower. The dreadful enemy was right on his heels. It's now or never. Before Undying Slaughter could attack, Sonny dismissed Nightmare and fell to the ground. Instead of hitting it, however, he simply dissolved into the shadows and stepped out of them on the other side of the moat, rolling down the stone steps for a moment until Nephis caught him. The cohort was currently in front of the entrance to the stone bridge. Or rather, Nephis, Jet, Saint, and Fiend were there with Sonny. Cassie and Effie were much higher up the cliff, standing on the stone steps far above them. Effie's spear was already flying down. Nephis was helping Sunny stand up when the spear hit the slope of the cliff with the force of a tactical missile. The whole cliff shuddered, sending him tumbling down once again, and a deafening boom spread from the point of impact, accompanied by the cracking noise of breaking scent. A large part of the slope simply shattered, stone debris flying in the air, and slid down into the dark chasm of the moat. With it, of course, a number of ancient runes that had been carved into the cliff were destroyed. The enchantment protecting the bridge was broken at that moment. Out there on the opposite end of the bridge, the nightmare creatures that had been frozen before shuddered, released from the invisible trap. And just as they did, undying slaughter appeared from the mist, her glacial blue eyes burning from dreadful, cold, killing intent. Before she could even react, the former prisoners of the stone bridge lunged at her, overcome by bloodlust and fury. A corrupted tyrant, a corrupted terror, a great beast. Finally managing to stand up, Sunny leaned on Nephis and looked across the bridge. The released abominations had already clashed with undying slaughter, the whole island shaking from the dreadful force of their clash. Or maybe it was simply quaking, because the enchantment keeping it in the air was failing. He exhaled slowly. So far, so good. If there was anything they could do to drain Undying Slaughter's essence before facing her themselves, they had to do it. Of course, it was a dangerous gamble. The nightmare creatures that had been trapped on the bridge could force the mist wraith to burn through her precious essence, but they could also become her victims, fueling her defiled soul. In fact, before a single minute passed, one of the abominations already looked like it was close to death. Just a split second before Undying Slaughter could finish it off, though a bone javelin suddenly fell from the sky, piercing the nightmare creature's neck and impaling it on the ground. The ghostly blade bit into the massive body of the abomination a moment later, easily passing through its armor. But it was for naught. There was no soul for the mist wraith to destroy because the creature was already dead. The bone javelin had killed it instantly. Feeling a dark grin twist his lips, Sunny looked up. There, high above, Cassie and Effie were still standing on the stone steps. There were a dozen more javelins laying on the ground in front of the vigorous huntress. These javelins had been made from the ribs of the great tyrant. Of course, in normal circumstances, it would have been hard for Effie to slay nightmare creature of such dire power with one blow. But when they were already almost dead from Undying Slaughter's attacks, that was much easier. As for knowing the exact moment when to attack, after the abomination had grown weak from its wounds, but before the mist wraith could deliver the fatal blow, Cassie was there to help. With her ability to perceive several seconds into the future, she could tell Effie just when to throw the javelins and who to aim for. Together, they were in a perfect position to achieve a simple, but vitally important task. Deny Undying Slaughter any essence. The two of them were already accomplishing that task splendidly. Chapter 1477, Undying Slaughter. 1477, Undying Slaughter. Sunny knew how terrifying Undying Slaughter was better than most, perhaps even better than anyone. And yet, even he was astonished by the sight of the dreadful mist wraith slaughtering the former prisoners of the stone bridge. Each of them was an opponent Sunny would not want to face in battle. Some he had a good chance of defeating, but others were absolutely lethal existences to a master, even an ascended terror like him. Nevertheless, all of them had been ruthlessly and methodically brought down by the defiled saint. It was as if no amount of physical might, impregnable armor, and unholy powers could deter her. The ghostly blade danced in the mist, and following its elusive movements, the souls of the harrowing nightmare creatures were snuffed out one after another. Or rather, they would have been, if not for Effie and Cassie. Each time Undying Slaughter was about to kill one of her enemies, a bone javelin would inevitably fall from the sky, stealing the creature's life moments before the mist wraith delivered the last strike. Guided by the blind seer, Effie had not missed once. Which meant that all the essence the defiled saint was spending to fight against the group of powerful abominations could not be replenished by absorbing their broken souls. With each moment, she was growing weaker. Their plan was working. The last to fall was a great beast that resembled a black hound with 7 serpentine tails. Its lean, muscular body towered above Undying Slaughter like a dark hill, and its power was dreadful enough to make the ground crack and collapse into the chasm of the empty moat. The abominable hound was like a living nightmare, its frenzied eyes burning with eerie green flames. Despite it all, neither its terrifying jaws nor its 7 tails managed to strike the elusive mist wraith. Moving with the graceless elegance of an emotionless butcher, Undying Slaughter delivered the great beast tea. Woe swift, cruel blows. The hound staggered after the first one, then grew slow and lethargic after the second. The green flames burning in its eyes dimmed, and before the third blow landed, a bone javelin pierced one of them. The monstrous black hound was thrown down by the force of the impact, making the island shake and grew still. Viscous red liquid flowed from its maw. On the slope of the cliff, Effie let out a shaky breath and swayed lightly. Her legs gave out, and if Cassie had not caught her in time, the huntress would have fallen down. The blind girl helped her sit down on the stone steps. These past few minutes had taken a lot out of Effie. Even though she was far from the terrible battlefield, she had to put all of her immense strength into each throw, especially that last one. Sweat was rolling down her pale face. Did I just kill a great nightmare creature? Her tired voice was faint and full of disbelief. Cassie smiled gently. You certainly did. Effie took a deep breath and put her trembling hand on her belly, as if trying to protect it. Damn, I've been spending too much time with Doofus, huh? Of course, the great beast had already been brought to the verge of death by Undying Slaughter. And of course, all members of the cohort had done their part in order to make the outcome possible. And yet, a great beast had fallen by Effie's hand. It was a startling achievement, to say the least. A feat worthy of raised by wolves, the legendary huntress of the Dark City. Effie smiled weakly, lingered for a few moments, and said in a solemn tone, Well, Eff. The island quaked, and the sound of breaking stones swallowed her words. Far below, more stone debris slid into the widening chasm. Even the bridge shuddered slightly, a net of cracks appearing on its surface. On the far side of the bridge, Undying Slaughter stared at the dead great beast for a few moments, then turned and looked across the chasm at the members of the cohort. Sunny shivered, feeling an eerie chill. Let's go. They stepped on the bridge at the same moment as the mist wraith did. There was nothing left for them to do but fight. Come aid me. His shadows rose from the ground, flowing onto his body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sixth one, however, wrapped itself around Nephis instead. At the same time, a generous measure of her pure flame filled him with radiant warmth. The sum of their powers was greater than the parts. Sunny felt as strong as a titan. He dashed forward, followed by Nephis and Saint. The three of them were going to confront the mist wraith first and hopefully force her to assume a less ghostly form. Jet, Fiend, and Nightmare would attack second. Remember, our weapon is time. The blade of the cruel sight ignited with divine flame. They clashed with the dreadful wraith in the middle of the cracking bridge. Undying Slaughter was still stronger, faster, and far more malevolent than Nephis and Sunny, however. With Saint fighting by their side, the two of them were able to keep up. Far more important was the fact that both Sunny and Nephis were combat prodigies. He could follow Undying Slaughter's movements, and even predict them, because of his mastery of shadow dance. She was capable of doing the same because controlling the flow of combat and manipulating the actions of her enemies had always been the basis of her skill. Now that Neph's combat mastery entered a period of rapid growth, that ability of hers had become even more frightening. Therefore, both of them could counterbalance Undying Slaughter's undeniable superiority, to a degree. Still, Sunny felt stifled in this battle. That was because he was not just fighting against the terrifying mist wraith. He was also fighting against the memories of dying terribly by her hand. The pain of having his soul shattered, the dread of seeing his shadow killed, the sorrow of being helpless to save his companions. All those scars were like chains that weighed his limbs down. If Sunny wanted to have a chance of surviving this fight, he had to break these chains. I'm alive, am I not? He received the ghostly blade on the shaft of the cruel sight and was thrown back, his hands growing numb. Before Undying Slaughter could advance and deliver a follow-up attack, though Nephis appeared in her way, her sword shining with incandescent radiance, the single gem of the crown of dawn burning like a third eye. Sunny regained his balance and threw himself back into the fight. I survived. Neph staggered back, but Saint took her place. The graceful knight was wielding her dark sword in both hands, facing the mist wraith with cold indifference. They clashed fiercely, and the stone bridge shuddered. He was already lunging forward to share the pressure with his shadow. And now it's time to deliver some payback. After all, Sonny was nothing if not vindictive. He had destroyed the Black Knight of the ruined cathedral for gutting him. He killed the immortal transcendent, Solvin, for THR, owing him into the Red Colosseum. He had shattered the fallen Titan Goliath for bringing him to the very doorstep of death. Now, what was he going to do to Undying Slaughter for killing him multiple times? Chapter 1478, Soul Reaper Jet. 1478, Soul Reaper Jet. Weighed down by an instinctual fear, Sonny used an old ally to overcome its spite. With its help, some of the invisible chains that were holding him back snapped. But not all of them. Working together with Nephis and Saint, Sonny managed to stall Undying Slaughter. The three of them surrounded her, but they were in no position to attack. Instead, they were barely managing to stay alive while protecting each other and concentrating on defense. The Mist Wraith was slowly pushing them back. Sonny's spiteful nature was enough to help him overcome the memory of agony and death, but it was not powerful enough to dispel a deeper, far more painful fear. The fear of watching those he cared about die. The memory of that helplessness, that sorrow, that guilt, was incomparably more dreadful than the memory of having his own life snuffed out. Death was merciful, after all. The dead felt no pain. So to struggle free of the remaining chains, Sonny needed to find a more resilient source of strength within his heart. He could not rid himself of the lingering scars delivered to him by Alethia's island with just spite. As he searched for that source, Undying Slaughter moved like mist, suddenly appearing behind Nephis. Her ghostly blade lashed out silently, almost piercing Neph's chest. If the young woman had not dodged at the last moment, one of her soul cores would have been destroyed. Cores would have been destroyed. Sonny froze for a moment, and then exploded with ferocious might. "Oh, I think I found it." Finally, the fear that had been holding him back was vanquished. Sonny had found the strength he needed to free himself of it, and it was an obvious one at that. His desire to protect those he cherished was much more powerful than his vindictive desire to avenge himself. It made sense, really, since the fear of losing his companions was stronger than the fear of losing his own life. The resolve that had to do with others would naturally be larger than the resolve that only had to do with himself. Payback was fine, but protecting the people he loved was a much more powerful source of motivation, incomparably so, really. Feeling as if a great weight had been removed from his heart, Sonny shook off the lingering trauma of having endured the loop and threw himself into the battle with boundless determination. His killing intent soared, not at all inferior to the murderous will of the dreadful wraith. And yet, Sonny did not allow that intent to rule him. Coldly and callously, he reminded himself of what their goal was. It was not to defeat Undying Slaughter in battle. It was to prolong the battle to the point where her flaw would destroy her without their help, or at least weaken her enough to doom her. Now that Sonny's mental state was cleansed, he entered the familiar state of combat clarity. His movements turned sharper and more precise. His wildly beating heart calmed down. "We can do it." Killing the Mist Wraith was, perhaps, out of their reach, but resisting her for a while, that Sonny and his companions could accomplish. As Alethia's island shuddered and quaked, they continued to fight Undying Slaughter on a crumbling bridge. Sonny, Nephis, and Saint held out for as long as they could. Eventually, though, even their inexhaustible bodies had grown heavy with fatigue. This was one of the most intense fights Sonny had ever participated in. The perilous battle with Dire Fang seemed mild in comparison to this harrowing clash. Of course, they couldn't keep up with this level of intensity for a long time. They had done their part, though. The essence that Undying Slaughter had absorbed by killing Devouring Beast was already somewhat exhausted in her battle against the nightmare creatures. The three of them had forced the Mist Wraith to waste even more, draining her reserves. She had already abandoned her ghostly form, facing them as a creature of flesh and bone. Still, if things continued in that manner, the defiled saint would inevitably kill them. However, Undying Slaughter possessed one fatal weakness. She was alone, and no one survived in the dream realm alone. Just as Sonny was feeling that they were about to die, he shouted hoarsely and withdrew. Nephis and Saint dashed away at the same time. Jet and Fiend took their place, followed by Nightmare, who rose from the shadows. The retreat and advance were performed seamlessly, not giving the Wraith a chance to give chase. A moment later, Jet's frosty glaive collided with Undying Slaughter's ghostly blade. Soul Reaper grinned. "My back is still itching from the last time we met. Prepare to die again, you filth." Sonny staggered back and leaned on the cruel sight, breathing heavily. He did not know how long this respite would last, or even if the island itself would last much longer. All he knew was that he had to be able to rejoin the battle as soon as possible. By his side, Nephis sheathed her sword, looking at the battle happening in front of them with somber intensity. White flames were dancing in her eyes. Jet, Fiend, and Nightmare were holding their own against Undying Slaughter, mostly because she was already running extremely low on essence and did not summon her unholy powers much. Her speed and strength also decreased. But not by a lot. Sonny gritted his teeth when Fiend was sent flying back by a devastating blow from the ghostly blade. His impenetrable steel carapace held this time, but the infernal ogre looked rattled and pained by the defiled Saint's strike. Nightmare was the most vulnerable of the three, but he was by no means weak. His furious attacks gave Jet the opportunity to advance. Soul Reaper was the tip of their attack formation. Jet fought with cold fury, her glaive leaving afterimages in its wake. She met Undying Slaughter blow for blow, refusing to be pushed back. It was as if she had forgotten what hesitation was. In fact, she seemed to be enjoying herself. Her lips were twisted into a dark, murderous grin. Her icy blue eyes were like two lakes of frozen wrath. The two of them were so alike that, sometimes, it was hard to tell which one was the valiant master and which one was the defiled wraith. "Wretch, you are such a disappointment." Jet growled those words and then staggered back. At the same time, Saint struck her sword against her breastplate twice and lunged forward. Sonny followed. "Go." They had replaced Jet, Fiend, a Nightmare again. This time there was a slight delay before the tired fighters retreated and the relatively rested fighters advanced. However, a bone javelin fell from the sky, forcing the defiled Saint to slow down for a moment. Alethia's island was convulsing all around them. Large chunks of stone fell from the bottom of the bridge and plummeted into the chasm of the empty moat. "Die." Sonny crossed blades with Undying Slaughter once again. They fought, they endured, they bought time. Time was their greatest weapon, after all. After a while, Sonny felt like he was going to drop dead. They had already advanced and retreated 3 times, but the Mist Wraith was still as overbearing and deadly as ever. Or maybe not quite. Her strength was decreasing too. Her essence had to be running dry. Undying Slaughter still maintained an emotionless expression, her chilling blue eyes filling him with a sense of dread, but her behavior had subtly changed. It was almost as if she was feeling, if not desperate, then at least pressed. "We just need to last a little longer." At that moment, the surface of the stone bridge under his feet rippled and tilted. Startled, Sonny lost his balance only for a split second, but it was enough. The ghostly blade was already flying at him, inevitable as death itself. Before it could ravage his soul, however, an incandescent sword appeared in its path. Nephis had struck from an awkward angle and groaned when her sword clashed with Undying Slaughter's blade. It was violently thrown aside and slipped from her hands, disappearing into the darkness below the bridge. She was pushed back as well and fell down. Saint was a step or two too far to help. Sonny's eyes widened. But strangely enough, the Mist Wraith did not finish either him or Nephis off. In fact, she seemed to have staggered as well. This was the first time Undying Slaughter had shown a sign of weakness. It was also the last. Before the Mist Wraith could regain her balance, a swift figure flew between Nephis and Sonny. He felt a cool wind throw his hair into disarray. Then he heard the air whining as it was cut by a sharp blade. A split second later, Jet's glaive tore through the distance between her and the staggered Wraith, plunging into Undying Slaughter's chest. The two of them froze for a second, 2 pairs of icy blue eyes, staring into each other with indescribable emotion. The defiled Saint raised her blade, as if trying to retaliate, but Jet simply twisted her glaive and gripped it tighter. "You go to hell." Her voice was as cold as a nameless grave. Jet batted the ghostly blade away, pulled her hand back, and then thrust her weapon into the enemy's soul once again. Sunny thought that he heard the crystal ring of something breaking. And then the chilling light of the defiled saint's eyes grew dim. The wraith swayed slightly and fell back. The moment her body touched the stone, it turned into mist and dissipate, disappearing without a trace. Undying slaughter was no more. Chapter 1479, Fractured Island. 1479, Fractured Island. She's dead. For a moment there was silence. Sunny regained his balance, grunted, and hurried to help Nephis stand up. Saint lowered her sword, acting as indifferent as ever. It was as if they had not just narrowly escaped being slaughtered by a saint. But they had. The defiled saint was truly, undeniably gone. Slaughtered just like she had slaughtered countless living beings. Hell. Behind them, Fiend and Nightmare were both battered, but relatively unscathed. Both shadows were watching Jet with piercing intensity. Soul Reaper herself stood motionlessly above the spot where her future self had perished. Her icy blue eyes were strangely distant. Finally, she let out a long sigh. So that's how it is. Suddenly, her figure was shrouded in cold mist. That mist flowed along the graceful lines of her supple body, finally forming into a ghostly blade. Then, the shape of that blade changed, elongating until it turned into a beautiful glaive, no, rather, a war scythe. Its dark steel possessed a dreadful sheen to it, with frost patterns decorating the sinister curved blade. The ghostly scythe seemed to absorb all warmth from the world, emanating a frigid sense of lethal cold. An amused smile appeared on Jet's face. Raising an eyebrow, she turned to Sunny and said, "You won't believe what the spell just said. I guess all I had to do was kill myself to receive my aspect legacy." An aspect legacy? Sunny was momentarily stunned. Jet was a strange existence, a person who was not quite alive, but also not quite dead. So there was a strange and darkly poetic logic to her aspect legacy being locked behind the act of attaining the purest expression of one of these states, namely, dying once again. However, how had killing undying slaughter substituted true death? And what kind of an insane requisite it was to literally die? All aspect legacies had unique conditions of being unlocked, but still, wasn't the spell going too far with this one? Sunny opened his mouth to say something, but he never got the chance. Just at that moment, the island shuddered once again, and the damaged bridge they were standing on finally collapsed. Surrounded by stone debris, the members of the cohort plummeted into the dark chasm. Crap! The fall from such height was not going to kill an ascended, but hitting the ground would not be pleasant, either, especially if a few pieces of the bridge decided to fall on their heads immediately after. He dismissed Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare before calling upon the shadows and manifesting them into resilient chains. Grabbing onto them, the three masters managed to control their fall and land at the bottom of the empty moat safely. There, everything was a mess. Effie had shattered a large portion of the cliff slope earlier, causing countless tons of black rock to slide into the moat. The great beast she killed later had also caused a collapse, sending an avalanche of stones and soil into the chasm. Neph's incandescent sword was laying on the ground just a few meters away from them, its radiance illuminating the chaotic scene. She walked over and picked it up, then looked around somberly. "Is everyone all right?" Jet was the first one to answer. Dismissing the ghostly scythe, she seemed to absorb the torrent of frosty mist it had turned into and nodded. "I'm fine," Sunny answered a few moments later. "Yes and no." The first word was said in a relaxed tone, while the second was a bit shaky. Standing at the bottom of the moat, he had glanced down and noticed a wide crack running through the rock surface beneath him. His right foot was on one side of the crack, while his left was on the other. The fracture seemed to be rather deep, extremely deep. Staring into the darkness, Sunny realized that the fracture was not just deep. It was, in fact, bottomless. That was because it was not just the bottom of the moat that had cracked, but the bottom of the island as well. So what he was looking at was actually the unfathomable darkness at the heart of the colossal vortex. The fracture pierced Alethia's island straight through, leading to the abyss beneath it. Raising his head, Sunny stared at Nephis and Jet for a moment, then said in a bleak tone, I think that this whole island is about to fall apart." He carefully moved his right leg over the crack and let out a small sigh of relief when it safely landed near his left one. So how about we get the hell off before it does? He didn't have to ask twice. However, climbing out of the moat had turned out harder than they anticipated. Just as they approached the wall of the chasm, Alethia's island quaked once again, the deafening sound of cracking stone echoing in the empty moat. The fracture Sunny had noticed grew wider, chunks of black rock falling into the darkness below. At the same time, a rain of stones fell on them from above. Nephis frowned, obliterating an especially heavy boulder with one strike of her incandescent sword. Jet nimbly evaded a few more. Cursed! The shadow chains shot forward, protecting Sunny and his companions. Looking back, he saw the familiar golden rope appearing in Neph's hands. She threw it to him without having to say anything. Sunny caught the rope and immediately dove into shadows, stepping out of them on the crumbled remains of the bridge. By the time he pulled Nephis and Jet up, Cassie and Effie had already descended from the stone steps. The island was shaking and convulsing around them, with almost no pause between the tremors anymore. Sunny's expression was dim. Let's go, it's time we escape this damned place. They crossed the moat and entered the former killing field around Tower. Now it was simply the death field. Carcasses of dreadful nightmare creatures littered the ground, which was soaked with their blood. The long-bone javelins Sunny had crafted and Effie had thrown protruded from their flesh, each one as heavy as a bolt meant for an impossible siege engine. Sunny would have loved to collect the soul shards from the dead abominations, but there was no time. Passing between the corpses, the cohort entered the shattered remains of the ancient pine forest. All around them, Alethia's island was coming undone. Chapter 1480 in a day's work. Chapter 1480 in a day's work. 1480 in a day's work. Without the deadly nightmare creatures hiding in the mist and blocking the way, it took them a surprisingly short amount of time to reach the hidden bay. Sunny struggled to believe how much blood he had spilled in the past to traverse the dreadful reaches of Alethia's island. Now that its prisoners were gone, the island had fallen silent. Of course, it was hard to recognize the places where Sunny had fought, struggled, and died. The forest was no more, with most of the ancient pines laying on the ground, either toppled or entirely destroyed. The mist was largely gone, too, revealing the scene of startling destruction in all its frightening glory. Massive carcasses towered above the devastated landscape here and there, some of them partially devoured. Rivers of blood flowed between the toppled trees, turning the remains of the forest into a vile swamp. It was like a scene out of a feverish nightmare. Well, of course it was. They were in a nightmare after all. As the cohort hurried to reach the chain breaker, Alethia's island was starting to fall apart. It was shuddering and quaking, making it hard to advance at a steady pace. More cracks appeared in the blood-soaked soil, some of them leading all the way down to the darkness below. Sometimes, a wide chasm would open right in front of the cohort, forcing them to change course and rush to circle around it. It felt like they were running out of time. But in the end, they did not. Sunny was starting to feel rather restless, but just then, the cohort finally reached the stone steps leading down to the white beach. Cassie was riding Nightmare, while Effie was once again being carried by the covetous Coffer. Sending the two of them ahead, he joined Nephis and Jet in descending from the cliffs in a much faster way. They simply jumped off the edge and used their memories to glide down. Finally, they saw the chain breaker in the distance. The graceful vessel was where they had left it, crashed against a black cliff, its bow buried in the white sand. Hurry! As they raced across the white beach, the whole island seemed to have tilted. A thunderous sound of something impossibly large breaking rolled from behind them, and Sunny felt his heart skipping a beat. They reached the chain breaker and wasted no time climbing aboard. The dawn had come and gone before the battle with undying slaughter, and dusk was still too far away. The timing of their escape was not at all optimal, but they had little choice but to make do. The task of raising the ship into the air once again fell to Nephis. While Effie and Jet were looking around with stunned expressions, neither of them had seen the chain breaker during the last cycle of the time loop. After all, Nephis dashed to the enchantment circle at the stern of the ship. Cassie had disappeared to somewhere under the deck, while Sunny simply stood where he was, looking back at Alethia's island. That cursed place. The fact that he was finally going to escape this harrowing hell did not feel real. After all the pain, all the suffering, all the deaths, with how elusive time had been inside the loop, the months Sonny spent repeating the same desperate actions over and over again felt like an eternity. Who says you can escape? The sin of solace had appeared from somewhere unnoticed and was now standing behind him. Who says that your suffering is over, that your pain is over? Fool! Ah, you don't even know how pitiful you are. Sonny smiled darkly. Be quiet, at least I'm not as pitiful as you. Just at the moment, the island quaked once again. In the distance, the black cliffs rising above the beach crumbed and collapsed, falling down like a black avalanche. A giant crack appeared on the ground, the sand spilling into it like water, and crawled in the direction of the chain breaker. Then the flying ship moved as well. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, it rose above the ground and soared into the sky. Nephis was guiding it away from the disintegrating beach. Sonny watched Alethia's island break apart in silence. He had lost so much here, but he had gained so much as well. Jet and Effie were now safely back with the cohort. That had been the reason why Sonny, Nephis, and Cassie had come to the mysterious place known as Windflower in the first place. They had achieved their goal. Unexpectedly, what they had gained, the forces of the defilement had lost. 2 members had rejoined the cohort, while 2 of the 6 plagues had perished. That was a truly surprising but indescribably beneficial outcome. Sonny could hardly believe their luck. Of course, it wasn't just luck. It was a combination of good fortune, their unrelenting efforts, and to a large extent of the nefarious schemes of the Mad Prince. That was another thing Sonny had gained, knowledge. Knowledge about the Mad Prince, yes, but also about so many other things. Some of the greatest mysteries of existence had been revealed to him on Alethia's island. The nature of the dream realm, the past atrocities of the nightmare spell, even the origin of his own world. Perhaps even more importantly, Sonny had also learned a few things about himself. How he felt, what he wanted, and what he feared as well. Oh, and he had also become a terror. His soul possessed 6 cores now, and he possessed 6 shadows. His power had once again grown, and there was now only one step separating him from its pinnacle. Sonny had died countless times on Alethia's island. He had battled and slain many harrowing nightmare creatures, honing his skill and earning priceless battle experience. Some of them were far too deadly for a master to face, and yet in the end all of them had perished while he survived. The entire island shuddered one last time and broke apart, falling into the abyssal darkness below. All the horrors, secrets, and treasures left behind by Alethia of the 9 disappeared with it. Standing on the deck of the chain breaker, Sonny let out a quiet sigh. All in a day's work. It was not a bad result. The flying ship hovered in the air for a few moments, and then slowly started climbing down. It was heading for the same lightless abyss that had swallowed the island, diving into the darkness that lay at the heart of the great river. Soon, the darkness welcomed them into its silent embrace. End of Part 2, Keeper of Truths. Chapter 1481, Emergency Repairs. 1481, Emergency Repairs. The chain breaker was assaulted by hurricane winds as it plummeted into the heart of the colossal whirlpool. Nephis had yet to run out of essence, so their fall was controlled for now. However, that would change soon. Sonny was still overwhelmed by the destruction of Alethia's island. Shaking off his reverie, he took a deep breath and forced himself to move. All across the flying vessel, deep shadows stirred and surged forward, turning into Inkiblak hands. The manifested shadows pulled on the ropes, unfurling the horizontal sails. Those sails extended from both sides of the ship and were meant to help it glide on the winds. At the same time, he nervously looked down. All Sonny could see was darkness. It was not the true darkness that his sight had never been able to penetrate. Instead, the abyssal chasm was simply so deep for him to see anything. Great. By now, the slopes of the vortex had almost turned vertical. It was as if the chain breaker was surrounded by a vast wall of dark water, its current so fast that its surface was like a blur. At first, the dreadful maw of the whirlpool was dozens of kilometers wide, but the further they descended, the narrower it became. Eventually, it was as if the chain breaker had entered a twisting vertical tunnel that was just a few kilometers in diameter. They were surrounded by absolute darkness, with only a scattering of lanterns illuminating the deck. It was like a small island of light in an ocean of nothingness. No one except for Sonny could see the spinning walls of the tunnel, which was, perhaps, for the best. He knew that if the ship touched the water, it would be torn apart by the tremendous pressure of the current. What the hell am I thinking? It's not for the best, not at all. The chain breaker was falling vertically, for now, but it was only possible because Neph was still empowering its enchantments with her essence. Once her essence ran dry, they would have to move in a wide spiral along the watery walls of the tunnel to keep the ship balanced. Otherwise, it would be too easy for it to roll and overturn. By then, not seeing where the darkness ended and the furious current began would be lethal. Even worse, the tunnel was not strictly vertical. Looking down, Sonny could see it twisting and turning like a descending tornado. He gritted his teeth. Damnation! Could they even survive in this abyss without the chain breaker's enchantments? He turned to look at the stern of the ship, where Nephis was struggling with the steering oars. But at that moment, Cassie's voice reached his ears. Sonny here. The blind girl was standing near the entrance to the main cargo hold, waving at him. Her voice sounded urgent. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then rushed to her side. What is it? She pulled him into the cargo hold, a grim expression on her face. I need your help, or rather your shadow's help. Summon her and make her as strong as possible, please. Somewhat confused, Sonny lingered for a second, then called upon Saint and sent all 6 of his shadows to augment her. As soon as the taciturn knight appeared, her onyx armor shone with dark radiance, and a feeling of oppressive might emanated from her graceful figure. Down in the cargo hold, various objects were neatly laid out on the wooden floor. There were amphorae containing strange liquids, brushes, stone etchings of complicated runes, mortars, and items that Sonny did not even know how to describe. Most glaringly of all, the black stone from the hidden chamber of Alethia's tower was also there, illuminated by the faint radiance of the guiding light. He gave Cassie a long look. What's this? The blind girl was already walking toward the black stone. We spent a lot of time inside the loop. Most of it was occupied by trying to escape, but I had plenty of time to think as well, about how to repair the enchantment circuit of the chain breaker in particular. She stopped and pointed at the chunk of black rock. I need you to help me shatter it. I tried to do it myself, but I'm not strong enough. Sonny felt a bit weird for a moment. It was as if she was asking him to open a jar of pickles for her, whatever that was. In any case, the jagged piece of black rock was not a jar of any sort. Instead, it was a mystical stone that was rumored to be a fragment of the estuary. Of course, Cassie was not strong enough to break it. However, she was trying to finish repairing the runic circuit of the flying vessel, connecting its enchantments to the sacred tree. If Cassie succeeded in time, perhaps they would not be torn apart by the current of the spinning tunnel. Sonny wasn't sure if he was strong enough to crush the black stone, either. But Saint was a transcendent devil, and augmented by 6 shadows on top of that. Glancing at the indifferent onyx knight, he gestured at the black stone. Her ruby eyes shone darkly, and summoning her tenebrous blade, Saint took a step forward. The black sword fell on the jagged piece of rock and bounced away, not leaving even a single scratch on it. She lingered for a moment. Then a flood of darkness flowed from beneath Saint's armor, entering the black blade. The blade itself rippled and changed form, turning into a long, elegant lucerne. The dark lucerne might have been elegant, but both its beak and hammerhead were capable of delivering truly devastating blows. A weapon such as this was far better suited for piercing armor and breaking bones than a sword was, so it had a far better chance of shattering the mystical stone. Saint took a step back, then slowly raised her weapon above her head, and struck down with enough force to make Sonny stagger. There was a flash, a shockwave, and a thunderous boom. When he regained his vision once again, Saint had already lowered the lucerne. Her ruby eyes were cold and indifferent. The black stone lay broken into several pieces. Cassie pointed to them and said hurriedly, "Again." Soon the large pieces had turned into smaller ones, and then were finally ground into fine dust inside one of the mortars. The stone dust was then mixed with the strange liquid stored inside the ceramic vessels, some of which turned out to be blood, hopefully that of nightmare creatures. By the time they emerged from the cargo hold, Nephis was running out of essence, and the chain breaker was growing more and more unstable. Cassie hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the stern. "Go help Neph." Sonny nodded and used Shadow Step to appear by Neph's side. Using his ability to see in the dark, he helped her guide the flying vessel into a spiraling descent. Nephis steered the ship, while Sonny played the role of a navigator. Cassie, meanwhile, crawled along the grooves carved into the deck of the chain breaker, feverishly drawing runes on the ancient wood. Essence poured out of her, making the runes glimmer slightly before being absorbed into the deck. The sorcerous ink created from the dust of the black stone disappeared without leaving a trace. Jet and Effie were helping her by carrying the amphory containing ink and handing her brushes. Each one only lasted a dozen seconds or so, gradually dissolving into thin air. The flight of the chain breaker turned more and more unstable. Eventually, Nephis gritted her teeth and slumped slightly, the runic circle surrounding her growing dim. The flying ship shuddered. With no more sorcery supporting it, it glided through the darkness, carried only by inertia and the wind pressure, which created a lifting force under the horizontal sails. Neph continued to hold the oars, trying her best to keep the chain breaker from plummeting into an uncontrollable fall. Standing by her side, Sonny uttered a silent curse. Which idiot thought that this was a good idea? Oh, it was him, he had thought so. The ancient vessel descended into the darkness, its speed increasing at a frightening rate. The angle of their descent was increasing, as well, slowly approaching the point where it would turn into a fatal nosedive. Some distance away, near the sacred tree, Cassie threw the remains of another dissolved brush away and raised a hand to receive a new one. Patches of skin on her delicate hands had begun dissolving as well, and fresh blood mixed with the sorcerous ink. Are we going to have to abandon the ship? Sonny had the dark wing and the heavenly burden in his soul arsenal. He could also temporarily turn into a crow. The other members of the cohort had their own memories to help them, if not fly, then at least glide. Theoretically, they could continue the descent using those. But somehow, he did not think that they would survive the depths of the great river without the impregnable hull of the chain breaker. The ancient vessel shuddered once again. And then the darkness was suddenly dispelled by a soft radiance. Raising his head, Sonny watched the sacred tree in stunned silence. Its leaves were shining with a pure, beautiful light. At the same time, the runic circle surrounding Nephis ignited once more, and their flight turned as smooth as it had been before, much smoother even. Bathed in the radiance of the sacred tree, Cassie let out a tired sigh and slumped on the deck. Finally, the enchantment circuit of the chain breaker had been fully restored. Chapter 1482, Third Way. 1482, Third Way. Illuminated by the gentle light of the sacred tree, the chain breaker was flying through the darkness. It moved in a wide spiral, descending lower and lower into the abyssal darkness with each spin. Around it, the moving walls of the dark tunnel were twisting and turning as the water comprising them revolved at a dreadful speed. Now that Cassie had repaired the enchantment circuit of the ancient vessel, the immediate crisis was resolved. The members of the cohort finally received a chance to catch their breaths. The events of the past day had simply been too overwhelming. The destruction of the island had followed immediately after the battle with undying slaughter, and so everyone was exhausted. They simply dropped to the deck, praying that nothing terrible happened in the next few hours, minutes, even at least. Sonny temporarily took the steering oars, allowing Nephis to heal Cassie's mangled hands. After that, everyone remained near the runic circle, looking into the darkness. Where do you think the vortex leads? Effie's voice sounded a bit stifled. He lingered for a moment, then sighed. I don't really know. All I know is that someone passed through it and survived in the past. Granted, that person was of the supreme rank. Sonny paused for a moment and added, his voice somber. It might be the inner wall of the pyramid. In any case, we shall see. After that, he glanced at Cassie. Now that they had been granted a moment to compose themselves, his curiosity was tingling. By the way, why did you need that piece of rock to repair the ship? The others seemed curious, too. The blind girl hesitated for a bit, then explained. I guess imagine a locked door. There are a few ways to get on the other side of the door. The simplest is to use a key, provided you have one. In this case, the key would have been the detailed knowledge of the original enchantment of the chain breaker. I do know a few things about it, but not enough. She pointed to the runic circle, which glimmered faintly in the darkness. The second way is to be a locksmith who understands the structure of the door's lock, or any lock, really, on a deep level. That way you can pick it without a key. Sadly, my knowledge of sorcery is not that deep, which left only the third way, brute force. Cassie briefly touched her hands. Under the influence of Neph's flame, her soft skin had regrown. There was no blood, bared flesh, and pale bone in sight. The ghastly wounds were gone. I don't know if that piece of rock really came from the estuary, but it is definitely the same as the stone walls of the pyramid, which means that it was a part of an unholy titan once. You have experience crafting extraordinary weapons yourself, so you know how much the material matters. Therefore, I simply borrowed the power of the material to make up for my lack of knowledge. Sunny stared at her incredulously for a few moments, then let out a sigh. I don't think there was anything simple about what you did, but okay. Her explanation did make some sense. Sunny was not too knowledgeable about runic sorcery, not to mention the enchantments of the chain breaker. However, he was a modestly accomplished sorcerer himself. As such, he knew that a valuable material could indeed substitute skill, sometimes. For example, he would have to be a god of weaving to create an enchantment that could allow mundane steel to pierce the hide of a great beast, if such a thing was even possible. But if that mundane steel was replaced by the bones of a great tyrant, there was no need to even add an enchantment. Weapons crafted from such bones would possess a mystical power of their own, and that power would be enough to kill the great beast, at least in the hands of someone as strong as Effie, and while the abomination's own mystical power was diminished by grievous wounds to its soul. I should remember this lesson well. Sunny had no doubt that he would create many memories in the future. Before, he was mostly only worried about acquiring enough powerful soul shards and learning the patterns of varied weaves. Perhaps it was time to start concerning himself with searching for extraordinary materials as well. He smiled faintly. In any case, good job repairing the chain breaker. It was just in time. There were a few moments of silence, and then Effie suddenly cleared her throat. Yeah, great job, Cassie. But can someone please explain to me how the hell is chain breaker here? What is it doing in our nightmare? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Right, there was this mystery as well. He and Nephis glanced at each other. A moment later, he said hesitantly, honestly, we have no idea. You should already know about how weird time functions inside the tomb of Ariel, so our current theory is that one of the previous owners of this ship visited the pyramid at some point. It was just drifting aimlessly far upstream. There was no one aboard and no signs of who that previous owner had been, so Neph and I took it. Effie looked at him with a strange expression, then grinned and patted the deck with her hand. Well, it's good that you did. I can't even describe how much I missed my cozy cabin while roaming the great river on the back of a weird mutant shark. Look, the floor is solid. I might honestly cry. Still smiling, she turned to Jet and asked, so what, you really got your aspect legacy? Jet glanced at her and shrugged. Yes, and before you ask, no, you can't eat it. Too bad you didn't receive anything cool yourself, huh? Effie's smile widened. Who says I didn't? With that, she stretched her long legs, assumed a more comfortable pose, and let out a small laugh. I did, if you consider a supreme memory cool, that is. Chapter 1483, Reaper's Sigh. Chapter 1483, Reaper's Sigh. 1483, Reaper's Sigh. The aspect legacy Jet had received was similar to most aspect legacies, which were usually memories uniquely suited for the aspects of their wielders, or much more rarely powerful echoes. However, that similarity was deceitful. In truth, Soul Reaper's aspect legacy was almost as weird as Sunny's. Although it looked like a weapon, it was not a memory. Instead, it was an innate ability. Jet did not need essence, no matter how little, to summon the chilling mist and turn it into a scythe. The mist was simply a part of her soul now. Its form was also not set in stone. The mist blade naturally manifested into a beautiful war scythe, but it could assume the shape of other weapons as well. As they watched, Jet turned it into a khopesh, a misericord, a bec de corbin, and an actual scythe. There seemed to be only 5 available forms, at least for now. All 5 shapes were that of a weapon, and that weapon was soulbound. but not in the way that Sunny's marble shell was soul-bound. In the case of the marble shell, its power was directly tied to the power of his soul. Jet's scythe, however, was bound to the souls of those it killed. Or rather, those souls would become bound to it. None of them knew what it meant, precisely. However, Soul Reaper was able to conclude a couple of things from reading the description of this strange, innate ability. First of all, the mist blade was able to absorb and contain the souls of its victims. The soul of the most powerful being killed souls of its victims. The soul of the most powerful being killed by it would become the basis of its power. So, if Jet slayed a great beast, her scythe would become akin to a supreme memory of the first tier. If she killed an unholy titan, the scythe would become akin to a divine memory of the seventh tier, which was a bizarre and truly astonishing quality. Secondly, the souls contained within the mist could be consumed, replenishing Jet's essence. If all souls were consumed, leaving the mist blade empty, her own soul would become the basis of its power. These were the things she knew. However, there were still many questions about her aspect legacy. For example, how many souls could it contain? Would they only influence the mist blade's power, or would they also infuse it with unique qualities akin to enchantments? If so, if Jet consumed all the bound souls, what unique quality would her own soul infuse? See, although there were no answers, Sunny felt like the souls of the victims would indeed infuse the mist blade with unique enchantments. He also suspected that the number of souls the mist could contain was 5, one for each of the forms it could take, equal to the supreme rank of Jet's aspect. He also suspected that if she consumed all 5 of the bound souls, the aspect legacy would become much more potent and dire. The reason was rather simple. The only situation where Jet would burn both through her own essence and the souls stored inside the mist blade was a truly desperate situation, and those usually called for the most desperate solutions. He wouldn't be surprised to learn that if the mist blade was devoid of bound souls, it could allow Soul Reaper to consume her own soul in order to accomplish something truly dire. How sinister! The beautiful war scythe was a dreadful thing indeed. Effie's supreme memory, meanwhile, was much less terrifying, which was not to say that it wasn't wondrous. When the huntress first summoned the memory, no one knew what to make of it. It was not a weapon, nor was it an armor. In fact, it did not resemble a tool or a garment, either at best it could pass for a charm. The memory looked like a large iron locket tied to a black leather cord. Inside the locket was an image of a meadow surrounded by tall hills, with a river running through it and a forest visible in the distance. A black dock was resting in the shade of a tall tree. The drawing was simple and crude, as if made by a child. After looking at the weave of the supreme memory, Sunny was momentarily dazed. It was one of the most strange and intricate weaves he had ever seen. There was something familiar about it, though. After pondering for a few moments, Sunny understood why he felt this sense of familiarity. It was because he had been studying the covetous coffer recently, and some parts of this startling new weave bore a distant resemblance to a few elements of what he had been staring at for the better part of the past week. Effie confirmed his guess. The iron locket was a spatial storage memory. However, it was entirely different from the coffer. That was because, unlike his toothy chest, the locket could store living beings. Sunny was really surprised to hear that, but the vigorous huntress simply grinned and promptly demonstrated what she meant. Before he knew it, the abyssal darkness of the vortex and the softly illuminated deck of the chain breaker disappeared. Instead, he was blinded by bright sunlight. When Sunny was able to see again, he found himself standing on a green meadow. There were tall hills in the distance, a forest to his right, and a river to his left. The only thing missing was a black dog. For a few moments, he felt confused at the fact that there was only one sun in the sky. Where did the other 6 go? Then Sunny realized where he was and almost jumped in surprise. He was just about to send his shadows to explore when Effie retrieved him from the dog locket. Suddenly, he was back on the deck of the chain breaker. The huntress looked really curious. "Oh, I see that you are alive. Good, did it work?" Sunny stared at her in outrage. "Wah, what? You weren't certain it would." Effie coughed. "This is the first time I summoned the locket, so how would I know? Well, I was mostly certain. Yeah, definitely." He shook his head in exasperation and took a deep breath. "Yes, it worked." Sunny described what he had experienced. After a bit of exploration, they discovered that the space contained within the locket was not too big. It was about 3 kilometers across, encompassing the meadow, several hills, a part of the forest, and the river. Beyond the boundary, the world turned into a crude painting, and it was impossible to move further. Nevertheless, living beings could indeed be stored in that space. There was even water for them to drink and berries for them to gather in the forest. Needless to say, such a space could be extremely useful. Sunny had never seen such a bizarre memory. Wow, supreme memories are really on another level. The crown of Twilight was already mind-boggling enough, but Effie's locket took the prize. Although it was not nearly as powerful as Daron's crown, just in terms of uniqueness, it was far ahead. What a great prize! After taking a short rest, the cohort concentrated on traveling deeper into the abyssal tunnel. Chapter 1484, Radiant Depths. 1484, Radiant Depths. Surrounded by darkness, the chain breaker continued to travel down the twisting underwater tunnel. Cassie had taken up the steering oars, which alleviated some of Sunny's nervousness. While she was the most experienced helmsman among them, he barely knew what he was doing. So the chances of the flying ship colliding with the walls of the tunnel and being torn apart by the water current were reduced by a lot with the blind seer at the helm. Still, no one knew what waited for them in the depths of the great river. They were nervous, apprehensive, and full of grim anticipation. The cohort rested, consumed a hearty meal, and went about repairing the slight damage dealt to the flying ship by its crash landing on Alethia's island. The enchanted hull weathered the rough landing well, only receiving a few shallow scrapes. However, there were more delicate parts of the ship that had to be mended or replaced. Sunny, Nephis, Jet, and Effie were not carpenters or builders, but their skill was enough for the task. After all, Sunny was a specialist in wilderness survival, while Nephis had been able to build boats all the way back on the forgotten shore. Effie had the experience of surviving in the dark city for years, while Jet was Jet. She was somehow capable of doing anything that needed to be done. Later, they gathered on the deck and silently observed the darkness below. After a while, Sunny grew bored and summoned the covetous coffer. Borrowing Effie's locket, he began comparing the two weaves with each other. He was very curious to see if he could make the storage inside the coffer habitable as well. For now, it seemed incredibly far-fetched. But then again, many of the things he had accomplished seemed far-fetched once. If he was not capable of doing something today, he might be able to do it in the future. Becoming a competent sorcerer was a gradual process. Time slowly passed, and as it did, the depths of the great river slowly changed. It was not something that they could see or hear, but more of a vague, eerie, oppressive feeling. Although the chain breaker was surrounded by water and had descended deep below the surface of the river by now, none of them could perceive what hid beyond the spinning walls of the twisting tunnel. However, it seemed as if the absolute darkness that surrounded them was somehow growing darker and darker with each hour that passed. Sunny felt a sense of immense threat. Cassie was pale as well. It was as if they were surrounded by terrifying danger from all sides, worse even than it had been in the flowing mist of Alethia's island. However, if there was some harrowing being in the water, it did not enter the tunnel to swallow them whole. Remembering how much the dreadful whirlpool resembled a colossal maw, Sunny could only hope that it was not because they were already in the being's intestines. Maybe whatever creatures dwell in the unfathomable depth simply can't exist outside of water, or maybe the current of the tunnel walls is as dangerous to them as it is to the chain breaker. Calming himself like that, he tried to find distraction in weaving. A few more hours passed. Eventually, Nephis stood up and looked around with a slight frown on her face. "Don't you think that it's getting brighter?" Then the others noticed it too. The darkness seemed slightly less impenetrable now. The process continued. Slowly but surely, the dark mass of water was starting to glow. The darkness was dispelled, and instead, a blinding radiance surrounded them from all sides. It was so bright that Sunny couldn't open his eyes for a while. What's this?" The abyssal tunnel was now a tunnel of radiant light. It was as if they were traveling through the depths of a star. "It's the sun's." Sunny was confused by Jet's words at first, but then he understood. Of course. Every evening the 7 suns seemed to dive into the great river, and every night the great river started to glow. Its shine was soft, dreamlike, and iridescent. However, that was on the surface. What would that light look like in the unfathomable depths? They were currently learning the answer. Soon, Sonny's eyes adjusted to the brightness, and he cautiously opened them. The members of the cohort were all frozen still, observing the radiant world around them. It was beautiful, but also harrowing. A moment later, Sonny shuddered and took an involuntary step back. Somewhere out there in the blinding light, a shadow suddenly moved, so colossal that it dimmed the radiance of the water for a few moments. Its size was so immense that he struggled to comprehend it, and its shape. As soon as Sonny tried to ascertain it, it was as if he had lost consciousness for several seconds. When he came back to his senses, the shadow had disappeared somewhere far below, and he was covered in cold sweat. His head was pulsing with a splitting ache. That thing, how far away was it? What was it? He looked at the members of the cohort and found them in a similar state to his. Especially Cassie, who was blind but also saw much more than anyone else. Then the brightness of the water changed once again, as another inconceivable shadow moved through its radiant mass, far in the distance. He shivered. "Go inside." Cassie's voice was hoarse. Lowering her head, she sighed and repeated herself. "Go inside, don't return until it's dark again. It's not good for you to stay here." Nephis looked at her for a moment, then frowned. "What about you? We won't leave you alone." The blind girl shook her head. "I'll be fine. I won't be able to see anything if you leave anyway. Most importantly." She shivered slightly. "Nothing will be able to gaze back at me. Go." Sonny knew all too well that some nightmare creatures felt when someone was looking at them. That was why people had to be careful where they turned their eyes in the dream realm, especially in those regions of it where true horrors dwelled. That was why he did not try to dissuade Cassie and silently pulled Nephis toward the entrance to the lower decks. He recalled his shadows as well. Jed and Effie followed. They spent some time together at the mess deck, but no one was in the mood to talk. It felt as if the smallest sound could be heard by the beings that moved in the depths of the great river. And so, after a while, the members of the cohort left for their cabins and tried to fall asleep. The merciless light bathed the chain breaker for a few more hours, and then grew dim. Finally, it disappeared entirely, replaced once again by absolute darkness. The spinning tunnel continued to lead them down, 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 down into the unfathomable depths. The great river was rumored to be bottomless, and surrounded by the darkness, Sonny could easily believe that it was. However, he also felt that if they survived a few more days of the descent, perhaps they would prove the rumors wrong. Chapter 1485, Traversing the Vortex. 1485, Traversing the Vortex. Traveling through the twisting underwater tunnel was a constant struggle, but strangely enough, it was mostly safe. Just as Windflower had said, as long as the chain breaker did not touch the water, there was little inside the vortex that could threaten them. If the flying ship did touch the spinning walls of the tunnel, though, death was all but guaranteed. Not only because of the terrible current and the obliterating pressure, but also because causing even the smallest ripple was going to alert the harrowing beings dwelling in the unfathomable depth of the great river of their presence. Staying away from the walls was not challenging at first, but the deeper they descended, the more perilous that situation became. The tunnel grew narrower, while its twists became more frequent and steep with each passing day. Sometimes, it bent so much that the chain breaker flew forward for a while instead of continuously descending. It was as though they were really traveling through the intestines of an unimaginable beast. Worst of all was the fact that the tunnel was not static. It constantly moved, undulating, making it seem as though the walls of spinning water were pursuing the graceful ship. Perhaps they were. Sometimes the water was shrouded in abyssal darkness. Sometimes it shone with blinding light. Nephis steered the ship in the darkness, but when the depths of the great river ignited with beautiful radiance, Cassie had to take the oars. The rest of them were forced to escape to the interior of the flying vessel, leaving her to face the harrowing shapes moving through the radiant water alone. Anyone would have been shaken and mentally strained by having to endure the horror and pressure of those terrible creatures in solitude. Despite that, Cassie remained calm and seemingly unperturbed. Sonny did not know if that was a good sign or not. What he did know, however, was that they would have never survived the journey through the vortex without the chain breaker. They would have been long swallowed by the great river if Cassie had not repaired the enchantment circuit as well. As it was, Sunny felt that they would, perhaps, make it to the other side of the vortex unscathed. Days passed in tense silence. The deeper they descended, the more palpable the pressure assaulting their minds was. The abyssal darkness was suffocating, and the radiant light was dreadful. More than that, at some point the world itself became strange, playing tricks with their minds. Time was growing convoluted and elusive, as if it too was being crushed by the oppressive weight of the water surrounding them. Sunny and Nephis, who had already experienced something similar in the time storm, were less affected by this strangeness than the other members of the cohort. However, eventually, they too grew accustomed to the eerie unstableness of time. With time, space had also become unreliable. At first, Sunny thought that it was the chain breaker's flight that had lost its smoothness, making the flying ship shake and shudder from time to time. Sometimes it would jerk, and sometimes it would sway. But then he realized that it was the fabric of reality itself that had become twisted. He understood it while carrying a cup of tea, brewed with the invigorating water of the endless spring, to Nephis. Usually, a walk from the lower deck entrance to the stern would have taken him less than a minute, and a few dozen steps. However, this time, Sunny counted at least several hundred steps before reaching the runic circle. The tea he was carrying was still hot and steaming, though. That is not good. He stared at the teacup in his hand, then at Nephis, who was steering the ship without seemingly having noticed anything strange. What if it was not the deck that had been stretched like a rubber band, but one of us? What if the space between the ship and the walls of the tunnel suddenly contracted? Suddenly, the surrounding darkness seemed much more terrifying. But there was nothing any of them could do about it. Worrying about being torn apart by fractured space was not going to do him any good either. So Sunny distracted himself by concentrating on weaving. After around 7 cycles of darkness and light, he couldn't tell exactly how many because of how strange time had become. He successfully altered the capacious chest enchantment of the covetous coffer to allow it to store living beings. He had not copied the weave of a supreme memory, but rather borrowed a few elements from it. Sadly, it was a futile effort. Sunny might have changed the weave of the enchantment to remove the limitation on inanimate objects, but he was nowhere near knowing how to integrate a livable space into the chest's storage space. There was no meadow, no forest, and no river inside of it, which meant that there was also no light, no water, and no air there. There was nothing at all. So unless he wanted a living being to suffocate to death, placing them inside was out of the question. Theoretically, he was able to hide his shadows in the covetous coffer now, since they did not need to breathe. However, Sunny struggled to imagine why he would want to do such a thing. Maybe to punish them for misbehaving. He did not share these thoughts with the shadows, but they still started to avoid the toothy chest for some reason. Time slowly passed. Or maybe it was passing quickly. All Sunny knew was that the depths of the great river seemed more and more dreadful each time he looked into the abyssal darkness. Even Cassie was starting to look unnerved. The tunnel was not getting narrower anymore. However, its twists and turns were becoming wilder. And then one day, the chain breaker seemed to stop. Sunny was startled as the familiar feeling of motion completely disappeared. Standing up from where he was sitting, he noticed the other members of the cohort looking perplexed. Then he heard Neph's stifled yelp. Looking at the stern, he saw her gripping the steering oars so hard that her hands had turned white. She was moving both oars in a strange manner, not slowly and smoothly, like usual, but instead forcefully and with a sense of urgency. What the hell? Why was Nephis even moving the oars if they were standing still? Looking at the walls of the tunnel, Sunny flinched. The walls had turned into a blur. The chain breaker was frozen in place, but the tunnel itself was flying past it at tremendous speed. The twists and turns that Nephis had been cautiously navigating were now flashing past them, forcing her to steer the ship as fast as she could, and much faster than that even if they wanted to survive. Doesn't make any sense. Sunny was confused for a moment. How could the flying ship both remain in place and be steered around the bends of the tunnel? It was as if the world itself was being spun and moved by Neph's hands. But then again, when was the last time the world made any sense? Perhaps the static position of the chain breaker was simply a matter of perspective. Perhaps they were simply being carried by some unfathomable, eerie force. What did it matter? The only thing that mattered was for Nephis to guide them through the swiftly moving tunnel. And she did. Completely focused, she guided the chain breaker, not allowing the water to swallow it. A minute passed, then another, then another. Then an eternity. Suddenly, the tunnel disappeared. Something flashed, blinding Sonny, and was then replaced by darkness. He could feel motion once again. In fact, he could feel a lot of motion. It was as if the chain breaker had been shot from a catapult. Their speed was so dreadful that he was instantly blown back a dozen meters, and only managed to remain on the ship by clutching at the railing. Damn! Sonny felt a tremendous force pushing him back, and a hurricane wind crashing into him with primal fury. All he could do was grit his teeth and hold on for his dear life. Slowly, their speed decreased. Nephis, who had been pressed into the apluster, pushed one of the oars and rolled the ship. It was only then that Sonny realized that the chain breaker had been flying upside down. As the flying ship revolved around its axis, Sonny fell on the deck and weakly picked himself up. It seemed that they had escaped the vortex. Chapter 1486, Colorful Ribbon. 1486, Colorful Ribbon. The chain breaker was still flying at high speed in the direction it had been expelled from the vortex. Thankfully, Nephis had rolled the ship in time, preventing the members of the cohort FR. Plummeting down, but Sonny was still pressed into the deck, struggling to stand up. The world was dark, with only the soft glow of the sacred tree illuminating it. Finally, he rose to his feet, swayed slightly, and called out in a stifled voice. Is everyone alive? He could see Nephis nearby. She was safe. Looking across the deck, he noticed Effie leaning on the sacred tree, a startled expression on her face. Luckily, the huntress did not look injured. Jet was a bit further away. It seemed that she had used the fifth form of her mist blade, the scythe, as a hook to keep herself in place. Her icy blue eyes were alert and focused. Cassie had been sleeping in her cabin when the strange event happened, so she was definitely fine. The blind girl might have suffered a few bruises, but she wouldn't have been thrown overboard. I'm fine. Alive is a strong word. Hearing Effie and Jet answer his question, Sonny let out a relieved sigh. Almost at the same time, Cassie appeared from below the deck, looking a bit haggard. With each member of the cohort accounted for, he relaxed a little. They seemed to have escaped the dreadful whirlpool. At least it looked that way. The twisting tunnel was gone, replaced by a vast empty space. The oppressive feeling Sonny had felt in the depths of the great river was gone, too, and time seemed to be flowing naturally as well. Space was a bit strange. Sonny struggled to describe the wrongness he felt, but it was definitely there. Humans, after all, were not meant to perceive the fabric of space. Why would they, considering that it was meant to be constant and immutable? But many immutable concepts had become vague with the descent of the spell. Especially here in the tomb of Ariel, many things that he had considered absolute had proven to be less than reliable. The existence of the tomb was in and of itself a paradox, considering that it contained an entire world. Nevertheless, even though Sonny could not perceive the fabric of space, he could still sense that something was wrong with it. He just could not explain what. What is going on? No, first, where are we? There was no sound of the water splashing against the hull of the chain breaker, no sunlight, no glow that suffused the great river at night. There was only darkness, silence, and wind. Frowning, Sonny glanced at Nephis. She was still holding the steering oars, but at the moment there was nothing for her to do. The ship was still flying, rising, due to inertia, and it was impossible to control it until that inertia dissipated. He studied her face, making sure that Nephis was all right, and then looked behind her. There was nothing there, only a vast, boundless darkness. The wind played with her beautiful silver hair. Neph looked at him, too. She hesitated for a few moments, then said cautiously, I think we have left the vortex. That was self-evident. No, actually, it was not. Nobody knew what was at the heart of the great river, so there could very well be a vast empty space inside it. However, somehow, Sonny did not feel as if they were buried under an inconceivable mass of flowing water. So what then? Had they reached the bottom of the great river? If so, then why had they been thrown up instead of being thrown down? In fact, the chain breaker was still rising, even though the speed of its ascent was growing slower and slower with each second. What the hell happened? Nephis looked uncertain. She frowned, struggling to find an answer, and eventually said with no confidence in her tone, "I'm not sure. It felt as if we had crossed a boundary of some sort. You saw what happened next yourself." She wanted to say something else, but then suddenly froze. A few moments later, her eyes widened a little. Nephis raised a hand and pointed at something. "Sonny, behind you." Sonny knew that there was nothing immediately behind him. Otherwise, he would have felt it through shadow sense. Frowning, he turned around and looked into the darkness beyond. It was just as empty as what he had seen before, but when he shifted his gaze lower, Sonny grew still. "What am I looking at?" There was nothing behind Nephis, but in the direction where he was currently looking, something floated in the darkness. It was like a colorful ribbon painted in lilac, azure, and crimson, with parts of it drowning in shadows. 7 small motes of light slowly moved through the darkness around it, making for a beautiful sight. The ribbon created a circle, its surface twisted on itself like a M-B strip. It took Sonny a few moments to realize what the ribbon was. It's the Great River." His eyes widened as well. Because there was nothing but emptiness between the chain breaker and the colorful ribbon, it was all but impossible to determine distance, and therefore scale. However, he knew. Lilac, azure, and crimson were the 3 regions of the Great River: dawn, day, and dusk. The 7 little motes of light were the 7 suns, the areas of T. The ribbon where the light of the suns did not reach were shrouded in shadows. However, at least one sun was always on the opposite side of the ribbon, its light penetrating the mass of water and making the water glow. The chain breaker was far, far away from the Great River, and the empty darkness around them was the interior of the tomb of Ariel. However, Sonny forgot all about the Black Pyramid and its creator. His eyes were locked on the beautiful ribbon, which twisted on itself like a M-B strip. His whole body shuddered, and his face turned deathly pale. His heart was suddenly consumed by dread. His mind was deathly still. His lips trembled. Sonny felt like he was suffocating. It's a loop. The great river twisted on itself, flowing endlessly, its surface never interrupted. The great river, the entirety of it, was an infinite loop. Chapter 1487, The Source. 1487, The Source. Sonny stared at the distant great river, frozen in place. His face was motionless. However, there was a storm raging in his mind. Fragmented truths that he had learned, witnessed, and experienced in the tomb of Ariel were moving, colliding with each other, and clicking in place with a dreadful noise. The inconceivable truth of their nightmare was slowly revealing itself. From start to finish, it was all. He was suddenly overcome with fear. Shifting his gaze slightly, Sonny studied the beautiful ribbon that twisted on itself, forming an infinite loop. Deep crimson, vibrant azure, soft lilac, the 7 suns shining in the darkness. It was like a dream. How can this be? How can the great river flow in a circle? But then again, of course, it could. In hindsight, it made so much sense. There had always been a paradox in how the great river was described. Because it was always described as endless, Sonny had not paid it much attention before, assuming that the word was simply there to provide flavor. But he should have known better. The spell was always deliberate with its choice of words. The description of the stifled scream read, "A great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past." But how could a river of time be endless? The past wasn't infinite. If the great river really flowed into the past, anyone sailing it would reach the point beyond the origin of time eventually. So, by definition, it could not flow endlessly. Only it could. Because its estuary was also its source within the tomb of Ariel, the past was connected to the future, creating a single whole. The proof was right in front of him. There was a reason why the nightmare creatures populating the great river were most powerful in the far reaches of the past, near the estuary, and in the far reaches of the future, where Sonny had initially come from. The two were one and the same. He frowned, then shook his head. No, wait, that doesn't make sense. If the great river was an infinite loop, and the past turned into the future, having no end. Then what about the estuary? The existence of the estuary was also undeniable. Not only was it mentioned in the descriptions of the stifled scream and the shroud of graceless dusk, but it was the reason why the seekers of truth had come to the tomb of Ariel as well. They had come to find the secrets that the demon of dread had hidden in the estuary of the great river. The hideous truth he had wished to be free of. And when Alethea, the first seeker, had finally found it, the defilement was born. The whole purpose of the great river was to reach a point before time existed, before the gods were born, and therefore outside their control. At least that was what Sunny and Nephis believed. So how could there be no estuary? The estuary exists. Shifting his gaze, Sunny studied the length of the beautiful ribbon. From this distance, he could not really see the current of the great river, but he did see a few things. For example, a stretch of it was shrouded in boiling clouds, which gave birth to immense cyclones. That was the area of the river that corresponded to the end days of the Doom War, while the cyclones were the time storms it created. The colossal whirlpool where Alethea's island had been situated was hidden from view, but Sunny saw a tiny speck on the crimson layer of the twisting ribbon. That was fallen grace. He thought he saw another city on the lilac layer. That had to be twilight. The second most noticeable anomaly, though, was a spot where the surface of the great river was obscured by mist. The mist was absolutely impenetrable, covering a considerable length of the river. The flow of time near it seemed restless even from a distance, which meant that it was absolutely devastating up close. Sunny suddenly felt cold, realizing that not only was there an estuary. No, that is impossible. But he had already brushed against it. Something seemed to explode in his head. Of course. Looking at the distant great river, Sunny took a shaky breath. He was remembering the firs. The few days he had spent in the nightmare, drifting on a piece of flotsam in a place shrouded in mist. Back then, everything about the situation had seemed strange and bizarre, so he had never properly questioned where that place was. However, now that he thought about it, even considering the general weirdness of the great river, those first days were especially odd. The mist, the piece of flotsam, and what had happened next. Actually, Sunny had never seen his makeshift raft sailing out of the mist. Instead, he simply heard the water roaring and was thrown underwater when the suddenly furious current overturned the piece of flotsam. By the time he resurfaced, the 7 suns were shining above his head. Most importantly, the mist was nowhere to be seen, upstream or downstream. All around him, there was only the sparkling, dreamlike expanse of the great river, as if the mist had never existed at all. There were also the demented runes carved into the underside of his raft. It was almost as if he had been sent there through time and space, instead of simply being carried downstream by the current. And now, Sunny felt almost certain that that was exactly what had happened. That misty place where he had spent the first few days of the nightmare was the outer boundary of the estuary. It was also the source of the great river. It was a place between the past and the future, where the laws of time were twisted and broken. The entrance to the true estuary, the space that existed beyond time, containing Ariel's secrets, was hidden somewhere in the mist. Alethea had found it, but Sunny simply drifted past, being carried by the current. When the piece of flotsam reached the boundary of the source, he was expelled from it, appearing in the far reaches of the future, in the area of the great river corresponding to the point in time where the person whose role he took had entered the tomb of Ariel. Wait. Sunny was suddenly covered in cold sweat when he remembered a few more details about his time in the mist in the boundary. Hadn't he been tormented by nightmares of madness, despair, and dreadful obsession there? Hadn't he screamed, waking up? No, not again, please. Hadn't the sin of solace inexplicably become perfectly complete and real out there, in the mist? And the great river was a loop. Sunny shuddered. A terrible premonition grasped his heart with icy claws. Sitting on the deck of the chain breaker, he gazed at the distant river and whispered, "The 6 plagues are not the future versions of ourselves." Sunny closed his eyes. They are our past. They are us from the previous revolution of the great river. Chapter 1488, The First Plague. 1488, The First Plague. Sunny felt a headache approaching. Something was very wrong here. How could the 6 plagues exist? The Great River was a time loop, just like Alethia's island had been, but also different. On Alethia's island, time moved in a circle. A single day endlessly repeated itself, and a new cycle started each time that day ended. The Great River, however, was a bizarre place where time and space were one and the same. It flowed from the future into the past, and so those who traveled it were also traveling across time. The cycles of the Great River did not start once a certain period of time passed. They were both a measure of time and a measure of space. To reach a new revolution, a person had to travel all the way to the estuary, which was also the source, and cross the boundary between the past and the future. Then they would be sent to the point in time and space when they had first entered the tomb of Ariel. So, if the chain breaker sailed past Verge and braved the source, the members of the cohort would be sent to different places on the first day after they had entered the nightmare. Sunny would find himself on a piece of flotsam. Nephis would be stranded on the corpse of the black turtle. Cassie would return to fallen grace on the day the other Sibyl succumbed to the defilement. And Jet and Effie would be back to living the harsh lives of the river nomads. Sunny shifted slightly. Still, it did not explain how both the members of the cohort and the 6 plagues could exist at the same time. If their version from the previous cycle had braved the source, on purpose or by accident, while searching for the entrance into the estuary, they would have disappeared. More than that, the plagues had been rampaging across the Great River for decades, perhaps even centuries. How could that be? Well, why not? There's all kinds of weirdness happening with time in the tomb of Ariel. Do I really want to doubt that something like that is possible? Especially now that Sunny knew about the source, a misty place where the past and the future met, and where the meaning of time lost all reason. He could not be surprised by anything. What would happen, for example, if someone entered the source, but then turned back and left the way they had come instead of cross? In the boundary of the future, what would happen if they left from a different point than where they had entered? What would happen if they stayed inside the source for a while, allowing the current to move past them? He did not know. Sunny did know one thing, however. The method of starting a new revolution might have been different from Alethia's island, but its effect would be the same. Once someone returned to the past, their memory of the previous cycle would be erased. Their soul would be restored to how it had been before. No signs of them having traveled the Great River in the past would remain. Which meant... Sunny shivered. Not again, please. The words he had shouted while waking up, on the first day in the nightmare, echoed in his ears. How many times have we challenged this nightmare? The existence of the 6 plagues proved that there had been at least 2 cycles, but there could have been more. 10 cycles, 100 cycles, 1,000 cycles. There was no way to tell. Since no one remembered the previous revolutions, nothing would change when a new one started. They would repeat the same actions over and over again, just like Jet had fought and been killed by undying slaughter over and over again. Until Sunny arrived and became aware of the loop. Suddenly, he felt his heart beating wildly. Wait. Despite being trapped in the time loop of Alethia's island, Sunny had eventually gained the ability to remember the previous revolutions. He did not know how long it had taken, but at some point, he was assaulted by a persistent sense of déjà vu and then became fully aware of the loop. That was because the sin of solace was stuck in his mind, and the loathsome sword wraith was somehow immune to the effect of the repeating time. Sunny felt that he was on the verge of realizing something extremely important. The sin of solace. The Mad Prince was haunted by the odious apparition as well. So if the cohort was trapped in the infinite loop, didn't it mean that he would have gained the ability to remember the previous cycles of the Great River as well? Damnation. Sunny's eyes widened. The Mad Prince, no, perhaps even in earlier versions of himself, would have realized the cyclical nature of the Great River, and from that point forward, each cycle would have been different. Because Sunny had become a variable, he must have tried to change things. He must have tried to conquer the nightmare desperately, and in such a way that none of the members of the cohorts died. And Nephis survived till the end. But for some reason, he had failed. Or maybe that mission had been doomed from the start. Had he become aware of the grand loop before and after becoming infected by the defilement? The defilement, after all, was knowledge. terrible knowledge that corrupted the souls of those who possessed it. So even if Sonny reached the source and returned into the past after being infected by the defilement, the infection would have returned with him. Had he gone mad under the mental strain of endless loops first? Or had he found the true estuary and been driven insane by the defilement first? Had Sonny been the first of the 6 plagues, and the one who had infected the other 5? In any case, so why do I not remember anything? If my version from the previous cycle was corrupted by the defilement, why is my soul free of it? He flinched. Wasn't the answer obvious? What could cure the infection of cursed knowledge? Oblivion could. In order to be cured, he had to forget the cursed knowledge before returning to the past. The key of the estuary, a mysterious memory that had been there, in his soul, when he found himself in the mist on the first day of the nightmare. A memory that possessed a passive enchantment that did not seem to have any effect on him. An enchantment that consisted of 2 parts, one directed outward, one directed inward, and which had something to do with the sin of solace. Sonny took a deep breath as the truth of the estuary key finally revealed itself. It's a muzzle. The purpose of the mysterious memory was to prevent the sin of solace from sharing any knowledge of the previous cycles with Sonny, so that he never remembered what had happened in the past, and therefore never learned the cursed knowledge of defilement. That was one part of its enchantment. The other, much more burdensome part, was meant to make the estuary key immune to the change of cycles, to make it remain in Sonny's soul even if he crossed the boundary of the source and was sent into the past. That was why the Mad Prince had been so interested in the great tyrant slain by the Serpent King in Alethia's tower. Because the tyrant remained dead no matter how many revolutions passed, its death had been made permanent, carrying over from one cycle of the loop to the next. Back then, the defiled madman must have already been trying to create the estuary key, to cure himself of the defilement and make another attempt. PT to conquer the nightmare. No, not just conquer it, but do it in a specific way. To erase the mistake he had made, or maybe the crime he had committed. Murderer. Sonny gulped for air. At that moment, he realized something else. There were only 3 of the 6 plagues left: Soul Stealer, Torment, and the Dread Lord. The Mad Prince was gone. He did not exist in the tomb of Ariel anymore, because he had crossed the boundary of the source and sent himself into the past. He had become Sonny. Chapter 1489, a variable. 1489, a variable. It had to be true. The Mad Prince must have traveled in time to become Sonny for one simple reason. Sonny could not possess the key of the estuary otherwise. He took a deep breath and grasped his head, feeling dazed. There are answers, too many answers, for once. The turbulent swarm of revelations was yet to settle in his mind, and there was no clear picture. Everything makes sense now, but also nothing makes sense. Sonny felt that he understood the true nature of the Great River. He also understood the sequence of events that had transpired prior to the current cycle. It all came together nicely, except for one glaring inconsistency. The existence of the 6 plagues was a paradox that could not be explained by what he knew. But that was all right. He did not know everything, after all, especially not in a place as bizarre as the tomb of Ariel. However, if Sonny simply accepted the paradoxical existence of the plagues as fact, everything would fall into place. For example, the fact that Windflower had met both the Mad Prince and Sonny, just like Effie, and yet coexisted with devouring beast and undying slaughter. Sonny coexisted with the memories of his previous self. The vile madman was gone, but the scars he had left on the great river remained, like Weave, which he had destroyed, or Anik, whom he doomed to a life of loneliness and loss. So how did it all happen? Sonny contemplated the 3rd nightmare, numb to his surroundings. The first thing he had to admit was that he did not know, and would most likely never learn, what the initial shape of the nightmare had been. The reality of the Great River had been irrevocably changed by the 6 plagues. So, the challenge the original cohort had faced was entirely different. It were the 6 plagues, after all, who had taken control of Verge and led the forces of the defilement to devour the cities of the river people, undoubtedly accelerating the demise of the river civilization. Without them, the cohort might have found many powerful allies to aid them in slaying the first seeker. However, during that first cycle, something had gone wrong. Somehow, the cohort ended up entering the source instead of laying siege to Ver. No, not quite right. It was possible that everyone had entered the source, but not necessarily so. Sonny could have attempted to find the estuary alone for some reason, but he definitely had entered the mist and crossed the boundary. That was how the first cycle had ended. And therefore, an unknown number of cycles began. Eventually, influenced by the hideous truth enchantment of the Sin of Solace, Sonny had grown immune to losing his memory of the past cycles, becoming a variable. A single variable that broke the system, introducing chaos to a predetermined flow of events. At that point, several things could have happened. Perhaps he continued to search for a way to conquer the nightmare and preserve the lives of his companions, failing cycle after cycle and eventually going mad. Perhaps, guided by unknown reasons, he continued to search for the entrance to the estuary that was hidden somewhere in the midst of the source. Perhaps, by then, he was already infected by the cursed knowledge of the defilement. In any case, eventually, there came a time when Sonny was returned to the beginning of the nightmare, already harboring the seed of corruption in his mind. And that, of course, changed everything. The other members of the cohort were infected by the defilement as well. Nephis died at their hands. Kneeling on the deck of the chain breaker, Sonny shivered. His face was deathly pale. What happened next then? It was obvious. The Mad Prince was released from Shadow Bond, finally fulfilling his wish, becoming free. However, his freedom did not last long. Ironically, the madman was enslaved by one of the people he had surrendered to the defilement, Kai. Then, the corrupted cohort found a new goal: to conquer the nightmare and be released into the real world by obliterating the river people civilization. And so, they somehow found a way to travel into the distant past, to the days long before the first day of the nightmare, and at the same time became foreign invaders of the new cycle. Sonny did not know how, but he had an inkling that the source and the estuary were somehow responsible for the birth of this bizarre and eerie paradox. Over time, the members of the corrupted cohort grew stronger, eventually transcending, or rather, falling deeper into corruption. Anank had already told Sonny that it was possible for those who followed the path of ascension to reach transcendence without conquering a third nightmare. Similarly, it was possible for fallen nightmare creatures to become corrupted. The fallen terror of the Crimson Spire, for example, had been evolving into a corrupted titan when Nephis killed her. The former members of Neph's cohort achieved a similar feat inside the tomb of Ariel. And thus, the 6 plagues were born. They subjugated Verge and led the forces of the defilement to annihilate the river people. Even Twilight, the city of challengers led by the Serpent King, fell to their insidiousness and might. They should have conquered the nightmare decades ago, by all accounts. If not for the Mad Prince. An eerie, twisted smile appeared on Sonny's lips. Conquering the nightmare was what the Dread Lord wanted, but it was not what his slave wanted. And so, the vile madman conspired against his master. It seemed that the Mad Prince was still harboring a desperate obsession, one that had nothing to do with spreading the defilement to every corner of the tomb of Ariel, obliterating the river civilization, or unleashing the 6 plagues into the real world. Sonny did not know what that obsession was, but he could guess. Be careful of what you wish for. Those were the words that the Mad Prince had carved into the piece of flotsam drifting in the mist of the source, over and over again, with his nails. It wasn't hard to guess that he regretted fulfilling his wish. What did Sonny want? To be free. That wish of his had killed Nephis. He shuddered. The Mad Prince, that bastard, was that what he wanted to achieve? To rewrite history and ensure that Nephis survives. Perhaps. And so, the Mad Prince started scheming as he prepared for the arrival of the members of the cohort. He trapped undying slaughter and devouring beast on Alethia's island. He had met with Wind Flower and learned how to create the estuary key. He massacred Weave, and then sent a dream message to Anank, instructing her to meet Sonny and Nephis in the far reaches of the future when the time came. And gods knew what else. Sonny simply did not know the extent of preparations the Mad Prince had undertaken to ensure that, In this cycle, the events of the nightmare went exactly as he planned. The reality of the great river had already been entirely changed from how it had originally been by the existence of the 6 plagues, and the vile madman manipulated it even more, purposefully setting the stage for his future self. And then, when all the preparations were done, he simply entered the source and ceased to exist, transferring the estuary key to Sunny, ensuring that he would not be poisoned by the defilement immediately after entering the nightmare, unlike how it had happened in the previous cycles. And here they were. Sunny let out a long sigh. That treacherous madman. Chapter 1490, No Bounds. 1490, No Bounds. Truly a treachery that knew no bounds. Sunny had succumbed to the defilement and betrayed the cohort, only to betray them once again once they were made into the 6 plagues by him, killing one of his masters in the process and weaving countless schemes to destroy the other. He did not really know how to feel about it. Was he supposed to be proud of or appalled by his former self? I might have to stop resenting the spell for calling me that. In any case, he felt a deep sense of regret, because he wouldn't be able to strangle the mad bastard with his own 2 hands. Sunny sighed. Well, there it was, the truth. Of course, there were still many things that made little sense, or no sense at all. The most obvious of them, of course, was the paradoxical existence of the 6 plagues, who had not only traveled to the distant past of the river civilization, but also lingered in the tomb of Ariel despite the start of a new cycle. They really broke all the rules. Sunny also did not know where the Mad Prince had found the chain breaker before arranging for it to be discovered by him and Nephis. He also did not know why the vile madman destroyed Weave, denying them the support of the followers of Weaver, and many other things. Some of them he was probably never going to learn. But it was all right. The tomb of Ariel had never been a place that could be fully understood by a mere mortal, and he already knew the general shape of things. So what? That knowledge really did not change anything at all. Their goal remained the same: travel to Twilight, retrieve Kai and Mordred, then gather whatever strength they can and attack Verge to slay the first Seeker. If anything, that goal had only become less impossible to achieve. Not only were 3 of the 6 plagues already off the board, but there was no telling what else the Mad Prince had arranged to help the cohort conquer the nightmare. Were the rest of the plagues even alive? Perhaps he had already dealt with them, the same way he had dealt with devouring beast and undying slaughter. What is this weird feeling? It is as if I'm being helped by myself from beyond the grave, and not only that, but that dead version of me is also a truly dreadful nightmare creature. Had a more bizarre sentence ever been spoken? Although technically, Sunny did not speak it aloud, and the Mad Prince was not technically dead, just erased from existence by traveling back in time. Yeah, that definitely does not sound just as bizarre. At that moment, Sunny realized that he had been kneeling on the deck of the chain breaker for quite some time, staring at the distant great river and spacing out. It must have been quite a strange sight. Before he could look around, however, a shadow fell on him. Raising his head, Sunny saw the Sin of Solace, who was looking at him with a dark expression. Fool, are you done acting like an idiot? Oh, wow. Judging by your stupid expression, that idiot brain of yours finally managed to digest some information. Pathetic. How long has it taken you to realize something that should have been apparent on day 1? Sunny stared at the sword wraith, then smiled darkly. I know, you rotten bastard. How many times have you poisoned me with the defilement? Indeed, the Sin of Solace was the reason Sunny had become the Mad Prince. But strangely enough, the sword wraith was also the reason why the Mad Prince had managed to preserve a shred of lucidity, keeping him forever torn between 2 mutually exclusive states, and therefore forever in agony. How sinister. Sunny's eye twitched. Answer me, you piece of trash. The Sin of Solace stared at him, fury burning in his eyes. He clearly wanted to say something, but he couldn't. The estuary key forbade him. Not only that, but it also prevented the innate connection that Sunny shared with the splintered piece of his mind from serving as a conduit for subconscious knowledge about the previous cycles of the Great River and the secrets of the estuary. And on top of that, that memory was the first one Sunny had ever seen that functioned even without being summoned. Its passive enchantment was in effect despite the estuary key resting within his soul, both silencing the sword wraith and preventing time from influencing the jagged piece of black rock. Amazing! Just how skilled of a sorcerer had he become after countless years of being a corrupted titan? Sunny sighed. It did not matter, the cost was much too high. It was unbearable. Nevertheless, the key of the estuary was a promise of what he could potentially achieve, one day. Right, the others might be concerned about me suddenly going catatonic. Or maybe they were petrified by dire revelations of their own. Looking back, Sunny saw the members of the cohort. Cassie was staring at the distant ribbon of the great river, her expression distant. She must have realized the same things Sunny had, perhaps even more. Nephis was even more expressionless than usual. She seemed to have grasped the truth as well. Jet and Effie, however, knew less about the tomb of Ariel. It did not appear that they were interested in the sight of the great river at all. Instead, they were on the opposite side of the chain breaker, staring into the darkness beyond. By then, the inertia carrying the flying ship forward had mostly dissipated. They were slowing down. Nephis sighed. So that is what the vortex is. Sunny glanced at her in confusion. What? She pointed at the great river. It's flat, although its shape makes it so that the entirety of the river is one plane, there are actually two sides to it. The tunnel we traveled through is simply a passage that connects one side to the other. In other words, we did not descend to the bottom of the great river. We simply passed through it, emerging from the other side. And at some point, they were catapulted out of the vortex at such a tremendous speed that the chain breaker soared high above the surface of the river. How long was it going to take them to come back? Sunny winced. We don't even know how long we spent on Alethia's island. Months could have passed, years, even before I became aware of the loop. Was Kai doing fine? What about Fallen Grace? How were that brat Kronos and its other residents faring? We need to return as soon as possible. There was also Effie and her baby. Sunny did not know what would happen if she gave birth within the seed. Would the baby, who had been conceived in the waking world, be a riverborn or an outsider? What would happen to it after they conquered the nightmare? Children are resilient. There was a reason why the spell infected young people. Young souls were much more malleable and could withstand the awakening better. Of course, no infant had even been sent into the first nightmare, so there was no telling what would happen. This was not a first nightmare either, it was the third. If they conquered it, would Effie's child become a Psy? NT as an infant, or would the child's soul collapse under the strain of transcendence? Sunny did not know. Damnation. He remained silent for a while, then shook his head. It's going to be fine. I refuse to believe that it won't. Just as he thought that, Effie suddenly cursed. In the next moment, Jet yelled, "Stop this damned ship right now." Chapter 1491, Dark Boundary. 1491, Dark Boundary. Sunny the sails. Before Jet's shout even faded, Cassie and Sunny were already moving. He called upon the shadows to raise the sails of the chain breaker while she rushed to the runic circle. Nephis turned to look into the darkness, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. What kind of disaster have we stumbled into now? Grasping the steering oars, Cassie skillfully turned the ship to borrow the force of the wind. At the same time, the runic circle ignited, absorbing strands of her essence. Now that the enchantment circuits were repaired, it was not to power the sorcery of the ancient vessel, but simply to control it. Finally, the chain breaker came to a halt, hovering in the boundless darkness of the tomb of Ariel. Sunny approached Jet and Effie, tracing their gazes into the distance. What is the matter? His voice faltered. Out there far away. The world ended. It was hard to see, even for Sunny, because the end of the world was perfectly black, barely distinguishable from the darkness that surrounded them. But still, there was a vast, seemingly endless surface in front of them, stretching in all directions as far as the eye could see, like a boundary of the world. Smooth and lusterless, like polished stone. It took him a moment to realize what he was looking at. It's the inner wall of the pyramid. The endless black boundary was just that, the wall of Ariel's tomb, seen from the inside. However, it dwarfed anything he had ever seen. The towering walls of the dark city were like a speck of dust in front of it. The great ramparts of Falcon Scott were like sand. Looking at the endless black wall, Sonny was stunned by its sheer magnitude. For a moment, he wondered, was the interior of the pyramid truly large enough to encompass an entire realm, or was it him who had been reduced to the size of an ant? Well, in any case, Jet's warning had come in time. The chain breaker was not going to crush into the endless wall of black stone anymore. They had already stopped, and there was plenty of distance between them and the boundary of Ariel's dreadful world. But then a slight frown appeared on his face. Turning to Jet, Sonny remained silent for a moment. He could see the surface of the wall because of how special his sight was. She, however, did not share his ability to see in the darkness. So how had Jet and Effie known to warn them? What is it? The huntress was looking forward with a somber expression. She remained silent for a moment, then grimaced. Can't you smell it? It reeks of nightmare creatures. Sonny slowly shook his head and glanced at Jet, raising an eyebrow. Her icy blue eyes were radiating a chilling cold. There are souls, powerful souls, far ahead. Soul Reaper was usually easygoing and relaxed, but now her expression was grave. Seeing it, Sonny felt a shiver run down his spine. His frown deepened. Jet wouldn't be wary of just any soul. What kind of power? Cursing inwardly, he turned to the distant black boundary and strained his eyes, trying to discern something, anything, to understand what was threatening them. Knowing that Sonny had the best chance of discovering the hidden threat, the rest of the cohort fell silent. What is it? I can't see anything. Now that his initial shock of witnessing the inner wall of the tomb had subsided, Sonny could study it in more detail, not that there was a lot to study. It was just a solid black surface, stretching endlessly into the darkness. He was too far away to notice anything else. Well, if there was one thing, it was that the wall was not smooth, as he had initially thought. Rather, it was uneven, as if covered in countless ridges and bumps. Those ridges and bumps looked tiny from afar, but they should be dozens, if not hundreds of meters across. Sonny peered at the irregularities, thinking. There might be something hiding in the seams. Maybe there are caves in the stone. I don't see any entrances, though. Then he suddenly froze. Out there on the wall of the Black Pyramid, something had just moved. The movement was tiny, and at the very periphery of his vision, so if Sonny had not been looking at the wall of Ariel's tomb intently, he would not have noticed it. Turning his head slightly, he stared at a particular spot. What was it? He still couldn't see any creatures hiding in the recess between the strange, irregular ridges. Then his perception shifted slightly. It was just a mundane shift, like concentrating on a near object instead of a distant one, as well as a mental one, like trying to perceive something as a part of a whole instead of a separate entity. It was at this moment that Sonny's hair stood on end, and his face became as pale as that of a ghost. Instantly petrified, he swayed slightly. Damnation! Powerful souls! There was nothing hiding in the recesses of the endless wall. There were no caves hidden between the bumps and ridges where dreadful abominations could dwell. Instead, the entire surface of the wall was covered by abominations, who clung to it like moths. The bumps and ridges were the edges of millions of black wings. The inner wall of Ariel's tomb was obscured by a colossal swarm of numerous dark butterflies. There were myriads of these eerie great monsters resting on the endless black surface, seemingly asleep, but also ready to awaken if anything disturbed their slumber. Sonny took an involuntary step back. This is the place Song and Valor wanted to conquer. One great monster was a calamity that only a few people in the waking world could quell. But there were countless dark butterflies dwelling inside the Black Pyramid, protecting its boundary, waiting for some fool to set them free. Or maybe waiting to destroy anyone who would try to desecrate the tomb that the demon of dread had built. Sonny shuddered. Ariel, that lunatic, just what did he build, and why? Turning his head slowly, he looked at Cassie with hollow eyes and asked quietly, Cassie, can you extinguish the radiance of the sacred tree? She seemed confused for a moment, then nodded. In the next moment, the beautiful light of the rustling tea grew dimmer, eventually disappearing entirely. Sonny let out a shaky sigh. The lanterns illuminating the chain breaker were extinguished, as well. Soon, the members of the cohort found themselves in absolute darkness. Only Sunny and Cassie could move freely in the absence of light. Unable to look away from the harrowing sight of countless black butterflies crowding the surface of the endless stone wall, he calmed his wildly beating heart and said in a hoarse whisper, "Cassie, take us away from here, back to the river fast as you can." The chain breaker moved, slowly turning its bow. The creaking of the masts, the rustle of leaves, and the ripple of the billowing sails sounded like thunder to his ears. "If they notice us, we die. I have survived many situations in which I had no business surviving, but this one, there's no surviving that." They had to get away. Sonny gritted his teeth and waited. A few moments passed, then a few moments more. A minute. The chain breaker was gliding toward the distant great river, steadily gaining speed. Faster, faster. Sonny never expected that he would be praying to return to the great river one day, but here he was, doing just that. Perhaps someone had heard his prayers. Eventually, the dreadful wall of Ariel's tomb disappeared from view, and the beautiful ribbon of the great river drew closer. 1 chapter today, 3 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 1492, Back to the River. 1492, Back to the River. The chain breaker escaped from the slumbering legion of the monstrous butterflies, traveling further and further away from the endless black surface of the pyramid's wall. Sonny counted the seconds, afraid that a dark cloud would rise into the air and chase them. Tense silence permeated the air, and none of the cohort members spoke. Powerful winds wandered the hollow darkness around them. The space itself was acting strangely, making it feel as if the world was not quite right. The distant ribbon of the great river was drawing nearer at tremendous speed. After a while, he took a deep breath. We should be safe now, right? He wasn't sure. Sonny had thought that he knew a lot about the tomb of Ariel, but now, he felt that the unassuming demon was far more sinister and mysterious than it seemed. And why wouldn't he have been? Ariel did not leave that strong of an impression, true, but that was only in comparison to his 3 harrowing siblings, Weaver, Nether, and Hope. The demon of dread was still a true deity, though a being capable of challenging the gods and tearing down the heavens. Of course, this pyramid of his would be just as dreadful. In fact, it was a testament to how adaptable people were that Sonny had learned to take this terrible place for granted. A tomb built from the body of an unholy titan, containing a mystical river created from the titan's blood. Was he insane to hope that they could escape its boundary unscathed? But in the end, they did escape. None of the dark butterfly had awakened or rushed to pursue them, allowing the chain breaker to freely dive into the darkness. The space itself rippled and flowed, streaming past the flying ship like liquid. It was a strange feeling. They were descending toward the great river much faster than it should have been possible. Eventually, Sonny let out a relieved sigh. We are safe, I think. Hearing him, Cassie allowed the sacred tree to shine once again, and its soft light enveloped the deck. The members of the cohort glanced at each other, their faces full of weariness and fatigue. The last few days had not been easy on them, and the days before that had been even more dire. Jet looked back with a bleak expression. What the hell was there in the darkness? The others looked at Sonny as well. He remained silent for a moment, then shrugged. The wall of the pyramid, and on that wall, countless great monsters crowding its surface like horrid mold. Thankfully, they seemed to be slumbering and none noticed us. The members of the cohort were dismayed, and he could easily understand why. The words countless and great monsters were not supposed to ever appear next to each other, and yet, here in the tomb of Ariel, they did. Seriously, now, I understand why there are only a few dozen saints in the world. Surely this particular third nightmare was more dreadful than the rest, but not by much, most likely. Saint Tyrus, Beastmaster, Bloodwave, Wake of Ruin, and the other Transcendents, all of them had survived harrowing trials similar to this one. Sonny had never underestimated the saints, but he found a new sense of admiration for them. No wonder most of them seemed so distant. Shaking his head, Sonny gazed at the great river and let out a sigh. Anyway, I don't think that there is anyone between us and the river, so we should be safe for now. Without saying anything, they stood together in silence and looked at the colorful ribbon that floated in the darkness far, far away. Eventually, Nephis spoke. Then we need to decide what to do next. The chain breaker hovered in the emptiness, illuminated by the soft radiance of the sacred tree. Saint stood guard on its bow, while Fiend crouched near the runic circle at its stern. A motionless figure in red garments could be seen under the glowing branches. It was the echo of the Sibyl that Cassie had summoned, finally restored after sustaining severe damage on Alethia's island. However, there were no humans in sight. All 5 of them were below the deck, sharing a meal. They were too exhausted to come up with plans, but had no other choice. It was necessary to decide where to land, now that they were returning to the great river. After everyone had satiated themselves, there were a few minutes of silence. Eventually, Sunny spoke. Well, our primary goal remains the same. We need to find Kai and the other guy in Twilight. Hopefully, there will be other fighters there to help us take on Verge. Jet gave him a curious look. Other fighters? I thought that Twilight was destroyed. Sunny hesitated for a few moments. No one really knows what happened to Twilight. Technically, it was not destroyed, just lost. Whatever that means. We had the idea that there might be survivors there simply because otherwise this nightmare seems to be impossible. His expression dimmed. That was before, though. Now any preconceived notions we had about the nightmare are meaningless. We don't even know if the remaining plagues are still alive or how many defiled are left in Verge. Perhaps their power has dwindled enough for the spell to decide that we can handle it all ourselves. No, even that is a fundamentally false assumption, because the balance of forces within the nightmare has been tempered with. As he finished speaking, Cassie added, Our plan was to explore Windflower, Alethia's island, to find you two, then return to Fallen Grace, regroup, and sail for Twilight. However, the situation is a bit different now, because we can reach both cities from up here. We can event travel directly to Verge, not that it's a good idea. Nephis nodded. So what we need to decide today is whether we want to go directly to Twilight or recuperate at Fallen Grace first. Effie and Jet glanced at each other. Neither of them had been to Fallen Grace or knew a lot about Twilight. At the same time, due to the difference in how the members of the cohort had experienced time in the nightmare, they were the most exhausted of the 5. Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie had spent more time inside the tomb of Ariel, but they at least had plenty of downtime between the many harrowing ordeals. Effie and Jet, however, never had an opportunity to rest. After a few moments of silence, Effie smiled. What's the point of delaying the inevitable? Let's go directly to where Knight and that Valor Princeling are. Wait, or is he a Song Princeling now? Anyway, the sooner we get them, the sooner we can escape this damned nightmare. Jet grinned. I agree. I consider myself a very patient woman, you know. I waited for a long, long time to get a chance at transcendence. But now, my patience is running thin. Let's conquer this nightmare as soon as possible. She secretly threw a glance at Effie's belly, but did not add anything else. Sunny sighed. Well then. He looked at Nephis, remained silent for a moment, and nodded. It's unanimous. We are going to Twilight, I guess. Chapter 1493 Sins of the Past. 1493 Sins of the Past. The plan of action was clear. In the next, however long it was going to take, the chain breaker would traverse the empty darkness and return to the great river. They would aim to land as close to Twilight as possible. Granted, no one knew where the lost city was located exactly. All they knew was that it was situated in the reaches of the great river, where the sky was painted lilac by the light of dawn, as well as the general era when it had been established. The latter was inscribed on the slates recovered from the drowned temple. So Cassie was going to guide the chain breaker to the stretch of the river corresponding to that era, and they would explore the currents from there. Sunny felt a bad premonition when he thought about Twilight, and the blind girl seemed troubled as well. Neither knew what was waiting for the cohort there, but whatever it was, 2 things were certain. First, that they were going to face a trial no less dangerous, and most likely far more terrible, than anything they had experienced in the tomb of Ariel yet, which was saying a lot, considering how utterly dreadful Alethia's island had been. Second, that the Mad Prince had to have arranged something to happen in Twilight as well. There were 4 fixed events in each cycle, after all, Nephis and Sunny entering the tomb of Ariel in the far reaches of the future, upstream of Weave, Cassie entering the nightmare in Fallen Grace, Effie and Jet entering the nightmare among the river nomads, and Kai entering the nightmare somewhere near twilight, accompanied by Mordred. It would be strange if the Mad Prince had not included the lost city in his schemes. Something unspeakable is waiting for us there. I can feel it. Sonny's expression was bleak. Nevertheless, he felt strangely hopeful, precisely because the Mad Prince had most likely already done something to give them a chance, no matter how small. Was it arrogance to have faith in the devious nature of his former self? He did not know, and he did not care. Additionally, Sonny had two more hidden advantages. The crown of twilight he wore was going to grant him a nearly inexhaustible reserve of essence in the land, well, waters of constant dawn. More than that, it was a key to the defensive arrays of twilight. All he had to do to gain control of them was reach Daron's throne room. He and Nephis were two of the most powerful masters in history, and their power only became greater when they were together. Jet received her aspect legacy, while Effie could inspire all three of them with her ascended ability and support the cohort from the back with javelins. There was Cassie, as well, the unassuming seer who was actually the hidden ace of the cohort. Her affinity to mysteries and revelations could resolve many problems that would otherwise be unsolvable and warn them of the most dire threats in advance. So overall, he judged that their chances of tackling Twilight were not bad. Right now, however, Sonny hid his face behind a cup of tea and furtively studied the faces of his companions. There was another conversation they had to have. He sighed. This is silly. They had not discussed the revelations about the nature of the Great River, the true identity of the 6 plagues, and his own role in all that had happened yet. It was indeed stupid to feel ashamed of the actions of his defiled past version, but he was. How did one go about telling his friends that he had turned them all into nightmare creatures in the past life? Or maybe even in countless past lives? It is probably just as awkward as telling the girl you're in love with that you killed her. Sonny coughed. But then again, adding that your evil version betrayed the other, defiled and brutally slaughtered countless innocent people just to create a future where she remains alive, should count for something, right? I mean, it's a bit romantic, right? He suppressed the desire to groan and looked away. What was this insanity? Who else had a life as unhinged as his? Eventually, Sonny sighed. Now let's talk about the Great River itself. You should have realized something after seeing it from afar. I realized a few things as well, and they might very well affect how this nightmare ends. Trying to keep his voice neutral, Sonny shared what he had deduced. The cyclical nature of the Great River, the existence of the source, and how the past and the future were connected through it. The fact that it wasn't their first time challenging the nightmare, the commonalities between the great loop of the river and the artificial loop of Alethia's island. Among those commonalities was his ability to slowly become aware of the repeating nature of time, which led to his eventual defilement, and therefore to the defilement of the rest of the cohort and Neph's death. Lastly, Sonny explained why he thought that the Mad Prince was gone, and how the influence of his demented predecessor was still affecting everything that was happening on the Great River, and in particular to them. He did, however, keep a few things to himself. For example, the fact that the vile madman had been enslaved by the dread Lord, as well as why the Mad Prince had been so obsessed with rewriting the past. In the end, Sonny took a deep breath and said, his voice a bit stifled. So sorry, I guess, for creating the 6 plagues. The other members of the cohort stared at him silently for a while. He winced. You can at least say something, damn it. At that moment, Jet chuckled. What are you apologizing for? It's not your fault. You and I both watched over people who failed their first nightmare and became nightmare creatures. So, you should know better than most that the person is not to be blamed for what the abomination does. Effie looked at him with a mischievous smile. Right, but since we're apologizing for what our evil twins did, sorry for squishing you like a bug. A very small, teeny-tiny. Squishy bug, that's what devouring beast did, right? Should I feel guilty about it as well? Nephis shook her head. We don't know what happened during our first cycle in the nightmare and how you ended up entering the source. Perhaps the rest of us were already dead by then, so you might have saved us all to begin with. The only thing that matters is what happens in this cycle, and making it the last. Cassie didn't say anything and simply nodded. Sonny sighed. He didn't really feel responsible for the actions of the Mad Prince, but it was still nice to know that his companions had his back, no matter what. At that moment, Effie leaned back and said, "On that note, Doofus, can you tell your chest to stop trying to bite my arm off? I know there are still plenty of tasty things inside. I won't take much, well, all of it at least." He laughed. "Go get your own tasty things. Do you think we don't see you wolfing down those berries from your locket without sharing them with anyone?" As the members of the cohort moved past the identity of the Mad Prince and started to discuss the bizarre secrets of the Great River, his gaze brushed past Cassie. The blind girl was listening quietly, cradling a cup of tea in her hands. For a moment, a shadow ran across Sunny's face. He had become aware of the loop on Alethia's island, but hadn't Cassie become aware of it too? Wouldn't the same had happened with the cycles of the Great River then? And unlike him, she didn't have the estuary key to prevent her from remembering. Sunny studied the blind girl for a moment, then shook his head. No, that was impossible. Back on Alethia's island, Cassie must have regained her memories because of being exposed to the sin of solace through him, even if she had never admitted it. So the restriction placed on the sword wraith was protecting her, too. Otherwise, it would be not Cassie, but Torment sitting across the table from him. Watching as the blind girl took a sip of her tea, and then smiled at Effie's joke, he finally allowed himself to relax. There was little time left for them to rest and recuperate. Once the chain breaker reached twilight, Sunny had a feeling that none of them would have an opportunity to rest for a long while. Chapter 1494, The Edge. 1494, The Edge. Standing on the deck of the chain breaker as it barreled through the empty darkness, Sunny felt a strange mix of horror and exhilaration. That was because the distance they had to cover could only be called cosmic. He did not know how far the Great River was from the walls of the pyramid exactly, but it had to be an astronomical number of kilometers, perhaps not as immense as the distance between Earth and the Moon, but of a similar proportion. If so, logically, it would take them years to return. However, space itself was acting strange in the interior of the tomb of Ariel. Judging by how fast the Great River was drawing closer, they were going to reach it in a matter of days or weeks at most. In any case, it didn't stop Sunny from imagining that he was on a spaceship. Come to think of it, can the chain breaker travel through space? It probably could, considering that the force propelling the flying vessel was sorcerous in nature. However, that didn't mean that the helmsman and the passengers would survive space. So this was probably as close as Sunny would ever get to being a taikonaut, a cosmonaut, astronaut, whatever the word was. Not the least because, according to Jet, Earth's orbit hid dangers that even she wasn't qualified to know about. With a sigh, he looked away from the great river and went to sit beneath the branches of the sacred tree. He preferred to spend his time leaning on Anank's ketch, but the sin of solace was less likely to bother him here. Therefore, Sunny reluctantly abandoned his previous spot. With only a few precious days left before they returned, he wanted to concentrate on weaving. There were 5 supreme soul shards inside the covetous coffer, and Sunny still remembered his sincere desire to make the cohort as strong as possible. Sadly, even after studying the soul arsenals of his companions, he didn't find a memory that could be easily elevated to the supreme rank. There were a number of transcendent memories between the 5 of them, but very few that were both suitable and within his ability to modify. The only real exception was the sin of solace. Sunny felt that he could elevate the rank of the cursed giant rather swiftly. However, he was wary of making it any stronger. Before, Sunny had only been concerned about making the sword wraith more powerful. Now, he also had to worry about the relationship between the sin of solace and the estuary key. The sin of solace was a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, while the estuary key was a supreme memory of the 6th tier. Was it really a coincidence that the key was exactly 1 rank and 1 tier above the memory it was meant to suppress? If not, what would happen if this balance was broken by his meddling? Considering that the consequence of failure was becoming infected by the defilement, Sunny did not wish to take unnecessary risks. The Jade Giant was already capable of cutting through great nightmare creatures with the help of the Crown of Dawn, anyway. So Sunny was forced to leave the Supreme Soul Shards to gather dust in the covetous coffer, and turned his attention to the covetous coffer itself instead. He was still researching a way to turn this unique memory of his into half of an echo, which would most likely allow him to make a perfectly fine shadow. Why would he want to turn the covetous coffer into a shadow? Well, for one, both the storage space, the physical size, and the flexibility of what the coffer could be turned into depended on the potency of Sonny's soul. The peculiar memory was already far greater than the small, toothy box it had been once. If Sonny became a transcendent terror, who knew what form the coffer would be able to assume? Apart from that, even after all these years and the countless horrors Sonny had experienced during them, he still remembered the mordant mimic as one of the most vile and troublesome creatures he had ever killed. Plus, the bastard had once belonged to Noctis and could produce soul coins. Who wouldn't want to have a shadow like that? Entertaining himself with such thoughts, Sonny spent a few days blissfully poring over his plans to create an artificial echo, no matter how dysfunctional. They were getting closer and closer to the great river. The distant ribbon slowly grew larger. Soon, it was already covering half of the horizon. The 7 tiny motes of lights turned into furiously radiant spheres, painting the bow of the chain breaker with stark light. Then the great river completely obscured the darkness beyond. At that point, they were not blindly flying forward, but instead aiming for a particular stretch of it. The winds surrounding them were growing stronger, and the light of the 7 suns suffused the air, making it seem as though they were sailing through the sky once again. Finally, after slightly more than a week, they reached the edge. Sonny knew that they had arrived because a flood of essence suddenly entered his soul. Of course, in reality, it was not coming from an outside source. Rather, it was the innate replenishment rate of his cores that had been enhanced by the crown of twilight. In any case, the crown had recognized dawn, and so its mystical enchantment activated. Sighing, Sonny left what he was doing and climbed to the upper deck. There, the members of the cohort had already gathered, looking forward. There, in front of them, a colossal waterfall was plummeting into the abyss, stretching in both directions as far as the eye could see. Painted in the hues of beautiful pink and lilac by the pale light of dawn, the dreamlike clouds of water vapor flowed into the darkness, sparkling with reflected sunlight. The distant roar of the impossible waterfall was like a soft whisper, for now. It was an incredibly beautiful sight. Stunned by the magical beauty, Sonny let out a quiet sigh. Why must this dreadful place be so breathtaking? With that, he glanced at Cassie, who was holding the steering oars. Guided by her hands, the chain breaker soared above the waterfall, flew above the water for a few hours more, and finally landed on the surface of the great river. They had returned. Chapter 1495, Still Water. Sonny had begun the nightmare under the pure azure sky. Then he traveled to Fallen Grace, which was bathed in the crimson light of an eternal sunset. Now he finally reached the waters where the soft twilight of nascent dawn suffused the world with a gentle glow. The flowing waters of the great river were like a calm mirror that reflected the dreamlike palette of the vibrant morning sky. As such, it seemed as though the graceful vessel was sailing on heaven itself. It was a beautiful sight that soothed the soul and took one's breath away, if not for the dangers that lurked beneath the splendor of the wondrous current. Cassie had long used the guiding light to point the way to Kai. The fact that the sacred staff still responded to his true name filled Sonny's heart with hope. It meant that his friend was still alive, at least. Now they were traveling downstream in search of the lost city of Twilight, where the charming archer was stranded. The problem was that instead of distancing itself from the edge, the chain breaker was instead drawing closer and closer to it. So they had to be wary not only of the nightmare creatures hiding beneath the waves, but also of the current itself. The closer they were to the edge, the more violent the currents became, trying to pull the ship into the endless waterfall. Even now, a few days of sailing away from it, it was almost impossible to keep the chain breaker on course. In the end, Cassie had given up on struggling against the current and raised the flying ship into the air. They were staying low to the water, flying along its surface, to avoid being attacked from above, or at least have more time to react if an attack came. Of course, such a strategy also left them more vulnerable to the enemies lurking below the water. But after witnessing the dreadful swarm of monstrous butterflies, Sonny was extremely wary of the boundless expanse of the dim sky. Days slowly passed. Sonny continued to advance in his endeavor to turn the covetous coffer into an echo. Gradually, though, his mind drifted away from that riddle, turning somber and grave. His companions wore similar expressions. It was as though they were sensing the approach of a violent storm, a storm of blood, perhaps, of a battle that was going to test the very essence of their resolve and maybe find it lacking. Slowly but surely, the idle conversation ceased. The sounds of laughter that used to echo above the deck of the chain breaker disappeared, replaced by grim silence. An oppressive tension settled on the deck of the graceful vessel. Nevertheless, everyone remained calm and collected, preparing for battle with cold determination. I can smell it." The blood was yet to spill, but its scent had already permeated the air. Strangely enough, very few nightmare creatures attacked their ship, perhaps because even abominations struggled to stay alive this close to the edge. As the days went by, however, their numbers dwindled even further until none remained at all. That was definitely both strange and worrisome. No place in the tomb of Ariel was supposed to be safe, and since even nightmare creatures were reluctant to venture into these waters, humans like them had to be wary as well. On the seventh day, they finally saw something rising from above the surface of the river. As the chain breaker drew closer and they could see the massive object more clearly, Sunny frowned. It was the carcass of an abominable leviathan, its body covered by a pale carapace. The flesh of the nightmare creature had long rotten away, leaving behind only an empty husk. A forest of arrows was rising from the cracked shell, and there were broken harpoons floating in the water around it. There were gaping holes littering the carapace, as well, as if someone had torn through it with sharp teeth, ripping out huge chunks of flesh in the process. Sunny thought that he recognized the marks left behind by those monstrous fangs. Did Daron kill this abomination? It would make sense, considering that they were close to his city. There was something eerie about the dead nightmare creature, though. Why is it still here? This close to the edge, a powerful current pulled everything into the abyss. Judging by the look of the carcass, the abomination had been slain countless years ago, and yet it still remained, somehow floating in place. Even the broken harpoons surrounding it had not been carried away by the water. As he frowned, Nephis spoke to Cassie, her voice carrying a hint of unease. "Don't approach." The blind seer gently pushed the steering oar, sending the chain breaker around the massive carcass. Jet studied it silently for a few moments, then asked, "What do you think happened here?" Sunny pursed his lips. It must have been killed by the Twilight people before the city was lost. I'm not sure why it remains in this strange state, though. They were going to find out sooner or later. Leaving the troubling carcass behind, they continued to follow the guiding light. It wasn't long before they encountered more signs of the past battle. There were more dead nightmare creatures, each more terrifying than the previous one. All kinds of horrors seemed to have attacked Twilight once, a long time ago, only to be slain by the warriors of Daron's city. And these were only the ones who had resisted the pull of the current, for some reason, who knew how many dreadful abominations really participated in the harrowing siege. The corpses were littered with all kinds of wounds. Some had been delivered by crafted weapons, some were clearly delivered by powerful memories. Soam. He seemed to have been dealt to the nightmare creatures by the Serpent King himself, or perhaps one of the saints in his service. They also saw fields of flotsam left behind by shattered ships. The sight of floating debris was both sorrowful and ominous. After traveling across the ancient battlefield for several days, they saw relatively intact ships as well. They were different both from the alloy behemoths of the waking world and the graceful wooden ships of the river people. Their frames were built of wood, but the hulls were plated with armor crafted from bone, shell, and hide from corrupted leviathans. Most were severely damaged, tilted, with gaping breaches in their hulls. Their masts were broken, and the plates of armor covering their sides bore terrible scars. Some were scorched, some seemed to have been partially dissolved by some unknown liquid. In other words, these broken ships looked no different from the corpses of the nightmare creatures their crew had fought against. Dead, abandoned, and forgotten. If there was one thing in common between all of them, though, it was that there was not a living soul aboard. Only bones wearing shredded armor. Everything was dead and silent. Even the waters of the great river grew strangely still, the current almost disappearing. Watching the current stop made Sunny feel a deep sense of unease. He had seen the ceaseless flow of the great river halt only once, all those months ago, in the eye of the time storm. Witnessing something similar happening near Twilight made Sunny wary. Just what the hell happened here? Chapter 1496, Bygone Battlefield. They traversed the old battlefield for several more days. By the end of the second week, there were so many dead nightmare creatures and ghostly ships floating in the still water, surrounded by debris and broken weapons, that it became almost impossible to navigate between them. A strange haze hung in the air, limiting how far they could see. With no other choice, Cassie raised the chain breaker higher and they flew above the scene of harrowing slaughter. The great river was littered with rotten husks of massive abominations, debris, and shattered ships. Shrouded in the somber twilight, they covered the water like a horrid carpet. That carpet stretched into the distance, eventually disappearing in the haze. Sonny was appalled and shaken by this sight. How many people died here? He was no stranger to battlefields, but this one seemed especially somber and poignant. Although there were much less broken ships than there were slain nightmare creatures, this section of the watery battlefield alone must have taken the lives of countless warriors of Twilight. Not all of them had been ascended. After all, desperate to escape a dying world and create an army of saints to reclaim it, Daron had led most of his surviving subjects here, both awakened and mundane. Before the fall, they had been truly numerous. "What is this place?" Effie's voice was low. Nephis glanced at her, then looked back at the dreadful scene. "It's the outskirts of a battlefield. This is where our predecessors, warriors of the Twilight Sea, faced the defiled legion of Verge. The Serpent King had once led his people to besiege the cursed city of Verge, but was forced to retreat after failing to destroy the first Seeker. The forces of the defilement must have launched a war campaign in retaliation, and this was the morbid result." Sonny studied the floating corpses. No wonder the defiled have been slow in obliterating fallen grace. Was it different during the first cycle? I wonder. The 6 plagues and their tainted army might have been the victors of the siege of Twilight, but the casualties they had sustained were immeasurably severe. Verge did not possess an infinite number of soldiers, after all. With how many of the defiled abominations seemed to have perished here, in the haze of dawn, there would not be enough of them left to continue an aggressive conquest. Was it different during the first cycle? I wonder. Perhaps without the 6 plagues, Twilight would still be standing. Same for Weave and some of the cities ruled by the Sibyls. The cohort would have been able to travel across the great river, slowly gathering allies and building a vast army to destroy Verge. Sonny and Nephis would have obtained the support of the followers of Weaver. Cassie would have become the saint of the river people. Jet and Effie would have gathered the tribes of the river nomads. And Kai would have earned the trust of the King of Twilight with Mordred's help. But maybe not. Maybe Twilight had always been destined to fall before the new challengers arrived, and the Serpent King had always been destined to descend into madness and become a mindless beast. In any case, that past was gone now, and there was no way to uncover its secrets. Instead, Sonny had to carry the weight of King Daron's crown and of Windflower's trust to finish what the people of the Twilight Sea age. Ad started. He gritted his teeth. "I'll use your gifts well. Let's proceed." Guided by the light of the sacred relic of the Sibyls, the chain breaker flew above the carpet of dreadful corpses, the broken ships, and the forests of broken weapons. The edge was drawing closer and closer. They could not see far because of the haze, but the wind brought with it distant whispers. The endless waterfall was not that far by now. Cassie had lowered the speed of the flying ship to a crawl, afraid that something would unexpectedly attack them from below. This way, at least, they would notice an approaching threat in advance. Sonny was peering into the distance when a swift shadow suddenly fell from the sky and a black crow landed on Jet's shoulder. Her echo had been scouting ahead and seemed to have brought news. Soul Reaper looked at Crow and raised an eyebrow. "What did you find?" The crow opened its wings and cawed. "Shiny, shiny." Jet frowned. "Shiny, you found something shiny." The echo stared at her for a couple of moments, then clicked its beak and flew into the air again. Jet glanced at Cassie. "We should probably follow." The blind girl hesitated for a bit, then moved the oar, leading the chain breaker away from the direction where the guiding light was pointing. They continued to fly in the direction which used to be downstream, at the same time moving closer to the edge. After some time, a towering edifice revealed itself from the haze. Unlike the carcasses of the Leviathans, the structure was clearly made by human hands. A mighty wall rose high above the water, crowned with battlements. The base of the wall was littered with massive spikes, as if to prevent the nightmare creatures from reaching it. There were plenty of dead abominations impaled on these spikes. Several enormous chains stretched into the distance from both sides of the structure, disappearing into the haze. It was a floating fortress. Sonny studied the fortress, impressed by how imposing it looked in the dim twilight of the early dawn. However, for every spike that remained whole, more were bent or broken. Most of the massive chains that had been connected to the sides of the fortress once were torn and covered by rust. The mighty walls were breached and had partially collapsed. The battlements were littered with human bones, with tattered flags hanging lifelessly in the forlorn stillness. The ghost fortress stood empty and conquered, and only the rare rattling of rusty chains broke the hollow silence that surrounded it. Crow was heading directly to the battlements. Landing on the parapet of a partially collapsed bastion, the black bird raised its beak and cawed loudly. Its caws echoed above the water, spreading far and wide. Frowning slightly, Cassie brought the chain breaker to a halt. The members of the cohort gathered on the bow, studying the breached fortress. The guiding light was still pointing away from it, so why a jet's crow brought them here? Sonny was just about to speak when he noticed something from the corner of his eye. Out there, atop the collapsed bastion, something had just shined brightly. Turning his head, he narrowed his eyes with a frown. What is it? A moment later, there was a bright shine again, but it disappeared almost immediately. There was a skeletal corpse in polished steel armor laying on the battlement, its back leaning against the locking mechanism of one of the chains. As the chain swayed in the water, the corpse was pushed lightly up and down. When it moved, soft sunlight reflected from the polished surface of its breastplate, almost as if inviting them to come. Sonny tilted his head. That armor. It was mostly covered in grime, but some of it was clean, revealing lustrous, polished steel. That steel was so perfectly polished, in fact, that it was almost like a mirrors. He took a deep breath. It seemed that Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, was welcoming them to twilight. Chapter 1497, Chain Barrier. 1497, Chain Barrier. The chain breaker rose higher, eventually cresting the wall of the floating stronghold and coming to a stop above the ramparts. From there, they could see a bit further into the haze. Far away to their left, another floating fortress could barely be seen in the dim twilight, just as battered and forlorn as this one. There was one more to their right. All three had been connected by thick chains once, but those had long been torn. Sonny remained motionless for a moment. It's a barrier to block the great river. There must have been a ring of these fortresses built around twilight once, with massive chains strung between them both above and beneath the water. That way, the defiled would have had to break through the chain barrier before reaching the city. The other choice would have been to dive much deeper and bypass the fearsome barricade of floating fortresses altogether. But that would have left their backs wide open to retaliation by the garrisons of the Vanguard SDR. Ongholds, in any case, it was easy to see that the defiled had chosen to assault the chain barrier directly. The fighting seemed to have been especially harrowing in the vicinity of the fallen fortresses, and beyond them. Sonny shivered. On the other side of the breached stronghold, there were so many floating corpses that he could barely see the water. It was to such a degree that one could probably walk from here to twilight without getting their boots wet once. Frowning, he placed his hand on the railing. Before he did, however, Sonny hesitated for a moment and looked at his companions. Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, was their ally in this nightmare, or at least he was supposed to be. In truth, it was hard to predict what the devious bastard would do. In the second nightmare, Mordred had slaughtered the entire population of the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Hope, all in pursuit of power. So, he was not someone who was going to have a problem with destroying the remains of the river civilization to achieve his goals. Nor would he feel burdened by releasing the defiled saints into the waking world. In other words, Mordred could have chosen to ally himself with the 6 plagues if he thought that their method of conquering the nightmare was better. However, Sonny was pretty sure that the plagues needed to either kill or defile every human in the Tomb of Ariel to win. And no matter how odious, Mordred was still a human. Unless the Prince of Nothing was ready to surrender his soul to corruption, his only way out of the tomb was to destroy the first Seeker. At least that was what Sonny hoped for, especially because Mordred was the only person who could teach them about Soul Stealer's flaw, or at least use his knowledge of it to slay his past version. Still, Cassie was immune to Mordred's power due to being blind. Neph's soul sea was most likely just as dangerous as Sonny's. If Mordred tried to possess her, he would be incinerated in a radiant inferno of white flame. Jet's shattered soul could not be easily possessed either, due to how unique her aspect was. But Effie had no defense against the Prince of Nothing. The anvil amulet forged by Mordred's father to protect people against his son was with Kai. Back in the second nightmare, the huntress had refused to take it in favor of the charming archer. Of course, it wasn't a given that Mordred would be able to defeat Effie in a soul battle, but Sunny did not want to risk it. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the huntress and said, "Can you stay and guard the ship?" She frowned a little, but then nodded and forced out a smile. "Sure, you guys go and have fun." With that, she took a step back and leaned on her spear. Sunny took Neff's hand and pulled her into the shadows. The two of them appeared on the battlements below a moment later, while Jet simply jumped down. Cassie glided down with the help of the quiet dancer and landed elegantly among the weathered corpses. All around them were the skeletal remains of the warriors of Twilight. It was easy to see which had been awakened once, and which had been mundane humans. The former were covered only by rotten fabric, their memory armor long gone. The latter wore suits of armor crafted from the hides of nightmare creatures and sublime steel. The corpse Sunny and his companions were looking for was nearby, resting against the locking mechanism of one of the siege chains. They approached the dead man carefully. Soon, Sunny could see the four of them reflected in the polished breastplate of the dead man. A white skull stared at him eerily from above it, the empty pits of its eyes full of darkness. Sunny had expected to see Mordred hiding in the reflection, but to his surprise, there were only four figures there: Nephis, Cassie, Jet, and himself. Just what is that bastard planning? For a moment, he was even unsure if Mordred had anything to do with this place. Was it all a coincidence? Then, however, suddenly, Sunny realized that he could not look away from his own reflection. He stared at it, feeling strangely drawn to the polished breastplate, as if an invisible force of attraction was pulling him in. In the next moment, the world seemed to have flipped. Everything remained the same, but also strangely inverted. What was to his right was now to his left, while what was to his left was to his right. Sunny was more or less ambidextrous, but he still favored his left hand now. He weirdly felt his right hand was more responsive. The corpse in lustrous armor was still there. The sky was painted pale lilac by the light of dawn. The chain breaker hung above him, with only a few branches of the sacred tree visible from this angle. But only the flying ship was reflecting in the polished breastplate now. The reflections of the cohort were gone. A cold chill ran down his spine. Sunny gritted his teeth. Am inside of a reflection. He perceived his companions through shadow sense, making sure that they were still with him. Thankfully, they seemed to be unharmed. Before Sunny could ascertain the situation, though, a familiar voice resounded from behind him. It was just as it had been years ago, in the empty darkness of the sky below. My oh my, sunless, ladies, I am so incredibly glad to see that you've been able to make it. 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Chapter 1498, Mirror Realm. Sunny slowly turned around and looked behind him, and there he was, the Prince of Nothing. Mordred looked almost exactly like he had the first time Sunny saw his true face. Tall, slender, with raven-black hair and a sharp face that wasn't exactly handsome, but possessed a strange beauty to it. His most striking feature, however, were his mirror-like eyes, which reflected the world back on itself like two pools of liquid silver. There was a pleasant but hollow smile on Mordred's lips. Wait, something is wrong. Sunny frowned. The last time he had seen the Prince of Nothing, moments before entering the Seed of Nightmare, the bastard was battered and bruised, covered in dried blood and missing a hand. But now Mordred looked perfectly fine. There were no wounds on his body and no bloodstains on his tunic. Even his hand was back as if it had never been severed. Mordred's smile widened slightly when he noticed Sunny's gaze. Raising the hand in question, he waved at them. It doesn't seem like I've been missed. How hurtful. Sunny lingered for a moment, then asked cautiously, Where are we? The space surrounding them looked like one of the floating fortresses of Twilight's chain barrier, but it was also different. Not even mentioning the fact that the entire world had flipped from left to right, there seemed to be a limit to this place. Not too far away from them, the dreadful battlefield disappeared, turning into pure nothing. It was as though someone had erased most of the world, leaving only a small island of matter drifting in the sea of nothingness. It only encompasses what is reflected in the polished breastplate. Sonny felt a chill when he realized that fact. It seemed that his theory that Mordred had somehow pulled them into a reflection was correct. Indeed, the space they had found themselves in only contained the part of the world that reflected in the lustrous breastplate of the withered corpse and a small area around it. The Prince of Nothing looked around, then raised his hands in a welcoming gesture. Ah, this is, let's call it the mirror realm. Consider it an extension of my ascended ability. In a sense, it is. Sonny did not like the sound of these words at all. Neither did his companions. Frowning slightly, Nephis placed her hand on the hilt of her sword and asked in an even tone. In a sense. Mordred hesitated. Well, it's a long story. Sadly, time is a luxury that we can't afford at the moment. Cassie tilted her head a little. Why not? He gave her a guarded look, then looked around with discomfort. There are dangers prowling in this mirror realm, just like there are outside it. I have already taken a considerable risk by coming to warn you. Do not continue on your way to Twilight, otherwise you will never come back. His ominous warning hung between them, turning the eerie atmosphere of the fallen fortress even more frightening. Sonny took a deep breath, then asked in a dark tone, Why aren't you here, and where is Kai? You haven't done anything to him, have you? Because if you did, you better start praying to the dead gods. Mordred stared at him for a moment. Ah, so much hostility. Granted, I might have deserved such treatment a bit, but don't fret. Your friend should still be alive. In fact, I'm quite confident that he is. As for how I am able to hold this conversation, you are mistaken. I'm not, in fact, here. My reflection is, while my body is lost somewhere in Twilight. If you want to know more, though, you'll have to come with me to somewhere we'll be safe from the monster roaming this mirror realm. You might not value your lives, but I do. Sonny shook his head. That is not good enough. What monster are you talking about? And what do you mean your body is lost? Was it destroyed? Are you a mirror ghost again? The Prince of Nothing looked at him with a somber expression. It's not nice to call people ghosts, Sunless. Sonny scoffed. Since when am I a nice person? Just answer the questions, damn it. Mordred sighed. My body is not destroyed. It's just trapped within the city. As far as I was able to ascertain, it has something to do with the enchantment array that was set up by the inhabitants of Twilight. In any case, I can't freely move in the physical world. The same goes for your friend, Nightingale. The difference is that I am able to escape into the mirrors while he can't. It's for the best, really. Even I have barely survived here. Sonny wanted to say something, but Nephis interrupted him. Raising a hand, she said impassively, One of us stayed back to guard the ship. Is she in danger as well? Mordred shook his head. As long as the ship does not come closer to Twilight, she'll be fine. It is us, the visitors of the Mirror Realm, who are in danger. However, this is also the only place where we can talk, unless one of you is willing to surrender your body to me, of course. He glanced at them and grinned. I guess none of you are, though. Sonny gritted his teeth and growled, his voice full of threatening malice. You're goddamn right, don't even think about it. Mordred sighed. Well then, I don't have much essence left, but it's enough to invite one more person. With that, there was a sound of ringing glass, and Effie was suddenly standing near them, a perplexed expression on her face. However, it was the Prince of Nothing who looked truly startled. His usual mask of pleasant friendliness cracked for a moment, revealing a hint of sincere bewilderment. Staring at Effie's belly, Mordred remained silent for a few moments, and then said incredulously, Ascended Athena, why are you? Hearing that, Effie smiled sweetly. Pregnant? Well, you see, Your Highness, when a man and a woman love each other very much. Sonny's face twitched. No way. Was it really happening? Chapter 1499, Prince's Old Clothes. Chapter 1499, Prince's Old Clothes. 1499, Prince's Old Clothes. While Effie was giving Mordred, who silently listened to her with a strange expression on his usually composed face, the talk about the birds and the bees, Sonny secretly looked around. A mirror realms. He had never learned what Mordred's ascended ability was, and he did not really know now, either. But it seemed to have something to do with establishing a physical space in the realm of reflections, or at least a space capable of containing physical items and living things. So in a sense, Mordred carried within himself a pocket dimension, similar to Effie's supreme memory. It was a pure utility ability, but there were still many questions about its reach and extent. For example, could any reflection become an entrance to this mirror realm? No, he had called it a mirror realm, so could there be many of such realms? What was the scope of the space he could create? What were its limitations? The idyllic meadow inside Effie's locket, for example, was around 3 kilometers across. Additionally, while she could send people and creatures inside without asking for permission, it was easy to escape. All one had to do was reach the edge of the small world and attack its painted boundaries. With enough force, the fabric of the pocket dimension would come undone, and the locket would be damaged. What about Mordred's mirror realm? He had already shown the ability to pull people inside against their will, even from some distance. How would one escape being trapped in a reflection? What powers did Mordred possess within this mirror world that he did not have outside? More than that, could it be connected to 2 reflections at the same time, serving as a bridge between 2 physical places? There were too many questions. No, I'm thinking about it wrong. The Prince of Nothing had not said that this was a manifestation of his ascended ability. He had said that it was an extension of it. How had his ability been extended? Who had extended it? And why was there a monster roaming its expanse, one dangerous enough to make Mordred wary? Who could invade Mordred's mirror realm? A dark expression appeared on Sonny's face. He could think of an answer, and that answer was not at all to his liking. Finally, Mordred cleared his throat and interrupted Effie. I see that. Please accept my sincere congratulations, I guess. Congratulations. But we've already spent too much time here. It's time to leave. Before any of them could say anything, the world around them rippled. In the next moment, they found themselves somewhere else, a place much different from the fallen fortress. Sonny tensed. There was a vast and somber expanse around them. The gray sky was covered by stormy clouds. The surface beneath their feet was shrouded in white mist. The whole space was suffused with soft light, and there, high above, a single radiant sphere was shining like a sun, its pale rays falling through the veil of storm clouds. It seemed as though vague symbols were carved into the surface of the sun, but Sonny could not see them clearly. This place resembled a soul sea. Turning his head slightly, Sonny flinched. There were motionless figures standing in a row in front of him. For a moment, he even mistook them for the silent shadows, but no, they weren't shadows. They were people, standing in the mist with empty expressions and hollow eyes. A handsome young man wearing stylish clothes of the waking world. A woman with a weathered face, wearing cheap synthetic attire. A hunched old man in a plain suit similar to those the government officials wore. A broad-shouldered warrior clad in a suit of armor in the colors of clan valor who looked familiar. A young woman in the uniform of the evacuation army. And a few more. There were several nightmare creatures among them, as well, each more repulsive than the previous one. They were Mordred's bodies. Noticing Sonny's appalled gaze, the Prince of Nothing grinned. Perusing my wardrobe, I hope you don't mind. Sonny gritted his teeth and looked at his companions, who all stared at the hollow bodies with repulsed expressions. He shook his head and turned away. Mordred chuckled. Why, don't look at me as if I'm some kind of monster. These people weren't using their bodies well anyway, like this one. He patted the handsome young man on the shoulder. I took his body while he was dangling in a noose. That one had only a few excruciating hours left to live, her body full of poison from years of toil in an underground factory. This one, well, this one was surprisingly healthy, but he's had siphoned the credits meant for security measures and falsified inspection results to keep the factory running. Well, the one next to him is a retainer of clan valor. Enough said. Mordred shook his head. I too have standards, you know. Then, noticing Sonny's unconvinced gaze, and perhaps remembering the time he tried to steal Sonny's own body for no reason whatsoever, apart from convenience, he added with an elegant smile. When it suits me, in any case we should be safe here. This space is mine and mine alone. Sonny took a deep breath, then looked around. Finally, he showed a sign of interest. Is this you soul see? Mordred took a few steps forward, his feet drowning in the swirling mist, and stopped beneath the pale sun. It is a reflection of my soul see, technically. This is the true manifestation of my ascended ability. Sonny remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered the day Nightmare had come into his true power as a terror, unlocking the Dream Curse ability. I wonder, this ascended ability of his, could it be called a lesser mirror domain? But then he frowned. Wait, if this is your mirror realm, then what was that reflection of the floating fortress? Mordred smiled silently. What else? It's a manifestation of the same ability, just not mine. My powers are not grand enough to encompass an entire city, let alone its surroundings. I simply snuck there like a thief, the true master of that place. He grew silent for a moment, and then added in a displeased tone. Is a rather unpleasant fellow. I think he goes by Soul Stealer. Chapter 1500 Perfect Trap. 1500 Perfect Trap. What? The members of the cohort all stared at Mordred, their expressions grim. Noticing their reaction, he smiled. I was rather surprised to learn about the identities of these 6 plagues, but it seems that you are already familiar with them. Good. It will spare me the explanations. At that moment, Jet, who had been keeping quiet until then, finally spoke. Soul Stealer is here in Twilight. Mordred remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, he sighed. He is. I've been playing hide and seek with him for gods, I don't even know how long. Time is a funny concept here in Twilight, really. And let me tell you, there is no worse company than a demented nightmare creature version of yourself. He remained silent for a moment, then added matter-of-factly. He's not the only one, either. The Dread Lord is here, too. Sonny flinched, experienced a visceral reaction to those words. Damnation. Suddenly, he felt vulnerable and exposed, surrounded by terrible danger. None of them had felt safe while approaching Twilight, but still the sense of pure dread he felt at the mention of the ruler of Verge was almost palpable. It was not that Sonny was afraid of the Dread Lord. He knew that the cohort would have to clash with the leader of the plagues eventually. But facing him already was simply too unexpected, too sudden. What the hell is happening? Twilight was supposed to be their last stop before the final battle, not the final battle itself. How could the Tyrant of Verge already be here within reach? How could they already be in his grasp? Nephis gripped the hilt of her sword, clearly thinking the same. Mordred, meanwhile, shook his head. Oh, please forgive me. I should have mentioned first that you don't have to worry about the Dread Lord. He can't harm us. In fact, Soul Stealer can't harm us either unless we enter his territory. They are just as trapped as I am, and your friend Nightingale is. Sonny let out a frustrated sigh. Can you just explain what is going on, damn it? Mordred gave him an amused glance. Why, certainly. I was just getting to it, but I've been waiting for this moment for so long. It will be a shame not to enjoy it. He looked at each of them with a pleasant smile, and then shrugged. Where do I start? First, as you might have noticed, there was a terrible battle here in Twilight countless years ago. The forces of defilement, that is what it's called, right, wanted to destroy the city, while the warriors of Twilight naturally wanted to prevent it from happening. He sighed theatrically. Sadly, they failed. Suffering terrible losses, the abominations broke through the outer barrier and breached the walls of the city. From what I gathered, that was possible because the defiled legion was led by the Dread Lord, as well as my own corrupted self. Mind you, everything I know was observed while exploring the mirrored version of Twilight. I haven't spoken to a soul since entering the nightmare, so my information might be wrong or incomplete. Mordred remained silent for a moment. In any case, from the looks of it, the walls were breached, and the Dread Lord entered the city with the remaining nightmare creatures. The streets of Twilight are a battlefield, countless humans desperately fighting against the abominations and their terrible master, while some seem to be turning into abominations themselves. It's a proper mess. There was something strange about what he had said. Nephis tilted her head a little. Are a battlefield, not we're a battlefield. The Prince of Nothing nodded with a dark smile. Indeed, in the midst of this titanic battle, you see, someone activated the enchantment array of the city. A truly powerful sorcery was awakened, its influence swallowing all of Twilight. Sonny groaned inwardly. Windflower did tell me about it, didn't she? That the defensive array of Twilight was similar to the vast enchantment of Alethia's island. Both even used a fragment of the estuary as a core. He sighed. Don't tell me, does the same day keep repeating itself in Twilight? Mordred gave him a strange look. What? No, what gave you such an odd idea? That would be quite bizarre. Huh. Sonny stared back at him, confused. Then what did the activation of the defensive array do? The Prince of Nothing lingered for a moment, then smiled. Well, simply put, it froze time. The members of the cohort stared at him incredulously. Froze time. Effie's voice sounded a bit exasperated, as if she was tired of time behaving in all the wrong ways here, on the Great River. And who could blame her? Sonny felt the same. Hearing her tone, Mordred smiled. Ah, it seems like you have experienced more than your fair share of strangeness here in the tomb of Ariel. But answering your question, yes, it froze time. The moment the defensive array was activated, time inside Twilight completely stopped. And so the battle raging on its streets stopped as well. He shook his head. The citizens and warriors of Twilight are standing there like statues, frozen in strange poses. The nightmare creatures are the same. Even the Dread Lord, despite all his power and authority, was caught in the trap. Now he's more of a monument to the ruler of Verge, as opposed to an actual tyrant. Mordred's face grew somber. Of course, none of them are truly dead, just caught between two moments forever. If one day the defensive array is deactivated, the battle will resume and the Dread Lord will awaken. Don't think that you can kill him while he's vulnerable, too. The moment you step inside Twilight, the time will stop for you as well. Even inanimate objects will be frozen in time. It's a perfect trap. He chuckled. If a little desperate, why would the people of Twilight activate the array before evacuating the city? I don't know. What I do know, though, is that the spell played a cruel prank on me. And Nightingale. Sonny had yet to recover from the news that the Dread Lord, someone who was supposed to be their ultimate enemy in this nightmare, turned out to have already been removed from the board by someone. He did not need to guess the identity of that someone, really. Who could have manipulated the events of the Siege of Twilight? It had to have been the Mad Prince himself, who had stabbed his master in the back. And while Sonny was reeling from the news, the meaning of the last words spoken by Mordred finally reached his mind. His eyes narrowed. Wait. Nephis was the first one to speak. What do you mean? What did the spell do? Mordred looked at them with a dark expression. Isn't it obvious? The roles it assigned to me and Nightingale were warriors of Twilight. Therefore, the moment we entered the nightmare, we were already caught in frozen time, stuck in an inescapable trap. He chuckled wryly. My physical body is also there, standing like a statue in the middle of a frozen battle. So is Nightingale's. It's just that my reflection had escaped into the mirror realm, but for him, not a single moment has passed since the start of the nightmare. He doesn't even know what fate has befallen him. The Prince of Nothing shook his head with resentment. Oh, and there's another creature in Twilight who is in a similar situation to mine. Soul Stealer, that monster. While my realm is modest in size, his encompasses all reflections in the city. I don't know where his physical body is hidden, but his reflection is prowling the mirrored Twilight, and it is dreadful enough to give me fright. He grew silent for a moment, and then smiled. There, I think I explain. Ed the important parts. I'm sure you have questions. Nephis gave him a long look, then nodded. I have a question. If I understood it correctly, are you trying to say? White sparks ignited in her eyes. That there is an army of awakened warriors, countless thousands of them, inside Twilight, all waiting for the defensive array to be deactivated so that they could resume the battle against the defilement. Woohoo, 1,500 cliffhangers. What a pretty number.